as the most powerful demon head in the world. He was seriously injured and only had 3 days left to live. At this moment, he is not only besieged by tens of thousands of masters of the right way, even the 9 major villains he worked hard to cultivate. They are constantly planning to deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors. The eldest disciple is Yu Zhahai. After leaving the school, he founded the Yoming religion. He has thousands of followers, and is known as the Great Yen Emperor of the evil sect. The second disciple, Yu Zijia, became a terrifying sword demon in the mortal world. He would kill at the drop of a hat. The sixth disciple, Yu Tianqing, is the beloved princess of the Moon Reflection Palace by many female cultivators, Yumin Shura. The seventh disciple, Siwuya, has a spy network that spreads across the world. He once incited a great war using divisive tactics, resulting in numerous casualties, including the eighth disciple, Chu Honggong. He only took a few years after leaving the sect to achieve the title of Evil King. The ninth disciple, Ziyuaner, joined the sect late. There are still some disciples with a conscience nowadays. Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. The fragmented scene appeared in his mind. In his previous life, he was a senior executive, but now I have crossed into the body of Ji Tian Dao, the master of the evil sect, through Ji's memory. I found out that 1 month ago, the top 10 experts of the Orthodox sect set up a trap surrounding the demon grandmaster. Ji Tiandao fought 10 opponents to a draw and returned with heavy injuries. Nowadays, the masters of the righteous path are besieging his stronghold, preparing to launch a strong attack on his position. Unfortunately, he has lived for nearly 1,000 years. This is almost the lifespan limit for practitioners. As age increases, their shockwave power diminishes. 9 disciples successively turned against 5, challenging the authority greatly. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but laugh and cry. Now she was so weak that she could barely move. As soon as he tried to get up, he sat back down again. The people outside the pavilion saw the master wake up, and quickly came over to him. Fourth disciple Ming Shirin reported the current situation. The righteous masters won't take long to break through the defense barrier. Third disciple Duan Wuxing frowned, saying he wants to go out and seek help from the eldest brother. Considering the bond between master and disciple, he probably won't ignore this. Fifth disciple, Hao Yue, also suggested that we could look for seventh junior brother. He is not only resourceful, but also the leader of the dark web sect. Lu Zhou's birth interrupted their conversation. The barrier of Jintingshan is strong enough to last for a while. Although Lu Zhou was anxious, he still pretended to be calm and scolded a few people. He cannot reveal the secret of his dispersed cultivation now. Otherwise, there's no need to wait for the righteous sect to kill him. His 4 disciples will take his life first. Disperse. I have a plan to deal with the enemy. Upon hearing this, the 4 disciples left immediately. Lu Yong finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had no plan to counterattack. Just wanted to be left alone. 4 white-eyed wolves ready to pounce on him at any moment, plus thousands of righteous cultivators outside. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, was dealing with a frail and feeble old body. Just as he was cursing in despair, suddenly there came the sound of the system. Target detected, mission completed. The merit system is now activated. With a tremble in his heart at the words, he suddenly understood why Ji Tian now had worked so hard to teach 9 disciples. It's really a pity, having to work hard for others all his life. Trigger main mission to retreat the enemy. Detected that the host is too weak. Reward with a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? This series of prompts made Lu Zhou very satisfied. Get 1 reverse card to obtain a portion of vitality. Peak state card 3x. Gain Hitian path every time used. Peak state lasts for 30 minutes. Fatal block 5x. Passive effect can allow the host to block 5 fatal strikes. Lu Zhou hardly thought much. He took out the reversal card, and his mind slightly stirred. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding grass and trees, vitality turned into surges of energy, rapidly rushing into his body. What a strong energy! Master really has some stronger skills that he hasn't taught us. Little Gio, Master always dotes on you the most. What kind of energy fluctuation is this? Hearing this, Yu revealed a bewildered expression. I had no idea, he's unfathomable. At this moment, the voice of a righteous practitioner from outside the barrier is heard, calling for the people inside to come out and face death. It's Zhou Jifeng, a senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. It's said that the Shinting mirror was recently broken. He just entered. If competing one-on-one, he isn't even worthy to be my junior sister's opponent, but with their numbers advantage, these people are not to be feared. Difficult are the top 10 masters. but speaking words of rebellion. If the four of us want to escape, who can stop this angry swallow upon hearing this? Senior brothers and sisters, have you really never thought about fighting side by side with our master? How you replied faintly. Junior sister, you started late, and many things are unclear. Meanwhile, Lulujo has been researching the system. After using the reversal card, he felt rejuvenated all over. The remaining lifespan has been restored to 313 days, but for him, it's still far from enough. Must reverse to young state. Old Lady Dragon's appearance is really uncomfortable. Pondered for a moment, he slowly walked out of the pavilion. A loud roar sounded. The gold pavilion mountain also shook. 4 disciples appeared in an instant. They were astonished to see Lu Zhou standing straight. They couldn't help but be surprised. Master. Disciple requests a battle. Will definitely leave him no chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes narrowed. Duan Muxing felt a chill in his heart at the sight, and involuntarily lowered his head. I already have a plan to retreat the enemy. Come with me to meet the enemy. Lu Zhou finished speaking and strode outside the formation. At this time, thousands of righteous people gathered at Jiting Mountain. They organized themselves to fully attack the mountain formation. Listen, demon heads of Jiting Mountain, you are surrounded. Come out and meet your death. The ultimatum echoed continuously in this world. Lu Zhou stopped near the barrier. The monk outside remained indifferent. Ming Shirin, the 4th disciple, witnessed this scene. His heart skipped a beat. Why did they stop moving forward? At this time, the sect leader of Tianjianmen, Luo Changfeng, laughed out loud. Haven't seen you for a month. The ancestral demon leader seems to have grown younger. Lu Zhou forced himself to remain calm and said, Luo Changfeng, you have some nerve. Stop pretending and surrender obediently. The righteous and prestigious sects in the world will spare your lives. Zhou Jifeng spoke loudly from the ground. You 4 must be disciples of this old man. I'll give you a chance to repent and turn over a new leaf. Let's kill him along with the right path. Hearing this, Ming Shi disdainfully cast a glance at him. It's really annoying. Master, your disciple requests a battle. I can't wait any longer. I want to skin this arrogant brat alive. It's not necessary. A dignified and upright sect, how could we possibly give you the chance for a one-on-one fight, unmoved by what is below? The sky of Luochang continues to shout. Who doesn't know the 9 notorious villains of Jiting Mountain? Everyone gets there just deserts. Today, the righteous experts join forces to attack you. It's also your band of evildoers who brought this upon yourselves, blaming others. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou retorted sharply, whether it's right or wrong, I have my own judgment, even if my disciple has done something wrong. That is also my own doing. You have no right to meddle in this matter. Hearing these words, you're quite the joker. You have a way with words. Your eldest disciple Yu Jinhai is leading the Yuming sect to annex areas. Other sects. Can you control? And the queen of the great Yan dynasty in the western regions was kidnapped. Is it the doing of your second disciple, Yu Shangrong? Helplessness in Luzhou. I can only grin and bear it. The more Luo Changfeng spoke, the more excited he got. 30,000 practitioners of the Rongbei Fuhu sect. Was it caused by your 7th disciple's sowing of discord? Since you acknowledge it, I will not show mercy to an unkind master. Do you have anything else to say? At this time, Luzhou himself answered that the western regions were alien tribes. Rongbei is also an alien tribe. Compassion for different ethnic groups. Their hearts are to be condemned. At these words, Luo Changfeng's cheeks turned red. He no longer argued. Old demon, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Take this. Hearing this, Luzhou walks out of the barrier. Let this seat also witness your means. Several disciples behind him secretly delighted to see this. It's also good to have these people test Master's trump card. Luo Changfeng then flickered to the sky. The swords on his body transformed into 100 and began to spin in the air. Finally, they gathered together and solidified into a huge long sword. Though Lu Zhou appeared calm, he was actually quite flustered. He had been arranging the props cards on the panel, while also realizing, the suspicions of these 4 villains are growing stronger, triggering a side quest. People's hearts are inscrutable, forcing the villains to reveal their true colors. At this moment, Luo Changfeng's sword is gathering power. He gave a loud shout and pointed at the other party. Old guy can't die. If he dies, the techniques and weapons will disappear along with him. Just as the giant sword is about to strike down, the 2 who had made up their minds attacked the giant sword at the same time. bringing up the protective barrier, and the formidable winds deflected the sword's edge and pounded on the barrier. Lu Zhou also immediately turned and ran back to the barrier. Countless cultivators began mocking. Lo Changfeng looked down from a high place, scoffing. Is this your method? It really broadens my horizons. Even the head of the Jingyi sect joined in the mockery. Ji Laoma actually wants a few disciples to protect. It's really a strange thing in the world. The Lu Zhou didn't take their words to heart. He looked at the peak experience card again. 3 cards add up to an hour and a half. In other words, once it is used, it must be resolved quickly. But we must first secure internal stability before dealing with external threats. If we don't keep these villains in check, once the time is up, we will be in crisis again. Just thinking about this, how dare you be so bold? Think about it. Duan Mashing's face changed slightly at his words. Rush forward and kneel on the ground. Also worried about the safety of the master. At this moment, Ming Shirin smiled and said Master, there's no need, you've worked so hard to perform, it should be enough. Third senior brother, get up. Upon hearing this, Duanmu's respectful expression disappeared from his face, slowly stood up at this time. These gangsters from Lupeng just now have guessed that he is struggling to survive. Master, give up. As long as you pass on the techniques and weapons to us in full. Today's disciples will definitely do their best to get you out of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou did not speak when he heard this. After a moment, he slowly asked What about you, Xiao Jiao, Master, disciples dare not. Yuna knelt down with a thud. Completing the side quest rewards the true eye. The effect is permanent. Lu Zhou was stunned when he heard the prompt. Then a special prompt appeared before his eyes. This kite's loyalty is 60. Continuously increasing, Ming Shi's loyalty is 15. Duan Muxing's loyalty is 23. Will leave the sect and become an enemy. If over 80, basically will not defect. The loyalty of the 3 villains continues to decline. It was all expected. The rising trend of this kite really surprised him. In that case, there is no need for this master to continue pretending. Master has indeed been injured. But that doesn't mean you can act against Master. After saying this, he crushed the pinnacle experience card. Instantly, a powerful energy storm surged out. The 3 of them were impacted, immediately spitting out blood and flying backwards, only little Yuana staring wide-eyed. Can't believe all of this. As if the whole world has quieted down. At the moment the 3 fell to the ground. Disciples know their mistakes. Lu Zhou didn't look at them, taking a deep breath. It feels great to be in a peak state. As if everything is under control. Everyone in front of my eyes has turned into ants. Just a slight movement of my finger can crush them. As Lu Zhou uses secret methods, entering the peak state of GTN now. With him at the center, a powerful surge of cosmic wind erupted in an instant. The 3 villains were instantly shaken, spitting blood. The cosmic wind then vented straight into the sky. The previously tottering barrier also shattered inch by inch. The top 10 righteous experts glared in disbelief. Isn't he injured? How can he still emit such powerful energy? Just now he was mocking Lu Yong's cultivator. His legs can't stop trembling. The 3 thugs finally react. Disciple is at fault. Lu Zhou coldly stared at them, punishing them severely for their defiance. As he finished speaking, a golden light appeared at his fingertips. With a bang, several people crashed directly into a distant mountain peak. Come back and clean up again. Lu Province, take a look. There are still 29 minutes left. It only takes a moment to teach these 3 scoundrels a lesson. It won't take long. The rest are the thousands of practitioners. And the top 10 experts of the righteous sect. Let me take a look at how much progress you've made in this month. As Lu Zhou's voice fell, he gathered his strength and rushed into the air. The banquet of 100 tribulations. Dharmakaya, as he shouted loudly. A Dharmakaya surrounded by golden light appeared around him. The 8-petal golden lotus below rotates once. They were all attacked by the powerful wind. Seeing this, Luo Changkong quickly called on other masters to come forward and block it for a moment. 10 sets of divine bodies formed a wall, and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Within a 100-mile radius, 11 Dharmakayas illuminated the area. Other practitioners quickly retreated. Hiding behind the Dharmakayas, Even so, some weaker individuals also failed to retreat in time, sustained heavy injuries. Do you like using a sword? Then I would also use a sword. Tian's Wenk is missing. Having said that, between his index and middle fingers, a dazzling long sword suddenly condenses. Duan Wusheng, on the ground, instinctively lifts his head, and is instantly shaken to the core, as he recognizes. This is the most powerful move of the Tianyi Ju. He has been practicing swordsmanship diligently for many years. Tianyi Ju? But unfortunately, Ji Tian now reluctantly refused to teach him this last sword technique. Never thought I would see it in this kind of situation. At this moment, the three of them realized how wrong they were. Their master not only effortlessly displays his Dharmakaya, but also manifests voids in the heavens' protection. What's even more terrifying is how the voids in the heavens' protection are influenced by the Dharmakaya. The power will double. Luo Changfeng naturally also knows this. In a panic, he called on other experts to retreat quickly. If we don't retreat, we 10 will definitely be seriously injured. I didn't expect this old thief's strength to be even stronger than before. At this moment, the figure of Lu Zhou is suspended in front of Fa's hen, as if the two have merged into one. Then he instantly wielded the sword, emitting a powerful sword light, descending and slashing through the crowd. Catching the unprepared, weak cultivators, it was immediately split in half. Then there was a loud bang. Where the sword energy passed, mountains, rivers, and lakes were all split in half, while the top 10 righteous experts had already dodged to the side. 1 month ago, although the old demon can use his Dharma body to take on 10 opponents at once, it's unlikely that he would be able to use other powerful moves. Yet now he's using all his might to execute his ultimate move. The key is that the old demon's expression still looks very relaxed. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, they felt a wave of jealousy in their hearts. Yes, very relaxed? Lu Zhou found. The peak experience card lives up to its name. Every time he squanders his abilities, the energy in the body will instantly reach its peak again. Tianjuan's deficiency killed hundreds of lives. The practitioners, those small fries, were scared out of their wits. Immediately fled from here. Lu Zhou did not stop them, because his target locked onto the top 10 masters. Wanted to leave but too slow. Just as the voice fell, he disappeared in a flash from the original place, leaving only a series of afterimages in midair. Several villains looked dumbfounded. This is a great teleportation technique, Flash. Teleportation can appear in a very short time in a certain place. It is an excellent means for both chasing and escaping. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of vitality. We're finished, third senior brother, let's escape quickly. Master is using consecutive powerful moves. I never thought he could use such incredible abilities. Clearly, he has such strong power. Why do you still have to hide? Isn't this misleading? Senior brothers and sisters, listen to my advice and stay here honestly. Our master has extraordinary magical powers. You can't escape. Hearing these words from Yu, a sense of despair filled the hearts of the three. At the same time, Le Changfeng was flying in the wind, shuttling rapidly through the forest. Occasionally looking back over his shoulder, seeing no one following, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly felt a coolness creeping up his back. Then a familiar voice rang out. I've been waiting for you for a while. Why did you just arrive here? Looking at the wolf-like appearance of the other party, Lu Zhou chuckled at your arrogance just now. As Le Changfeng heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat, secretly feeling bitter. Why is it that the old guy doesn't chase after anyone, but insists on chasing after himself? He forcefully resisted the urge to speak freely. You have already used the great divine power dozens of times in a row. Do you think being a great master is easy? But as the words were only halfway out of his mouth, Lu Zhou once again transformed into the dark Ming Dharmakaya. I only know how to use my ultimate move. With that, he controlled the blinding Dharmakaya. Immediately pressed down. In the practice world, practitioners who can control the Dharma body are already few, and can be counted on one hand. Those who can achieve the 8-petal golden lotus are even more at the peak of power, under heavy pressure. Luo Changfeng had no resistance at all, and his mouth was spitting blood with his internal organs shattered. At this moment, 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. There's no point using unlimited moves. The ground continued to tremble with a loud bang. Fa Zhen held on. The fierce wind crashed down like a towering mountain. After the smoke cleared, it was seen that Luo Changfeng had turned into ashes with nothing left. After defeating the powerful enemy, Lu Prefecture found that there were only a few minutes left. There's no time to chase after others now. We still have to deal with those few followers. Even if we catch up, we'll only kill a few more people. Once the effect of the experience card disappears, it will be a disaster. Complete the preliminary tasks. The next task is to train the villains and increase their loyalty. Raise the loyalty of this disciple, Yuan, to above 80%. And punish 3 villains. Then Lujo immediately used his supernatural powers to quickly return to Jinting Mountain at the moment he landed. The peak experience time also just ended. Feeling the disappearance of the energy in his body, Lujo felt a moment of loss. This powerful feeling is really awesome. I don't know how to practice on my own. How long does it take to get there? Who can an old bag of bones like me beat now? Just enough to scam for money. I have to be steady as an old dog and not give myself away. Thinking this, he slowly approached a few villains. At this moment, the 3 men knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. The level of loyalty on their bodies has also increased to varying degrees, but it's still far from enough. Lujo ignored the 3 of them. Teacher, I'm tired. Help me back. At these words, Lao Jio immediately ran over cheerfully, and helped him to leave this place. Watching the master walk away, Duan Wuxing began to complain about Lao Si. You really caused me a lot of trouble. What? You're blaming me for this too? I carefully analyzed it, and only then was I sure that the master had been injured. Who knew it would turn out like this? No matter how many calculations I made, I missed one detail. Your analysis was really accurate. What did I miss? Maybe the master is tired of the old tricks and wants to try something new. Should we escape now? Escape? How can we escape? Haven't you seen the master's power? At this time in the pavilion on the mountain, Lujo took a sip of tea. Do you know your mistake? Xiaoyun immediately knelt down after hearing this. Xiaoyun knew she was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed my master. Master, you have to believe that I have always been obedient. What I said wasn't about this matter. At the end of the year, you left Jinting Mountain without permission, and stole the cultivation classics of 2 major sects. It is and it isn't. The reason he asked this is because in Ji Tiandao's memory, he could not find a motive for Xiaoyuner to act in this way. Disciple knows his mistake. 4th senior brother said that those who are not on the blacklist are not worthy to be disciples of Jinting Mountain. I will go there myself. Blacklist? Lucho's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. There was also no such information in his memories. Little Yuaner continued to explain. This is a ranking list established by practitioners. All the cultivators on the list are notorious wrongdoers. Master, you are ranked first. Brothers and sisters are all in the top 30. Lujo was speechless after hearing it. Then he sighed. Yuanji, you are the disciple I love the most. Can you stop doing evil from now on? Yuaner, who was forgiven, was overjoyed, then ran behind him and pinched his shoulder. Before long, Lujo called the other 3 villains up. At this point, the loyalty of the 3 men has increased a bit, but still very low. As long as there is any slight change, they will turn back like wall grass. 5th disciple Zhao Yu first begged for mercy. It's all the fault of the disciple's momentary confusion. Please ask the master for forgiveness. See someone taking the lead. Duan Muxing and Ming Shine were close behind. Disciples have been in the school for 100 years. Even if there is no credit, there is hard work. Master, please spare the life of your disciple for the sake of my dedication over the past 100 years. Lujo stood with his hands behind his back. With a slight sigh, he didn't look at them. After a long time, he finally asked what their rankings were on the blacklist. Duan Muxing answered that he ranks 18th. Ming Shi is ranked 25th. They are really a group of good disciples. You have made your master lose face. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them trembled. Quickly admit your mistake. At this moment, Lu suddenly changed the subject and said, Since you know you were wrong, then you must change. From now on, you must not continue to do evil. Can you do it or not? Although several people couldn't understand, they still answered obediently. At this moment, Lu Zhou stroked his beard. It's also my fault. The mistake lies in only teaching you cultivation. That's the only way to discipline you disrespectful disciples. The defenses of Jintingshan are now broken. So I will punish you to repair it, and not take a single step away. It's hard to complete the repairs in 8 or 10 years. But as for this punishment, it's definitely much better than killing them. The 2 naturally also knew this. They were overjoyed immediately. Guowang quickly agreed. And Lao Wu's punishment is to descend the mountain and make amends. Zhao Yu knelt on the ground, also dare not argue. Just she didn't know which sins to atone for. Lu Zhou did not explicitly state, then asked if a few people knew what is good. What is evil? Xiao Yuan first answered that benefiting others is kindness. The third brother said that doing good and accumulating virtue is kindness. But killing and arson are all evil. The fourth brother added that benefiting the country and the people is kindness, while helping the oppressor is evil. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Their response is too hypocritical, clearly not the answer he wanted. Then he pretended to speak in a profound manner, saying a couple of not seeking to be perfect. Just to be worthy. The four of them suddenly looked awkward. Ah, Master said a month ago that no matter who it is, if it doesn't look right, killing would be just to be worthy of the heart. I understand, Master. I must kill all those scoundrels who insulted our master. Lu Zhou was so angry when he heard Zhao Yue's answer. He felt like he was just talking to a brick wall. But he understood. Short-term changes can't change the cognition of a few people. He then asked Yao Yu to stay on the mountain, to repair the barrier, and warned several people that +5. Whatever they had done in the past, they could not undo it. But if you do it again in the future, there will be no mercy. Since you've entered Jintingshan, you are his disciples. I will protect you. The four of them quickly expressed their gratitude. Their loyalty has also increased significantly. Lu Zhou is very satisfied with the situation. The effect of implementing both rewards and punishments is indeed good. Following his orders, several people then left here. Seeing their backs, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I opened the system panel. 200 merit points have been rewarded for completing the task above. Merit points can be used for drawing prizes. Draw once every 50 points. They can also be used to exchange items in the mall. Weapons and martial arts techniques. Even the powerful law body can be obtained. But the price is ridiculously high. The cheapest beginner level also costs 300 points. Helplessly, he could only try the lottery system, and ended up drawing a reverse card. He did not expect such a high winning rate, and was immediately overjoyed. He decided to save the rest to buy a better equipment. After all, what he needed most now was to improve his cultivation level. Then a mission update popped up on the screen. Remind to train the 8th disciple Chu Honggong, and change the current situation. Lu Zhou saw this and fell into contemplation. The peak card can't be used casually anymore. With the current level of cultivation, the outcome is definitely uncertain. We still need to carefully consider this. Keeping 3 villains around is also a disaster. The truth will eventually come out. At present, Xiao Yuan is the most reliable, and has the highest loyalty. Her cultivation is the Shinting mirror. It's most appropriate for her to carry it with her. At the same time, I can also teach her the principles of being a good person, 2 birds with 1 stone, and also use the reversal card first before saying anything else. With this in mind, he returned to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Mangu Ridge bandits, the person sent to investigate Jinting Mountain brought back news, but they only saw a Dharma body. Chu Hong, the ferocious guy, quickly asked when he heard this, "What does the Dharmakaya look like?" The Dharmakaya is 10 zhang high, and 2 zhang wide, surrounded by golden light. Beneath it is an 8-petaled golden lotus. Hearing this sentence, he fell off his seat in an instant. His face turned extremely ugly, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably, muttering that it really was the master. He's done for now. The Matian Pavilion is located on the mountain top. It's also the residence of Jitian Dao and his disciples, after using the reverse card in Lu Zhou. His remaining life has also been restored to 613 days. The whole person became a little younger. But the merit is still 150 points. Pitifully few. He chose not to practice the Gongfa of Ji Tian now in his mind. Instead, he plans to exchange for new ones from the system, because in his view, a person can do evil to this extent. Not only because of moral issues, Shaochen, and the common law he practices, also have a close relationship, Shaochen. When thinking #store, there came the voice of Xiao Yuan requesting to see, rambling and speaking incoherently. After getting permission, she walked in. "Master, you look younger." "Smooth talker." Lu Zhou gently touched her head. Xiao Yuan blinked, then patted a burst of rainbow farts. "Master is really amazing, forcing back 10 top experts with one's own strength. Only you can do it in the world today. Before, you said that as long as you are strong, you can kill anyone you want. Then why didn't you kill your senior martial brothers and sisters?" Hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at her. "I never expected this girl to have such dangerous ideas. Listen to all the principles your master has told you in the past. You must forget all of them, Manhwa Shaochen. It's better to forget them completely, understood?" "But master, did you forget the promise you once made to your disciple?" "Promise?" Upon hearing this, Lutz Ho was stunned, because he had transmigrated into this old body. Many memories have been lost as well. Master once said that as long as the disciple reaches the god's mirror, he would bestow the jade flute dust upon the disciple, though Lutz Ho doesn't remember the promise. He knows it's a treasure of heavenly rank. It can greatly increase the power of practitioners. When you come over by yourself. All of Jitandeo's items disappeared. Even if he wanted to give them, he couldn't, so I can only say shamelessly that I have to forget it. Seeing Xiao Yuan's disappointed look, he changed the subject and started talking about the great cake. However, in the future, I'll give you another heavenly treasure. Xiao Yuan was delighted to hear this. She looked at him with expectation again. Then, at Lu Zhou's instructions, she descended the mountain. Noble and upright families. About 10 minutes later, there was a series of prompts in Lu Zhou's ear. Kill a villain. Get 10 merit points. The reason he arranged it like this was because he inadvertently found that as long as the disciple completed the task, the master can also acquire merit points from his apprentices. Half an hour quickly passed. His merit points have accumulated to 300. Currently, he can purchase the initial Dharma body of Tai Chi. He immediately felt waves of energy rushing into his body. He has also stepped into the realm of Tongxian from the quenching period. After a while, the energy inside his body calmed down. He looked at the panel and couldn't help but frown. Because the next realm requires 1,000 points of merit, it's just a huge pit. At this point, Xiao Yuaner had almost finished tidying up. The merit points did not increase anymore, so Lu Ko slowly got up to prepare to stretch his muscles. But at the moment he stepped out, a figure holding a sword like lightning instantly stabs him in the back. Lu Zhou reacts and quickly looks back, only to find it is Zhou Jifeng, the senior disciple of the Tianjian sect, due to the passive skill Fatal Block being activated, so he wasn't injured. Yao's Zhou Jifeng, who initially thought the other party was unharmed, was suddenly taken aback. So he gathered his courage and approached to deliver another sword blow. Still, it is found to be useless. At this moment, Lu Zhou is frowning and watching him closely. What the hell do you want to do? Under the terror I emanate. He was so scared that he was on the verge of wetting himself. Lu Zhou realizes that he absolutely cannot lose in terms of momentum. Then, Lingting dismissively remarks that he is overestimating himself. Zhou Jifeng pauses for a moment. He gathers his determination to charge forward again, as if facing certain death. To avenge my master, even if I die, I must report my worries. Just as the long sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from the target, there suddenly came a shout of a little kite from behind. Who dares to sneak attack my master without eyes? With a bang, he took direct action, and slammed Zhou Jifeng into the distant wall. Disciple will dismember him to vent your anger, Xiao Yuan said, a hint of killing intent in her eyes. But was stopped by Lu Zhou. Because he just received the trigger for the Hidden Branch mission to turn against Zhou Jifeng, so he pondered for a moment. This seat will kill your master. It's understandable that you want revenge, but don't underestimate yourself. It's pointless. Coming to me for revenge may seem justified and sympathetic, but it's futile and a senseless sacrifice. You underwent body tempering at age 8, and entered the realm of cultivation at 9. At 13, he met Ning. At 18, he met Fan Hai. At 20, he entered the Shinting Manor. He is a rare genius in the cultivation world. He could have waited a few more years before getting into trouble. Why does he have to come and seek death now? Zhou Jifeng felt regretful after hearing this. Is it still too late for regrets now? And this is called a genius? Ah, your disciple has worshipped you as a master since the age of 10. I entered the God's Court at the age of 15. No one is allowed to interrupt randomly. Lu Zhou gave her a stern look, then he looked at Zhou Jifeng. Do you know why I am not killing you? Do you really think your master, Luo Changfeng, is an upright and honest man? Ah, you naive young man. When I met Luo Changfeng, you weren't even around yet. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng widened his eyes and asked what he meant. If I tell you that your father's killer is Luo Changfeng, do you believe it? Upon hearing this, you will not succeed in sowing discord. This despicable means is useless to me. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head, and continued to say that he went to Yong that year, and stayed at the Jiang family's house. Madame Jiang is about to give birth. This seat sees that the Jiang son has extraordinary bone structure and exceptional talent, so I have the intention to take him as my disciple. Therefore, I will give the Jiang couple 3 days to consider whether they agree or not. I will take the child with me. But I didn't expect. The next day, the Jiang family was killed. When I arrived, it was already too late. The cultivation world thought I had wiped out the Jiang family. I am too lazy to argue about it. It leads to the world thinking that I am responsible for everything. But nobody knows that it was all done by Luo Changfeng. There is a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were born, your body was wet and cold. I helped you out. Your family name is Jiang, so you are the Jiang family's kid. Zhou Jifeng was momentarily stunned by the revelation. Few people know about the birthmark. How did this old devil know? I think you are too young. If I tell you all the facts, I'm afraid you can't handle the pressure. You can go. Jifeng still didn't believe it this week. He started to shout loudly and called him an old wizard. Xiao Yuan's eyes immediately turned cold. If you continue to insult my master, believe it or not, I'll take care of you right now. Just finished speaking, Zhou Jifeng immediately closed his mouth. It seems that you can't be too gentle with this kind of person. Contemplating here, Lu Zhou smiled and said, Your master, Luo Changfeng, annihilated the Jiang family and disgraced your mother. Luo Changfeng broke through the Yuanshan catastrophe 30 years ago. This realm is divided into the Yuan and Shan stages. The three great realms are the Chaos, Yuan, and combined paths. The so-called path to promotion is to combine the Tao. It is to use powerful cultivation, to absorb another person's essence, and merge the cultivation into one. This is the Tianjian sect. The only path of your cultivation is completely in line with Luo Changfeng's. Do you still think there's no problem with him? If you still don't believe it, go back and ask your master after you return. Xiao Yuan sees him off. Master, are you just letting him go like this? He sneak attacked you. The audacious scolding frightened Xiao Yuan, who stomped his foot. Then, dragging the still borrowed Zhou Jifeng to walk towards the window. Stupid pig, does my master need to lie and deceive you? Isn't it better to just kill you directly? Having said that, she threw her opponent directly from upstairs to downstairs. I don't believe it. The system prompted that the task to turn Zhou Jifeng had not been completed. Lu Zhou looked at this with a helpless expression, feeling quite foolish. At this moment, Xiao Yuan questioned him with confusion. Why not kill the opponent? Lu Zhou stood up with his hands behind his back and explained, killing is not the way to solve problems. But my master just asked me to come down the mountain. I've killed many righteous practitioners. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping stroked his beard. Killing isn't the only solution. But it's always one of the options. Before he could finish speaking, actually received a prompt from the system. His apprentice is doing evil. Corresponding merit points will be deducted soon. What else can merit points bring? Then he immediately made Xiao Yuan go and call all the disciples here. Not long after, everyone gathered in the room. Lu Zhou frowned, observing them. What were you all doing just now? Ming Shuying hurriedly replied. Your disciple followed your instructions, and has been patrolling near Jiting Mountain, and hasn't done anything. After Lu Zhou listened, you should be aware of my temper. I dislike lies the most. Ming Shuyin's face changed and he hurriedly admitted his mistake. Some hunters have arrived at the southern mountain. What is Jiting Mountain? How dare they hunt here? Disciple, go and kill them all. Said so, and was about to leave, but was halted in his tracks by a shout from Lu Zhou. The Jiting Mountain barrier has not been repaired. It's normal for someone to trespass. They can be expelled. If there are any suspicious individuals, it's not too late to take action. Disciple will adhere to master's orders. The three of them finished speaking and left the Demon Sky Pavilion. Although the master is so gentle, it makes them feel very uncomfortable. But experience is the best teacher. Perhaps the master is trying a new approach. They dare not disobey the orders. Not long after, Lu Zhou, who was resting, heard the sound of the system. Pious. Gain 10-fold bonus, reward 50 merit points. Prompt pious worship can receive a 10-fold bonus. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong suddenly opened his eyes. Is it still possible to play like this? Why didn't you inform me earlier? Where is Xiao Yuan? Go inform your senior brother and senior sister. Innocents must be treated well. The dawn is approaching quickly. At this moment, the scene shifts to the headquarters of the Manhwa mountain bandits. His subordinate hurriedly reports that they have received a reply from Yan Yugong. Chu Hong, who is taking a bath, is overjoyed. What does the letter say? Princess Yan Yu Palace said that the old demon of Jiting Mountain can kill the sect master of Tianjianmen with one sword. Luo Changfeng's cultivation has already recovered. Master Yi cannot assist the head of the village. The village chief is weak. Must hide well. Chu Honggong heard a slip under his feet. He fell to the ground immediately. At the same time, Lu Zhou received a prompt. Taught Chu Hong jointly gained 50 merit. He looked at the panel very puzzled. Ethnicity, clearly haven't done anything, thinking that he only accumulated more than 200 merit points in the past few days, for props that sell for thousands of dollars. It is truly a drop in the bucket. Forget it, let's draw a lottery. Having made up his mind, he started to operate and draw a lottery. This lottery cost 50 merit points and obtained by Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes widened with excitement. Never did he expect to actually draw such a rare item. The only permanent mount in Bai Zhe. He looked at the divine beast mount Bai Zhe that he had drawn in one go. At this moment, Lu Zhou is feeling very pleased. Jitian now, as the old demon who has been dominating for thousands of years, must possess various powerful techniques and weapons. And even rare mounts. Unfortunately, since he replaced Jitian now, there's nothing left. Desperately poor. In the scorching heat, strange and bizarre sights prevent the capture of magical beasts. Even those who ride mounts will find ways to create flying devices, training to control artifacts, and travel through the air, but these are all less prestigious than riding mounts. The higher the level of the beast being controlled, the stronger the strength it represents. As Lu Zhou's mind moved slightly, Bai Zhe disappeared into the void with a single sound. And this scene also stirred some commotion in the hearts of the villains. Am I seeing things? Just now, it seemed like an extremely powerful energy. You didn't imagine it, I also sensed a new trick. Master, the old man deliberately concealed his evil aura. Let's pretend we didn't see that. This time, Lu continued to draw 3 more times in a row. Thank you for your patronage. At this sight, all he could do was shake his head in resignation. It's all just a routine after all, but relatively speaking, it's already quite cost-effective. At the same time, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, 3 men on horseback appeared. One of them sighed, hoping that the old demon could help our clan get through this disaster for the sake of Yuan. Then they continued on their way through the mountains and forests. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the air. Who dares to trespass on the Jinting Mountain? Upon hearing this, 3 people immediately dropped to one knee. The Zijia of Anyang City requests an audience with the masters of the Motian Pavilion. As the words were spoken, Ming Shirin had already arrived from 100 meters away. We arrived at the CI family's place? 4th brother. In Anyang City, the CI family is the relatives of junior marshal sister, explained Duan Wuxing. I understand. Fortunately, they did not take action directly. Treat them well according to the new master's routines. Besides, they are the little junior sister's family. At this thought, he smiled slightly, approaching, preparing to help up a few people. The leader saw the situation, instantly frightened and sweating. Since you are the little junior sister's clan, there's no need to be nervous, as we are all family. The 3 naturally know each other's bad reputation. I dare not. Ming Shirin saw the situation. His face instantly became extremely ugly. Toasting and not drinking will be punished by drinking. Hurry up and all go wait for me on the mountain for punishment. Shortly after, Lu Zhou received the report from his disciple. Siji from Anyang City requested an audience. CI. Surname indeed originates from the CI. Originally, they were one family. Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and then let them in. Before long, the 3 of them were kneeling on the ground, trembling. He scanned the few people with his eyes. Casually, he said, I've said a rule before. Those who join the Demonic Heaven Pavilion shall not have contact with their family and friends. Xiao Yuan, do you still remember what Wen Yan said? Xiao Yuan responded hastily. Disciple will send them away immediately. At this moment, the steward of the CI family looked up at her. Miss. I am Siamo. I finally get to see you. The master and madam are in trouble. Hearing that name, Xiao Ying'er is somewhat surprised. She was only 10 years old when she left home. 5 years have passed and her memory has become quite blurry. Duan Wuxing and Zhao Yu disapproved. They angrily exclaimed. This is not the place for you to cry and be upset. Junior sister, if it wasn't for the fact that this person is one of our clan, I would have already sewn his mouth shut with a golden needle. Little Yuana misses her family and kneels down, calling out for our master. Mingshi turned his eyes. Master. It's people who make the rules. If little junior sister's family doesn't lend a hand, they're worse than pigs and dogs. Duan Wuxing and Zhao Yu chimed in eagerly. Lu Zhou nodded slightly after listening. Makes some sense. However, the Motian Pavilion doesn't meddle in everything. That's right. Master is an unparalleled powerhouse. If it's just some trivial matters, Ming Shirin interjected to flatter for a while. The two people beside him immediately rolled their eyes. The way Lao Si flatters makes a louder sound than normal. Then little Yuan gave a wink to the steward. Lady Xian was stunned for a moment, and quickly explained the whole story. The Xi family has been conducting business peacefully in Anyang City for a month, but their caravan was robbed by a group of bandits. I thought I could settle it with a sum of money. I didn't expect these bandits to be so audacious. They rushed to Anyang City overnight, and raided the Xi family's mansion. They even abducted over 100 people as hostages. They also made a report to the government. The government officials were so frightened when they heard it was a gang of horse thieves that they didn't dare to intervene. It said that these horse thieves are backed by practitioners. After the incident was described, everyone looked at Lu Zhou. In accordance with his old habits, the MO Heavenly Pavilion will definitely not interfere in this matter, but circumstances change. Besides, this matter also involves junior sister. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shirin jumped out. Master, let me handle this matter. Please allow the disciple to atone for his guilt. The disciple committed a serious crime some time ago. Now the life of the junior sister's family is in imminent danger. As her senior brother, how can I sit idly by? Master has ordered the disciple to stay put, but the situation is special. I hope Master will allow. The two people behind listened and suddenly felt that Xiao Dao opened his eyes. Lao Si is really shameless, Lu Zhou agreed after thinking for a moment. This matter should have been handled by Xia Yuan herself. But she is young and doesn't have a sense of propriety. Since you, as her senior brother, are willing to help, then I will leave it to you. As Ming Shirin finishes speaking, Dishi's discipline will definitely not disobey. After saying that, he instantly turns into a stream of light and swiftly leaves. Xiao Yuan, please escort them down the mountain. Although your fourth senior brother is infatuated with the outside world, but he has always been serious about his work, and enjoys using his brain to solve problems. With his temperament, he can resolve the issue within a day. No need to worry. Yes. He dragged the three of them out. Lao Wu heard the master calling his name. Zhao Yu quickly answered. Master, I will give you 2 days to investigate the Tianjianmen. Especially the senior disciple of Tianjianmen, Zhou Jifeng. Disciple will follow the orders. I will definitely complete the mission. Lu Zhou prepared the tea. He was very satisfied with his arrangements. He also plans to continue to subvert him. Naturally, you have to keep an eye on it, since the assassination of Zhou Jifeng. 3rd and 9th disciples have been guarding outside, like door gods, although they believe Lu Zhou has enough strength to withstand assassins. Letting these small fries into Jintingshan must be their negligence. That's the fault of their master. Is 4th brother really okay? Su Yuing couldn't help but ask. Duan Mashing on one side answered first. Although Lao Si is playful, sometimes he doesn't seem very reliable, but he always spares no effort in his work. Xiao Shimi, you can rest assured, if he dares to forget, there's no need for the master to intervene. As his senior brother, I won't let him off easily. It would be great if 7th senior brother were here, little Yuan Yan muttered. Junior sister, stop talking nonsense. Those who betray their sect are despicable villains. They are asking for trouble in front of the master. They are just asking for a scolding. In response, Lu Zhou shook his head and said it was no small matter. Lao Qi is good at playing with words. He is indeed a rare talent. Talk less. He's too fond of playing with people's hearts / likes to talk less. And he's too easy to get stuck in details, now talking less. Shiji's message hasn't been finished. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's messenger bird flew back from the sky. This messenger bird is no ordinary creature. It's a mutated messenger bird nurtured by spiritual energy. In the Jinting Mountains, it has become one of the many fierce beasts in the big hot world. Xiao Yuan saw the situation, and immediately flew up to take the letter down. With the instructions from Lu Zhou, he began to read the contents of the letter. Since the siege of Jinting Mountain by the top 10 sects, Lo Changfeng of the Tianjianmen was killed. Now, in the struggle for the position of sect leader, the Tianjianmen is in chaos. Zhou Jifeng did not succeed to the position of sect leader. The newly appointed leader, Luo Xingkong, temporarily closed the gate. Disciples speculate that Luo Xingkong may want to take this opportunity to break through the Yuanshan tribulation and achieve the realm of the unity of Tao. During the night exploration, the disciple discovered that Zhou Jifeng harbored ill intentions. After giving it some thought, Lu Zhou calmly said that the speed had slowed down a bit. Notify Zhao Yu that he can help when necessary. Duan Muxing listened, doubtfully questioning, Zhou Jifeng is our archenemy. Why should we help him? Lu Zhou did not answer his question. Because they have not reached a loyalty level of 80 or above. Everything must be cautious before that. The disciple didn't speak when he saw the master. Duan Mu Xing turned awkwardly and dared not ask any more. At this moment, the system actually sent a prompt to Ming Shi. Complete the mission you assigned. Save the CI family from the bandits. Receive devout worship from 105 people. A total of 2,920 merit points obtained. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up at the mention. Didn't expect to reap such big rewards from this mission. The messenger bird brought back Ming Shiring's book. The believer has not disappointed. Already rescued the Siji family and killed the horse bandits. Further investigation revealed the practitioner behind the horse thief seems to be related to Lao Ba's fierce tiger gang. My disciple will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. The first half of this sentence is to assign the task. The latter part is purely to give myself a reason to play for a few more days. Lu Zhou naturally understood his thoughts. But since he was in a good mood, he didn't bother to argue with him, whether it was letting Lao Si investigate or not. He left these words and returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to consume 1,000 points. He purchased the law body of 2 dermas. The moment he obtained the law body, a surge of energy filled his body. His cultivation level also rapidly soared. After experiencing it, Lu Zhou nodded very satisfied. Then he purchased 2 reversal cards. And then, above the Moeding Pavilion, green spiritual energy vortexes appeared. And let his lifespan increase by 600 days. He plans to use the remaining merit points to draw a lottery. But for 5 consecutive times, it turned out to be /. Thank you for your patronage /. This instantly made him somewhat disappointed. He did not continue to draw. Based on my current cultivation level, it is difficult to leave Jinting Mountain and ensure my own safety. I can only temporarily stay on the mountain. If I have these hooligans to protect me, it shouldn't be a problem. After considering the situation, he called for little Yuaner and ordered her to bring the 4 treasures of the study from the Motian Pavilion to here. Yuaner, upon receiving the command, dared not delay, and immediately prepared everything, while carefully grinding the ink on the side. Lu Zhou then continued on the white paper, to write down the names of the 9 disciples in order. As he wrote, he fell into meditation. Even the youngest disciple is a strong practitioner in the divine court realm. Then, what is the realm of the eldest disciple? Is there anyone who has surpassed Ji Tiandao? If surpassed, with the murderous intent of Yu Zhihai and Yu Shangrong, how could they possibly tolerate the existence of Ji Tiandao in the world? And Ji Tiandao should be very clear. Each of the villains he has taught is as fierce as a tiger, and there will inevitably be a day when they turn against him. Those initially taught didn't leave any room for mercy. Are you trying to kill the villain and reveal your trump card? The missing memory is crucial. So much so that he couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Just as he was contemplating, he was interrupted by Xiao Yuan's small hand. Master, why did you only accept 9 of us as your disciples? With your skills, you could open the Mo Tiangu to many others. Release Golden Courtyard Mountain. By then, there will be millions of disciples and grandchildren. Who else dares to oppose your honorable ways? And dares to challenge you on the mountain? If anyone disobeys, with the command, the descendants can then eradicate them. Those who follow me will prosper. Duo Hao listened to Lu Shou's words with his pupils suddenly dilating. So that's how it is. Then he picked up the paper and began to contemplate. The moon above the sea. This poem at this moment in time even includes the names of 9 disciples. But there's still one last hour to go. If Ji Tiandao is looking for disciples based on this poem, it means the standard for accepting disciples isn't, what kind of talent is it, or is it just a name? Lu Zhou just doesn't understand. This line of poetry has been passed down in his own world. How could he know? Could it be that Ji Tiandao is also a time traveler? Ming Shirin and his 3 disciples swiftly flew over the town in the sky, causing the townspeople to gasp in surprise. Having finally left Jinting Mountain for once, he decided to take this opportunity to have some fun. I originally wanted to go out and have fun, but considering that Master now likes new routines, he had to give up this idea. So I'll just be a good person, and hand over the gold, silver, and jewels looted by the horse thief. Get your reward, ants? Think about it. When something comes to mind, he opens his backpack and throws it down to the town. See something falling from the sky. The people on the street dodged one after another. Thankfully, as soon as they saw that it was gold and silver, they immediately fell to the ground and worshipped. Meanwhile, there was also a tip-off in Lu Zhou. Receiving sincere worship from 35 people. Got 350 merit points. This scene made him very happy. Half a day later, Ming Shirin arrived at the boundary of Mangu Ridge. Lao Ba, your senior brother, I've come to see you. With that, he leaped up and floated away into the mountains. The leader, outside the stronghold, has a visitor. At this moment, Chu Honggong, who was sound asleep, received the report from his subordinate. Get lost. Disturbing my sleep. Lock him up, to transport the beast for my post. These days, since learning that my master has recovered his skills, he lives in constant fear every day. Finally managed to get a good night's sleep today, but was interrupted by a serious expression from his subordinates. Just as he was about to explain further, suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside. Chu Honggong heard the familiar voice. He immediately yelled and fell to the ground. Ming Shirin's figure slowly walked in from outside. Seeing him like this, he couldn't help but make a few jokes. Seeing only him, Chu Honggong couldn't help but sigh. Scared me to death. I thought it was Master himself who had come. Turns out it's Shi Liang. Brother, are you planning to come to me for refuge? I've always said Jinting Mountain isn't a place to stay. That place is not suitable for living. As long as you come, I will give you the position of deputy village chief. Stop bluffing. With this broken place of yours, there's no chance I'll join you. Ming Shi walked over swaggeringly as he spoke. The subordinates in front who wanted to stop him were scared and kept retreating. Seeing this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Then, upon Lao Ba's respectful invitation, he took a seat in the main position. Following that, he furrowed his brows and went straight to the point with his questioning. I have a mission this time. Did you do the kidnapping and extortion case of the CI family in Anyang City? Chu Honggong hurriedly explained. How could it have nothing to do with me? And the CI family are the relatives of my junior sister. Even if I were a beast, I wouldn't be able to move. Upon hearing this, Ming Shi asked lightly. I have already killed all those bandits. The accomplice of the bandits is a cultivator. Manhwa Ridge. Are you saying that I'm framing you? The other person frowned slightly and began to analyze after listening. They said that since the establishment of the ferocious Tiger Peak, they have offended quite a few cultivators in order to survive. They suspect that someone is framing them. Then I don't care. You have to come back with me to meet the master. Mentioning the master, Chu Hong felt a cold sweat all over his body, and sat paralyzed on the ground. Ah, master, didn't you get injured? You just turned a blind eye. Why take it so seriously? Anyway, sooner or later, you will leave Jinting Mountain. Shut up. You, a disgraceful traitor, dared to say such outrageous words in front of me. Shut up, kneel down for me. At these words, Chu Honggong fell to the ground with a thud, admitting his mistake. His whole body of fat was shaking uncontrollably in fear. Master, a few days ago, you defeated the top experts in the 10 great spiritual realms of cultivation. You should have heard about it just based on that. How dare you disrespect your master? Ming Shi gave the other person a beating. There's a warning in these words, not only to warn Lao Ba but also to tell him that the master's cultivation has not diminished, but has instead become more advanced. Chu Honggong finished listening. Then he took out a letter from his bosom and handed it over, saying that it was sent by 7th senior brother. He should be able to give you some hints. 7th senior brother said, the master's realm is at the peak of the Yuanshan realm. 200 years ago, there were several attempts to break through without success. He encountered the top 10 masters. Someone witnessed the master being injured. Then how did the master recover? Ming Shirin heard this, with a frown. Doubtfully asked. What Senior 7 meant was that master used some kind of secret medicine. We all know the cultivation level of our eldest senior brother. It's no inferior to master's. So many years have passed, but the eldest senior apprentice brother dares not make a move against the master. Why? Ming Shi threw away the letter in his hand, saying just how many killer weapons the master is hiding. No one knows. That's the end of it. No matter how many cards he has, he can't outlive his lifespan. He will die sooner or later. Ming Shi was slightly surprised to hear this. Lao Ba didn't write these words to Lao Qi in the letter. Who told you all this? Can your pig brain understand? Was it the 6th sister or the 2nd brother? Upon hearing this, Chu Hong looked innocent and replied, You're just deceiving yourself. If you don't want to say, just forget it. Look how scared you are. I have considered the words in the letter many times. But I am different from you. I still have great respect for my master. During this time, my master is meditating on the mountain. He probably won't come down from the mountain, so you just stay honestly at Minghu Hill. Don't stir up trouble. Fortunately, master has not ordered me to kill you. Chu Honggong was overjoyed after hearing it, and quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Also, make sure you investigate the matter of the bandits thoroughly. Master, I will also complete the task. Ming Shirin spoke and left behind faint shadows. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After he left, Chu Hong trembled for a while. His legs also trembled uncontrollably. His subordinates quickly asked what was going on. It's nothing. Don't panic. Hold your ground. At this moment, the figure of seventh brother appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. That was close. Seventh brother is absolutely right. I ended up reviving the severely injured old demon. Not only did I waste my cultivation, I also have to deal with the scheming and ambitions of a few treacherous villains every day. Now it is found that due to old age, the meridians are too old, the Dantian and Chihai are filled with lifeless energy. It is difficult to gather vitality. That is to say, the martial arts in my mind are all suitable for the disciples. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. This old fellow's condition is really uncomfortable. It looks like I need to accumulate some vitality first. Now I only have 1,000 merit points, which is still too few. At the current accumulation rate, it's going to be difficult to make myself look younger. But when Lao Si killed the bandits before, he gained quite a few merit points. Also, to receive the worship of the masses. All of these come with substantial rewards of merit. Contemplating this, he suddenly had an idea. Then he called Xiao Yuan over. Inquiry about any recent news from the outside world. Xiao Yuan replied, spending all day in Jinting Mountain. Unable to know about worldly affairs, this is a problem of not knowing about the world. Lu Zhou immediately started talking lightly. The town of Tongzi, closest to Jinting Mountain, talked. There is an inn there talking. Practitioners often stop there to rest. They share information with each other. Some people also pay to buy comics. You can go there and find out. Listen to leave Jinting Mountain. Xiao Ying'e was overjoyed, bowing to ask if it's true. Why are you so happy, Manhwa? Did staying on the mountain make you suffer? No, Manhwa. Disciple just haven't been out for a long time. I heard Master Lu Zhou's instructions, so let's go. Manhwa, remember not to casually reveal your identity in public. But what if someone bullies me? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou lightly patted her head. He did not believe that his little apprentice could be bullied. Just go when asked. Why so much nonsense? If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I will offend them. Understood? I understand. Disciple will follow the master's orders. Xiao Yuan finished speaking, then leaped up and flew away from here. Lu Zhou, who can travel through the air, looks enviously at him. I don't know when I can do it myself. And be like her. Just as he was contemplating, Duan Yu came to meet with him. 3 formations have been repaired. There are 5 more that need to be fixed. At this rate, it seems unlikely that my disciple can finish it alone. Lu Zhou naturally knows this. Indeed, they were supposed to repair them together. But after all, the energy required for the formation is very strong. Even if Duan Muxing's cultivation is extremely high, he cannot withstand the constant absorption of the formation. But they dare to grumble when they are punished to repair the formation. At such a critical moment, we must not be weak. He realizes that this will not be fixed for a year. Then it will be 2 years. If it's not fixed for 2 years, then 3 years. If there are any objections, I will never forgive. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxing broke out in a cold sweat. Hastily responded to the disciple's mistake. The disciple then went on to continue repairing the formation. After finishing speaking, he also left here. Now only Lu Zhou is left in this place. He then opened the system panel again to start the draw. But the result was completely unexpected. After 10 consecutive draws, all of them were /. Thank you for your patronage /. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but curse the system for being so disappointing. Then he used the remaining merit points to buy a reverse card. Now he only has 4 points of merit left. Now he has no thoughts. Can only lie there and wait to die. After all, it's hard for this old bone to find something to do. Unlike the old man in the past life who could still play chess in the park, playing cards and so on. At this moment, a series of system sounds rang out. Turned against Zhou Jifeng, mission completed, rewarded with 200 merit points. Zhou Jifeng's resentment value cleared. Loyalty 10%. Defeating 2 elders rewards 200 merit points. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Praising Yao Yu for doing a good job. Just as he was happy, Ming Shiyan's figure came from the foot of the mountain. Disciple is fortunate to have completed the task as commanded, and reports back to the master. Lu Zhou glanced back at him, instantly furrowing his brows. Because his loyalty has dropped to 58 points. There is obviously a problem. Seeing the master did not speak, Ningxue continued to say that after the disciple killed the bandit, he immediately sent a pigeon back. Later, the disciple went to Menghegang and met the 8th junior apprentice. Oh, the traitor Chu Honglong has been found. My disciple has given him a good lesson. Report completed. He waits silently for a response from Lu Zhou. But the master remains silent. He added that every single word from the disciple is true. There is no room for any lies. Lu Zhou said indifferently at this time. You did a good job completing your mission. However, the kidnapping of the junior sister and the tribe members. How is the investigation going? Ming Shirin said that the matter is still under investigation. Xu Honggong said he was not involved in this matter. Upon careful consideration, my disciple does not have a valid reason. Besides, she's still from junior sister's clan. Even though he betrayed the sect, I don't think he's capable of such a brutal act. Lu Zhou nodded in agreement when he heard this. But apart from these, what? Also. Upon hearing this, Ming Shi's heart trembled fiercely, became nervous, then pretended to be puzzled. Lu Zhou paused when he saw it, staring coldly at him. Did you go to Lao Ba's place? There must have been more than just this, right? Ming Shi was shocked to hear this. But he was very clear that he could admit anything. Only the heart of betrayal had to be hidden even if it meant death, so he answered reluctantly without really meaning it. Hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head, and that was that. You are unwilling to speak. I will not force you, my disciple. You did well in this mission. Go help your third senior brother repair the formation. If needed, I will call you myself. Disciples obey. Ming Shirin glanced around, but did not find Xiao Yuan's trace. So he asked the junior sister, where are they? None of your concern. No need to ask. Lu Zhou finished speaking. He picked up a secret book and started reading carefully. But Ming Shirin didn't immediately leave. He then knelt down with a thud. Master, I've practiced the Qingmu Heart Sutra to the final level as your disciple, but no matter how hard I practice openly, I am unable to comprehend the essence of this final level. Please enlighten me, Master. It's obvious that it's a deliberate attempt to test. It should be Tian now. He hasn't handed over all of the Qingmu Heart method. If he's given it to him, with the talent for cultivation of these evildoers, it won't be long before they break through. At that time, the danger will be on oneself. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou cleared his throat a few times. The most taboo thing in the practice path is to be restless and impetuous. Every successful practitioner has experienced hundreds of years of tedious practice. As a teacher, I remember that you just broke through less than a century ago. Are you so anxious to reach the top in one step? And in the end, the key to cultivation is understanding. Your understanding is good, but be sure not to go astray. Restless mind, shallow spirit. Ming Shirin, having heard this, I bow and thank you for guiding me, Master. Disciple is dull. Disciple has a new boxing technique, but it's not quite right recently. I'd like to ask Master for guidance. What's wrong? He speculated that the villain was probably at Lao Ba's place. Listening to some poetic words raised suspicion. That's why he came back to test. If refusal would only make him more suspicious. But if I promise, how should I guide myself? Guiding the profound realm to guide the divine court. It's like a child comparing fists with an adult. You can't use precious peak experience cards, can you? Ming Shirin responded. His own boxing technique always feels unable to exert its greatest power. It's like something is stuck when hitting. Lu Zhouqiang pretended to be calm and nodded. Let him demonstrate outside the pavilion. As you wish, Master. Ming Shirin finished speaking and slowly stood up. Then he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and flew into the air as light as a swallow. Keep on moving and dodging. Throw punches left and right, leaving lingering after images in the air, causing the surrounding airwaves to continuously roll out. After a few punches. Master! It's this punch. At this moment, countless shadows of fists converge together and strike towards the mountain wall. With a bang, countless small stones scattered and splashed. In a moment, Ming Shirin fell back to the ground. Outside the pavilion, giant rocks kept crashing down. Fortunately, they didn't reach the pavilion. Please, Master, point out the mistakes. Lu Zhou paused, feeling a bit awkward. To be honest, he didn't see clearly at all. With his current level of cultivation, he simply couldn't keep up with Ming Shirin's speed. However, he gained this knowledge through memory. This set of boxing techniques was indeed taught to Ming Shirin by Tian now. There is nothing wrong with this fist. It's just that without the assistance of the last set of formulas, its power is greatly reduced. Think for a moment. Lu Zhou, you say lightly. This fist has been practiced to the essence. There is no problem. Then he seemed to think of something. With an angry face, Lao Si snorted. Ah, you know you're wrong. Ming Shirin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately knelt down on the ground. Do you know your mistake? These little tricks can be used to deceive children, but dare you deceive me? How dare you deceive me? Ming sure knows that everything has been seen through. Suddenly, cold sweat streams down. He fell to the ground with a thud and knocked his head heavily. Disciple knows the mistake, will never dare to deceive master. At this moment, he was feeling extremely guilty. It seems like I can feel that everything I did in Laoba's place has been seen by master. Lao-san! Lu Zhouqing stroked his beard and looked towards the huge rock beside him. Sure enough. The next moment, Duan Wuxing drifted over from nearby. Now that you're here, just stand openly and watch. Do you think I don't know you're hiding in the corner babbling? When Duan Wuxing heard this, they knelt down and quickly apologized. Seeing the trembling of the two, Lu Zhou finally realized how much fear Ji Tian now had sown, planted such a terrifying seed. If it were an ordinary demon lord, I'm afraid they would have rebelled long ago. It's good that you're here, Lao-san. Lao Si has some questions about boxing technique. Please give him some guidance. The problem of practice cannot be careless. Duan Wuxing was overjoyed when he heard the words, quickly replied and obeyed, while Ming Shirin showed a helpless expression. What the hell is all this about? Completely outmatched. He didn't expect his master to become more deceitful. He used to beat people up himself. This time he actually let his senior brother do it. After the two of them left the pavilion, here is calm again. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. There is some uneasiness in his heart. Mingshi seems to have started to doubt after all. If this continues like this, he'll find excuses to cut himself off sooner or later. By then, if you waste a peak experience card, it will be a pity. After all, there are only two left now. But this is not a solution. Maybe that's the only way. Time is running out. In the afternoon, little Yuer, who completed the mission, returned to Jiting Mountain. This time, she did gain some information in Tongzi Town. Under the direction of Lu Zhou, she slowly spoke up. After the master defeated the top 10 masters, the top 10 sects are all adjusting. It is said that they are not daring to recruit disciples recently. After Luo Chongfeng's death, Tianjian sect is also in internal turmoil. Senior disciple Zhou Jifeng has left Tianjian sect. The disciples from other sects are honest. It's just the senior martial brother, Pei Huai and Xiao Yuan realized they had spoken out of turn, and quickly stuck out their tongues. Keep adding. The Lord of the Netherworld sent people to inquire about the news of Jiting Mountain. It seems he is very wary of the master. Hearing this, Lu Zhou snorted and said, I have taught him so much. Let him become the revered Lord of the Netherworld that everyone fears. His cultivation has reached the peak of the nascent soul tribulation realm. But even so, he still cannot do anything to me. Go on. Upon hearing this, little Yuan cherished the information as if it were precious, and recounted all the news she had heard. Mrs. Zhang in the town had a chicken stolen from her house. And Mr. Chen's wife was getting close to Mr. Wang. Some gangs have been destroyed. Flower thieves. He reported for about 20 minutes in total. Lu Zhou kept frowning as he listened. Then he also called the other two disciples to come over. At this point, Ming Shi has already been beaten up. Lu Zhou looked at the two and said, I called you here for a reason. There are a few things that I need you to do. Zhou Jifeng from Tianjianmen has already betrayed us. Lao Feng, you are responsible for tracking and investigating. Given his current identity and status, it shouldn't be difficult to join a new sect. Report immediately once there's any news. Lao Si, I'm assigning you a rather special task. I have created many respected figures in my life, and handed over 9 notorious villains to you. Yet suffered criticism from the world. Now I want you to clean up the sect? Ming Shirin was startled by this, and quickly kneeled down. He replied, Although my cultivation level is in the divine court realm, I'm still far behind senior brother Yu Zhihai, and second senior brother Yu Shangrong. Even I am no match for junior sister Tianxin. She wields the precious treasure, the amorous ring of the heavenly realm, and has killed countless people. I'm afraid her cultivation has long reached the Yuanxun calamity stage. That's the truth. Lu Zhou naturally understands that. These disciples who once betrayed their sect, relying on their weapons, coupled with their terrifying cultivation, have become the evil overlords of the world. Duan Wuxing, the reason Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu didn't leave was simply because Ji Tiandao had left a loophole by not giving them weapons and complete martial arts techniques. And Lauda Yuzhenghai possesses the Tianjie treasure, the Bu blade. Meanwhile, the sixth disciple, Yi Tianxin, wields the heavenly treasure, the amorous ring, even outdoing these three villains. Ming Shirin is indeed not good enough. Contemplating on this, old 8. Chu Honggong is only at the level of Divine Quartz Wei realm. You should start with him if you are at the Transformation realm. Have you met Lao Ba before? Upon hearing the master's inquiry, disciple did indeed go to the fierce Tiger Peak. Just that Lao Ba is foolish. Disciple suspects that he was influenced by seventh junior brother. He is not deserving of death. The crime does not stop at death. Lu Zhou did not speak at the mention, with hands behind him, facing Ming Shirin. Come here. Ming Shirin was terrified upon hearing this. He couldn't help but shudder all over. He then walked unsteadily towards the cool pavilion. Looking into the eyes of his master, Lu Qi turned around after speaking, and gazed at him significantly. You are very nervous. The eyes are flickering. There is still a faint breath flowing. Are you afraid that the master will attack you? Ming Shi listened and broke into a cold sweat, his legs weakened, hastily kneeling for mercy. Master's cultivation is unfathomable. Disciple knows own limitations. Guarding against his instinctual and unintended action. Lu Zhou looked at him like this. Inside, he couldn't help but feel emotional. He really was scared. In the past, Jitian's way of disciplining his disciples was only one. That is, to beat them, causing them to fear and hate each other. If one day, the disciple possesses strength and cultivation equal to the master's, it is very likely that the disciple will assassinate the master. Reaching this point today was also inevitable. I know what you are thinking. So I'll give you a chance. The last layer of the Qingmu heart method is written on this paper. I am handing it over to you. With this method, your cultivation will advance further. Perhaps entering the realm of the primordial spirit is also unpredictable talk. After saying that, he handed over the mantra. Ming Shi couldn't believe it, and widened his eyes. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. Because according to the previous routine, if you take it you have to break your hand. But after defeating the top 10 masters by self-retreat, master's temperament changed drastically. Even the routines began to change. In other words, this thing can be taken. Having thought it over, he took it tremblingly. Thanks to Master for his fulfillment, your disciple will definitely do his best to clean up the door for Master. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and let him go down. The two below looked at him flaunting his stuff. Showed envy on their faces. Hope you do your own duty well. Don't let your teacher down. Disciples obey. Duan Muxing bowed and left the pavilion. Master, I will go repair the formation now. At this time, Xiao Yuan pouted, indicating that she also wanted to go out on a mission. You are still young and lack experience, just stay by my side. Upon seeing the refusal from the master, Xiao Yuan expressed her confusion. Isn't Zhou Jifeng's task supposed to be done by Sister Zhao Yu? Lu Zhou took a sip of his drink. He then explained that Zhao Yu's style of doing things is erratic. Not serious enough. She has completed the mission for 2 days, and still hasn't returned. It's very likely that she has left directly. Xiao Yuan was shocked to hear this. Could it be that senior sister is not coming back? Thinking of this, she clenched her fist angrily. How could senior sister Zhao Yu be like this? Don't mind her. Lu Zhou seems as if nothing had happened. Ever since the message was delivered that day, there has been no news of Zhao Yu. Seeing as the fourth disciple, Ming Shirin, only went out once, his loyalty has dropped below the passing line. Zhao Yu must have been influenced by a stronger temptation to choose to betray us. He knew that disciplining these disciples is not something that can be done overnight. What needs to be done now is to quickly restore vitality. Raising cultivation, Little Fish waves her fists, feeling indignant for her master. This is betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestor. How can this be overlooked? Lu Prefecture saw her looking so lovely. So I said, for the next period of time, you should also inquire about Zhao Yue's news at the post station. I will be alone in meditation. You go practice on your own. Xiao Yuan finished listening and nodded before leaving the pavilion. At the same time, 2 disciples met each other on the way down the mountain. Duan Muxing's tone carried a hint of envy towards Lao Si. You're really lucky this time. Master not only didn't blame you, he also passed on the last level of the Qingmu heart technique to you. Ming Shi hugged his arms and replied. He himself didn't know what the old man was thinking. Maybe I thought too much. Too much? Duan Muxing's expression changed slightly at the words. The task I was assigned was completed smoothly. Master's reward to me is also expected. But Lao Qi said that Master holds some kind of secret drug. You can temporarily cover up the injury. So I want to test it out. Throat. It's too late for regrets. Duanmu was quite surprised to hear this. You really have a lot of nerve. Don't need Lao Chi to say it, even I can understand. If Master hadn't been injured, his martial arts would be at a state of perfection. Need to stay in the mountains? Given his temperament. If he were healthy, he would have left long ago. The great battle that day used so many ultimate moves. He still remained unscathed. A normal practitioner would not dare to squander their vitality like this. Ming Shuri nodded in agreement. Brother, the Qingmu heart method has always been what I sought. With it, I believe it won't be long before I can reach the perfect state of the Shinting mirror. Maybe I will be like the eldest senior brother, and enter the realm of Yuanshin tribulation, just like the second senior brother, but now that I really have it. There is a feeling that I can't describe. Dan Mushing sensed the meaning behind his words, since junior sister Tianqing betrayed the sect. Master has stopped teaching the final level of all techniques. I will make an exception for you this time. You are afraid that Master has other thoughts, right? Indeed. What do you think, senior brother? Just after I finished speaking, he was suddenly slapped by Duan Muxing. My suggestion is, to honestly complete the tasks assigned by our master. Just think, our master is injured. And his life is reaching its end. He won't be ruthless to us. In addition, the top 10 sects have been severely damaged, and dare not easily provoke the Jintingshan. Believe for a long time. Jinting Mountain is still our protector. When Ningxue heard this, his eyes brightened. Feeling relieved. Immediately thanked and agreed. Senior brother is truly wise as well as foolish. Oh, listening to senior brother's words is like a sudden enlightenment. Race, human, land province, aware of the defection of Yaoyu, cultivation level, but could only sigh helplessly, because now what needs to be done is to improve cultivation and restore vitality. Although recently trained Ming Shirin has gained some merit points, but currently added up it's only 1,600, for him who needs 3,000 merits to ascend to the next level. He's still far from it. We have to wait a little longer. No! I can't wait anymore. This body function is too weak. I can't go down the same path as GTA now. My cultivation is declining. Then I'll have to draw the lottery as usual. With this in mind, he began to act. But unfortunately, thank you for your patronage. Adding up the previous 18 times, a total of 23 times without winning anything, only accumulated some luck points. Almost couldn't help but swear at the sight of it. Draw 2 more small talks, the rest will be used to buy reverse card small talks. Made up his mind, and he started to act again. Thank you for your patronage. If I fail one more time, I won't draw anymore. He became more and more addicted to it. In the blink of an eye, almost 1,000 merit points were spent. Now, there are only 104 merit points left. He lay on the ground with a look of despair. Although he recognized it, but the remaining merit can't do anything. Can only continue to draw. 50 merits points consumed this time. Obtained 3 volumes of the Scripture of Martial Arts, the congregation of 3 flowers atop the head, and 10 reverse cards. He was shocked to see this scene. The less hope he had, the more likely he was to draw it. After realizing this, he suddenly danced with excitement. He hit the jackpot this time. If you want to purchase Manhwa Juding, you will need 10 NEI Zhuan cards worth 3,000 merits each. You will also receive 3 volumes of martial arts scriptures. Lu Zhou's mind shifted slightly, prompting the opening of the first volume of the Heavenly Book for observation. Sadly discovered. The content inside looks like a jumble of symbols. I simply can't understand it. Since that's the case, I can only set it aside for now. Then he glanced at a reverse card. Calculated to be around 300 days. 10 draws are equal to almost 10 years of lifespan. As he starts to use them one by one, the massive energy continuously gathers into a vortex, being absorbed into the body. His originally relaxed skin gradually becomes somewhat tighter. After using the Fahua Sanhua Juding, Lu Zhou's level instantly increased to the condensing mirror stage. Practitioners in Daintian start from tempering their bodies. Enter the tempered body mirror to cultivate muscles and skin. After reaching the 9th level, you can open the 5 orifices, breaking through the profound realm. Then it is the stage of condensing perception and opening the 8 channels. Success leads to entering the divine court mirror. Starting from the Divine Court Mirror is the true cultivation for a great practitioner. The great practitioner only has 3 levels of Divine Court Mirror. Primordial Spirit Calamity Realm, Mysterious Heaven Sacred Mirror. Since ancient times, the true practitioners who enter the Mysterious Heaven Sacred Mirror, they only exist in legends. No one has ever seen them. It is said that only by reaching the Xiantian Holy Mirror can one break the limits of lifespan and live eternally in heaven and earth. Tian Dao was only 1 step away from depleting his life force in the pavilion. It's truly a shame about his lifespan. After selecting so many items in Lu Zhou's draw, he was quite satisfied. He then proceeded to open the system panel. It shows 2 tasks above. Train Chu Honggong and Zhou Jifeng. Currently, merit points can only be obtained from training evildoers. Then he analyzed the current situation. 8th disciple Chu Honggong is rather dull. It should be the easiest to train, theoretically. Why hasn't the loyalty been achieved yet? From the intelligence returned by Ming Shirin. It seems that there is Lao Qi behind the 8th disciple. Lao Qi is good at scheming to establish himself in the practice world. You should establish good relationships with the boss and the second in command. It seems that simply disciplining a disciple is far from enough. Only by improving one's own strength can one intimidate both evildoers and righteous practitioners. But at the moment, your cultivation level is still too low. When Lu Zhou reached this point, he shook his head helplessly. It's really difficult. Jintingshan has drawn too much attention. Let's comprehend the scripture first. Time is running out. 2 days later at Yenya Palace. A graceful figure and beautiful-looking woman is gently swaying a feather fan in her hand. She is the 6th disciple of the current leader, and ranks 9th on the black list. Yi Tianqin. Until the figure outside drew near, she slowly opened her eyes and said, "Senior sister, you should have left Jinting Mountain long ago. Why do you need to wait until now?" Utterly helpless, the 5th disciple Zhao Yu sighed. "I'm not as lucky as you. I thought I could get something from that old guy." But the old man refused to loosen his grip at all. "Since he left, he hasn't trusted us at all." Yi Tianqin heard the words and floated down from above. "I advised you like this from the beginning. Senior sister, even though you started before me, there are some things that you don't see clearly. I wonder how many treasures this old guy still has hidden on him. Too bad. All these treasures will have to go with him to the grave. Ha ha. But I can give Shiji an idea." Zhao Yu suddenly became interested when she heard this. "What's the idea?" "The old man loves his junior martial sister dearly. You can test his bottom line with the junior martial sister. The 3rd and 4th elders are of different minds. The old man will inevitably not trust them completely. Only junior martial sister can stay by his side to take care of him. Even though the old man has secret medicines and trump cards, but these things can never compare to a living person." Hearing this idea, Zhao Yu was suddenly startled. To be honest, even if she had 10 times more courage, she wouldn't dare to provoke senior sister Wei Shu. If she angers our master, she wouldn't hesitate to use her trump card, like killing Luo Changfeng. If she makes a move like that, it would be utterly disastrous. Did Yi Tianqin seem to see through her thoughts? "Are you afraid, senior sister? Think about it, how that old thing used to treat us in the past. You must be ruthless. There can be no room for sentimentality. I understand what you're saying, but the problem is, even senior brother dares not do this. If I do so and provoke him, it will be seeking death. Senior sister, you've been on the mountain for too long. You've become dull. Who said you needed to do it yourself? Look at the senior brother. 2nd senior brother and I, aren't we both living well until now? I admit that this old guy has a trump card. But he is also very cautious. And won't use it easily. Of course, this also just goes to show that he has limited cards in his hands. Besides, he's also getting older. By then, he will inevitably harbor resentment, use all the trump cards. It's more dangerous to stay with him. So the priority. It's better to use some means to get his trump cards. Retreat 10,000 steps, even if he knows it's us. We avoid him. Can't we beat him or wear him out?" Yao Yu heard this. Her brow relaxed a bit. It makes some sense. I have to say, that 6th sister has reached her current position, not only because of her cultivation, but also with her cunning wit. Then Zhao Yu temporarily stayed at Yanyu Palace. Continued to conspire with Yi Tianqin on how to deal with Master, and 2 days later, Lu Zhou, who was completely unaware, was still diligently studying the celestial book in his hands at home. He was quite intrigued as to whether the celestial book truly lived up to its name, apart from what can be understood on the cover page. Everything else is like a puzzle. The meaning inside is completely incomprehensible. At this moment, the voice of Xiao Yuan rang outside the door. Master, you have been in seclusion for 4 days already. Fourth senior brother sought an audience with me yesterday, but I didn't want to disturb you, so that's why I let him leave first. When Lu Zhou heard this, he immediately moved his body and walked outside. At the moment he opened the door, Xiao Yuan widened her eyes in disbelief. Master, you look younger. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking at her with a calm expression, even though he was only 10 years younger. But there have been some changes in appearance. Silvertongue / the master is in seclusion, not only to improve my cultivation, but also for this old body. You've worked hard these days. Xiao Yuan chuckled after hearing this, and quickly clapped for a while. Master's blessings will be boundless, and he will definitely break through the realm of Yuanshan, and become a great flame, the first practitioner of the Xiantian holy realm in the world. Lu Zhou found these words very inspiring. He then lightly stroked his beard, and asked Lao San if there had been any reply in the past few days. Upon hearing the answer that there had been no reply, he suddenly felt extremely uneasy in his heart. With Duan Musheng's cultivation, Zhou Jifeng should not be difficult to guess. How could there be no news at all? Xiao Xing'er worriedly spoke out, Master. Will third brother react the same to what senior sister Zhao Yu said? Lu Zhou answered, it's impossible, because Du Muxing's loyalty is over 70%. Unlike Zhao Yu's, which is so low, and I haven't received any prompts from the system. That means Duan Muxing has not defected at present. But it's hard to know the true intentions of others. In this world, people's hearts are difficult to fathom, and one has no choice but to be on guard. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. And just at that moment, Xiao Yuan suddenly pointed upward with her arm, to remind that someone was coming. Lu Zhou looked up. And there comes the person flying through the air like lightning. Who is the fourth disciple, Ming Shirin? Meeting the fourth disciple again made Lu Zhou feel a bit of admiration, because he saw the last layer of Qingmu. The heart method has been comprehended for the most part. Have to say, the talents of these villains are indeed remarkably high. Welcome back, Master. Mingshi knelt down on one knee as soon as he fell behind. And his heart also trembled when he saw Lu Zhou. Because not only did their master become younger, his aura is enough to send chills down one's spine. Lu Zhou, with a faint beard, let's get started. The final stage of the Qingmu heart technique. You've already grasped most of it. Your practice technique leans toward the wood element. Quite full of vitality. You must make good use of this advantage and not neglect it. Hearing the master's guidance, Ming Shirin was overjoyed immediately. Since sixth sister left, Master has not given any guidance to the disciples. I didn't expect that in the face of adversity. Master would generously give guidance to me. Then he reported the main matter. Recently, when passing by Anyang, disciple heard some news. Xijia, it seems that the people of the junior sister have been kidnapped again. The disciple is willing to go and investigate. This time, we will definitely expose and eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan immediately knelt down in worry. Master, let your disciple handle it this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou pondered in his heart. Bai Jing is a member of the Little Kite tribe. It's normal for her to be anxious. However, in handling this matter, Ming Shirin indeed has more experience, and is also of a higher cultivation level. It seems more prudent to let him handle it. Just as he was contemplating, a messenger bird suddenly flew back in the sky. Xiao Yuan instantly got up upon seeing this, and took the letter from above. Master is the third brother's letter. Then, under the command of Lu Zhou, he slowly read the contents above. The disciple found that Zhou Jifeng had left Tianjin and joined the Zhengyadao not long ago. Take him as one of the four elders. As Zhang Yuanshan has profound cultivation, the disciples have not deeply entered the orthodox path, but from various sources. Zhang Yuanshan has publicly insulted the master several times, has already established a reputation in the cultivation world, as being irreconcilable with Jintingshan's influence. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou showed a nonchalant expression. There are plenty of people in this world who hate themselves. Who does he think he is? Xiao Xing paused, and continued to talk about how he fought hundreds of rounds with Elder Fang Tutuo and Elder Jing during the investigation. Although I won the fight, I unfortunately failed to kill the sly Elder Fang Tutuo. But the apprentice has made adjustments to execute an assassination of Zhang Yuanshan at night, to settle the grudge in the master's heart. After finishing his thoughts, Ming Shi appears somewhat abnormal. Third brother is risking his life. Ah, Lu Zhou naturally understands this. Old San seems honest. But he is actually brave and meticulous, very decisive. Zhang Yidao's head, Zhang Yuanshan, entered the Yuanshan catastrophe 100 years ago. Although your third senior brother is in the Divine Court realm, he is one major realm behind. To assassinate, or to send someone to their death is no different. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan expressed her confusion. She asked her senior brother why he would say such a thing. Ming Shirin explained that Zhao Yu had betrayed the sect first. Is third senior brother trying to prove his loyalty with this? Hey master, you're right. Actually, I'm much more honest than him. After hearing this, Lu Zhou felt helpless. It seems that Lao San's self-awareness is still stuck in Ji Tiandao's style of doing things. If Ji Tiandao were still around, he would definitely have sent Du Mu to investigate the dangerous situation, but even if he did send Du Mu, he would have to ensure his own safety, and then pretended to be injured. Faking more and more rifts between master and disciple, they will fall into a vicious cycle. Thinking of this, he slowly turned back to Lao Si. Master, originally, you were supposed to be punished by repairing the Jingting Mountain Barrier. The barrier's formation can block experts at the Yuan Xinjie realm. But currently, Lao San has a mission. Go and help him. After this matter is resolved, cultivate well on the mountain. I will bestow upon you the precious treasures of the heavenly realm. The originally tranquil Ming Shirin, upon hearing the master's grand promises, was immediately overjoyed, and knelt down in excitement. Yes, master. As for a celestial treasure, don't even mention staying on the mountain for 3 years. Even 5 or 10 years would be no problem. Many practitioners spend their whole lives in pursuit. It is difficult to obtain a supreme treasure. Senior brother Yu Zhihai wields the Bai Wang Dao. Once used this sword to behead tens of thousands of practitioners, shaking the world. Among practitioners of the same level, without the heavenly treasure, one can only be at the mercy of others. For many years, the master has been extremely cautious about the heavenly treasure. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, he is willing to give it away. How can he not be excited? Then he calmed down a bit. How to inquire about junior sister's tribe? Upon hearing this, Master Lu Zhou said the matter is not simple. I will need to discuss with little Yuan before making a decision. I understand. Then I will go to support the third junior brother. Once the mission is completed, immediately return to Jingting Mountain to repair the barrier. After Mingshi finished speaking, under the instruction of Lu Prefecture, he leapt up and left here like lightning. After Mingshi left, Xiao Yuan also voiced her doubts. Aren't you just doting on him? It seems like you still value him quite a bit. Lu Zhou felt somewhat helpless at her words, because he completely disdains the other party. But he still came up with a reason to explain. This kid had previously tried to assassinate the master. The reason why the master spared his life is to let him see the true face of the Tianjian sect. Even if he doesn't come back to Jingting Mountain, he will sooner or later have a conflict with Tianjian, and that is irreconcilable. Xiao Yuan was slightly surprised after hearing this, because master used to go there directly before and solve it with a single sword. I didn't expect her to start using strategies now. She paused and then asked how to handle the CI family's affairs. Lu Zhou replied, this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The reason why I didn't let your fourth junior brother handle it, afraid he handled it too roughly. Because of Ming Shuyin's way of handling things, it's almost the same as Jitian Dao's. Directly killing to save people and then ending it. As for the mastermind behind it, there wasn't a detailed investigation. Xiao Yuan heard this. With a thump, she knelt down and begged him to come up with a solution. Lu Zhou had already made up his mind. He said lightly, in that case, I will personally go to Anyang, When she heard that the master was going to personally take action, little Yuan couldn't believe it and widened her eyes, because in her memory, her master hadn't left Jiting Mountain for a very long time, but there's also a vague suspicion that it's physical. I didn't expect this time it would be because of my own family. Take personal action. This matter must be kept confidential. Also leave a letter to inform your senior brother. If there's anything else, I will send word by flying letter. Xiao Yuan quickly prepared the letter after responding, while Lu Zhou dressed up a bit, changed his appearance. After all, as long as he wasn't recognized, it would save a lot of trouble. After tidying up, he summoned Bai Zai. At this moment, auspicious light illuminated the sky above Jiting Mountain. After a moment, a strange beast slowly emerged. This strange beast resembled a flying deer, covered in white fur with wings on its belly, surrounded by magnificent colorful streamers. Bai Zai then hovered in the air for a moment, before slowly descending in front of the two. Lu Zhou calmly reached out his hand for her to sit on. Xiaoyuan was shocked to hear. She said she dared not ride her master's mount. Upon hearing this, Master Lu Zhou said it was okay, just sit in front of me. We'll arrive at Anyang Shrine within an hour. Respectable stronger can fly in the air at a considerable speed, but compared to a specially trained flying mount, there is still a significant difference. Furthermore, flying for practitioners also requires their own energy. Wanting to surpass a flying mount in speed, I can only use the advanced teleportation spell. But this method consumes more spiritual energy, so it's generally not used for traveling. And mounts also vary in quality. Many practitioners can't even handle the lower-ranked ones. A legendary mount like Bai's is already good if captured and tamed. After mounting, Lu Zhou reminded with a sentence. Then Bai's let out a cry and turned into a stream of light flying towards Anyang City. Little Yuana was sitting on my back all the way, feeling overjoyed. But he started to feel uncomfortable in Lu Zhou. After all, his cultivation level is still too low. This speed is taking a toll on his current physical condition. In no time, an hour had passed. The city walls of Anyang City also appeared before the two. Lu Zhou stopped outside the city and let Bai Zhe slow down. He took a break for a while. His body gradually recovered from the trembling state. Xiaoyuan was held with affection, continuously caressing Bai's, continuously praising her beauty. As expected, women see things from the same perspective. In order to avoid drawing attention, Lu Zhou immediately took Bai's away. Additionally, the aura of the attire needs to be changed as well. Then the two of them arrived at the farmer's house outside the city, and changed into ordinary clothes that common people wear. After concealing their breath, they headed towards the city. Xiaoyuan playfully said to the master, "You look more like an old farmer now." Lu Zhou waved his hand to indicate it was okay. "From now on, you and I will address each other as grandfather and grandson." "Understood, disciple, grandfather." But in reality, changing her speech made her very uncomfortable, but she couldn't stop after shouting it out. "Grandfather." After entering Anyang City, they found it bustling with people coming and going, and incredibly lively. Under the gaze of Xiaoyuan, she casually grabbed 2 sticks of sugar-coated haws. "Huh! You haven't paid yet." The vendor hastily caught up with her and shouted to stop her. Xiaoyuan, feeling a bit annoyed at his words. "It's your blessing that this girl ate your food. Keep on yelling and I'll make you regret it." Lu Zhou felt quite helpless at the sight. "Yuana." As soon as she heard the master's words, she immediately backed down, pursed his lips as if greatly wronged. "Grandpa. He's so fierce. I didn't lay a hand on him as you said." After hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. "If everyone went to grab like you, who would still dare to make candied haws in the future?" Xiaoyuan also realized that something was wrong after hearing this. She responded. Then she stuffed a pile of gold and silver into the vendor's hands. The vendor didn't expect the other party to be so generous, hastily left here happily. At this time, many people gathered on one side of the street. Xiaoyuan, who likes to watch the excitement, jumped and skipped over. But all around were big and tall men. It's difficult for her to squeeze in with her small body. After several attempts yielded no results, she became furious in her heart. "Move aside!" With a bang, the originally hard floor instantly cracked. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd quickly backed away in fear. As the crowd dispersed, several disciples recruited by the market center's responsible factions. "I also saw all this." One person nodded and praised. "Not bad, not bad. Little girl, do you want to join our sect too? Your foundation is very good." The kick just now had the strength of the 5th level of tempered body. "This way, okay, register your name. Starting today, you are a member of my Qilong Club's Anyang branch." The little kite was somewhat disdainful when she heard this. When did this girl ever say she wanted to join any stinky green dragon society? Feeling insulted, the man stood up and angrily shouted, "You're quite bold." At this, Xiaoyuan stomped on the other party's table and shattered it. "What is the Green Dragon Society? Hurry up, my grandfather is waiting anxiously." The man, seeing the situation, tightened the weapon behind him vigilantly. "Where did this wild girl come from? She must be here to cause trouble. You don't even know about the Qinglong Society. It seems like the other party is about to make a move." Lu Zhou immediately walked over and snorted coldly. His voice was accompanied by a hint of inner strength, clearly transmitted to the other party's ears. Upon sensing this inner strength, The man mistakenly believed he was only at the 7th or 8th level of body refining. Lu Zhou didn't have time to deal with them. Then he leaned in and whispered to the 9th disciple. You can ask the Qilong Society in Anyang to help investigate the CI family's affairs. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Turn around and tell your friends to come over here quickly. Hearing this, the man's face immediately darkened. This wild girl probably doesn't know that the supporting force behind the Green Dragon Society is the Yuming sect. What? The Netherworld sect? Xiao Yuan was visibly taken aback after hearing this. The Netherworld sect leader is just our senior brother. Lu Zhou also furrowed his brows. He looked at the man and confirmed once again. So you're saying the Yamauchi is the backer behind the Green Dragon Association? Exactly. Kid, I think you're not bad. Join the Green Dragon Association as a buddy. Not only will you eat and drink well, but the Green Dragon Association will also have your back. Granddaughter has much more potential than you. She's also quite pretty. I can talk to the ship owner and have both of you join together. As soon as the man finished speaking, a smirk appeared on his face. Xiao Yuan secretly glanced at Lu Zhou and saw that he was silent. Thinking that he was angry, her master said not to kill casually. At this point, her eyes brightened. Then she lifted her long leg and suddenly kicked the other's chin. With a loud bang, the man's body flew into the air. Xiao Yuan closely followed him. Then in an instant, she kicked him in the chest. And then she landed a punch on the man's face. Immediately after that, a flurry of punches followed. The pounding sound echoed throughout the scene. Before long, the man, struggling for breath, could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground in a helpless heap. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan's anger still raging. She lifted her foot, kicking the man's pig-like face. Then stared at him coldly and said arrogantly, Is old man something you can call? The people around, seeing this scene, were scared and quickly hid far away. It was only then that the remaining 2 members of the Qilong Society reacted. Hastily took out the weapon in his hand and said, Is there still a leader? How dare you hit someone in broad daylight? Xiao Yuan kicked the man to the ground after hearing this. This girl not only dares to hit someone, dare to kill. After speaking, he chuckled and showed 2 little tiger teeth. A few strands of spiritual energy inadvertently rippled from his body. He's not in the tempering realm. At least a strong person in the transmission realm. The moment they felt each other's pressure, instantly scared to the point of almost wetting themselves. At the same time, they knelt down and begged for mercy. Lu Zhou walked over and praised them for doing well. They're scolding you, old man. I was momentarily angry, gonna teach them a lesson. Then Lu Zhou looked at the 2 kneeling on the ground. Asked where is the branch headquarters of the Green Dragon Society. In Anyang, 3 miles north of Guha. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes turned cold, and I, Lao Fu, will take the way to Anyang. I am unfamiliar with this place. Go back and tell your ship owner. I will personally go to visit tomorrow. Get lost. The 2 of them responded, and hurriedly fled with their companions. Master's plan is well thought out. We can question them and easily find their lair. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up as she understood her master's plan. Lu Zhou will express his helplessness through his beard. I want to use them to investigate the CI family. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked at the other person. Have you been away for many years? Do you still remember where home is? Little bird answered after listening. Only remembered that there were 2 stone lions at the door of the house. Father loved to wield knives and guns the most. And then revealed a lonely expression. Lu Zhou understands that Sirier has been living in the mountains since childhood, and has never been back. It's normal not to remember. Later, the 2 inquired around the city. Because Anyang City is not big. The CI family is a wealthy family. After a little inquiry, the location was confirmed. When they arrived at the CI family's door, Xiao Yuan was excited and danced. Pick up the stone lion and start playing. Lu Zhou quickly stopped her when he saw the situation. You girl, since you're home, stop being so mischievous. Pushing open the door, there was a steward-like person inside, cleaning the yard. He was confused when he saw the 2 villagers disguised as people. He asked them who they were looking for. Where are my parents? Xiao Yuan hurried forward to look around. The butler was stunned when he heard the arrival of the little girl. Your mother isn't here. Xiao Yuan's face darkened at the words. Then she gave a slap and walked away. Don't block my grandfather. After saying this, she helped Lu Zhou and walked towards the courtyard. At this moment, the surroundings looked empty and desolately cold. You come over and I'll tell my mother about you. Xiao Yuan angrily pointed at the housekeeper. As soon as these words were spoken, the housekeeper became even more aggressive. A woman changes a lot at 18. Xiao Yuan left the manor at a young age. How could he recognize her for a moment? Lu Zhou Riguan glanced over, and asked for his name. The steward rubbed his hot cheeks. Stumbled, saying he is the housekeeper of the CI family, Wang Fugui. What about the steward of the CI family, Xian? Wang Fugui answered that they have all been taken away. Then Lu Zhou picked up his finger and pointed at Xia Yuaner, introduced her as a member of the CI family, Xi Yuaner. After Wang Fugui heard it, he swallowed and hesitated for a moment. After a few glances he confirmed and immediately knelt down, with a thud, and burst into tears on the ground. Miss, you're finally back. I'm Wang Fugui. Ah. Xiao Yuana scratched her head after listening. Although she had left home at a young age, there seemed to be some impression of this butler in her mind. After Wang Fugui's statement, most of the Siji family members were Lin Hebang. No one knows the background of this gang, or who instructed them. Even their whereabouts can't be found, due to the Siji family being tied up twice in a short period. The remaining servants, even the stewards, dare not stay and continue working in the Siji family. After taking away the household valuables, they all fled. Only Wang Fugui is left. After finishing listening, Lu Zhou sipped his tea and asked why no report was made to the official. We did report, but the government couldn't find any evidence. On the day of the incident, except for the servant who was out doing errands for the CI family, everyone else was taken away. I was just in the outhouse, so I managed to escape by luck. Then why didn't you run? Xiao Yuana was a bit puzzled. The CI family treated me well. I, Wang Fugui, am a member of the CI family. Upon hearing this, Lutz Hao's mouth revealed a faint smile. You are indeed loyal and devoted. However, you must keep Yi's return a secret. As for the CI family being held captive, I will investigate it myself. After speaking, Wang Fugui was let go. After that, he plans to have Xiao Yuan go to the Qinglong Club early tomorrow morning. Let them investigate this so-called Linhu gang. After arranging everything, Lu Zhou was lying on the bed preparing to rest. At this moment, the system's voice came in his ears. Complete the mission to support Du Mu Xing. Reward 200 merit points. He frowned as he looked at the mission panel. When leaving Jingtingshan, the task given to myself was to repair the barrier together with Aaron. But the taskbar only shows Mingshi as the person. There is only one possibility. The third brother is injured. At the same time, inside Jingtingshan, after Mingshi saw the letter left by Xiaoye, he felt puzzled. I didn't expect the master to actually come down the mountain. I wonder what he's thinking. Duan Wuxing next to him coughed a few times, and then gave his own speculation. He may have been holding it in on the mountain for too long. Let's go out for a change of pace. He doesn't want people to know his identity. Ming Shirin got up after hearing and said, What you said makes sense. Master has been playing unpredictably during this time. I am unable to see through his thoughts. Our previous master had absolute power, disdaining to use his brain, believing that all tricks are futile before absolute power. It's all meaningless struggle. Duan Muxing sighed at the words. Maybe, but repairing the barrier will be hard work for you, junior martial brother. My injuries may take 3 to 5 months to heal. But as soon as the words were spoken, a towel slapped him in the face. You're delusional. Just do a little act. Don't take advantage of the situation. Which one of us hasn't been beaten since we were little? We've all suffered worse injuries than this. You have 10 days. If it's more than 10 days, I'm out. When the master comes back, you'll face the consequences. After listening, Duan Wuxing awkwardly sat up. The junior brother is indeed exceptionally intelligent. 10 days is too long. 7 days will suffice. You may leave. I'm going to bandage myself now. It's not very convenient for a single man to be in the same room. Ah, Mingshi widened his eyes when he heard this, showing a look of disdain. Ha, it's me. He took a sip and then turned and walked out. Time quickly passed, and it was already the next early morning. As he pondered in the courtyard, he noticed a flying letter coming in. He then lightly stepped forward. He leapt up and took the letter above. After reading it, he was shocked. How did the master know that third senior brother was injured? He quickly looked around. The qi on his body also surged out in vain. Perceptual ability instantly covers hundreds of meters around. But apart from some ordinary birds and animals, no abnormality was found. But he became more and more nervous in his heart, as if the old master was watching around. He cleverly knelt down immediately. Master. I did not mean to disrespect you. Please rest assured. I will definitely work hard to repair the barrier. Keep an eye on Jiting Mountain. After finishing everything, he also breathed a sigh of relief, comforting himself not to panic. As long as he follows the master's plan, there should be no problem. At this moment, Lu Yong, who was totally unaware, human. Now, with the improvement of his cultivation, several pages of text are appearing on it. This left him somewhat speechless. The Book of Cultivation was originally meant for rapid advancement in cultivation, but now, one must first advance in cultivation to see the text. It seems a bit backward. Even though I have reached the stage of condensation, but facing the divine realm, the strong ones are still no different from the ants. After reading those pages of scriptures, he felt very bored. The thought of lottery flashed through his mind. But then he shook his head. This thing is poisonous. Better consider it when the merit points are more. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Green Dragon Society, the helmsman, Lu Xingfeng, looked downstairs, frowning. Are you saying the person who injured you is a young girl who looks only 15 or 16? And an old guy around 70 or 80? What makes them dare to provoke our Qinglong society? The two of them answered with sad faces, saying they did not know. I am currently recruiting disciples on the streets of Anyang City. Then that wild girl actually appeared. She kicked Chief Jiang, causing him to be seriously injured. The old guy even said he would personally visit. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingfeng's face showed disdain. Today, you will take 20 brothers with you, and find the person who injured Jiang's disciple. Just as the arrangements were made, one of his men hurriedly ran over to report at the table. The helmsman is being requested to meet a woman outside. Lu Xingfeng is currently in a bad mood. He's not in the mood to see any woman. She said her patience is limited before she can obey her grandfather's orders. Behave yourself. As soon as the words were spoken, several bangs were heard. Accompanied by the sound, a few figures flew backwards. Upon seeing the situation, Lu Xingfeng, with a furious look, hastily sent subordinates out to investigate. While outside the courtyard, Xiao Yuan was dragging an unconscious subordinate. I've had enough. This girl's patience is wearing thin. It's already considerate of me not to beat you. How dare you make me wait outside? The ship owner Lu Xingfeng's face turned furious. Leading his men, he came to the door in a menacing manner. Upon recognizing the person outside, his subordinate nervously spoke. It's him, it's him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingfeng, who wounded Jiang Shifu, knitted his brows. He discovered that he had encountered a master. At this moment, Xiao Yue put her hands on her waist, looking at the few people with disdain. You're the leader of this dog-shit Qinglong club. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingfeng's expression turned slightly angry. Girl, know that beyond the sky and beyond people. Don't think that you're untouchable just like Fanhai Realm. No one can't discipline you. Xiao Yuan doesn't understand these modest and low-key principles of handling things. She just wants to quickly complete the master's task. What a mess. I'm asking you. Are you the leader of these little followers? I am Lu Xingfeng, the head of the Anyang branch of the Qinglong Society. Do your words carry any weight? That's good. I have something to instruct you. After listening, Lu Xingfeng's face darkened. When has the head of the hall ever suffered such humiliation? That's enough, take her down, with his loud shout. The archers beside him received the order, and immediately released the arrows in their hands. With a whoosh, the long sword whistled through the air with a howling wind. But Xiao Yuan stood with her hands behind her back and didn't move. You're not obedient, Xiao Yuan. As her cold words fell. The arrow in front of her suddenly stopped in midair. A majestic and powerful aura suddenly emanated from the body. The next second, with a bang, the fierce aura. It surged forward like a landslide. The surrounding houses instantly collapsed into rubble. Only Lu Xingfeng can barely resist the group. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it possible that Fan Hai has opened the 8 channels of a strong fighter? Only after opening the Rin and Du channels can one be considered truly accomplished. The remaining 6 channels are all open. Reaches the highest state of the Fan Hai realm. Would be invincible below the God Court realm. The Blue Dragon faction can be powerful, but it is impossible to assign a God Court realm powerhouse. Commanding Lu Xingfeng, who was also in the Fa Hai realm, finally couldn't support it, and was thrown back, crashing into the distant wall. Wait! He quickly begged for mercy when he recovered. Wait for what? Xiao Yana drifted in front of the other party, as if nothing had happened, and clenched her fists. I never expected that the lady is a strong practitioner with all 8 channels of the Fanhai meridians open. Please forgive my ignorance. I hope the lady will go easy on me. Speak nicely. Looking at the scared look on the other side, Xiao Yuan said what came to her mind. I have something to tell you. Lin Hu Gang. I have never heard of this name. The mastermind behind the Siji family kidnapping is them. This girl will give you 3 days to find their whereabouts. Hearing that it is related to the Siji family, he instantly breaks out in a cold sweat. Answer the gang who dares to kidnap the CI family. Even the small Qinglong gang can't handle it. Ah. Huh. Say that again. Xiao Yuan stared at him, clenching her fists. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhenfeng was so scared that he was trembling all over. Grandma. I will definitely find out the whereabouts of the Linhu gang within 3 days. Hearing this, Xiao Yuaner was very satisfied. She swiftly moved and stood in front of one of her subordinates. Did you shoot an arrow at me just now? Upon hearing this, the subordinate was terrified. He hastily waved his hands, trying to explain that it wasn't him, it must have been her. Xiao Yuaner picked up her little feet and lightly stepped on the floor next to the person. With a loud bang, clear footprints instantly appeared on the hard ground. What a coward! She made a funny face, and with a final word, she stormed out of the Qinglong Club. Listen! If you don't obey, I will kill the entire Qinglong Club. Looking at the small footprints in front, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. His subordinates came close to losing their souls and dying on the spot. It took Xiao Shifeng half a day to react after being stunned by the incident. He couldn't help but feel extremely puzzled. Anyang City, when did such a young master appear? If it were another sect causing trouble, they could have been killed. But this girl just injured all of us. And gave us a task. It's really strange. The Lakeside Gang? Is there such a force in Anyang City? After Xiao Yuan left, Lu Zhou also started to live a leisurely life in his old age. From Ji it was learned, when Ji Dao first arrived in Anyang City. Then I met Xiao Yuaner. At that time, I wanted to take her as my apprentice, but was opposed by Xiao Yuan's parents. Later, I don't know why. Her parents unexpectedly took the initiative to send Xiao Yuaner to the mountain. When she thought of this, he then inquired about the enemies that the Zijia family had made over the years to Wang Fugui. Which enemies has the Zijia family made over the years? Wang Fugui listened and respectfully answered never. 5 years ago, too? After hearing this, he carefully recalled. Are you referring to the Murong family? 5 years ago, the Murong and Ci families were at odds. At that time, the industries of both families extended across the 3 counties in the south. The master wholeheartedly pursued the path of commerce. It can also be considered a rich man's comic. Later, due to competitive comics, the Ci family and the Murong family also became mortal enemies in comics. Dian, people who practice in the world should not be involved in worldly affairs. But some people are always driven by greed. So the master and the lady have been targeted many times. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou asked if the kidnapping could also be the doing of the Murong family. Wang Fugui was momentarily shocked. I dare not make hasty judgments. Lu Zhou then picked up a handful of feed and scattered it on the ground. As a practitioner who can capture everyone in the entire mansion, their cultivation must not be lower than that of the 4 veins of Vajra Ocean. Does the Murong family have any practitioners? Apparently, there's no mana operation on the surface. I don't know about the little ones behind the scenes. While the two were talking, a figure suddenly flashed from above. A moment later, Xiao Yuan landed in the courtyard with a bang. Why not use the front door? Why climb onto the roof? Xiao Yuan stuck out her tongue. Answering the main door requires knocking and opening. You can't conveniently climb onto the roof to get in through the door. Don't do this again in the future. How did the matter go? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yar fluttered her big eyes and looked over. They are very obedient. They said they will definitely find the Linhu gang. You didn't hit them? When she heard that, she grinned and said she didn't hit them. That shipowner is especially friendly. And he also said that he would find out the whereabouts of the Linhu gang within 3 days. Grandpa, please don't look at me like that. I swear everything I said is true. He said it in his own words. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Xiao Yuan once again went to the Green Dragon Club. Wang Fugui, who was cleaning the yard, was worried. Will it be dangerous for the old man and Miss to go alone? Lu Zhou responded lightly after listening. It's better to worry about the safety of the members of the Qinglong gang. Just as the words were spoken, a notification sound of completing a consecutive task suddenly rang in his ears. Merit points +10 for killing a villain. After a long time, he furrowed his eyebrows, and let out a long sigh. Xiao Yuan, this temper of yours is always so impulsive. On top of that, there's the reward for teaching the disciple and completing the mission. Currently, there are over 1,000 people in the merit depository. Xiao Yuan has at least killed 50 evildoers. There's no hope for her to handle the matter properly. And from the mouth of Master Fugui, it was learned that the Qinglong faction often engages in evil deeds. The fishing village, the people have suffered greatly. But they dare not speak out. And behind them, the dark cult supports them, becoming a great calamity to Anyang City. Just kill him. There's nothing to sympathize about. Thinking of this, he arranged for Wang Fugui to go to Murong's house to investigate whether there is any recent movement. With this token, no one dares to stop me. You may go. Wang Fugui, who took the token, quickly left. Jitian now, although the props brought by the system have disappeared, but the good things looted from all over the world are all here. The royal token is one of them. It was soon afternoon. Xiao Yuan also rushed back at this time. There was a bang as it fell to the ground. Lu Zhou, who was taking a nap, was startled, and abruptly sat up from the chair. Master, Xiao Yuan to Lu Zhou a playful smile. Kneel down. Lu Zhou frowned, shouted and scolded the disciple for knowing his mistakes. The disciple shouldn't have. Seeing the master angry, Xiao Yuan immediately knelt down obediently. Master is not blaming you. Take the main entrance. Are you ignoring everything I said? Disciple knows the mistake. Disciple came back in a hurry and forgot for a while. I promise I won't do it again. Lu Zhou ignored her words. Get down. It's good that you're true to yourself. But you can't have no manners at all. Your parents are not at home, so I will teach you well. Little Yuan, after hearing this, could only obediently lie on the rock. Sound of a slap. He suddenly waved his hand and struck upwards. But Xiao Yuan was protected by a defensive aura, so it didn't hurt at all. He didn't feel a thing, seeing the other party's playful look. Lu Zhou snorted in anger immediately. Disperse your protective energy. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to beg for mercy, but upon realizing that her master was truly angry, she could only obediently comply. After the energy dissipates, Xiao Yuan is just an entirely ordinary person. It's true that she is naturally free-spirited, but she cannot be without any rules. It may be okay in the mountains, but being so high-profile in Anyang City is not appropriate. It's easy to expose the identity, must be properly punished. Let her learn a lesson. With Lu Zhou making 3 consecutive moves, there were screams echoing in the courtyard. Get up and look at her pitiful look. Lu Zhou fell into contemplation. Remember, Yizhongji Tian Road has never beaten Xiao Yuan. From the eldest to the 8th. Everyone has been beaten by Jitian Road, with blue noses and swollen faces, even heavy injuries. She has been away from her parents since childhood, with limited care from her senior martial siblings. They cannot replace her parents. So the only person she can rely on is her master. Now she has been hit by her most respected master. Is it possible not to feel wronged? The master really cares for her. Xiao Yuan pouted and wiped her tears. It's fine to feel pain. Forget the big principles I used to talk about. Remember what I say from now on. Have a candy. Got it. Xiao Yuan took it and stuffed it into her mouth. After that, she described what happened in Qinglonghui. Qinglonghui said there was no Lin Hu Bang. It's a group of cultivators deliberately disguised. They lied and brought in help from Yizhou to kill the disciple. The disciple was angry and fought with them. Master, if you don't resist, your disciple may never see you again. Lu Zhou glanced at her angrily. Before reaching the God Pavilion realm, who can bully you? Then he checked the time. Realized something is wrong. Wang Fugui should have come back by now, but I haven't seen him. At this point he spoke up. Wang Fugui went out and hasn't returned. Let's take a walk with the master. Xiao Yuan agreed with a soft response. She obediently followed and left the place. At this time, inside the Yanyu Palace, the 5th disciple Zhao Yu was pacing back and forth anxiously. Junior 6, Yi Tianqin advised in the situation that the matter has come to this point. Regret is of no use now. We can only see this through to the end. Zhao Yu frowned and replied to Tianqin. You don't understand. If this had happened a month ago, I wouldn't worry. This old guy has always been hot-tempered. He's also selfish in his actions. But in recent times, there has been a great change in his way of doing things. After hearing this, Yi Tianqin became interested. How did it change? It's hard to say. I just have a vague feeling that the methods have become much gentler. It seems that the temper is not as hot-tempered. Maybe I'm thinking too much. You kidnapped the Xijing family. Will he take the bait? Listen to this. Yi Tianxin chuckled at the old man's character. It's probably difficult to take the bait, but the junior apprentice is pure-hearted. She has only been away from home for 5 years. If she learns of this, she will definitely return to Anyang City. By then, capturing the junior apprentice will be possible, once that old thing leaves Jinting Mountain. Without the protection of third senior brother and fourth senior brother's barrier, I have countless methods to exhaust his cards. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked how to exhaust his cards. Yi Tianxin paused, then slowly said, "There are countless righteous and prestigious sects in the world that have suffered greatly from it. If I were to spread his news, what do you think the righteous and prestigious sects would think? Especially Tianjinmen's Luo Changfeng. He died at the hands of the old thing. But if they are all afraid..." Zhao Yu couldn't help but shiver. She had witnessed the 10 great masters with her own eyes. Scene where over 10,000 practitioners fled, in panic. That scene, I'm afraid only master can do it under the sky. Yi Tianxin naturally also thought of this. I have informed the old man about the secret medicine. 10 famous families, 9 masters are not fools. When they figure out the key to this, they will definitely come back for revenge. Speaking of this, I saw a subordinate hurriedly entering. Report to the palace master. Anyang has sent a message that the Green Dragon Society has been destroyed, and the Royal Guard's badge has also appeared in Anyang City. I do not know who did it. From the traces of the fight left at the scene, the other party should be a practitioner of the 8 veins of the Brahman Sea. Zhao Yu on the side analyzed after hearing it. Could it be done by little Yuan? The junior apprentice sister is a strong one in the Shinting realm. With her temperament, it's quite possible for her to wipe out the Qinglong society, but she wouldn't hide her cultivation level. However, what if that old fellow also leaves the Jinting Mountain? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin waved her hand. The possibility is unlikely, but just to be safe, I will immediately send someone to investigate the CI mansion. The person holding this portrait lurks near the CI mansion in Anyang City. Once we find the whereabouts of these 2 individuals, we must immediately report back. As for the royal token, it is not important. There are only 2 possible reasons for the token to appear. One is that someone is counterfeiting it to deceive others, and the other is that the emperor is traveling incognito. In recent years, the war in the Deyan dynasty has been frequent. The emperor is unlikely to risk going south in disguise. Speaking of this, a faint smile appeared on Yi Tianxin's lips. So, senior sister, rest assured, all are under the control of the younger sister. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Xiao Yuan are on their way to the Murong family. He looked at the other party and advised Xiao Yuan. You are too high profile. I'm afraid it has already attracted someone's attention. From now on, whatever your master asks you to do, you should do it. Yes, master. Xiao Yuan obediently responded. If Yuan kidnaps the mastermind behind the CI family, who is your senior fellow apprentice, what would you do? Hearing this, little Yuan finds it hard to believe. No, they are so kind to me. How could you bear to kidnap my parents? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou sighed. She's still too naive. Not long after, they arrived at the Murong family's mansion. Master, I'll go knock on the door. No need to open the door. At this moment, the guards in the courtyard are undergoing their daily training. But in the next second, there's a loud bang, and the gate is kicked open. Following an old and a young person, 2 figures then appeared in front of the crowd. The guards inside were dazed for a moment before reacting. Daring to stand at the gate of the Murong family, get them! Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his arm forward, slowly uttered a word. I like this. Xiao Yuan was beaten by her master. She was looking for a place to vent. Her words resonated with her feelings. Like lightning, she instantly dashed into the crowd. 1 kick at a time, the group of guards didn't even see a shadow before they were all sent flying. In just a moment, the courtyard was filled with the successive screams of agony. Master, they are so audacious, Xiao Yuan said resignedly as she returned to her master's side. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou replied indifferently, one expert at the divine court level, bullying a group of beginners at the body tempering stage. What is there worthy of showing off? The commotion outside the courtyard caught the attention of several people inside the house. When the head of the Murong family, Murong Hai, saw this scene, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Who are you? Lu Zhou glanced at him and questioned Wang Fugui. But at your residence, Have you heard this name? Muron Hai's tone was full of disdain. Wang Fugui, who fabricated the military order, has been taken by me. Send officials to Luzhou. When he heard this, Yue frowned slightly. Let him speak properly. Disciple obeys. Little Yue giggled and then looked across. Several people took notice, and picked up their weapons, eager to try. Where did this wild girl come from again? But before the words were finished, his pupils suddenly dilated in disbelief. I saw Xiao Yuan. At this moment, a strong surge of energy is released inside her body. The energy waves press down on several people like a hurricane. They are lying on the ground unable to move. What? It's actually a strong practitioner of the Vajrasi 8 meridians. Realizing the danger, Muron Hai is sweating in fear. It seems like you should be more restrained. As Xiao Yuan finished speaking, she grabbed him and was about to strike again. Muron Hai immediately waved his hand and begged for mercy. Wang Fugui is fine. I will bring him out now. Before long, the beaten and bruised Wang Fugui was brought in front of the two of them. Xiao Yuan was immediately unhappy when he saw this miserable appearance. He clenched his small fist. Ling Ting said coldly, /. Who beat Wang Fugui, /. Was it you? Muron Hai quickly explained, /. It wasn't me. I have no grievances with you all, /. No need for this. It's you. Xiao Yuan said and then raised her fist and greeted it. At this moment, Lu Zhou faintly spoke. The kidnapping of the CI family? Do you know? Don't rush to answer. If I think you are lying. Xiao Yuan, you break his leg. Yes, sir. Xiao Yuan is extremely excited at the thought of being able to hit someone. Muron Hai hurriedly responded. He disclosed the information he knew. The Muron family has a deep-seated feud with the CI family. However, they are not able to kidnap the hundreds of members of the CI family in one night. I heard. This force is supported by powerful cultivators. Sir, take my advice. Don't provoke them. When Lan Cao heard this, his eyes lit up. Do you know them? Not very clear. Just know that these practitioners are related to Jinting Mountain. Lu Zhou shook his head at the mention, not very familiar. What do you say? I haven't even heard of Jinting Mountain. Watching the old man's breath and posture, I'm afraid he's a hermit. A practitioner who is isolated from the world. Muron Hai used his imagination. The demon leader resides on Jingtai Mountain. There are 9 disciples under the gate. All of them are notorious demons. The group of practitioners who kidnapped the CI family are highly likely connected to some demons of Jiting Mountain. They kill without blinking. No way out. The gentleman has a kind appearance. Kind to others. Never provoke them. This made Xiao Yuan, who was a disciple, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Zhou, seeing this, was somewhat helpless. Why are you laughing at such a serious topic? Never mind her, continue speaking. Muron Hai paused and then continued. This Linhu gang is indeed a non-existent gang. Kidnapping the CI family was scouted in Anyang a few days ago. More than 30 people were used. Hearing this, Lu Zhou was a bit puzzled about how you knew. Since the other party is a disguised sect. They obviously don't want people to know. But the Murong family easily found out. Isn't this contradictory? At these words, Muron Hai's face showed an embarrassed expression. To be honest with you, one of the hostages taken is also from the Murong family. Please spare the old man. I promise you that from now on, we will no longer be enemies with the CI family. After hearing this, Lu Zhou slowly turned around. The last question. Can you track the hostages? Muron Hai hesitated for a moment. He stammered and seemed hesitant, until he saw the other person staring at him coldly. He honestly answered yes. Take him back with you. Don't forget the royal token. Lu Zhou finished speaking and didn't linger any longer. After bidding Sienna farewell, he walked out. The dragon pattern looks great. Xiao Yuan took the token from Yurong Hai's hand and played with it. Lu Zhou explained. This is the exclusive dragon pattern of the royal token, the only sign to distinguish authenticity. Put it away. Don't show off too much. What? Is that token real? Muron Hai was scared to pee upon hearing this. Early tomorrow, bring Muron Hai to rescue your people. Hearing the master's words, Xiao Yuan quickly responded. Time soon arrived. Back at the CI mansion in Luzhou at night. When I was bored, I opened the system and drew a prize. It cost 50 merit points this time, and I got 3 reverse cards. Drawing. The reverse card is not worth it. Drawing. Besides being happy, he felt like he had been cheated by the system. He felt like he had been cheated by the system in his happiness. Thanks for shopping. This made him even more depressed. This is hopeless. Hold back and don't draw. If I draw 10 times, I still won't get a reversal card. Equals or loss. Then he used all 3 reverse cards, leaving a remaining lifespan of 5,507 days. Recovery of life, causing the eyes to be much better than before. The light coming in through the window is like the surface of the sea, glistening with waves, but as he rubbed his eyes, it returned to normal. What's going on? There are some strange things in Luzhou. Could it be the extraordinary power of the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book? If it is, how can I use it? The system has prompted. The practice method of Tian Shu's 3 scrolls is different from before. In other words, previous experiences and insights will become worthless, and one can only explore on their own. At this point, he then opened the Tian Shu interface and continued reading. The next morning, several people gathered in the courtyard early in the morning. Luzhou, lead the way. At these words, Muronghai clapped his hands together with a bang, continuously making hand gestures. Seems to be performing some kind of secret technique. After obtaining the result, he stopped. About 10 miles north from here. 10 miles? Is it that close? To be able to abduct the CI family 10 miles away. These cultivators have made it clear that they are not afraid of anyone coming to rescue. It's likely a trap. Should we make a move first? Just thinking about it. Luzhou shook his head. Grandpa, what are you thinking? Xiaoyuan looked puzzled. Nothing. Let's go. Wang Fu was not strong enough, so he was left to guard the CI residence. With these words, they quickly walked towards their destination. 10 miles north of Anyang is the territory of the Qingyang Mountain Village. It should be here. I shouldn't make a mistake. The practitioners of the Linhu gang should all be stationed here. When Meng Ronghai's words were heard, Luzhou spoke lightly. Yuaner, go help. All right. Then she finished speaking. He hurried towards the Qingyang Mountain, leaving behind footprints along the way. Seeing this scene, Muronghai was extremely shocked. The 8 meridians of Fanhai? Such achievement at such a young age. Rare in the world, but at this moment, dark shadows suddenly darted out from the woods. We've been waiting for you. As the voice fell, instantaneously, dozens of practitioners appeared in front of Xiaoyuan. Seeing this, Muronghai, who came with them, was instantly scared nearly to the point of wetting himself. Mister, these are all strong warriors of the Vanhai 8 meridians. Luzhou nodded in response to the words. It's already this time, and you're still nodding? Upon hearing this, Muronghai felt like crying. He's just a scum with only 5 senses. This realm is nothing compared to the Fanhai realm. He doesn't even have the qualifications to stand. Old man, shall we escape quickly? Regarding this proposal, Luzhou completely ignored everything and focused all his attention on the scene. At this moment, Xiaoyuan pointed to the opposite side with interest. I have never killed an unknown person in anger. Identify yourself. Are you one of the 12 practitioners in the Fanhai realm? After Xiaoyuan finished counting to herself, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He saw that the other party ignored him. The leader immediately snorted coldly and said, as the senior once said, no matter who it is, killing them is a way of taking other people's money and eliminating disasters. I see that you are young and have good cultivation. Unfortunately, he is involved with the CI family. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward. They surrounded Xiaoyuan in the middle. Who are you working for? Old thing. Who are you? The leader didn't care when he heard, he just smirked. Because he found that both of them had a low level of understanding, he knew communication was useless. Luzhou sighed helplessly. You're the principles and rules of this world. Ultimately, they are decided by fists. That's the only way to make it clear. Upon hearing this, Yura smiles, and her true energy immediately erupts within her. Then she lightly stepped on the tip of her toe, and instantly rushed into the air. The 12 practitioners were all stunned at the sight. There's something wrong with this aura. Kill her. Just give the command. Everyone with weapons in hand closed in. But the next second, the nearest practitioner was struck with a kick. Xiaoyuan's figure flashed, leaving behind several afterimages in the air. Each kick takes the life of a practitioner. The constant sound of thudding. In a few breaths, everyone is being smashed to the ground. The remaining leader saw this scene. He was immediately frightened. Do you need my help? No, I will go down myself. Then he dispelled his own vitality. There was a bang as it fell to the ground. At least this way, I can save my life. Well done. Lu Zhou praised the move. Excited, Xiao Yuan ran over after landing. Lu Zhou then turned to the person lying on the ground and asked who the leader was. Not knowing, the leader quickly picked up his head and answered. Where are the Tsijia hostages? They've been taken away. Who is it? I don't know. Have you ever seen his face? No, I haven't. Then kill him. Lu Zhou turned around and shook his head. This man cannot be interrogated. When I heard this, the leader panicked and blurted out the crucial information. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. The entire Siji family is on Qingyang Mountain. The master of the Siji family has been taken away by the employer. I really don't know the employer's identity. Xiao Yuan smiled and went over. Grandpa is still mighty. He confessed everything when he got scared. I didn't scare him. This is indeed a trap. The mastermind behind the scenes deliberately left the information. Even if he doesn't say anything, someone will inform. What use is there in keeping him? The leader's face turned pale as soon as he heard this. Ashen-faced. Meanwhile, inside the Yenyu Palace, several female disciples swiftly flew over the mountains and arrived here. The palace master sent a flying report that someone is approaching the Chui mansion, for an old and a young one. Hearing this news, Yi Tianqin and Zhao Yu walked out at the same time. Have you confirmed the identities of the two? And the painting looks somewhat similar. Can't confirm if it's just a coincidence. With that old guy's temper, how could he disguise himself? As far as I know, third senior brother is already injured. Jingyi Dao has sent experts to Mount Jinting. Moreover, after the death of the Tianjin sect master, Luo Changfeng, there has been no new sect leader. The former sect leader passed away without leaving a successor. Hu Shidan is seeking an opportunity to avenge his son. Relying solely on the fourth senior brother will not be able to stop the expert at the Yuanshan realm. After listening to Yi Tianqin's words, Gao Yu understands. This is a good opportunity to exhaust Ji Tiandao's cards. But what if these two are not pretending? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin chuckled. Is that so? Have you fallen into our trap? At this moment, a message came from the subordinate. All the practitioners of Qingyang Mountain's Linhu gang have been exterminated, except for Lord Bai. All the others at the Tsijia Mountain have escaped. Yi Tianqin's eyes lit up when he heard that. The possibility of killing Van Hai of Linhu gang with one move. Most likely the work of junior sister. The plan of the evil king remains unchanged, prepared to set out. The moment a slightly dumbstruck Lao Ba hears that he can become the evil king, Zhao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Lao Ba's cultivation is only slightly stronger than Xiuya's. Yet he has the nerve to call himself the evil king. It's not that Lao Ba is too weak, but that old thing is too powerful. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, who was completely unaware, sneezed. After the Siji family was rescued, they all knelt down and gave thanks. After being worshipped by over 100 people, the merit points in Lu Zhou also increased significantly, which made him feel quite comfortable. After reuniting with her mother, Xiao Yuan was excited for quite a while. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to spend together, because there were still people waiting to be rescued. After properly settling the Tsijia clan, they set off on their journey again. And after the last battle, Moronghai also looks highly upon Xiaoyu's strength. Old gentleman, your granddaughter is probably the youngest 8 Meridians cultivator I've ever seen. She is at the 8th Meridian's cultivation level. I believe she will reach the Divine Court realm within 3 years. Hearing this flattery, Xiao Yuan's expression was very disdainful. I remember how scared you were just now. Upon hearing this, Moronghai looked embarrassed. He was about to say something else. I saw little Yuan staring at him angrily. Aren't you convinced yet? If it weren't for you still being useful, believe me, I'd kick you dead right now. Moronghai, seeing this, hurried to catch up with Lu Ho. The capricious little girl is really hard to talk to. The old gentleman and Gishu should be much more comfortable, although the old gentleman's family has been rescued. If someone were to take them away at this time, wouldn't all previous efforts be in vain? It doesn't matter. The goal of these practitioners should not be the CI family. Moronghai nodded in agreement. If they're seeking wealth, then yes. They're neither seeking wealth nor killing. That's asking for something else. But what exactly is their purpose? Just as we were discussing this, a messenger bird flew down from the sky. It's a letter from the 4th senior brother. Yuan leaped up and caught it. This time, Lu Zhou did not let her read, but beckoned her over. After reading the letter, his brow furrowed, and Fei Shu Laozi stayed to return as a master. Xiao Yuanji quickly responded after hearing this. Muronghai, who was watching from the side, had 1,000 thoughts in his mind. He guessed from the way the father and son called each other, that it should be a certain sect. The Great Yuan dynasty is extremely broad-minded. There are 1 or 2 reclusive experts, but that's normal. Before long, they arrived at an open area, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Lu Zhou carefully observed the surroundings. Come out! And the next second, an eerie laughter echoed continuously in the mountains and forests. Immediately followed by an immensely powerful aura, suddenly soaring into the sky. The figure in black robe exuded a fierce aura. The father of little kite is in his hands. Don't run too fast. It might be the demon of Jinting Mountain. Muronghai was frightened to the core. He was about to run away. I'm late. The hoarse voice of the black-robed man sent shivers down the spine. Then he burst forth with chi to restrict his movements. Lu Zhou coldly stared at the black-robed man, silently contemplating, from the fluctuation of his breath. This person is stronger than Fan Hai's 8 meridians. It should be a strong expert in the divine court realm. It's still not enough for me to use the peak card. To be able to pass the ordeal of Qingyang Mountain, it proves that you still have some strength. But unfortunately it's still far from enough. 2 main acuplants, 8 levels of tempering the body, 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea. It seems that this trade is still somewhat fair. The man in the black robe said a few words to himself. His tone seemed full of disdain. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, eager to give it a try. This should be able to withstand some beating. But she was stopped by Lu Zhou just a few steps away. Release the hostage and leave. And I'll spare your life. Hearing this, the man in black pointed at Lu Yong. Old man, do you know who you're talking to? Lu Zhou lightly spoke after hearing that. You've only learned a bit of the Sanyin style, and now you think you're above everyone? The man in the black robe was slightly stunned after hearing this. His instincts told him. This old thing is definitely not at the 8th level of tempering, but has used some method to hide its aura. You can tell my sect is not simple. Who are you? The art of reverse breathing. The essence of the world, the vital energy, is focused from the Laogong points to the Dantian with both hands. This practice makes it easy to cultivate the Xingran Gang palm. But the downside is piercing cold. At least 10 days a month. Living in the pain of a fate worse than death. Speaking of this, Lu paused. His eyes narrowed. You can only live for 3 months at most. The man in black was shocked to hear this. Because there are many practitioners in the world, everyone has their own secrets. Especially the flaws in practicing martial arts. The price of practicing the Sanyin form is the suffering of a cold body. But how could this old guy in front of me know? Let me ask again. Who exactly are you? Hearing this, Lu Zhou gave a faint smile. You betrayed the Dao sect in your early years and only learned the 3 Yin style, but haven't learned the extreme cold of the 6 Yang Gong. Without the reconciliation of the extreme Yin, it's already a miracle that you are still alive. 6 Yang Gong? The man in black was puzzled. What? You don't even know the 6 Yang Gong? Lu Zhou looked at him and asked back. At the words, the man in black suddenly laughed wildly. Good for you, old man, daring to talk nonsense and deceive me. As he spoke, his whole body was filled with vigorous energy. Gathering his strength, he smashed toward Lu Zhou's position. But the next second, it was blocked by Xiao Yuan's palm. If you want to hit my grandpa, you have to ask me first. Xiao Yuan also released a sharp chi burst and pushed the opponent back. The man in black robe at this moment looked stunned. Powerful in Shinting. How is it possible at this age? Xiao Yuan no longer hides her strength, moved her muscles and looked eager to try. Grandpa, I want to fight with him. You can do whatever you want. If Liju can't agree, I won't say more. Having received the master's permission, she gestured towards the man in the black robe. It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent. You have to endure a little longer. Muronghai beside was somewhat regretful to see this scene. Why is the style of this painting so strange? A little girl actually dared to challenge a monster. Xiao Yuan's words were barely heard when he swiftly kicked towards the opponent's head. The dark-robed figure reacted quickly and raised his arm to block. But upon contact, shaken back continuously by the force of little Yuan, she quickly caught up and kicked again. The dark-robed person adjusted their stance and engaged in a fierce struggle. The sound of heavy blows became incessant. The battlefield between the two also shifted to a broader place. Seeing Muronghai's mind shaking greatly. This is her temperament. Is this temperament? This is clearly a demon out of control. Then he went to the side of old man Ci to check. He found that she just passed out and was not injured. Old man, with such a granddaughter. There is no need to pretend to be weak. People's hearts are dangerous. You have to be cautious. Be on guard. Mentioning this, Muronghai respectfully bowed and praised the old master for his insight into the ways of the world. No wonder he was confident in saving the CI family. I've always underestimated the old man. I have a question, should I ask it or not? You're intentionally hiding your true abilities, right? In his eyes, you can subdue such a little demon. Is it possible to rely solely on personal charm and family affection? Who would believe that even his granddaughter is a strong practitioner in the divine court realm? So, the old man in front of us is at least a strong practitioner in the divine court realm. Yalchester glanced at him, neither acknowledging nor denying it. Muronghai immediately understood a bit. The old man is indeed a hermit. After hearing this, Lutz-Ho waved his hand and said the hermit is not. Seeing this scene, Muronghai feels an immense amount of emotions towards that little girl, who is capricious and hot-tempered. She has a quick temper. I never expected that his grandfather would be so generous, modest, and low-key. Excuse me for speaking out of turn, old sir. This child is remarkably talented. The future is limitless. It's a pity that the ways of the world are not yet understood. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at the distant battlefield, and answered himself that he had indeed been thinking recently about teaching her the ways of the world, but he is also clear about Xiao Yu's temperament and character. It will not be a matter of a few days to teach her well. At this point, the battle between the two is also coming to an end, Xiao Yu excitedly said. Liao Tian Shangyang. Let's continue fighting. The man in black coughed continuously on the ground. He quickly waved his hand. Lu Zhou showed a slight smile upon seeing this. Looks like they've had enough. So much the better. Congratulations to the kind family for being saved. This trip has finally come to an end. Upon hearing this, Lu Province walked towards the black-robed man with a slight frown on his face. The matter is not over. On the contrary. It's just the beginning. What do you think, Pan Zhong? The figure in the black robe lying on the ground looked at him suspiciously. How did you know my name? Lu Zhou replied calmly. Let's get back on topic. You could have lived for another 3 months. But if you want to die now, I will fulfill your wish. Hearing this, Pan Zhongxin's heart trembled, and he quickly turned over and stood up. Keep a vigilant eye on the opponent, although I didn't expect this girl's cultivation to be so profound. She still has a long way to go to kill me. After hearing this, Lu Zhou gave him a glance. The Sanyin style needs to be matched with the Lu Yang technique to be effective. You only learned the 3 Yin style and didn't understand its essence. I've never heard of the 6 Yang palace you mentioned. Xiao Yuan looked somewhat disdainful at the words. What's so special about a broken 6 Yang technique? My grandpa has a bunch of techniques. A bunch of them. Pan Zhongxin is somewhat speechless. But at this moment, the sound of the flying swords control from behind. Looking around, a large number of practitioners are coming aggressively. It has appeared in the sky. Nestled among the crowd is a bright red flying pawn. Next, a silver bell-like laughter slowly emanated from inside. Hello little junior sister, long time no see. Watching the slowly flying crimson-colored by in the sky. Little Yuana nervously hid behind her master. Seeing this, Lu Zhou faintly reassured that there was no need to be afraid. Protect your father. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Master is still here. What is there to be afraid of? Seeing this scene, Muronghai widened his eyes in disbelief. Hallucinations. It must be all hallucinations. It's only when reaching the state of all 8 meridians opening in the Vanhai realm that one can travel through the air, but now so many air-traveling experts appear like locusts. Is the Valley of Brahman really worth so little? In addition to this, there are also many masters in the God's Court realm, and among them, there is even a flying beast. Flying beasts are symbols of status. Often only the leader with strength can. So, who is the master riding the Crimson Crane? And what are his intentions? Who is this fork? Just as he was lost in thought, another voice came from the flying shoes. Junior sister is becoming more and more beautiful. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Yuana was so scared that she quickly ran behind her master. And Pan Zhong seemed to have guessed something. Swallowed a bit of saliva. Can scare the arrogant little girl. Who could it be? The owner of this red flying ribbon. I remember only one person owns it. Xiao Yuana looked up angrily and answered the senior traitor. I'm not your junior sister. My junior sister. You are still as naive and lovely as ever. At this moment, a practitioner approached and inquired with folded hands. Princess Yi, you once said that the old demon survived that calamity with the help of a secret medicine. So the secret letter informed me that the demon master will appear here. But there is only one little demon below. What does it mean? Only one little demon? Lu Zhou was a little puzzled to hear this. He himself was only 10 years younger. But his hair had turned much darker. His skin had also become somewhat firmer. But his facial features had not changed much. Is it so hard to recognize me? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Yi Tianqin finished speaking and gently stepped down. At this moment, Lu Zhou also recognized her. Yi Tianqin's transcendental calamity realm. Hatred value 45. Now the renowned Yanyu Palace Master. It is said that all the female cultivators under Yanyu Palace are outstanding, each and every one of them excels. Most loathes ungrateful and unfaithful men. No one knows why. The answer is not found in the Jitindao's records. However, there are not many female cultivators around. It can be seen that she didn't use her own people, she used others entirely. You are quite the schemer. Your elegance and appearance actually remind me of a line from a poem. Emerging unsullied from the mud, pure without being coquettish, Lu Zhou didn't rush to take action, because he felt that things were not that simple. The former boss, second boss, and fifth boss did not show up. Once the peak experience card is activated, it only lasts for half an hour. Try to take down those villains. At this moment, 133. Master, you've been tricked. 333. This is the legendary Grandmaster, who is notoriously wicked. Are we mistaken? There seems to be some disparity compared to the portrait. But this was personally identified by Yi Tianqin, and Muronghai beside him was even more shocked. I didn't expect this kind-looking old man to be the notorious demon master. Just kill me. They are all liars. The con artist Lu Zhou stood with hands behind his back and spoke lightly. You have called me master. Then I will give you another chance. To return to Jinting Mountain, there is still a place for you among the 9 disciples. Master. The reason I call you master is out of respect. As for returning to Jinting Mountain, you'll have to ask them first. As soon as the words came out, the whole scene was in an uproar. The surrounding practitioners were all glaring with anger, filled with righteous indignation against you, old devil. In the last battle at Jinting Mountain, you narrowly won. It won't be so easy this time. The elixir is still an elixir after all. Any elixir that can quickly enhance cultivation will have side effects. No need to worry, everyone. Today is the day of your demise, old devil. Surrender. Lu Prefecture smiled and ignored what they said. She continued to look at Yi Tianqin and said, How are you sure that I will definitely appear here? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin clapped his hands. The maid then brought up the portrait. Looking at the elderly appearance in the portrait, it's really hard to believe. The old demon master who once dominated the world. Surprisingly, he can also disguise himself. Master, I said I was guessing. Do you believe it? You have already aged. You are no longer the same Ji Tiandao who once dominated the world, and here. It is the burial place I personally designed for you. Lu Zhou looked around. Did not find the figure of other villains. A pity in the dark. Only one villain caught with the peak cultivation. Seems not worth it, but facing such a situation, there is no room for turning back. He tidied up his beard. Yi Tianqin spoke lightly. I transmit to you the decision of the ever-changing tides and the passionate ring, hoping that you can in this dangerous world of practice have the power to protect yourself, instead of deceiving the world and destroying the ancestors. It goes against me. After hearing this, Yi Tianqin couldn't help but chuckle. Old thing. Do you think you can still be like before? You're already old. You are no longer the Jitian Dao who once dominated the scene. This is the place I designed for your burial. When I heard this, all the practitioners around began to sense carefully, only to realize that this place seems not as simple as it appears. How dare you insult the master? Beware of being struck by lightning, Xiao Yuana angrily retorted. Just now in Lu Zhou. She gestured reassuringly, and then continued to ask, who leaked my whereabouts to you? Is it 7 or 5? Or is it that useless 8? There's no need to involve them. There's no harm in telling you the truth. I masterminded the whole kidnapping by the CI family. The purpose is to draw out the little junior sister, and you old guy. Penchong seemed somewhat complacent after hearing this. So it was you who was behind the mission. What if this old demon doesn't show up? It's me. You have too many questions. Complete what you need to do. Take the reward that belongs to you. After Lu Zhou got the answer he wanted, he no longer spoke unnecessarily. I have stained my hands with countless sins. I don't mind adding more. Upon hearing this, the practitioners around all took out their own weapons. As if facing a great enemy, Yi Tianxin showed no intention at all. Old thing, are you still trying to hold on? Every time you take the demonic element's secret medicine, you can have a brief burst of elemental energy. The side effect is that your cultivation will be halved within 10 days, and do not take it again. Just mention this name. Lu Prefecture remembered in his mind. This is a secret medicine concocted by the Medicine King at the beginning. Later, because it was too overbearing and evil, being resisted by the orthodox world, gradually disappeared. Just didn't expect them to associate it with this secret medicine. Seeing Lu Zhou silent, Yan Tianxin became even more convinced of his own speculation. There's another bad news I have to tell you. There are arrays set up all around here, severely weakening the elemental energy. Even if you have a secret tonic, it would be futile to forcibly take it. That's all I have to say. Master, this is the last time I address you as my master. After you pass away, I will see to the proper arrangements and Jin Tingshan. Yihia, by the way, a true expert should have already reached Jinting Mountain. Third senior brother is injured. Fourth senior brother must have surrendered already. As Yi Tianxin spoke, she retreated back into the crowd. Xiao Yuan heard about the formation, and anxiously asked what to do. Lu Zhou confidently said it's okay. There's no need to be afraid. At this moment, the figure of Wang Fugui suddenly ran out from the woods. After looking at the old master Zijiao lying on the ground, he knelt beside Lu Zhou with a thud, and begged the old gentleman to save Master Ci. I beg of you. As he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a short sword from his arms. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he suddenly leaped up and thrust directly towards Lu Zhou's back. Unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. Xiao Yuan looked worried. Urgently reminded Muran Hai that Zhang had his mouth wide open. Baba can't believe it. Wang Fugui turned out to be a strong man in the divine court realm. Yi Tianxin's excitement was beyond words. Too close. There's almost no possibility of dodging this blow, even at the level of elemental spirit tribulation. In this unprepared situation, there is no way to resist without getting hurt. Success. Wang Fugui continued to exert his full strength confidently, but in the next moment, he was instantly forced back, because the short sword could no longer penetrate even a bit. What's going on? This is a rare treasure. It's tainted with deadly poison, and I struck with the full power of my divine realm. Why can't I feel it piercing into my body? Wang Fugui panicked, and hurriedly looked up, only to see that the short sword seemed to be blocked by an invisible force outside of his body. At this moment, Lu wore a disdainful expression. Why should I bother using medicine to kill you? After that, he suddenly burst out with a strong energy, instantly forming a series of halos, knocking Wang Fugui off. The rippling energy continued to spread and soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the practitioners are shaken. It's not good. The old demon did it on purpose. We've been fooled. All the practitioners in the realm of Brahmasi were shaken away. No resistance at all. Yet Yangtze widened her eyes, shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't figure out why the formation was ineffective. Why could the old thing still take the secret medicine? What went wrong? At this moment, Lu Zhou takes a deep breath. The feeling of being at the peak is great. It's like the bursting of long-stored floodwaters. The momentum, cultivation, and energy are instantly at their peak. After experiencing it, he looked at Yi Tianxin with cold eyes. Your deliberate arrangements. The assassin of the Shinting realm disguised as the steward of the Ci family. Do you think I wouldn't know? As a mighty and domineering energy surged into the sky, many righteous cultivators were shaken. The sixth disciple Yi Tianxin was struck and repeatedly retreated. For many years she had lost the feeling of fear. But today, that kind of former fear gradually reappeared. Even the well-thought-out plan was completely forgotten. Lu Zhou just raised his arm lightly. The seriously injured Wang Fugui flew uncontrollably. The royal token is well known throughout the world. Muron Hai, how can you not know? You shouldn't interfere with this. At this moment, Wang Fugui is trembling in fear. The first time he saw Lu Zhou and Xiao Yuanyi, he was uncertain if these two were the demons of Jinting Mountain. When he got the token, he was sure of everything. He also considered assassinating the other party late at night, but he always felt that this old man was not the demon of Jintingshan. There was always a sense of peace in his heart. I was more afraid of disrupting Yi Tianxin's plan, so I ultimately didn't make a move. You can't kill me, Wang Fugui intermittently wants to reveal the power behind him to save his life. Every powerful being in the divine court, more or less, has some forces backing them up. But is it important? Or are there any forces in this world that can make the great demon lord afraid? No! Lu Zhou couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He quickly put an end to Wang Fugui's life by joining his 5 fingers. Kill a wicked person in the God Court realm and gain 200 merit points. He won't last much longer. Everyone, don't be afraid. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxin was filled with fear. After she said these words, she leaped up and onto her flying vehicle. Without looking back, she disappeared into the sky. Pen Zhong realized and was scared out of his wits. He hastily begged for mercy. Senior, I am acting on others' orders. I never meant to oppose the seniors. I beg the seniors for mercy. He understands that in the face of such a supermaster, it is almost impossible to escape once targeted. There is only a glimmer of hope in begging for mercy. After hearing this, Lu Zhou's gaze swept across the whole venue. There were about 15 strong men in the divine court realm. The remaining over 100 people are all in the oceanic realm. I'll give you a chance. The practitioner in the Fanhai realm leaves without a trace. I will bestow upon you the power of 6 yang. Whether you live or die, it's your own choice. With that, he snapped his fingers. Then a beam of auspicious light descended from the sky. The divine beast Bai walks through the air and slowly lands in front of Lu Prefecture. Yuana, take your father back to Qingyang Mountain and wait for me to return. Disciple obeys. Xiao Yuana responded, and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Pen Zhong was shocked by the legendary mount, rumored to have roamed the world, with countless treasures and martial arts techniques in hand, truly a sight to behold today. Contemplating this, he decisively knelt on the ground and bowed, eager to serve the senior. Very good, Lu Zhou said, then lightly tiptoed and flew into the air. Instantly, the pressure spread out in all directions. In order to resist this pressure, the strong in the God Court realm all displayed their avatars. The practitioner of the Fanhai realm flees for his life like a dog bereft of its home, as the Dharmakaya echoes through the land of Lu. A towering, mountain-like golden apparition emerges within the room. Amazing! The senior's cultivation is so high, there's no need to deceive me. Recalling the past, everyone laughed at me for being demonic. They can all go to hell. Pen Zhong thought at this point. There was a sudden flash of cold light in his eyes, and he immediately attacked the nearest practitioner. The successive screams instantly echoed in the minds of the practitioners in Fanhaijing. The powerful godlike figures flying low don't have time to take care of their companions. In their hearts, there is only one thought, which is to escape quickly. Tianyi Ju Tai swordsmanship. The heavenly favor is deficient. The sharp-eyed practitioners recognize this move in Lu Zhou. It is extremely similar to the scene when they besieged Jiting Mountain. Feeling uneasy, he quickly signaled for the people around him to scatter. That is the direct cutting move. Everyone, don't gather together. But in the next moment, with a wave of Lu Yong's long sword, rolling dark clouds appeared in the sky, swirling and converging. The sword light turned into ink. The dark clouds pressed down on the city, and the fate of the sword demon. As Lu Prefecture finishes gathering strength, the sound of breaking air constantly echoes through the sky, only to see those black sword moves falling like rain. Falling densely. There were no screams or resistance. These black sword rains instantly pierced the bodies of many practitioners. It was only then that they recognized this as the notorious move of the Guiyuan sword arts demon, Yu Shangrong. It's a pity that it's too late now. These black sword feathers are not only extremely fast, but also terrifyingly powerful. Even experts at the Yuaning realm would find it difficult to survive this move. What's more, it is them. Sure enough, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and trickery will become pale and powerless. Killing 15 targets of the Divine Court realm, gaining 3,000 merit points. After getting rid of these people, Lu Ho glanced into the distance. The great magical powers flickered. With a sound, he, along with a huge manifestation of his Dharma, disappeared from here. Was that a big move? Muronghai and Pan Zhong are shocked to see each other. At this time, the sixth disciple Yu Tianxin is controlling Fei Pan, rapidly flying in the air. Although she doesn't understand why this old thing is stronger than the peak period. But when flying at full speed, other than the great divine technique, it's difficult for anyone to catch up. Thinking of this, she also felt a lot more at ease. She wasn't locked onto by his aura. It seems this old thing is using the 100 Calamities Abyssal Dark technique. The Dharma body deals with the others. Haha, there's plenty of time in the future. We will meet again in the future. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yu Tianxin's mouth. But just at this moment, a burst of sound waves rang in her ears. Who is it? She turned her head in doubt, only to see a majestic figure walking side by side. Lu Zhou looked at her coldly. Honored disciple. Yu Tianxin's eyes widened and stared blankly on the spot. Bad, the old guy is coming after me. Then he slowly picked up his arm. His powerful aura also suddenly exploded. Mold that room, a hand that covers the sky appears. Yu Tianxin sees this, a hint of despair appears in his eyes. The height of the body in the 100 Tribulations cave is 10 when 9-leaf golden lotus under your wide two-seat has bloomed. Plus the strongest move, the Demon Seal. How much strength does this old thing still retain? De Qinghuan. Yu Tianxin naturally cannot sit back and wait to die. Immediately brought out his strongest weapon to resist. Lu Zhou understands that the other party is able to reach the position today. The biggest reliance is the Tianjia weapon. The Duqing ring is nothing. Since I can give you a weapon, then I can also take it back from you. The sound fell. The giant palm suddenly and slowly closed towards the Duqing ring. Seeing this scene, Yexin Heart screamed at the top of his voice to stop. 360 degrees of Duqing ring are all sharp blades. There are 2 rings. Touching it anywhere will result in a cut from the sharp blade. After piercing through the practitioner's vital energy, its power will become even more terrifying. We must retrieve it. Because once the Duqing ring is lost, even if you can escape today, your strength will greatly decrease. As he contemplated this, Yu Tianxin also used his own ultimate move, the birth of the Blue Sea Tide. With a loud shout, a surge of majestic energy suddenly appeared, gathering into a wave. It rushed towards the fist in midair. Unfortunately, you are facing an opponent who understands this technique better than you do. After finishing speaking Lu Chuan said, the body then erupted in a raging tsunami, surging in the opposite direction. In comparison, Yu Tianxin's Baihaiko Shengju seemed as insignificant as a small puddle. This old thing really gives no hope at all. Yu Tianxin had no way to avoid it. He could only do his best to protect himself. The next second, giant waves swept in with a whistling dominant gang wind. She spat out blood and staggered under the heavy blow. Then she was hit and streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Lu Zhou looked around as he saw the scene. He didn't sense any other villains nearby. This was strange. As previously thought, Yu Tianxin alone shouldn't have the guts for this. Sound. Since he's not here, there's no need to stay any longer. Immediately using teleportation to chase after. Before the opponent landed, he had already arrived below in advance. Then picked up his arm expressionlessly. Spiritual energy instantly surged out. As his palm clenched, this surge of energy instantly entwined and bound to Yu Tianxin's body. At this moment, her eyes were full of fear and shock. Her breathing also started to become rapid. Disregarding masters and annihilating ancestors, I, Jiani, have reversed the verdict. I will take back everything I gave you, Lu Zhou said, as a powerful aura gathered in his fingers. Old man, what are you up to? Yu Tianxin trembled all over. Her face turned extremely pale. Realizing the danger, she just wanted to beg for mercy, but now there was no room for negotiation. The next second, the surge of vitality hits accurately on the Dantian, shattering the Dantian's qi. All cultivation is lost. This also means, she, the lofty palace master of Yanyu Palace. He turned back into an ordinary person. Yu Tianxin was completely bewildered. For cultivators, there's nothing more cruel in this world than losing their cultivation. Originally, she wanted to become stronger, unafraid, gladly entering the Jiting mountain, through hardships and countless efforts, finally achieving today's position and accomplishments, enjoying the worship and numerous halos from others. Now everything is destroyed along with the Dantian and Qihai. The smoke and clouds have dispersed. Haha, go ahead and kill me, the old lady suddenly smiled, revealing an extremely crazy look. Unyielding. In an instant, Lanzhao raised her hand and slapped her across the face. To kill or not, it's up to you. Haha, poor third junior brother and fourth junior brother. They could have escaped unharmed. Why did it have to be like this? It's all your fault for killing them. From now on, there will be no Jintingshan in the world. As Yashin spoke, he burst into laughter. Lu Zhou's face showed no change upon hearing this. There are only 5 minutes left in the peak state. Even if we use our special abilities, we probably won't make it in time, but luckily, the system did not give any alerts. If the third and fourth members encounter problems, it means they are not in immediate danger. Besides, the fourth member is not stupid. How can you be so reckless to think like this, you fool? Yu Tianxin was stunned upon hearing this. The old devil used to curse people differently. Fifth senior sister said that master has changed and is no longer the same as before, becoming unpredictable, becoming more profound and unfathomable. As long as I am alive, no one dares to ride on the head of Jinting Mountain. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed it, thinking that the other party was going to kill him. Yi Tian subconsciously leaned back. But when he opened his eyes again, she was surprised. Lu Zhou was grabbing her shoulders. Yakong was hurrying along. One mountain range after another passed before their eyes. This is not right. Why is the great magic of Qianli pursuit like this? Why can the old thing continuously perform great magical powers without mobilizing its energy? How does he do it? Because, although practitioners have longer lifespans than ordinary people, in the last few decades or even centuries before their deaths, their cultivation is on the decline. Starting from body tempering, the physical body is the key to a practitioner's initial progress, ascending through contemplation. The 8 veins of the Vajrasi are all related to the body. Once the body ages, the meridians, elixir field, and energy sea will all lack vitality. It will be difficult to make progress in cultivation. Hearing that Emperor Tian Dao is already so old, why is he stronger than before? Why? I admit I made a mistake. But even if you catch me, you won't have it easy. Is that enough? Then he lifted the barrier of Changfeng in front of the other party. Part of it was opened. The next second, the strong wind roared like a knife. And after they left here, amidst the dense jungle below, there are also some movements heard. 8th disciple Chu Hong sat paralyzed on the ground, with cold sweat streaming down. Standing before him is a man dressed in brocade. It's Ji Tiandao's 7th disciple, Siwuya. 7th senior brother, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have become cannon fodder too. Hearing this, Siwuya shook his head at Lao Ba. You usually always follow my advice. Why did you suddenly have a falling out with senior sister Lu? Upon hearing this, Chu Honggong responded with a crying voice. I've been having dreams all the time lately, dreaming that master was beating me. I'm scared. How about my fierce tiger rage or merged into your hidden dragon dark web? Siwuya lightly waved the feather fan, rejected the other party's request. Better not. Guard your little stronghold. You've seen the master's emanation body. 6th senior sister will definitely betray me. Then I'll be finished. Chu Honggong finished speaking, revealing a panicked expression. After hearing this, Siwuya sighed helplessly. Yi Tianxin thought that she could rely on these powerful Shinting realm experts. You can find out the master's bottom line. It's simply wishful thinking. Have you ever considered if the master really has no strength, would she have the chance to make a move? The master of the 7th brother killed 15 Shinting realm disciples. I've used a few moves, can you see clearly? I don't know. Do you not even know? Nonsense, you evil king. I also don't know. Hey, this title of evil king is somewhat intimidating. Where can I show off in front of my senior brother? Listening to this, Siwuya glanced at the other person. Regretted advising him to leave Jinting Mountain. This idiot is too much of a burden. He then paused and reminded, from now on, you must sever ties with the Yenyu Palace. Why? Chu Hong was a little puzzled. Yi Tianxin leading the righteous practitioners besieged master and suffered a disastrous defeat, yet no one from Yenyu Palace appeared. What do you think the forces behind those practitioners are thinking? And there are problems with the formation there. Before master chased after 6th sister, I conducted a simple check. The formation is not right. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Yu must have retreated in the face of the enemy. Hearing this, Chu Hong couldn't hide his disappointment. Is Sister Zhao Yu also here? Siwuya nodded. Continue talking about the time when Xiao Yu's sister left Jinting Mountain. I got the information. She went to Yenyu Palace. With the temperament of the sixth sister, surely we'll persuade fifth senior sister to join us. Xiao Yu senior sister is the best candidate to activate that formation. And there's Pan Chong, who has reached the God Court realm. He's a traitor to the pure enlightenment sect. He has only mastered the 3-in style and the cold body. Sixth student sister controls this person, as bait to lure out the younger student sister. Jingming Dao is probably unwilling to accept it. What about Wang Fugui? Chu Honglong asked with doubt. Siwuya's deep eyes looked towards the sky. This is probably the cleverness of the sixth sister, right? Wang Fugui's real name is Xin Yuan. He is a master under the seat of the current Emperor Yufei of Dian. This Yufei, it was the sister of the Western Region's queen who was married to the emperor back then. The Western Region's queen died at the hands of the second senior brother back then. In short, master's actions will cause displeasure in the great Yan dynasty. Speaking in broad terms, it may provoke conflicts between the two countries. At that time, personal grievances will be trivial, but the country's warfare will be a matter of life and death. Apart from that, the 15 cultivators at the Divine Court realm, from the 3 sects in the southern region of Dian, all the weapons below the earth rank from these 3 sects were destroyed by the master's celestial ranked weapons that year. The debt has yet to be repaid, and now new enmity is formed. What would the 3 factions think of you? Chu Hongdong's expression turned unbelieving after hearing this. Sixth sister actually has such a plan. Too bad. No matter how good the conspiracy is, it's meaningless in the face of absolute strength. I'm afraid Yi Tianxin would never have thought of that. Master. Pursuit of 1,000 miles. This series of powerful divine techniques truly subverts everyone's understanding. And Master's fighting style is extremely fast. He hardly gave Yi Tianxin a chance to explicitly plan anything. Chu Honggong was deeply frightened when he heard this. I won't be the chief of this stronghold anymore. I'll be with whoever I want. I'm going back to the countryside to have fun, not to compete with you. Can I still hide? Not long after, Lu Zhou arrived at Qingyang Mountain. At this time, Xiao Yuner happened to be flying on bays. Yue was watching her. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he threw Yi Tianxin and walked to the side. The effect of his peak experience card disappeared. Xiao Yuan responded with a sound, and then she looked at her senior sister with a huff. Yi Tianxin seemed to have sensed something. She chuckled. I never thought the great demon lord would have moments of weakness. What do you know? Master is getting older. Can't he take a break? Xiao Yuan mercilessly turned back. As she said this, she realized it was wrong, and quickly apologized to her master. Lu Zhou waved his hand indicating it's okay. Although Yi Tianxin's cultivation was crippled, but the tone still carries a sense of disdain. If I were you, I would immediately return to Jintingshan. Didn't you say that as long as you are here? No one would dare to ride on the head of Jintingshan. What a pity. Jintingshan will change hands today. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, Xiao Yuan had turned around and left. Nonsense. Where is your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin's eyes flashed a hint of sadness. Ruined our junior sister. This is the good deed your respected master has done. He's already old. When can I still protect you? I will push you into the abyss early. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan made a face at her. I don't believe in your big traitor. I should just abolish your cultivation. Junior sister, look at him now. He's no different from an ordinary old man. Do you believe me? Strike him with a palm. Yi Tianxin seemed to see through it. Then she began to bewitch. But Xiao Yuan directly snorted and refused. She wouldn't dare. Master, I've used bays to send my father back to the ancestral home. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand, and summoned bays over. Upon witnessing this scene, Yexin was greatly shocked. This mount is actually legendary. When did the old guy's mount change to a white saber? Before she could figure it out, Lu Zhou had already mounted the saddle and invited Xiao Yuan to join him. Meanwhile, the righteous practitioners are everywhere in Jinting Mountain. They are searching every corner with weapons in hand. This is really strange. Where did the demon that lurks in Jinting Mountain go? Continued to find the elder. Today, Ishi should find Jitian Dao and Ming Shirin. In the Mo Tiange at the top of the mountain, a senior is sitting at the mountain top. And Duan Mushi, with a slightly furrowed brow, spoke, As long as you tell me where Lama is, I will spare your life. The trapped Duan Muxing replied indifferently. Fang Jinshan, you are from a prestigious and righteous sect but take advantage of others in distress. If you have the guts, then let me go. You and I will have a fair fight for 300 rounds. You dare to talk big despite being injured. Do you think you are qualified? Don't mention it's you. Even if it's an old devil. Now I have to hide like a rat. Duan Muxing joked after hearing it. Even your brother has to fear me. Before he could finish, a roaring attack interrupted him. In a weakened state, he had to cross his arms. Stubbornly took the attack. What are you? You are a worthless thing. Tell me where Lao Motu and Ming Shirin are. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Hearing this, Duan Muxing still showed no fear. Go ahead, try it. The arrogant Fang Jinshan was about to step forward and attack. It was the perfect opportunity to avenge his brother by killing Duan Muxing. The other fellow disciples immediately advised him to stop when they saw this. We can't kill this demon. Demon Sky Pavilion and the old demon head. The sect leader said we should keep him alive. Elder Fang, please think twice. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. Hearing this, Fang Jinshan had no choice but to give up. I wonder how long you can be complacent. Since the sect leader won't let me kill you, then I'll let you taste being imprisoned under the 9 hells. The feeling of not being able to survive and not being able to die. At this moment, a practicing swordsman flies over from outside the door. Elder Zhou, you've come back just in time. You've come back just in time. Have you found out the whereabouts of Ming Shirin? Zhou Jifeng bowed to the second elder after listening. I have ordered people to search all over Jinting Mountain. Did they find anything? You and I both saw Ming Shirin get seriously injured with our own eyes. I don't believe he could escape far with such injuries. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. I almost forgot. The old devil killed Luo Changfeng, the head of the Tianjian sect. He was your master. Zhou Jifeng had no expression. The answer to the expression has 2 elders. It's hard for them to escape even if they have wings. It's very good. Although you are from the Tianjian sect, you are very obedient. Much more sensible than them. Now I order you to personally torture Duan Gesheng. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng hesitated. Witnessing this scene, Fang Jinshan's words took a turn. No wonder Tianjian men cannot tolerate you, a dog from a bereaved family. I wonder what the sect master sees in you. You are actually being appointed as the elder. Get lost. He directly pushed Zhou Jifeng aside. Immediately after, he suddenly kicked Duanqing towards him. With a bang. Under the impact, Duan Muxing couldn't help but take a few steps back. Still able to resist? A cold light flashed in Fang Jinshan's eyes. Then he mobilized his energy to prepare for another attack. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the air. The practitioners on the ground looked sideways. And suddenly became ecstatic. The legendary mount is for the master practitioner. Hurry to notify the elders. It should be a master of our righteous practice, coming to support. But the next second, Lu Zhou's voice echoed around. How dare you trespass into my Jinting Mountain? Who gave you the courage? At the sound of Lu Prefecture's shout, the roaring sound spread throughout the entire mountain. Beneath, the righteous practitioners on the main road, everyone stopped and looked around. I guess the owner of this deep voice is an old man. But the vitality contained in the sound wave is not like that of a master. Legendary level mounts are rare. Carrying such an auspicious aura. Who could be the practitioner still able to produce such a sound? Just as everyone was speculating, Duan Muxing, who was trapped, heard the voice of his master, and respectfully welcomed his master's return. When these words were spoken, all the righteous cultivators are shaken in their hearts. It's not good, the old demon is back. Don't panic, we have internal intelligence. The old demon has long been incapable. The formation has been supported by the magic potion. All experts above the divine court realm have gathered. Lu Zhou glanced down below. As expected, he found that it was as Yi Tianxin had said. The Jin Court Mountain was being arrogantly taunted by a group who didn't know their own limitations. The practitioners have invaded. At this moment, a smug smile appears on Yi Tianxin's lips. All along the way, suffering from the torment of the shattered Shi Hai Dantian. He can't speak anymore. Being able to hold on until now is just to see how the old guy will deal with this situation. Which is indeed a challenge for Lu Ho. There are only 2 ways to solve it. The first is to use the last peak experience card. But this is the biggest trump card. After using it, there will be no means of survival. The second is to control Bai Zhe to escape from Jiting Mountain. Anyway, Duan Muxing and Ming Shirin are villains, so it doesn't matter if they die, it's just as well. Should I use the peak experience card, or should I escape? He was in a dilemma. Let me go! You have no cards left. Yi Tianxin saw the embarrassment of his master. he spoke. Xiao Yuan coldly snorted at the words. The practitioners below have already assembled. They sit on their mounts like they are facing a great enemy. When Lutz Ho looked at the people in front, a look of confusion appeared on his face, because he found Zhou Jifeng's loyalty has actually increased to 15. Increased by 5 compared to when he left Tianjianan. Who do you think you are, speaking so arrogantly at the bottom of Fangjin Mountain? Turns out you're the old devil of Jinting Mountain. Duan Wuxing has already been gravely injured by us. Jinting Mountain is now also under our sect. Come down quickly and meet your death. The cultivators in the back were agitated after hearing the crowd. They all shouted loudly for him to come down quickly and meet his death. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. It really is difficult to handle. He can't even save a peak experience card. So be it. From now on, he no longer hesitated. But suddenly, there was a bang. Zhou Jifeng instantly swung his sword and stabbed towards the advancing Fang Jishan. At this moment, a transparent barrier appeared in front of the opponent, protected all around. Fang turned his head and glared at Zhou Jifeng. How do you explain? Hitting nothing. Zhou Jifeng also quickly distanced himself. I didn't expect you to be able to stop me with this move. He is very confident in his own attack. Such distance, even a master of the elemental spirit realm may not be able to withstand it. Fang Jinshan sneered at these words. Has no one told you that the practice of a celestial weapon wielder is vastly different? Otherwise, do you think the sect leader can just assign tasks to those in the divine court realm? I went to Jinting Mountain. Xiao Yuan felt a little itchy. Master really makes me angry. Daring to be arrogant in the Shinting realm. Lu Prefecture shook his head at the sight. Dragonheart Shield. To say it's a heavenly treasure is a bit of an overstatement. Fang Jinshan was stunned after hearing this. Do you know the Dragonheart Shield? What's so special about it? When my master was dominating the world, you were still playing with mud. That's indeed the truth. When Jitian Dao was famous throughout the world, no one present made a sound. Lu Prefecture looking down, calmly speaking. I'll give you a chance to live. Put down your weapons. Restore Jinting Mountain, and 3 years of hard labor on the mountain. Today's matter is settled. As soon as the words were spoken, the people below burst into laughter. Haha, I think I just heard the funniest joke in the world. The old demon has turned over a new leaf and stopped killing. Seeing this, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. I have given you all a chance. Since you do not cherish it, let's leave it at that. Having said that, he leaped off his steed. Yi Tianxin had hoped to witness her master's fleeing expression. The next second, she widened her eyes in disbelief. With the peak card, Wen Na and Lu Zhou, a surge of vitality erupted again. The 9-leaf 100 Tribulations mini Dharmakaya appeared in an instant, covering the sky. Just released an overwhelming pressure towards Jinting Mountain. Yi Tianxin was stunned on the spot. It was only at this moment that she realized that her speculations had been wrong all along. Then she became anxious and fainted. The righteous cultivators below were also stunned. Sweating profusely. Are you going all out from the start? Shouldn't you hold back a few moves before unleashing your full force? Duan Wuxing looks pleased. His excitement is palpable. Loyalty increased by 5. Zhou Jifeng crawled on the ground and bowed. Senior, your power is unparalleled. Lu Zhou did not save this experience card. On the day of becoming Jitian Dao, destined his choice. It is destined that he must keep going along this path. This perilous world of cultivation. Devouring people without leaving bones. Only Jintingshan is the foundation. Can't tolerate others meddling. So the last peak experience card must be used. Take this opportunity to warn the world. Warn those who have their eyes on Jinting Mountain. I don't rely on elixirs. It's one's own strength. That can erupt continuously. There is no secret in the world that can be achieved with external force. After landing in Luzhou, Lu looks down at the crowd. The name Duan Wuxing was shouted. Hearing this, Duan Wuxing quickly responded. Tianyi decided on the final sword and spear match. I will only use it once. You just watch. Lu Zhou finished speaking, and between his index and middle fingers, a strikingly sharp long sword condensed. Duan Wuxing's face lit up at the words. This was the final public demonstration of the Tianyi sword decision, and the spear decision. Although he started early, his aptitude is slightly duller, compared to the other disciples. Even though he has been taught, He is still struggling in the final stage of cultivation. For many years, I have always been at a loss. If I continue to fumble on my own, it is no different from moving forward in the dark, using fingers as a sword, gathering chi into a protective shield. The goal of Tianwan is to reach the mountain peak. As the words fall, Lu Zhou just lightly taps. In an instant, a sword chi formed by gathering yuan chi strikes out. Fang Jinshan was shocked, and quickly took out his weapon to block. There was a bang. Blinding electric light instantly filled the center of the battlefield. The righteous practitioners around tightly closed their eyes and couldn't look straight. It's the precious dragon heart shield from the celestial steps. Can you see it? Lu Zhou didn't choose to kill with one move. He swung his arm and began to gather strength again. At this moment, thought I was dead, but Feng Jinshan's mind went blank. But surprisingly, I didn't die, based on the palm. Condensed chi into gang. 1,000 layers of overlapping waves. This is the effect of the Tai Chi technique performed in the form of marksmanship. It's a ranged attack. As Lu Zhou finished speaking, it seemed as if thunder was driving the electricity. A long spear appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, the crowd's faces changed suddenly. 1,000 overlapping waves. As the name suggests, a layer of chi, overlapping 1,000 times. As swift as a gun technique, the strike produces thousands of overlapping shadows. It's also the crucial move in the Heaven One duel. How did you know? It's terrifying. Even for a powerful figure in the nascent soul stage, I don't dare to pick up this move. Realizing the danger, the crowd ran for their lives like mournful dogs. The next second, Lu Zhou waved his long spear towards Fang Jinshan's position. In an instant, thousands of gun shadows fell like lightning and thunder. The nearby practitioners were affected by the aftershocks. All of them screamed in misery. Zhou Jifeng also retreated several tens of meters. The use of qigong to protect oneself is barely enough to withstand, so strong. I can't see clearly whether Fang Jinshan is alive or dead. After a moment, the dust in the sky gradually dissipates. The place where the shadow of the gun fell only left a deep abyss-like pit. Zhou Jifeng was a little shocked. The intention of the old predecessor to continue the attack is very obvious. Either it is a whip or a household. Only 3 minutes have passed since the two moves ended. Lu Zhou remained composed. Did you see it clearly? At his words, Duanmu immediately knelt down with a thud and knocked his head heavily. Disciple, look carefully. The master's personal demonstration is better than 10 years of hard practice. Very good. Lu Zhou responded with a light step and flew into the sky. Then, he headed straight for the hub of the Forbidden Formation at Jiting Mountain. The little disciple below looked up in confusion. She didn't know what her master was planning to do. At this moment, the righteous cultivators scattered like birds. Who would dare to stay here? If you can't win, then run away. As long as everyone splits up and runs, he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He can't catch all of us. Sacrifice a few to benefit the majority. This was the perfect strategy one had in mind when I came. Lu Zhou snorted, naturally aware of their intentions. I've said that they all have to stay. None of you should even think about leaving. With that, he exerted his strength in an instant. All the essence in the Dantian and Qihai has been poured into the eye of the formation. Duan Mu Xing was stunned in disbelief. He dared not believe it. Master is going to repair the barrier. How is this possible? The barrier of Jintingshan has been perfected by generations of demon masters. It not only absorbs a large amount of spiritual energy, but also combines with the right timing and location. A barrier formed only by continuously supplementing energy. When Master punished himself and 4th junior brother, it took 5th junior sister and me 3 years to repair it together. It cannot be restored by one person's effort. At least there should be. Master, given your advanced age, shouldn't you be conserving your strength? But why do this? As the enormous energy poured into the formation's eyes, a number of transparent barriers immediately enveloped the foot of Jiting Mountain. The scattered practitioners fleeing for their lives were all blocked inside the barrier. Zhou Jifeng also widened his eyes. The shock was beyond words. He led the team to break through this barrier. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't even shake the barrier. I didn't expect Ji Tianao to be able to fill the barrier on his own. It's really terrifying. At this moment, Lu Zhou coldly looks down below. Since it's the peak experience card, you can continuously fill the Dantian and Qi Si. It won't take much time to solve Fang Jinshan's situation. Why not use the remaining time to repair the barrier? It is inexhaustible. It's just enough to catch the turtle by the pond. The other practitioners were frightened, and immediately fled like dogs in mourning. Lu Zhou then activated the mountain protection formation. The blue barrier instantly enveloped everyone within. Yuana doesn't leave a single one behind. After receiving the master's order, Yuana responded and rushed out. She unleashed the 7 stars cloud collecting step to the extreme. Nearly every Vajra realm cultivator who hadn't fled was struck. A continuous scream also echoed in the air. Master Dongmu respectfully bowed. Lu Zhou gave him a glance after listening, surprised to find that his loyalty had reached 80. His injury should have been from earlier, when he was fighting with Jingyi Dao Fong Tudo. It's rare that he has held on until now. Then Lu Zhou asked where the 4th brother is now. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Xing hurriedly answered. Lao Si and Fang Jinshan fought fiercely for several rounds. They outnumbered him. Lao Si was injured and had to escape. Where is he now? I don't know either. Just after the words were spoken, Bai Zhe slowly descended. Then, he placed the severely injured and unconscious Yi Tianqing back in the courtyard. Upon hearing Duri's words, Lu Zhou couldn't help but furrow his brows. Now this is better. Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Lu are all injured, only little Yuan seems like a wild wolf, running rampant within the barrier, slaughtering without restraint as he ponders. Zhou Jifeng knelt down in front. I am willing to be under the gate of Jiting Mountain, willing to serve the senior. After listening, Lu Zhou did not refuse him, and waved his arm. Gently tell Xia Yuan to go help him. Yes. Zhou Jifeng was overjoyed. He immediately took out his weapon and rushed towards the practitioner fleeing down the mountain. At this moment, the time for the peak experience card has just ended. The majestic vitality within Lu Zhou's body was also fading away like the tide in an instant. Once he entered the secret room, he couldn't help but feel depressed. His current cultivation level was only at the solidification realm, merit point 6.674. Remaining lifespan 5,506 days. Now, need to sort out thoughts and reorganize the bottom cards. The last peak experience card is gone. Only 7 fatal blocks left. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can strike 10 or 100 times in a breath. So, the significance of 7 times is not great. What do we do without any cards to play? Gold Pavilion Mountain's #1 demon. How many people are staring at Tiger's Eye? But fortunately the barrier has been repaired. Even if there's a strong enemy, the barrier can last for 10 days or half a month. Use the peak card twice in a row. Shock the righteous practitioners. They dare not be as foolish as they were in the invasion of Jintingshan this time. The trip to Anyang has gained more than 6,000 merit points. We have merit points now. Next is to think about how to use them. Although continuous drawing lots can accumulate lucky value. But what if I keep having bad luck all the way? Just wait. Wait for Xia Yuan and Zhou Jifeng to clean up the remaining practitioners. Then make plans. Lu Zhou then started wandering around in the secret room. I haven't been to the secret room inside the demon tower for a long time. Like the Tai Sword Sutra and Daoxin spell, it seems that none of my disciples have practiced them, and some weapons. Experts in the realm of spiritual ascension would generally not look upon such a level. Covered in dust. It was also unclear where it came from or how it was used. At the same time, Lei Tianqin, who was seriously injured, slowly opened his eyes, looking at the familiar buildings around her. In her mind, the scene of when she was first brought into the sect couldn't help but emerge. Everything here still remains vivid in her memory. Every tree, every wall, every line is now on display. Ming Shurin's voice came from behind. Yan Tianxin looked back at the sound, and saw Ming Shurin leaning against the tree, looking serious, not only dirty with his head covered, but also with a bloody wound on his chest. Junior sister is back, he said as he sat down on the ground. Yi Tianxin was stunned for a moment. Is this still the 4th brother who scared the world, and made everyone lose courage? Or is it the bright world's Ming Yin who reached the realm of Xintingjing? A master practitioner who can be bullied even by flies? After realizing, his wife smiled coolly. You had it coming too. Ming Shu waved his hand a few times in response. I'm just tired. Yi Tianxin sneered at the words. Old fool, leaving you guys in the mountains to die. You willingly stay behind to work your heart out. Are you crazy? You don't understand. I am different from you. I am very respectful towards my master and morals. After Ming Shurin finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Then a magical scene appeared. Countless flowers grew rapidly on the ground around him at a visible speed. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tianxin widened his eyes in disbelief. This is the Qingmu Heart method. Senior brother has mastered all of it. When the Qingmu Heart method is practiced to the extreme, one can be reborn from the brink of death and undergo a transformation to renew life. It also means fourth senior brother has passed this calamity and will step into the realm of nascent soul calamity. When did the old monster become so generous? Looking at the area covered by the green wood, Yi Tianxin stood still, puzzled. Following that, the figure of the ninth disciple, Xiao Yuaner, flew back into the courtyard. Where is my master, the great traitor? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin waved her hand, signaling her to come over. You tell senior sister. What have you been up to all these years, old man? Hearing this, Xiao Yuan hugged her arms and didn't want to pay attention to her. I'm not going over there. Then the scarred Duan Muxing also arrived here. Seeing his appearance, Yi Tianxin couldn't help but smile sardonically. You dare to bully your master and destroy your ancestors. Your thoughts are poisonous, and both humans and gods are indebted. You even dare to laugh at Du Mu's straightforward nature. Without any consideration for the other party's dignity. Senior brother, it has come to this. Stop pretending to be righteous. Do you not have a sense of how the old guy treats everyone? Look at how you all are now. The more you act like wolves, the more you'll be treated as wolves. The old guy's time is running out. By then, I hope you still carry yourself with such righteousness as today. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Dunmu couldn't help but angrily interject. Master Yuana is not here, so you take a slap for your martial brother. Yuana obediently trotted over after hearing the command. Closed her eyes, slapped her casually, and then ran back. This slap is meant for you to remember that this is the moat court. The place where you once studied under a master. If you dare to speak insolently again, don't blame senior brother for being ruthless. Duan Muxing's words instantly reverberated with a rolling wave of sound. Yi Tianxin was shaken, his blood and qi surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation completely destroyed, she suffered like an ordinary person, and obediently stayed quiet for a while. Xiao Yuaner originally wanted to help unlock the shackles, but Duan Yuxing helplessly shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. This is forged from thousand-year cold iron, under the heavens. Perhaps only senior brothers Bai Yu Dao and second brothers Changxing sword can split open. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Jifeng passed by here nervously. Xiao Yuan discovered it, and immediately shouted. Zhao Jifeng then bowed. Greeting to all the seniors. You are a disciple of Tianjianmen. Tianjianmen is a famous righteous sect in the world. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world for joining Jiting Mountain? Hearing Duanmu's words. What is righteousness and evil? If I were afraid of ridicule, I wouldn't be standing here. As he spoke, he knelt down with a thud to show his determination. Now that I'm here, I've already figured out where the senior is. Please give me a chance to explain. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxin couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is madness. So many people want to stay away from Jintingshan, but you? Are you joining Jintingshan to seek death at this moment? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng responded firmly. The seniors have been kind to me. At the same time, after all the righteous practitioners in the Demon Heaven Pavilion were resolved, Lu Prefecture's merit points also reached 7,540 points, but he looked at the panel of them all. But couldn't help but furrow his brows. The 4 symbols are on sale for 2,000 points. As for weapons, they require strong cultivation as support. Otherwise, they won't be of much use. Reverse card 500 points per card. Not only expensive, the value of the bottom card is also insufficient. No solution can be used after the attack. Get 0 seconds of damage immunity status. 500 points of merit for each card. This props card is pretty good. But the time is too short, only 10 seconds. After using Fatal Blow, gain indescribable power. Give the target a Fatal Blow. Gain 500 points of merit for each card. Lu Zhou turned over and saw these 2 props cards. He was puzzled. Indescribable power. It should be similar to the insta-kill skill in the game. It shouldn't be lacking in any kind of power. Then he looked it over again. First her defense. Reduces all damage for 30 seconds after use by 90. Each one requires 500 merit points. Second class defense. Within 30 seconds after use, all damage is reduced by 60. 300 merit points per card. He then checked more than 10 item cards. Defensive types are not very useful when discovered. Unbeatable. Soon he realized something was wrong. Wait. Why are most of them defensive? Do I have to be a shrinking turtle all the time? This is not the old devil style. He continued to scroll down. Only a few props cards with question marks can be seen. Can't even see the detailed description. It's probably the same as the advanced law body, concealing temptation and price. Also indicates it should be particularly powerful. Later, Leju pondered deeply. And ultimately chose 3 unstoppable cards. And 1 lethal blow. Spent 3,000 merit points in one go. Looking at the 2 equipment cards, Lu Zhou fell into contemplation again. If the fatal blow that cannot be countered is used, what will happen? At this moment in Lu Zhou, looking at the remaining over 4,000 merit points, he is struggling with the decision. Should he buy the life reversal card to restore his life? But with over 4,000 merit points, he can only buy 9 cards, about 2,700 days of lifespan. Raffle? Based on the experience of the last raffle. Once you start with raffle, it's also quite lethal. Or should I cultivate the heavenly book? After all, the improvement of cultivation is the fundamental. But let's draw some prizes first. At the same time, in the area north of Yuzhou in the western part of Dian, inside the main altar of the Yuming sect in Pingdeshan, a subordinate arrived at the Yuming Hall. The leader has already found out. The ancestor captured the princess of Yanyu Palace single-handedly. Neither the master of Jingyi nor the expert of Tianjian survived. None of them made it out alive. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice came from above. Understood, master. Princess Yanyu Palace was once the master's junior sister, this time, leading the practitioners to besiege the ancestor, infuriating the Yin sect, the Tian sect, and the Luo sect with a big defeat. I swear to offer sacrifices to the deceased disciples of Yanyu Palace. Do you want to help? As the voice fell, the air suddenly quieted down. Answer for your actions. No need to ask. I have one more thing to report, please instruct me. The spy planted in the royal palace has relayed a message. Consort Yu plans to conquer Jiting Mountain. She even attempted to persuade the emperor to mobilize the imperial guards. What happened next? Yu Zhenhai was immediately interested when he heard about it. The great Yan emperor is in trouble. The imperial concubine is under house arrest for 3 months. Yu Zhenhai seemed to have expected this result. The great Yan is frequently at war. The imperial guards are the defenders of the capital, and should not be taken lightly. It's easy to move them away. Princess Yu's actions are shooting herself in the foot. Besides, Princess Yu is of foreign descent from the western regions. We must closely monitor her every move. Besides, sword fanatic enjoys sparring. There are many experts in the Jingming Dao zone. Let him go. If encountering sword demon, be sure to avoid him. I comply with the instructions of the leader. The subordinate finished speaking and respectfully left. At this time, outside the Mo Tian pavilion on Jiting Mountain, a few disciples were anxiously waiting in the courtyard. Duan Wuxing looked a little helpless as he watched Xiao Yuan pacing back and forth. Master, after this battle, it's normal to need some careful nurturing. Junior sister, stop. You've already made me dizzy with your back and forth. Zhou Jifeng started to praise. The senior's power is unparalleled, nothing will happen. Look at how bright this barrier is. Yi Tian's expression was indifferent and beguiling. If I were you, I'd go in and take a look. The old guy is already quite aged. What if something happens? Before finishing the sentence, the voice of Lu Zhou came from inside. Come in and speak. Upon hearing this, several people respectfully walked in. Disciple pays respect to master, junior pays respect to the senior. At this moment, Lu Zhou stood with his back to everyone, silent. It seemed like he had something on his mind. Master Xiao Yuan noticed and softly called out to him. Lu Zhou was deeply disappointed. His heart felt as tumultuous as 1,000 horses. Couldn't help but mutter. How come I couldn't draw any of them? What are you talking about, master? Xiao Yuan asked in confusion. It's nothing. Lu Zhou reacted and responded immediately. Master, don't be angry. Tujia has already killed all of these intruders. If you're still unhappy, I'll go back and give their bodies a few more stabs. Lu Zhou shook his head in response, indicating it was not necessary. Where is Lao Si? Duan Wuxing replied after hearing this. Lao Si is seriously injured, but he has gained an opportunity because of this. He is now being protected by Qingmu and may not be able to come to see the master. Hearing this, Lu Zhou feels somewhat relieved. Protected by Aoki. It takes 7 days to enter the breakthrough state. If someone interrupts halfway, then Myoji will find it hard to enter the Yuanshan for the rest of his life. You guys are not allowed to approach Qingmu for 7 days. Yi Tianxin angrily comforted with a sentence of false benevolence and righteousness. I'm afraid that in the middle of the night, I will deliberately give him a palm. Lu Zhou ignored her. Directly let Xiao Yuan imprison her in the back mountain to reflect on her mistakes. Continued his gaze and glanced at Zhou Jifeng. quickly knelt down and expressed his respect to the senior. Zhou Jifeng is willing to join the mountaintop pavilion of Jinting Mountain, asking the senior to accept me as a disciple. After hearing this, Lu Zhou paused. Since traveling through time till now, there has been no intention of taking in disciples. According to the time calculation, the old devil also started his disciple recruitment plan. When his cultivation reached its peak, with the current cultivation level, there might be some ambitious people. The moon rises over the sea. At this moment at the end of the world, the old devil left an interesting empty seat. The reasons are no longer important. After some thought he tactfully declined. Your talent is not bad, but unfortunately you are cultivating the Tianjian sect's swordsmanship, and changing halfway through your studies will only result in wasted effort. Senior Zhou Jifeng sensed the implication in his words. I want to make another request, and Lu Zhou threw over a secret book. This is the Tai swordsmanship of the Tianjian sect. It's not difficult for you to cultivate it with your talent. When Zhou Jifeng heard this, he picked up the secret book. The excitement was hard to conceal in his eyes, because the teaching of the Tai swordsmanship of the Tianjian sect has always been directly passed down from master to disciple. One must master the first level before being taught the second, and so on. Therefore, Luo Changfeng did not teach all of his swordsmanship. This phenomenon is not unique to the Tianjian sect, but is the case for all the esteemed sects in the world. The sword technique, regarded as a treasure by the Tianjian sect, is now in the hands of the elder. As if it were worthless. With this sword technique, there's no need to worry about not reaching the realm of Yuanshan tribulation. It's so exciting. Once he realized, he quickly knelt down devoutly with a thump. Thank you, senior. Then came Lu Yong's reply. Since you are not a disciple of the Mo Tiange, in the future you should refer to me as Gazhu, master of the pavilion. Mo Tiange has many residences, except for the East Pavilion and the South Pavilion. Feel free to choose somewhere else to stay. Step back after Zhou Jifeng leaves. Duan Mushing asked master doubtfully. After all, Zhou Jifeng is a disciple of Tianjian. I have my own plans, master. Lu Zhou waved his hand to end the conversation. Then he just glanced at the lock on Duan Muxing's chain, and slowly got up and walked towards the inside of the Matian pavilion. Duan Muxing was about to say something else. Should be transported. Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. He had hoped to seek the master's help in unlocking the shackles, but now it seems he can only temporarily give up. Xiao Yuan rushed back from the rear mountain. She saw Duan Muxing looking full of worries. So he asked what was going on. Nothing. Senior brother just felt that our master seemed a little absent-minded. Absent-minded? Did our master instruct anything just now? Xiao Yuaner continued to chase curiously. That's not the case. He just said the master seemed to be dizzy. Dizzy? Xiao Yuaner understands a little. After all, the master is old. Riding back and forth on a white marsh, can you not get dizzy by flying back and forth in the sky? Duan Muxing felt that there was some truth to it after hearing it. Senior brother? How should we deal with that traitor? Let's wait until Laosi has crossed this disaster before deciding. The fourth brother is clever. If such a traitor is not punished, how can we face our master? Xiao Yuan then continued to speak. I've always been unable to understand why she left the sect. Why does the master have to die? Duan Muxing sighed helplessly at the words. Tianxin is also a person with a hard life. A hard life? Xiao Yuan reacted to this in some way, muttered a sentence. I'm suffering too. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxing was left speechless. I need to go and heal. I'll leave this to you. Meanwhile, inside the Matian Pavilion, the Top Lu Prefecture has started to draw prizes again. Currently, 3,000 points have been drawn, and there are 1540 points left. The accumulated lucky value is 60. Continuing this wave of draws is too damaging. This time, 50 points of merit value are consumed. Thank you for your patronage, lucky value added. Very good. Lu Zhou can only helplessly pause for a moment when seeing this scene. Let's first take a look at the heavenly book, transfer and continue to draw. He glanced at the characters he could understand above. Found no increase. And the part that he couldn't understand seemed to have not decreased either. Judging from this, repeatedly read the content of the front part of the scroll. Comprehend the meaning within it. The following parts will slowly unfold. It indicates that the heavenly book can be comprehended. It's just a bit difficult. The discovery piqued his interest instantly. So he immersed himself in contemplation, unable to extricate himself. 3 days passed in no time, and Zhou Jifeng was still engrossed in his swordsmanship practice. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing began to seclude himself for healing. Only Xiao Yuan was left idle all day. Suddenly, the ground made a cracking sound. Perplexed, she immediately flew to the skies above the magic tower. There, in Mingxian's position, the originally clustered green wood unexpectedly swelled and grew again. And it is accelerating at a visible speed. She was a little puzzled to see this scene. The master said, "Fourth senior brother needs 7 days to pass this ordeal. How could it be so fast? The towering green tree is almost growing to the same height as the magic temple." Immediately after, the giant green tree suddenly exploded, with a loud bang shaking the magic temple. The figure of Ming Shirin gradually emerges in the field's center. He extends his arms and can't help but mutter in comfort. As soon as he finishes speaking, a domineering gang chi of the Yuanshan robbery realm suddenly ripples out. Now that novice Ming Shi has broken through, he's become arrogant and complacent. I was disturbed during my contemplation of the scriptures, and immediately rebuked him angrily. So audacious! With a loud shout from Leju, a rolling sound wave immediately emanated from outside the Motian pavilion. Congratulations to the fourth junior brother for stepping into the Yuanshan catastrophe. Have you mastered the Dongming Fa's Hen, junior brother? Xiao Yu eagerly stepped forward to offer congratulations. At this moment, Ming Shi's heart is filled with immense joy. I have been waiting in the Central Plains long before you returned. I didn't need 7 days to make a breakthrough. It feels great to transcend the Yuanshan realm. With the Dharma body in hand, I have the world. Junior sister, watch closely. With that, he called upon his energy, wanting to flaunt his Dongming fashion. Just then, Lu Province's angry shout also reached his ears. He was so scared that he fell to the ground with a thud, frantically kneeling and confessing. Fourth senior brother, is it necessary to kneel in order to release your Dharma body? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Ming Shirin awkwardly cleared his throat twice after hearing it. I'm just not used to the elemental tribulation realm. Where's our master? Then Xiao Yuan, we'll talk about what happened in the past 2 days. The story was told. After hearing it, Ming Shi frowned involuntarily. 6th senior sister's cultivation was abolished? Confined to the back mountain for introspection? I will go and check on what was assigned to me on the mountain these 2 days. You go to the Tangxi town post station to inquire about the news. Master will definitely ask when he comes out. Xiao Yuan is excited at the thought of being able to go out and play. Fourth senior brother's consideration is thoughtful. I'm going now. Ming Shirin then turned his head and looked in the direction of Mo Tiange. Remembering the sound transmission warning just now, his body couldn't help but shudder, thinking that it would be easier to enter the realm of Yuanshan tribulation. It seems that there is still a long way to go. Then he lightly tapped his toes. With 10 sticks in 1 step, he arrived at Haosan, just in time to see Zhou Jifeng practicing swordsmanship. Hearing from the junior sister that you are a rare genius in the Tianjian school. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng's heart became somewhat flustered. I met fourth brother Ming Shi. Then he loosened up his muscles and said it's a good time to test our skills. Bai Jiadongming's Dharma body. As the voice fell, 1 high 2 wide, a Dharma body half a foot wide appeared behind him. Seeing this, Zhou Jifeng couldn't help but mutter, such a small 100 hell's profound abyss. What did you say? Zhou Jifeng was so scared that he quickly changed his tune. Oops, I feel dizzy. Hearing this, Ming Shirin looked somewhat pleased. Is the law body of the primordial spirit catastrophe really that powerful? He was scared unconscious without even making a move. What kind of genius only has this level of cultivation? Meanwhile, inside the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Lu Zhou has also finished comprehending the celestial scripture these days. It feels like he has been through a big dream during these days. Refreshed my understanding of the celestial scriptures, but many of its meanings are still obscure and hard to understand. We'll need to spend more time on it. Keep pulling. Lu Zhou then opened the system interface. This time, 50 merit points were consumed. Thanks for your patronage. Lucky value increased. Could it be that I'm not drawing in the right posture? Thinking of this, he stood up. Thanks for your patronage. Lucky value added. Really unlucky. It turns out it has nothing to do with the way of drawing. Current lucky value 66 points. Double 6, all the best. Women have a sixth sense. Men have keen intuition. This is a sure hit. Draw again. Congratulations. 50 karma points consumed this time. Consumed 66 luck points and obtained 1 reverse card. When Lu Zhou saw the situation, it felt like a herd of horses running wildly in his heart. I wanted to swear, but I held back my anger. My mindset must not collapse. There are still 190 points. If I fail again, I'll retreat. Ding! This time, it consumed 50 merit points and gained, unnamed. Gets the mount. Strong. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou was stunned on the spot. Never thought. After accumulating 66 luck points, only one reverse card was given. This wave has 0 luck points. They actually gave a weapon and amount. Unclear. The golden light in his hand burst out instantly. When's a dark and inconspicuous object appeared in his hand. What the heck? He seemed a bit embarrassed at the sight. Ding weapon. The name can be changed to various weapon forms at will. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power, so that's how it is. Good stuff. Lu Prefecture immediately became interested. Started to play with excitement in hand. This is a weapon that can switch forms at will. One thing is better than 10 things. This wave is not in vain. Try the power again. At the same time, in the Siga cave in the back hill, Yi Tianxin waited here with a sad face. The next second, a figure flashed over. Ming Shi was filled with joy. Junior sister, do you want to see my Baijia Dongming Fa's hen? Yi Tianxin was speechless at this. If the old devil asks you to come and kill me, just do it. No need to show off. Whether to kill or spare is up to you. Upon hearing this explanation that wasn't very sincere, I didn't mean it that way. Junior sister, if Master wanted to kill you, he would have done it long ago. Is it my turn? Then why did he call you here? I came on my own. After all, we are siblings. I can't just stand by and watch you lost away. Ming Shi sighed helplessly after listening. Are you still resenting the Master for that thing? Yi Tianxin turned her head at the words. It seems that she doesn't want to mention the past anymore. I suffered more hardships than you did when I started out. Did I say something? Ming Shi continued to comfort. It seems like you're the one who curses the most behind my back. Ming Shi's embarrassed face turns red. Different times call for different measures. Master is particularly kind now. Kind? Fourth brother, this joke is not funny at all. I'm not joking. Master has lived to a ripe old age. Nowadays, the attitude is completely different from before. But how does that matter? Why can't you understand what I'm saying? Our Master never really cared about what we did. Yi Tianxin heard this hysterical response. But I take it to heart. If the old thing doesn't die, I won't feel at ease. Hearing this, Ming Shi immediately rushed over. Without using any elemental energy. Just a regular slap in the face. The slap made Yi Tianxin feel a little regretful. She realized. She still stubbornly looked into Ming Shi's eyes. While Ming Shi reached out and wanted to slap again. But eventually, it stopped 1 foot away from my face. He shook his head and sighed. Then he patted the other person's shoulder. You should ask the Master directly, and that's all for now. Hello, do it for yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. I felt there was no need to persuade him further, but just as he was about to leave, Yi Tianxin actually called out to him. Wait, Ming Shi. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's voice sounded faintly. What else do you want to say? A touch of desolation appeared on Yi Tianxin's face. The sisters of Yanyu Palace will definitely come together to save me. If possible, please show mercy, senior brother. Hearing this, Ming Shi sneered. Haha, you are really delusional. Right now, they are in deep trouble, unable to even save themselves. How will they have the time to save you? Cloud sect, Tian sect, Luo sect, so many God realm cultivators have died. Do you think they will direct their anger towards our master? You are wrong. The first one they attacked was Yanyu Palace. After the reminder from Ming Shi, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. At this moment, inside the Magic Heaven Pavilion, Lu Zhou was still playing with it, the black iron egg that can transform into any weapon. The control of the condensation realm is still much worse. When the cultivation is not enough, feels like turning a command arrow into a chicken feather. He is turning it into a short sword. After testing the collision with the long sword next to it, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Both weapons were unexpectedly undamaged. At this time, the sound of Xiu Yuan came from outside the door. Master Jingming, Pan Chong seeks an audience. Is this what you got from the lucky draw? It's really a piece of junk. After Lu Zhou heard this, he walked out slowly. As for Han, he can research it when he has time. But he didn't know what happened after he left. The tested long sword. It unexpectedly showed cracks like a mirror. Elder sir? Lu Zhou is coming out. Pan Zhong and Murong Hai hurriedly knelt down and paid their respects. Xiao Yuan explains, when I was inquiring at the post station, Ling Qiao saw them kneeling outside the barrier and brought them along. Will Master be mad at me? Lu Zhou fondly patted her head. As long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine. Then the sunlight swept over them. Get up and talk. The two immediately responded. Pen Zhong still appeared calm. But Muronghai was different. He was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, after making eye contact with Lu Zhou. He trembled and knelt down again. Please, sir, spare my life? Damn, it's all my fault for not recognizing the situation. Lu Zhou is speechless when he sees it, and I haven't done anything to you, have I? Kind all the way. Now it seems like you're going to kill your whole family. He sighed helplessly at the thought. Xiao Yuan took him away. Muronghai was stunned when he heard it. Before he could say goodbye, he was kicked down the mountain by Xiao Yuan. Pen Zhong saw this scene with some nervousness. Lu Zhou then looked at him inquiringly. Are you really going to join my Jinting Mountain? Pan Zhong, without hesitation, knelt down and expressed his willingness. I volunteer to join Jinting Mountain. Please, senior, help me out. After hearing this, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Although the other party has the 3 in cold body, he is also a good material. Under heaven, everyone fears Juzi. The martial arts world has no one who doesn't want to get rid of me, even those disciples I've handed over. Dare to think of betraying their master. Since you've entered the Jinting Mountain, I will protect you. But if one day... At this point, Lu Zhou paused. Pan Zhong naturally understood the meaning. He then took over, as if he had a different mind, and would be tortured. Hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. I have always valued your promises, get up. At this moment, Ming Shiring Yukong has also arrived here. Master, the disciple has truly broken through to the realm of Yuan Xingjie. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong's heart was filled with incredible shock. Those who can reach this realm are all outstanding experts. Several have emerged just from Jintingshan alone. Lu Zhou looked at him with a calm expression and said, entered the Yuanxing tribulation realm, having mastered the Baiji Dongming. Dharmakaya. Each level of realm is completely different. One must not be proud and arrogant. After Ming Shi's words, disciple will heed master's command. Pen Zhong looked puzzled by this. It is said that the old devil of Jinting Mountain kills without blinking an eye. He is also ruthless with his disciples. I see him today, and suddenly feel that the old predecessor is quite a master. He is much better than those old-fashioned masters of Jingming sect. Ming Shi then continued to talk about what had just happened. Disciple heard that the traitor Yi Tianxin is locked in the Sigwadong at the back mountain of Tianxinguan. Then he went to teach her a lesson to vent his anger for the master. Lu Zhou heard and calmly replied, let her reflect in the cave of reflection. In addition, the kidnapping by the Sifa family, Lao Ba Lao Wu cannot escape the Thousand Clan. When Yan Ningxi's eyes turned, the disciple had just entered the realm of Yuanxing tribulation. I'm worried I have nowhere to practice. Why don't you go and bring Lao Ba back? Obey the master's orders. At the same time in Chu Hong's roast pig place, he unexpectedly sneezed. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, and shook his head, disregarding him for now. Master is tired, let's disperse. After Lu Zhou left, Ming Shi glanced at Pan Zhong beside him. Is he new here? Nice to meet you, Mr. C. I like this title. Baiji Dongming Body. Speaking of which, Xian Yu came through the air. Little junior sister, you came at just the right time. Let's take a look at senior brother Baijia's Baiji Dongming Fazhen. Xiao Yuan flaps her big eyes, very cute. Senior brother, let's look again next time. There are some practitioners appearing at the foot of the mountain. I suspect someone else wants to invade Jinting Mountain. It's wonderful to hear that Ming Shi is overjoyed, junior sister. I'll go down first. There's no need for master to bother with such trivial matters. I alone can kill them all. Having said that, he then displayed his lightness skill and disappeared like a phantom. Brother, those who come are the female cultivators of Yanyu Palace. Pen Zhong got into a tense situation. He didn't know what to do. Xiao Yuan turned her head angrily and gave him a glance. What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll poke your eyes out. Not long after, Ming Shi, upon learning of the intrusion, rushed down impatiently. He was really holding his breath. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he smirked, exploding with his formidable Gang Chi 100 Tribulations Dark Abyss body. With a loud shout. A body about a yard wide and 2 yards high condensed solidly. Watch out. Run! Seeing this, the female cultivators below were immediately thrown into panic. Wait! The projection of the abyssal sex head is smaller. The projection of the demon ancestor is at least 10 times taller. This is not him. Where are we going? The women were discussing anxiously, feeling a bit at a loss. Who dares to intrude upon our Jinting Mountain? Mingshi stepped forward and spoke in a cold voice. But as soon as he finished speaking, a strange expression appeared on his face. I saw the other side kneeling in unison on the ground. They shouldn't force the other side after a few words. Then, did they surrender and destroy them with a big move? Why did they beg for mercy at the beginning? One of the female cultivators plucked up the courage to speak. I am a disciple of Yenyu Palace, seeking the help of the seniors. Mingshi raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing it. This is awkward. It turns out they are not here to invade. They are followers of the 6th junior sister, Reflective Guild Cave. Yenyu Palace is naturally without a leader. The 3 sects in the southern part of Dian have no intention of clashing with Jinting Mountain. All their anger will be directed at Yenyu Palace. But the problem is, even if you call for help, you won't be able to reach Jintingshan. His gaze swept across the whole venue, and found that there were more than 100 female cultivators, each more formidable than the last, some with disheveled hair. Some of them are badly injured and can't even stand properly. Seeing this scene, Mingshi inquired out of curiosity. Lu Shimi has bullied her master and destroyed her ancestors, and has been imprisoned by the 4 mountains. According to reason, everyone in Yenyu Palace should be punished. Daring to run to Jintingshan. Have you had enough of living? The female cultivator heard the panic in his expression and continued to plead. She begged the senior to save them for the sake of the palace lord. I won't help. It's funny. What does it have to do with me whether you live or die? Not laying a hand on you is already a great favor. Just as the words were spoken, a strange wind chime sound reached his ears. Mingshi turned his head in doubt. Only to see in the distance a large dark cloud slowly drifting across the sky. It's the Maoshan sect. The faces of the female disciples below changed instantly. Everyone was scared and moved towards the barrier. Please let us into Jinting Mountain, seniors. We are at your command, like oxen and horses. Mingshi looked at them and felt extremely disappointed. So these are the disciples of the 6th sister. Is the famous Yenyu Palace female cultivator? Without a master at the Yuanshan Tribulation realm sitting in power, the strongest in the God Court realm is nothing but ordinary soldiers. But it should not be Yen. Are the southern 3 counties targeting Yenyu Palace? How could the Masha sect suddenly appear? This is simply outrageous. Seeing them trembling with fear. Do they believe that in this world there are more terrifying places than Jintingshan? Are you afraid of Masha sect but not Jintingshan? In the blink of an eye, the dark shadow in the sky has arrived nearby. Only now it's clear that the above is not dark clouds, but a uniform color, a formation of guards in black robes, guarding the enormous dark dragon in the middle. The dragon ascends. It's the highly skilled practitioner Left Heart Chan from the black list. The top 3 on the black list, the first is Master, the second is Senior Brother, the Left Heart Zen is ranked 3rd. And also the top expert under the Demon Master of the Mashizong sect. However, Mingshi is somewhat confused. The Mashizong sect and the Jintingshan sect have always kept to themselves. Why would they target the Yenyu Palace? Just as he was pondering, a strong expert of the God Court realm took the initiative to fly out. He came forward and bowed. Mashizong has no intention of offending Jintingshan. Can Mr. C hand over these female cultivators to Mashizong? Sui Bianming neglects to care about this matter due to laziness. He turns and is about to return within the barrier. Thank you, Mr. C. We will come to thank you another day. The man in black robes finishes speaking, waves his arm. In a split second, the surrounding practitioners rushed towards the female cultivator like dazzling insects. Before they could reach her, Mingshi stopped them. Almost forgot about Master's new technique, Master. Lately, he's been fond of treating people kindly. When he realized this, he reached out and pushed all the female cultivators into the barrier. Thank you, 4th Master, for saving us. The female cultivators hurriedly knelt down and thanked him in unison. The person in the black robe from the God Court frowned upon seeing this, escaping from the wolf's den and entering the tiger's mouth. These women have lost their minds. He then coldly questioned. Mr. C, you seem to be going back on your word. I'm afraid that's not good. Meanwhile, inside the Motian pavilion, Lu Zhou, who was resting, heard a prompt in his ear. Ding, gained 450 points of merit from sincere prayers. Immediately, Xiao Yuan rushed in. Master C's 4th junior brother has committed murder, followed by Little Yuan. Then the child described how the incident happened. After hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat worried. The female disciples of Yenyu Palace are subordinates of Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin has been restricted by the 4 prohibitions. What's left is just a bunch of loose sand. Yet she still dares to come to Jinting Mountain. Her courage is extraordinary. They're just a group of female cultivators. The highest cultivation level is the Divine Court Mirror. When you're old, you have to take matters into your own hands. It's tiring. In these days, I've been feeling dizzy because of the lottery. Who has time for this nonsense? It's better to think about the rules of the draw. Here comes the moment of contemplation. He casually addressed these minor matters. You can handle them yourselves. Xiao Yuan chirped in agreement, and happily ran out. At the foot of Jinting Mountain, Ming Shirin heard the other party's words, and snorted disdainfully. What? You're not happy? Upon hearing this, the strong expert of the Shinting realm clearly hesitated. Before he could even speak, a voice came from the Ink Dragon, asking if Mr. C could have an audience with the teacher. The voice carried a very strong sound wave. It doesn't sound strong, but the essence within it. Even if the 8 meridians of the Vajrasi are open, there will be a disadvantage. Ming Shirin embraced his arms somewhat incredulously. Master, how could one like you let any Tom, Dick, and Harry see you? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The guards next to her looked down coldly. Prepared. Take advantage of my good mood and leave. Ming Shirin finished speaking and walked towards the barrier on her own. But the next second, a sudden violent gust of wind swept in. Within the barrier Yen Yu, the palace maids were immediately suppressed and collapsed. Does Sir C now have the qualifications to meet the honored teacher? As the words fall, a 4-leaved ink-colored Dharmakaya gradually materializes. Ming Shirin saw the situation and immediately frowned. A 4-leaved Buddhadhamara ink-colored Dharmakaya. About 5 zhang high, except for the master. Only the first and second senior brothers can cope with such a strong opponent. Unfortunately, Jinting Mountain has long ceased to be as glorious as it was in the past. Immediately, he coldly questioned. So you're a master of the realm of spiritual calamity. If you're here to show off your strength, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. No need for that. After speaking, he retracted his Dharma body, leaped up, and jumped down. The rear guard, under his instructions, also slowly retreated a distance. Ma Shizong, Swishin Zen sincerely requests a meeting with Senior Ji Lao. This is my sincerity. I hope Mr. C can introduce me. Intimidate me? Scare me? Ming Shiring just wanted to shake his head and refuse. Xiao Yuan's figure happened to arrive here at this time. Master, please. So it's Mr. Nine. Ah, famous for a long time. Swishin-chan glanced at her and began to flatter her. Xiao Yuan was immediately amused when she heard it. Has my reputation grown so much? Far more than that. Mr. Nine entered Jinting Mountain at the age of 10, crossed the border into Tongxian in 10 days, understood it in 3 months. For 2 years, Fan Hai opened the 8 meridians, entered the Shin Pavilion after 3 years. It is difficult to find anyone under the sky who can match Gio in excellence. I'm afraid no one. These words were deeply appreciated by Xiao Yu. You're quite eloquent. Master said one look is enough to see through the person. I was speechless at the sight. This person is indeed skilled in flattery. They know how to butter someone up effectively. And at this time, in the Mo Heaven Pavilion, Lu Zhou is sitting on the main hall. Duan Muxing, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Chong are standing on the side. He hasn't sat on this position for a long time, feeling a little chilly and not quite comfortable. Shortly after, Masters Wishing led 4 men into the main hall. Masters Wishing from the evil sect greeted Senior Ji. After hearing Land Prefecture's response, he glanced at him and took his seat. After sitting down, Masters Wishing looked around. I didn't dare to actively sense the cultivation level of this strong expert. I only instinctively judged the aura of the demon sect's ancestor. It seems somewhat ordinary, but hiding cultivation level in the cultivation world is quite common. It's not surprising. The surrounding environment is not luxurious, just like an ordinary sect for cultivation. Nothing exceptional can be seen. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked calmly. Left hearts and listens and bows. Ma Shizong has long heard of Jinting Shan's great name, and has come today to discuss 3 things. First, Yenyu Palace has repeatedly provoked Ma Shizong. Now Princess Yi is captured by the senior. It's a matter of course. It's also his own choice. As for the other female cultivators, I hope the senior can hand them over to me. Next to the Maha sect, Duan Muxing's eyes sharpened after hearing this. Yenyu Palace was founded by the traitor of Jinting Mountain. Even if punishment is needed, it's none of your business. Zhou Xian Chan didn't refute. He still appeared respectful. Mr. San is right. Second, pledged to Jingming Dao, Pan Zhong has betrayed his sect. The Ma Shizong is free to dispose of him. Pan Zhong has previously expressed interest in joining the Ma Shizong. These servants of the three families are not worthy of standing in the Motian pavilion. As the words were just spoken, Pan Zhong's expression instantly changed. Duan Wuxing was about to speak when the voice of Lu Zhou was heard. Continue speaking, if this third matter can be accomplished. The first two can be dropped. In the end, the Mo Sha sect is the same as the demonic heavenly pavilion of the Jinting Mountain. They are both looked down upon by the so-called righteous path. The top 10 masters have repeatedly fought with the old predecessors. The power not only did not decrease, but increased a lot. If the Mo Tiange is willing to join forces with the Ma Sha sect, there will be no rivals under the sky. Hearing the color of his words, Duan Wuxing's violent temper could no longer be contained. Immediately he burst out into a torrent of abuse, calling it nonsense. Just because of your mediocre demon sect, you're not qualified to speak with the Demon Sky Pavilion. The whole room was shocked at these words. Faced with Duanqing's rebuke, Sui Xinchan remained composed. He continued speaking calmly. If Sui has offended in any way, I hope Mr. Sam will forgive. At this moment, Ming Shirin stepped forward. I'll tell you about the left heart Zen. The first point is that the owner of Yanyu Palace is Yi Tianxing. Even beating dogs depends on the owner, don't you think? The second point is that Pan Zhong has entered Jinting Mountain. Then he is of Jinting Mountain. The Magician's Pavilion won't interfere with past matters, if you want to cause trouble for him. The third point is also the most important. If you want to collaborate with the Magician's Pavilion, I'm sorry, you're not worthy. Hearing this, the left Zen shook his head and chuckled, not daring to agree. During the heyday of the Demon Sky Pavilion, the demon sect naturally didn't measure up, but times change, and the Demon Sky Pavilion is gradually declining. Even if Senior G has profound cultivation, and cannot change the status quo, the power of the demonic sect is growing. The fact is acknowledged by the cultivation world. Moreover, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. As he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Lu Zhou. The implication was clear. The opinions of the others in the Mo Sky Pavilion were of no concern. He only cared about Lu Yong's opinion. Lu Zhou remained calm. You are right. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but look back at him. Master, are you just pretending to be confused? What a load of nonsense. The Masha sect ran to the Motian Pavilion and made a big fuss. Master is not angry. Xuexian Chan hurriedly showed a delighted expression and bowed. Jilao is truly insightful. Lu Zhou then paused and continued to say you. Do you know why I asked you to come up? Hearing this, Xuexian Chan answered tentatively. Is it possible that the old predecessor had already guessed the purpose of the late visit? You practice magic Zen. The Bodhi is not a tree, nor is the clear mirror a stand. The demonic in Zen is rare in the world. It is said that only you have mastered the 100 reincarnations and the abyss. Hearing Lu Zhou's praise, Xuexian felt a bit proud in his Zen heart. Senior's praise is excessive, indeed. Left has been practicing Demon Zen for 100 years. Being able to rank top 3 on the dark list is all thanks to the Demon Sect hand seal. That's right. Lu Zhou acknowledged the situation and nodded. The two disciples next to me felt a little regretful at this scene. Master's with Xinchan's yin-yang bizarre sarcasm has gradually weakened the influence of the Demon Gate. Doesn't Master understand this? He even praised it. Then let me learn a thing or two. Duan Wuxing shouted loudly and leaped forward. His quick temper couldn't tolerate the opponent's arrogant attitude. Having this in mind, Sui Xinchan's eyes lit up. Just in time, this was also an opportunity to showcase his strength at the Devil's Pavilion. As the two made their move, a gust of wind suddenly rose in the field. Under the collision, no one was willing to take a step back. Xiao Yuan felt a little nervous. Xinghua and the others demolished the main hall. Lu Zhou calmly said it was okay to let them fight. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng next to them. The two looked dumbfounded. This is a masterful match. The two have an exquisite control of the Qi wind. Whenever the Qi wind is about to touch a building, all will disappear automatically. Duan Wuxing swung the chains in his hands vigorously. The collision of the gang wind and the sparks splashed. The scene was quite spectacular. Sui Xinchan remained expressionless as usual. San Xianqing is still so powerful despite being injured. Admire, admire. Lu Zhou sees clearly in his heart. Duan Wuxing still lacks a bit to reach the state of Yuan Xinjia, Calamity Realm. These years are unable to break through under Ji Tiandao's suppression. When facing off against Xuexian Chan for real, I'm always at a disadvantage, and Xuexian Chan seems very relaxed. The hand seals are formed. Xiao Yuan pointed to the front with a worried look. In an instant, countless palm shadows condensed around Xuexian Chan. continuously attacking Duan Wuxing. Duan Wuxing had no choice but to constantly defend with his chain, but due to being forced to retreat repeatedly, his momentum greatly diminished. There is still a level missing. Lu Zhou shook his head when he saw the situation. Duan Wuxing can be considered at the level of Yuan Xinjie. He is invincible below. Not only can he withstand hits, but he is also very tough. What a pity. But it's okay. The path of cultivation is long. The talents of these disciples are extraordinary. It's only a matter of time before they become accomplished masters. I'm here. Ming Shirin saw this scene. He then leaped into the battle. Although his joining stabilized the situation a bit. But Zhuo Xian Chan fought two opponents alone, still not falling into a disadvantage and becoming more courageous. Mr. C is a soul essence realm expert. In that case, left Mao won't hold back either. Dharma body, appear! With a loud shout from him, a dark Dharma body gradually materialized. In the blink of an eye, this world is filled with energy. The power of the primordial spirit's calamity is fundamentally based on the Dharma body. 5 zhang in height is enough to dismantle the demon tower, but the strange thing is, that ink-colored Dharma body seems to stand like a phantom in the tower. So it can be seen that this person is extraordinarily strong. As his martial arts move, the situation instantly reverses. An overwhelming pressure instantly sweeps towards the two who are fighting. The palm prints are several times larger than before, falling like a dense pear blossom in a rainstorm. Mingshi, seeing this, quickly summoned his own formidable Dharma body to resist. But the difference in strength was still too great. After a moment, he felt his blood boiling and his arms tingling. With a smug smile, Zhuo Xian Chan, who has completely gained the upper hand, said, "Have you found a partner in the Masha sect now? Find a partner for your grandpa." Then he leaped up, and once again engaged in a fierce battle with Zhuo Xian Chan. Master Lu is here. With a slight frown, Duan Yuxing's temper is too hot. Usually quite stable in front of himself, with the bearing of an elder brother, now, he really is a brute. He directly uses the chain to inject energy and swing back and forth. Fortunately, the space is large enough, otherwise, 10 Enmo's city towers would not be enough for him to destroy. The gap in realm is right in front of us. The left heart Zen is intentionally using Guanshuang for practice, shows strength. But you can also get a sense of the disciple's skills from the side. On the other hand, also check the strength of the second in command of the Mozhead sect. So Lu Zhou did not stop. Although he has repelled the righteous masters many times, demonstrating strong ruling power, but the righteous path has always believed that one day, the righteousness of Jiji Tian Dao will fade. No matter how powerful a practitioner is, if they do not have enough lifespan, it is all in vain, because in the world of cultivation, so far, no one has been able to break this limitation. The Demon Gate is the most ambitious sect in the world of cultivation. They have always relied on devouring other sects to grow their power. Previously, the Masha sect had secret conflicts with the Yuju sect, a few times. But both sides still fear each other's power. So there has never been a large-scale conflict. This visit to Jingtingshan is indeed for the purpose of forming an alliance. Using the subjugation of the female cultivators of Yanyu Palace as a mere excuse, flexing their muscles is the real goal. But does Lu Zhou really need an alliance? Or should it be said that the Mo Sha sect needs a match? With so many powerful forces in the world, there are more than just the demon sect trying to win over Jingtingshan. In terms of status, qualifications, and strength, the demon sect is not at the top. It's ridiculous for them to rely solely on the third place of the black list. Not long after, Duan Yuxing was struck down by Zhuo Xinchuan. The gap in their cultivation levels is becoming more and more apparent. He himself is aware of this. After all, the gap in cultivation cannot be made up for by endurance. Ming Shirin, who took a rest, then jumped back into the field. At this moment, Zhuo Xian Chan is somewhat forgetful. Even though the opponents take turns to attack, he still doesn't take it to heart. Settle the mind and see the nature. With that, he clasped his hands together. A violent palm print emerges, enveloping an unstoppable momentum. Colliding with Ming Shirin, although resisting with all his might in the transcendental realm, Ming Shirin ultimately falls to the ground. Xiao Yuanyue showed a worried look. Zhuo Xinchuan stood with his hands behind his back and arrogantly glanced at the bottom. Are the three gentlemen satisfied with this battle? Yuanqin realm, 4-leaf Sambogakea. Do you also have the face to show off? The little sparrow was so angry and upset that it turned back. After hearing this, Master Zhuo calmly replied, Mr. San and Mr. C are not ordinary practitioners. In desperation, Mr. Zhuo used the binding seal move, indeed, bullying the weak with the strong. I hope you can forgive me, if Big Brother or Second Brother were here. You wouldn't dare show off even if you were a 4-leaf clover, let alone if you were a 6-leafed one. The kite is furious at this moment. But everyone knows. These words are just to save face. So Zhuo Xian-chan didn't take it to heart. At this time, Lu Zhou finally spoke to Zhuo Xian-chan. Your judgment is very good. Hearing this, Zhuo Xian-chan feels a little proud. Thank you very much for the praise, Senior Ji, if possible. Zhuo would like to ask Senior Ji for guidance on 2 moves. When this was said, the guards behind were immediately stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe it. What does this move by the second seat mean? It seems to not be part of the plan. Even an expert at the peak of the nascent soul tribulation, with 7 or 8 leaves, the Golden Lotus Dharmakaya would not dare to make such a request. Defeating Duanwu Xingming is sufficient. Why go to such lengths? Are you high? Lu Zhou remained calm and said nothing. Zhuo Xian-chan released a raging energy that surrounded his body. Quite proud. Senior Ji, you can rest assured. Zhuo is determined to block the great supernatural power. If I lose within 10 moves, I will accept any punishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou snorted and stood up. While the Mautian Pavilion may not be as powerful as it was in the past, it is not a place for the likes of you to be insolent. As he finished speaking, he stretched out his arm. Between his 5 fingers, a golden swirl slowly formed. Then gradually expanded, emitting a dazzling light. Lethal strike card used. Gaining the unfathomable power. Delivering a fatal blow to the target. With the widened eyes of left heart Zen, body hair involuntarily standing on end. This is the seal of great fearlessness. Now he feels like there is a supersized palm, covering and overshadowing himself. Scaring the guards behind him. Just standing there in shock. Compared to their fearless demeanor, the bind seal is so insignificant. The left heart Chan was so shocked that his palms kept flying up and down incessantly. Thousands of bind seals, with a loud shout. Countless bind seals rushed towards the opponent. But it didn't have the slightest effect, all swallowed up by the golden giant palm. Seeing this, he had to expand the 4-leaf form to the extreme, to defend. The next second, a loud rumble echoed through the sky. Under the impact, he was instantly shaken off outside the demon tower. Life and death unknown. At this moment, the scene is extremely quiet. Everyone is shocked to see this. There's no way to add. What just happened? I don't know. I only felt an indescribable force. I am still alive. What's up? Are you still alive? What about me? What about the second leader? Seems like he flew away. Got high. The crowd quickly rushed outside after realizing what was happening. Master, let's go take a look too. After everyone had left, only Lu Zhou was left in the main hall. He looked at his palm with some confusion. Is this what it looks like, the indescribable power? I didn't expect the release form to be the Vajrarath seal. Because I haven't really studied Zen. I only have a superficial understanding of Zen hand seals. It's just at the level of knowing about them in my memory. Some basic handprints and big moves can be considered as an understanding, but they are far from being called cultivation. At the moment of making a move, I already felt the power's strength. Judging based on that feeling, could instantly shoot out the left heart Zen. It's like the power when the peak experience card explodes. Is it to become stronger when facing strength? Unfortunately, only used the reference card once, not enough to describe it. It's truly indescribable. The crowd quickly ran outside upon seeing the situation. At this moment, Zhuo Xian-chan stood still, motionless. Staring anxiously in the direction of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, he seemed as if petrified. He wasn't the one involved. I will never understand the feelings of the people involved in this moment. But what can be confirmed is that he did lose in one move. A guard came forward to offer his solicitous service. It's really miserable to have all the clothes beaten off. This is when I'm performing well in front of the leader. After all, the details determine one's life. Green. Elder Second made clothes for you, no need to thank me. As he finished speaking, he put the clothes on the other person. But little did he know, the next moment, the breeze stirred up the robe of Zhuo Xian-chan, which scattered in the air, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Zhuo Xian-chan, ranked 3rd on the blacklist of the cultivation world, fell in this way. The onlookers were all shocked by this scene. You actually took down Air Shou Zhua. Pen Zhong and Zhou Jifeng swallowed their saliva, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Zhuo Xian-chan has turned into a mortal. How dare this guy act pretentiously within the Evil Sky Pavilion? This is also considered a self-inflicted ending. Only a slap and it's all over in smoke. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having followed the master for many years, I have never seen the master use the Zen hand gesture before. Just how many tricks is the master still hiding? Duan Muxing and Ming Shirin felt both shocked and relieved. Then, Ming Shirin's eyes narrowed, and swept towards the four subordinates in black robes. Do you four want to witness my 100 tribulations cave dark enlightenment body? Upon hearing this, the few of you were instantly trembling in fear. At this moment, a voice from within the Demon Sky Pavilion said, Go back and tell your sect master to manage his own people well. The master said Ming Shirin is not going to act again. Then he ordered them to leave here at once. Ding earned 1,000 points. Upon hearing this, Lucho's mind was filled with mixed emotions. A prop card is worth 500 points. Killing a master of the nascent soul realm rewards 1,000 points. Equals to doubling the earnings. This thing's power is indescribable. How can I use it when I don't want to kill someone? Though the item card is good, but be careful when using it in the future. Let's Xian Chan come up. In addition to wanting to understand the purpose of the Mo Sha sect, I also want to try the effect of this card. But once killed, it's killed. It's also a warning to the demon sect. After a few disciples returned to the Demon Heaven Pavilion, they started to flatter. The master's power is overwhelming. He doesn't need to take action to be remembered. Once he made a move, he was completely defeated. Little Yuan approached cleverly. With a smile, she indicated that she also wanted to learn. Lu Zhou shook his head and refused her. You are cultivating the Taichin Jade Scroll /. The main practice is in conflict with the Shaolin Kung Fu and Zen Buddhism. Aren't you afraid of falling into demonic ways by practicing this? Xiao Yuner pouted in response to the comment. People outside all say that you are already a demon. After hearing this, Lu Zhou gave her a look for being nosy. Duanmu looked puzzled and asked the master. Why let them go? Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shirin answered. The master just wanted to use them as a diversion. Not really wanting to destroy the demon-slaying sect. The demon sect is ambitious and eager to expand its influence. Senior Brothers Yuming sect is their roadblock. Similarly, if the demon sect ceases to exist, who will restrain the Yuming sect? Duanmu Xing heard this and continued to inquire. Xian Chan is ultimately the second place of the Mo Sha sect. When he dies, the Mo Sha sect will not let it go. Ming Shirin disdainfully chuckled. You are overestimating. What can you do? Lead the entire sect to attack the Jiting Mountain? Yu Jinghai doesn't even have the guts to dare against the demonic temple. Moreover, Jintingshan just defeated 10 top masters not long ago. Even Lu Changfeng, the leader of Tianjinmen with the 7-leaf Dharma body, fell at the hands of his master. Who still has the courage to come here for revenge? Hearing this, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng's eyes lit up. What Mr. C said is reasonable and has enlightened me. Mr. C's great talents have unraveled the years of confusion in my heart. Ming Shirin was somewhat enlightened after hearing it. Did these two idiots flatter the wrong person? Then he quickly glanced at the master. Realizing that the master wasn't angry, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless at this point. This guy really knows how to analyze. The analysis is quite insightful. What he said actually makes a bit of sense. Then, he took out several bags of snacks and distributed them to everyone. Where did you get these snacks, master? Stop talking and start eating. After eating, repair the broken things. Meanwhile, after the death of Zhuxinchan, all the guards quickly drove the Mo Seilong Pan away from Jiting Mountain, but without Zhuxinchan's presence. It's extremely difficult to activate Mo Seilong Pan, although it can barely take off. The flying speed is very slow. It flew for half an hour, and still hasn't flown 100 miles. Everyone, put in more effort and infuse your elemental power into Dragon Climb, just as the leader calls out to other guards to continue exerting force. Suddenly, there's a cry from the side. Quick, come and see, it looks like there's someone up ahead, as his finger pointed. A figure in a green robe appeared, blocking the path of the ink-black dragon. The figure hung in the air, surrounded by a strange aura. The long sword on his back was emitting a faint red light. The lead figure in black robes cautiously inquired. May I ask for your name, sir? Why are you blocking our path? Before he finished his words, the corners of the green-clothed swordsman's mouth revealed a strange smile, and quietly uttered a word of apology. The figure in black robe bowed courteously. If it was a misunderstanding, then it's nothing. Please make way. The man in the green robe still embraced his arms after hearing this, standing quietly in place. Soon, waves of spiritual energy began to flow around him. The blood-red long sword behind him instantly unsheathed. The man in black robes had a sudden change in expression upon seeing this scene, finally realized that something was wrong. He is the sword demon. Quick, leave! Escape! As the words fell, the people immediately scattered like locusts. However, the long sword trembled. Into 2, then 4. 4 to 8. In the blink of an eye, a dense rain of swords filled the sky. The withered jujube pulls through, the fleeing men in black, with splashes of crimson blood. Over 100 men in black fall back to the ground like tattered kites. The swordsman Yu Shangrong always has a smile on his face. He embraces his arms and doesn't look at those people. The next moment, his figure flickers, and he disappears as if he were a ghost. Meanwhile, inside the Mo Tian pavilion, Ming Shi tentatively asked the master. The Mo Sha sect has already moved out completely. What should we do with those female cultivators from the Yenyu Palace? He's a bit unsure about the master's intentions, Fu's methods. According to conventional logic, Yi Tianqin, this evil disciple who bullies his teachers and annihilates his ancestors, should be completely killed. After listening, Lu Zhou thought for a while, and then turned to ask Xiao Yu what she thought. Xiao Yu, honor, innocent, moved closer upon hearing these words, or just kill them all. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Zhou tapped her on the head. I understand, master. I'll release them right away. Lu Zhou glanced at her after hearing this. When did I ever say I would let them go? Hearing this, Ming Shiyun's eyes lit up and she immediately had an idea. Master, during this time, there has been chaos in several places in the Mo Tiange. Many places need cleaning and renovation. How about punishing them with hard labor? Lu Zhou nodded after hearing this. That is indeed a good idea. Then let's punish them after they renovate the Demon Heaven Pavilion, put into the cave to reflect, punish together with Yi Tianqin. Obeying the teacher's order diligently, Ming Shi said, then plucked up the courage to ask the master. Now the entire Yenyu Palace has been punished. Yi Tianqin's cultivation has been destroyed. The cold air in the Repentance Cave is intense. If sealed for too long, it may cost her life. Before I finished speaking, Lu Zhou interrupted me. Do you feel sorry for her? Ming Shi was in a state of panic. Hurriedly replied, feeling unable. Yi Tianqin deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. He should be punished. This is the fate she deserves. Then, he dared not plead anymore, turned and left. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the Magic Sky Pavilion. Thank goodness for the junior sister's support. Our master's temper is really difficult to understand. Thinking about the tragic end of Master's wishing, he was terrified and decided to keep a low profile in the future. Duan Wuxing saw him leaving and bowed before taking his leave. Wait, at this moment Lu Yong called him to a stop. He then carefully observed the chain in the opponent's hand. He discovered that it was indeed made of millennium cold iron. Unless it is a weapon of the celestial tier, it is difficult to destroy, but there seems to be none at the moment. Usable tier weapons. There are only 2 deadly blow cards. The question is, can item cards be used against the chain? Will it also break the wooden handle? Duan Wuxing saw that the master's attention was all on this chain. Suddenly delighted, the master made a move. This chain is just a piece of broken copper and rotten iron, no different from waste paper. Xiao Yuan also ran to his side to study the situation. After seeing the words backslash carved above, he immediately looked angrily at Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng realized the danger and shivered in fear, quickly knelt down and explained. Backslash. This has nothing to do with me. Backslash. Duan Wuxing excitedly said it doesn't matter. With the master here, even if 10 or 100 more come, it's just a matter of a palm. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the voice of Lu Zhou backslash. You honor, help master back, backslash. Duan Wuxing saw this scene and suddenly felt a little regretful. Did I say something wrong? Zhou Jifeng awkwardly took the initiative to approach Mr. Qian for help. I really can't unlock this chain. Pan Chong chimed in with a damn it. Duan Wuxing immediately became angry when he heard it. All right, the 2 of them responded to each other, and immediately left the place with their tails between their legs. Duan Wuxing scratched his head and began to mull things over. Perhaps it was because he had brought the chain with him. You've stood up to masters with numerous attacks. The master intentionally guided me. I still say carrying a chain is beneficial for practice. It should be like this. Don't worry, just keep carrying it. Master is wise and appears foolish. It's better to make fewer assumptions about the old man. At the same time, inside the Mo Sha sect, several black-robed individuals hurriedly arrived at the Mo Sha temple. The second seat of the sect visited the Golden Court Mountain and met with an unfortunate event, and 80 miles north of Jinting Mountain. In Colored Dragon climb, with 150 subordinates. After the report, the sky was unexpectedly calm. The leader in black robe continued to speak. The 2 leaders have reached a cooperation with Jingming Dao for this operation. Behind the scenes, there is also the support from His Highness to jointly exert pressure on Jiting Mountain. I didn't expect this old monster. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. The voice of the master is like a thunderbolt, piercing the eardrums of several subordinates. Notify Jingming Dao and those old things. The master will not be angry about this, nor will he take it to heart. The Masha sect and the Jingming Dao are always consistent, but I hope the Jingming Dao also shows some sincerity. After hearing this, the man in the black robe suppressed his fear and bowed. Yes, I still have one more thing to report. Yesterday, the two masters of Jingming Dao had a confrontation with Jianqi, received a serious injury. Afraid I won't be able to meet with the master. The dark shadow on the top suppressed his anger after hearing, and growled low. Sound waves surged. Several black-robed people in Jianjin immediately felt their blood surging. After I cultivate my divine power, I will definitely crush this old demon to ashes. At this moment, Luzhou seemed to have a sensation, and involuntarily sneezed a few times. Currently there are 2,690 merit points. After using the reversal card obtained from the last draw, he gained an additional 300 days of lifespan. Now he has suppressed the desire to draw again. As the saying goes, only profoundness can save, and only Argon can change destiny. The cultivation of the competition is the foundation. Make up for a fatal blow. The remaining merit points can only be used to buy the Dharma body. These disciples are the main force in completing the task. Thinking of the sixth disciple, Luzhou, feels a bit depressed. Yi Tianqin, this disciple who holds a grudge against me. If it were in the lifetime of Ji Tiandao, regarding such a favored disciple, 8 or 9 out of 10 would have been eliminated. Where exactly did it go wrong? Why does she hate herself so much? It must be related to the missing memories. I initially thought it was due to the discomfort of time travel, but during this period, I have basically mastered this body. The missing part of the memory. Why can't I remember it? Forget it. If I can't remember, then it's her fate. Ponder. From now on, Luzhou will no longer think too much about it. I started earnestly observing the celestial book. At the same time, in the Sigua cave on the back mountain, Ming Shi has arranged for the female cultivators of Yanyu Palace, and brought a large quilt here. I have long said that Yanyu Palace would encounter this disaster. If it weren't for my master, all your subordinates would probably die. Yi Tianqin leaned against the pale-faced stone wall of the cave. After hearing this, she gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort. Helping in times of crisis, you rats? This palace doesn't need left heart Zen to cause trouble. Ming Shi sighed and continued. After all, the demon temple has nothing to do with your moon palace. Even if left heart Zen is not your opponent. What about the 3 sects of Yun Tian Luo? Yi Tianqin's eyes showed a hint of sadness when she heard the words. There are many experts in the southern region of the Yin, especially in the 3 sects. Indeed, it is not something that ordinary small sects can compare to. Senior brother Tianqin can't help you much. I thought Master would be wary of the Zen Devil sect. Transfer the Yanyu Palace to the other party. The beauty of an adult. Hee, I didn't expect the Master to use only one move, and let's let Xian Chan disappear without a trace. One move? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin was stunned for a moment. The bright world is full of admiration in the eyes. Yes, this move is still the Mahakala Madra of Zen Buddhism. But is he not afraid of offending the demon sect? The background of the demon sect is not as simple as those few demonic cultivators. I have also considered this question. Junior Tianqin, you are still too young. What do you mean? Yi Tianqin inquired with confusion. Ming Xin smugly replied. It's all under his control. No sooner had he spoken, Yi Tianqin began to cough violently. Anyway, Senior, this favor, junior sister will remember it. Ming Shirin saw the situation, then she covered her with the quilt and sent a stream of energy to the other party, which finally calmed Yi Tianqin down a little. Ming Shirin, who was close, noticed her head. Some silver threads appeared in my hair. You don't need to worry about me. My cultivation has been abolished. The vitality energy cannot be replenished in my Dantian and Qihai. Decline is just a matter of time. Ming Shirin sighed helplessly after listening. Let me give you a word of advice. Go and beg the master for mercy. Maybe he will spare your life out of consideration for the master-disciple relationship. Yi Tianqin slowly lifted his head after hearing it. Senior brother, have you ever wondered why the first and second senior brothers left? Ming Shirin looked indifferent and glanced to the side. I don't know, and I don't want to know. With that, he swiftly left the area. Take this time to reflect in the repentance hole. When you've figured it out, I'll ask Master to release you. Yi Tianqin's eyes flashed with a hint of loss upon hearing this. I almost forgot to air the quilt. In the next second, Ming Shirin folds back, took back the blanket from her. After leaving the Sigwa cave, Ming Shi took a deep breath. I'm different from you guys. I still have great respect for my master. After airing out his own bedding, Ming Xin headed towards the Motian pavilion with his hands behind his back. The quiet back mountain is a good place for practice. Pan Zhong, who was practicing, saw him passing by, so he gathered his courage and followed behind, asking Mr. C for a moment. I have a request. I wonder if Mr. C is willing to fulfill it. Ming Shi hugged his arms and lightly uttered 3 words, not willing to fulfill. Pan Zhong heard this and immediately felt a bit aloof. I can only brazen it out. Having pondered up to this point, sir, I am suffering from the harsh cold. My body is in agony. Once again, I have reached a painful and unbearable stage. If things continue like this, I'm afraid it won't last 3 months. The Lord has promised me the 6-young palace. I hope sir can help me. Ming Shirin listened and gave him a disdainful look. What a bother! Master has promised. So he definitely won't shortchange you. It's still 3 months away. Yeah, some people never know when. I couldn't see the sun of the next day. He seemed to have thought of something. Can't help but feel this sentence. Then he jumped up and left here. Leaving a face of pity, Pan Zhong stayed in place. Zhou Jifeng beside patted him and comforted, saying, I told you earlier, Mr. C looks calm on the surface, but his words hide his true feelings. I still advise Mr. Pan to find Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu is innocent and kind-hearted. And the master values Mr. Jiu the most? If you speak some kind words, she will definitely help you. Pan Zhong nodded after hearing this, feeling it made sense. At this moment, Xiao Yuan with a pure character is currently beating people at the mountain inn. Soon after, she set off back to the Mo Heaven Pavilion. Master, I have gathered information on Xiao Yu's senior sister. Lu Zhou appeared somewhat surprised. Tell me what you've heard. He still doesn't understand the reason for Xiao Yu's leaving. It should be different from other disciples leaving. Xiao Yu gathered her courage, picked up the master's teapot and drank a big sip. Master's sister. People who may appear at the Yuzhou relay station mentioned the Mingyu Palace. I guessed it. When Lu Zhou heard this, he couldn't help but worry. It is true that Zhao Yu practices the Mingyu technique, but according to Zhao Yu's personality, she wouldn't easily spread it around. Could it be like the kidnapping of the Sifu? Deliberately leading me into a trap? After all, this time is different from before. Without the peak card, falling into the wolf pack. Then it's really going to be over quickly. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in the ears. Bring back Xiao Yu with the new mission. Xiao Yuan stopped for a moment, and continued to say, it seems like our senior sister is going to get married, and talking about wanting to be a saintess. Lu Zhou was stunned for a moment. Zhao Yu's current cultivation is probably mostly due to Mingyu. I want to cultivate this palace to its peak. I can't have distractions. I cannot be entangled in personal matters. With this in mind, he asked why. Xiao Yuan shook her head, indicating she was also unsure. I heard that there will be a grand ceremony at the holy altar in Yuzhou. Oh, I heard that the Masha sect will also send people. Master, should I go by myself? I'll bring senior sister back. I'll kill anyone from the Masha sect I meet. Would that make you feel better? As Xiao Yuan spoke, she couldn't help but release a hint of murderous intent. The teapot in her hand also shattered in response. Lu Zhou directly and without hesitation refused her. Although the teacher did not regard this Mo Sha sect highly. The sect master is also in the Yuanshan Tribulation realm, and 7-leaf experts. But if they encounter the Divine Court realm, how will they fight? Besides the demon sect, are there any other factions that would go to Xiao Yuan to listen to her obedient answers? The righteous path and the pure brightness sect seem to go as well. Lu Zhou became even more puzzled. The righteous path and the demon path have always been at odds. How did they end up together? Are they here to fight? Call Pan Chong to come over. I have something to ask Xiao Yuan. He raised his arm confidently at the words. Master, you can ask me. Hurry up. Lu Zhou sounds a lot louder. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to obey the order. Before long, Pan Zhong came over with a swollen nose and bruised face. It should be Xiao Yuan venting her anger on him. Lu Zhou, seeing this, asked him what happened to his face. Pan Zhong explained that he fell accidentally. Then Lu Zhou brought up the main issue. You come from the Pure Enlightenment sect. Do you know about the sacred altar ceremony? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong nodded to indicate that he knew. This is a long story. Let's cut to the chase. Pan Zhong quickly backed away, feeling scared. The human race ruled Dian, after driving out the other races to the north. In the world of cultivation, the righteous and the demonic cannot coexist. Countless sects have been in constant conflict and suffering. In order to ease the war, some small sects have come up with the idea of holding ceremonies. On one hand, it is to ease tensions between certain sects. On the one hand, it is a show of goodwill to avoid conflict. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou roughly understood. Do you know, then, that Jingming Dao wishes to participate in the Yuzhou Holy Altar ceremony? It is said that the Holy Maiden will act as a link to reconcile the two sides. Is it true? Pan Zhongjian shook his head, saying that he had left Jingming Dao 3 years ago. So he really didn't know about this. But the saint becoming a bond of marriage does have this matter. After Xiao Yuan finished listening, she was so angry that she stared straight. Senior sister is really a traitor. How could she do such a thing? After Lu Zhou probably understood, he waved for him to leave. Senior. Pan Zhong wanted to say something but was interrupted by a thud, and then knelt on the ground. Please, master, bestow upon me the 6 yang skill. Before he finished speaking, he was lifted up by Xiao Yu. Can he trouble my master with such trivial matters? This broken skill, go find it yourself in the book room of the West Pavilion. Pan Chong felt a little embarrassed. Is such an important martial arts manual handled so casually? Before he could react, little Yuana threw it out. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and remained silent. Classic scriptures of the orthodox and prestigious sects throughout the world. Jitian now has robbed a lot of things. Most of them didn't even look at them and threw them aside. At this time, Mingshi walked in slowly. Master, disciple have something to report. Traitor Siwuyu's flying book invites master to read. Lu Zhou was stunned for a moment after listening, then took it in his hand. Laosi Siwuya, since leaving Jingtingshan, he has rarely inquired about matters of the Matian Pavilion. In the final analysis, he is still a traitor of the Matian Pavilion in name. He just sent this letter. Brave. Ah. The content on the flying book is about Bao Yu, the 5th apprentice. Xiao Yuan was curious and asked what was written. After Luzha read it, he furrowed his brows and handed over the Fei book to the two. Minshur was stunned. Laochi probably had no motive to pass on false information. If the news is true, master, then it's likely that Shimi Zhao is in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou cast a glance at him. What do you think? Mingshur's thinking process is indeed unique. But sometimes some of the ideas are indeed worth considering. Hearing the words of the master, Mingshur then began to analyze it seriously. The clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. If they want to live in peace, then we should sow discord. Fire and water have always been incompatible. This is not an easy matter. Speaking of which, he took the initiative to ask Master Ing to take charge. It's not necessary for you to bother with such a trifle. I'm willing to take care of it. I will definitely handle this matter properly. And bring back Master Miao Yu. After saying this, he was secretly delighted. Now the master should let me go out, right? Immediately, Luzha's voice reached his ears. I will punish you to reflect in the cave for 3 days. Wrong tactics, wrong tactics. Ah, during this time, I have been diligent in doing whatever needs to be done. Brave in battle, skilled in flattery. Performing so excellently. Could this also lead to punishment? Although Mingshi has some pressure, he still does not dare to object to the disciple's punishment. After speaking, he obediently went to the cave of self-reflection. Lu Zhou looked at him without saying anything. Lately, Mingshi's loyalty has been fluctuating. The range is not large, around 70. But not up to 80. His restless little heart can't be honest. So it needs to be constantly reminded. Xiao Yuan asked with a puzzled look at this time. Fei Shu said it's not a trap. Is 5th senior sister being forced to marry someone? Lu Zhou didn't elaborate much. He slowly stood up and followed Master to the holy altar. Master, are you going out? Hearing this, Xiao Yuan was overjoyed. Should I tell my senior brothers? Without waiting for Lu Zhou to finish, he took her outside the hall. It's time to take the new Mount Swahan for a walk. Thinking of this, he snapped his fingers. Between the clouds, above the sky, auspicious light gathers. Xiao Yuan is excited to see it. Is Baizhe coming out? With a loud noise, a cool figure flies out of the purple auspicious cloud. It is a legendary beast, resembling a black tiger. Before landing, it let out a low growl, seemingly showing its loyalty to its master. Xiao Yuan was startled by its appearance. Master Zhe can't sit on it. So scary. Ah, not scary. Don't be afraid, Lu Zhou said as he reached out and touched it. Little Yuana listened and then looked up. Eye contact. Xinquan growled in a low voice, /master. It's hostile to me /. Instead of being scared away, little Yuana jumped up quickly. Then Lu Zhou casually waved his hand. They disappeared into the sky with him. This was also Lu Zhou's first time riding it. What he didn't expect was, it was just as fast as Bei's. If there's any advantage, it's that Han possesses strong attack power, while Bei's is more peaceful and stable. Quickly, they arrived at their destination, Runan City. After stopping in a secluded corner, Xiao Yuana smiled and said, "Disciple knows what master means, don't draw attention." After hearing this, Lutz Ho nodded. Runan is not very far from the god's capital. The god's capital is where talented individuals gather. We must act with caution on this trip. Disciple understands, Xiao Yuan quickly responded after hearing this. Then she arrived at the shop outside the city. Bought 2 clothes with a box of gold coins in a low-key manner. As soon as she changed her clothes, she couldn't wait to ask the master, "Are we going to the god city?" Then the 2 of them entered the city of Runan. Yan Yuan was hopping and skipping happily all the way. "Grandpa, there's an inn up ahead. Let's stay there first." "Okay." Countless practitioners flew across the sky, causing a wave of exclamations among the people. The disputes in the cultivation world will not affect ordinary people, so they are not too worried. Look, the flying shoes of the demon path are the flag of the demon cult. When can I become a powerful practitioner? Having such a mount is already satisfying. Xiao Yuan looked disdainful after hearing this. What's so great about it? My grandfather has a sheep as a mount. The middle-aged man next to him joked. Little girl, does your sheep head move for you? Humph. Not only does the head move, but it can also fly out of the furnace for half a day. Little girl, you're just bragging. Do you think I'll believe it? I think you will. Xiao Yuan wanted to roll up her sleeves and teach him a lesson. Fortunately, she was stopped by Lu Zhou in time. He was somewhat puzzled at this point, the lowest in terms of the phalanx and posture of this Feipan. He's also a master at the Yuan Xinjie realm. I didn't expect that a big shot would come to Runan. Could it be that the Mo Sha sect is holding a grudge because of left Xian Chan? Are they harboring resentment? Xiao Yuan goes into the inn. Told the shopkeeper to give us the best room. Didn't expect they would say the guest rooms were full. Told them to check somewhere else. I'm very sorry. The triennial grand ceremony of the holy altar. There are more guests staying at the inn, hoping for the guests' understanding. Well, Xiao Yuan responded and was about to leave. But at this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew in. A moment later, a man holding a long sword appeared in the shop. Boss, rooms! The lord from Xintingjing has arrived. The boss excitedly rushed forward to bow. Currently, there are 2 deluxe rooms available for the lord to stay. Fine, 2 rooms it is. Little Yuana was immediately unhappy. You old thing. Didn't you say the guest rooms were full? How could he? The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles as he explained. Do not be rude. This is a practitioner who has already reached the 8th level of Qi channels and entered the divine court. Other guests should step aside. Then he also won't need 2 rooms. Little girl, he's alone. After hearing these words, let me answer you. In my luggage, there are the ashes of a fallen comrade. Although he died in battle, his spirit of embracing death has deeply inspired me. He has always been alive in my heart. So he should be considered as one person, and my sword has been by my side for many years, killing countless enemies. I should have taken 2 rooms. But since the sword cannot be separated from me, 2 rooms will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt quite helpless. There are indeed such neurotic people in the world. Xiao Yuan nodded, feeling very moved. All right, 2 rooms are needed. The shopkeeper, seeing her agreement, intended to see her off. Beg your pardon, sir. Little did Lu Yong calmly speak at this time. Old man, do you have a problem? A celestial room. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he looked towards Xiao Yuan. The energy burst out of the body instantly. The surrounding air was shaken continuously. The house and tables were trembling non-stop. If it gets more intense, this inn probably won't survive. The shopkeeper slumped to the ground at the sight. There are quite a few big shots today. The man with the sword is equally impressive. At such a young age, he has already reached the level of a god. Following Lu Zhou's signal, Xiao Yuan suppressed her own aura. The man with the sword took the initiative to speak at this moment. My brother greatly respected strong individuals when he was alive. He aspired to become a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage. How about this, my brother and I, sharing a room together? The shopkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Otherwise, it might have been difficult. However, at this moment, Lu Zhou shook his head. I need 2 rooms. Although Xiao Yuan is still inexperienced in the ways of the world, but it's already the age of 28, not a child. Men and women are different after all. The shopkeeper broke into a cold sweat after hearing this. He could only hurriedly get the shop assistants ready. Lu Zhou then took little Yuan and went upstairs. As I passed by the man, I glanced at the sword in his arms. Wei Xiong double swords? The man was quite pleased to hear that. You still have some insight. Lu Zhou then continued to speak. The male and female swords, one long and one short, are decorated with dragon and phoenix patterns at the peak of the earth tier, barely considered a quasi-heaven tier weapon. Upon hearing this, the man remained calm. Knowing this sword, one should speak and act cautiously. If placed in normal circumstances, I would definitely use this sword to teach those who insult the way of the sword. This sword has killed countless enemies and experienced decades of refinement. It has long surpassed the earthly realm and become a heavenly weapon, not what you call a low-level weapon. In my opinion, there are no weapons in this world sharper than the Weisheng twin swords. Xiao Yuan looked at him curiously after hearing this. You use 2 swords by yourself? At these words, a hint of loneliness flashed in the man's eyes. I use a long sword. Lu Zhou is somewhat speechless. These 2 really are a pair. How did Wulong Fengwei reach the realm of the divine court? He inquired with puzzlement. Is this sword sharp? The man immediately drew his short sword and demonstrated. He placed his hair next to the sword, then gently blew on it. The hair was immediately cut in half by the short sword. Then he revealed a proud look. Unmatched in the world with a razor-sharp wit. This is just pure physical sharpness. Do you still have doubts, old sir? Seeing this scene, Master Lu Zhou had a bold idea. Then he began to fumble in his arms. He usually doesn't have too many chances to test the Tianjia weapon. Why not try the unnamed now? If it gets scratched, it means it's unnamed. It's just a piece of junk. Even if it's destroyed, there's nothing really worth lamenting. The man's face changed slightly. Mr. Lao, you can't. I think your sword is not bad. If your sword is destroyed, I will be uneasy. Ah, Wufeng. Lu Zhou said, and then he wielded the unnamed sword and slashed it over in an instant, with a crisp sound echoing incessantly. Lu Zhou carefully observed for a while, found that the unnamed sword was neither shattered nor scratched, and upon further inspection of the short sword in the hands of Wei Xiong, it was also intact. This indicates, unnamed is at least on par with Weisheng in terms of strength. But the problem is, during the last test in the secret room, why couldn't it even break through the most ordinary things? Unnamed can transform into various weapon forms. Could it be more suitable as a shield? Just as he was puzzled, the man behaved incredibly strangely. Sure enough, there are weapons in this world that can resist the Xiong's twin swords. You're just too rare. Do you believe it? Hearing this, it immediately popped into Lu's mind, a scene of 2 kids boasting to each other. I'm the older brother, eat shit. Dozu walked to Lu Zhou, afraid that Xiao Yuan was saying something. He took her and went upstairs. Watching the figure of Lu Zhou going far away, a touch of gravity flashed in the man's eyes. Shuiping, the younger generation, hopes to see the old gentleman again. A moment later, Shuiping returned to his room. But as he placed the sword on the table, a cracking sound suddenly came. Shuiping drew the short sword in confusion, and found the blade had been shattered like tofu. How is this possible? I consider this weapon as my life. Now it has been destroyed. Shuiping felt a sudden heartache upon seeing this. It's that old man. The sword lives with the person, the sword dies with the person. Shuiping, angry, pulled out his long sword, and was about to go find Lu Zhou for trouble. But just as he stepped out the door, a swordsman in green robes walked straight towards him. Shuiping let out a cold hum and told him to step aside. The man in the green robe calmly uttered 2 words. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly drew the long sword from his back, an uninterrupted motion of unsheathing and returning the sword. Shuiping only felt a flash of red light. The man in the light robe had already appeared behind him. How did he pass? This world has turned into 2 strange and wonderful feelings. Ping just realized something was wrong. The two halves of the body fell to the ground with a thud. The swordsman in a green robe then arrived at a restaurant. His mouth still carries a faint smile. Master, where are you? Where are you? At this moment, a figure appears lively outside the window. What's the matter, Shadow? Master, I was instructed to inform the elders. Sword enthusiast, Chenwenjia, arrived in Runan 2 turns ago. Please take note of the skilled practitioners of the Pure Bright Path and the Righteous Path, as well as the Devil's Pavilion. Senior Ji should have arrived in the city by now. The leader wants to know what plans the senior has. Yu Shangrong coldly replied that the matter had nothing to do with him. The dark shadow saw him approach the window, and quickly shrank to the side in fear. No need to be afraid, my friend. It's windy outside. If there's nothing else, why not come in for a drink of water? The shadow dared not agree after hearing this. It immediately took its leave and left. Look! There's a bird person up there. Yu Shangrong took a sip of tea. Then his figure disappeared in a flash. And soon it was the next day. And Lu Zhou was still sleeping, suddenly awakened by a clamor. He finished dressing and walked out the door. The shopkeeper with constables came over. Have you seen the killer who murdered Ping, sir? Lu Zhou shook his head, feeling puzzled. Has Ping died? Helplessly, the constable sighed. Ping was a master swordsman. The person who killed him must also be a master. Not being able to see is very normal. Lu Zhou's gaze swept toward the scene of the incident. Although Ping's death has nothing to do with him. But he is also a master of the Divine Court realm. The person who can silently kill him must have reached the Yuan Xinjie realm. Having thought up to this point, does Ping have grudges with anyone? It's none of your business. Don't ask. But just as these words were spoken, the other party took out the royal token. Exclusive dragon pattern of the royal family. The guard broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Realizing it, he immediately knelt down. Xiao Yuan gave a cold glance backward. Grandfather wants to beat them or not? Lu Zhou ignored him. He went straight to the constable and asked him directly. What is Ping's identity? How could the constable dare to neglect it? In a hurry to answer, this person is a master swordsman. With both male and female swords, it's him. Killed his own brother to advance his cultivation. Even the government finds it difficult to deal with him. Do you know why he would appear in the city of Runan? The constable respectfully said that he did not know either. After all, they are just small characters. There are not many cases that involve practitioners. The cases involving the divine realm are even rarer. It's normal not to know. At this time, Xiao Yuan rushed over to check. After observing for a while, she returned to her master's side. And was killed by a sword. As she spoke, she demonstrated it. From here to here, you can still wield your sword openly in front of me. Lu Zhou nodded after listening. Understood. I see, it's probably a swordsman with a celestial ranked weapon. There are many people in my memory who meet these conditions. Among them is the sword enthusiast Chen Wenjie. There are also the sword genius Jiang Aijian and Luo Zong, Luo Changqing, and then there's the respected disciple Yu Shangrong. Just as he pondered this, outside, there suddenly arose a clamor. Curious, Lu Zhou came out to take a look, only to see a huge, 13-story crimson tower slowly flying across the sky, judging from the symbols on top. This is the exclusive Fei Pan of Dekong Temple. Lu Zhou stood at the door and observed for a while. Then he called Xiao Yue and headed towards the direction of the north of Runan. But at this moment, there was a mysterious figure on the road. Quietly followed along. Master, someone is following. Yuana quickly spoke up when she noticed. She practices the Tai Chi Nujian. Perception ability is much stronger than practitioners of the same realm. Plus, he has always been mischievous and witty. Even when encountering someone with higher cultivation, he can still protect himself, so Luzhu doesn't need to spend too much effort protecting her. Originally, he wanted to find a remote place and ride his steed to the holy altar. But now someone is following, so he has to deal with it first. Immediately, Luzhu tossed a smoke bomb at his feet. At this moment, the tracker finally couldn't help but come out. Sir, please stay. Do you need something? Lu Zhou gave him a cold glance. The young man smiled slightly. I want to buy something from the old man. Not for sale, yet lost. Xiao Yuan angrily kicked the innocent dog. The young man ignored her words. Then continued to say, Old man, That dagger can destroy the Wei Xiong twin swords. I'm willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Lu Zhou asked in confusion, were you there yesterday? Yes, yesterday. I should have discussed this matter with the old man in detail, but unfortunately, there was an expert present, so I had to temporarily avoid confrontation. Do you like swords? A look of fascination gradually appeared in the young man's eyes. I regard the sword as my life and love the sword as my own flesh. After saying these words, he added, originally, I intended to kill Shuoping, and then take the male and female swords. I never expected someone to beat me to it. The master destroyed the sword and the people together. What a pity. Lu Zhou asked who the person was. The young man shook his head and answered that he had never seen him. But it's not hard to guess. One who can exert such power in swordsmanship. Only 3 people in the world. One of them is the demon head of the Demon Sky Tower. Ji Tiandao is the person I fear the most. Xiao Yuaner chuckled. If you're scared, why don't you run away quickly? The youth showed a confident look at these words. Why should I run? I observed you all night, you can't fake it. Little girl, you are indeed at the divine court level. The old man is still in good health. His cultivation level is barely at the peak of the condensation stage. That's off topic. The second person who can reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship is Yushang Rong, the second demon head of Mutian Pavilion. Lu Zhou's eyes narrowed. Where's the third? The young man answered with a smile. The third person is far away and near at hand. Are you Chen Wenjie, the sword fanatic? No. Chen Wenjie is obsessed with swordsmanship, not in love with swords. I'm different. I like swords and swordsmanship. People like Chen Wenjie have unclear positions. People like him will die an early death. So it is said. Lu Zhou has already guessed the identity of the other party. The beloved sword is like his bones. To show his affection for the sword, he even changed his name. In this world of cultivation, it seems that he is the only one who is obviously somewhat pathological. It is said that Jiang Aijian is a genuine loner, skilled in surviving in the treacherous cultivation world. The fact that he was able to avoid the skilled assassin who killed Shuoping reveals his 2 major obsessions. First, he loves his sword dearly. Second, he avoids causing trouble. He has managed to survive until today without taking a stance. The second point has played a significant role. Hearing Lu Yong speak out his own name, Jiang Aijian couldn't help but feel a little proud, but the next second, his eyes lit up. He showed an excited expression. Only at this moment, the dark and unclear has already been taken out by Lu Zhou. So beautiful. I just love this short and delicate feeling. Looking at his excited appearance, Lu Zhou shook his head. You can't control it, young man. If you don't want to die, you'd better not have any feelings for this sword. As soon as the words were spoken, there were a few deep bell tolls in the distance. After hearing this, Lu Zhou doubtfully looked in the direction of the bell sound. The altar is a celebration of both righteousness and magic. How could there be the sound of a Buddhist bell? Jiang Aijian seemed to guess his destination. The old man said the altar is crowded and chaotic. It is the place where the righteous and demonic cultivators gather, extremely dangerous. I suggest you better not go. I heard that the chosen holy maiden this time is the female demon head of the Sky Pavilion on Jiting Mountain. Haha, a demoness becoming a holy maiden. It's truly a rare occurrence in the world. Well, that's good too. If the old man goes there and gets killed by accident, then I can get this sword. By then, I will take care of the old man and find a good feng shui burial site for him. Just as the words were spoken, he suddenly became alert. Following that, a violent gust of wind swept towards him. Jiang Aijian reacted quickly, hastily raised his arm to block and swiftly distanced himself. Xiao Yuaner, with a cold and angry expression, stared at him fiercely. Humph, afraid that I won't beat you to a pulp? Having said that, she sprang up. Raising her fist, she charged towards the opposite side. Jiang Aijian, seeing this, used the ground to gain momentum and once again increased the distance, hiding her sharpness. What a fiery little girl. Not like an ordinary Shinting Jingya. Don't force me to draw my sword. At this moment, the sound of the bell came from a distance again. After hearing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly, knowing that he needed to hurry to the ceremony that was about to begin. This person is just a lone ranger, just a lover of the sword. There's no need to waste a prop card on him. With this thought, he snapped his fingers and greeted Xiao Yue. A purple light swirling in the clouds. The low roar of a wild beast approaches from a distance, a colossal figure. In the blink of an eye, it arrives in the sky. Jiamai's sword is shocked to see the legendary mount. This old man turns out to be a master. Though there are many masters in the world, only those who possess legendary mounts can be considered true powerful figures in a region. The old man in front of us summoned his mount, but the cultivation is really poor. Jiang Aijian thought it over, speculating that the other party's background is not simple. So he advised in a good way. The holy altar is extremely dangerous. Mr. Lao, it's better not to go, Lu Zhou answered calmly. I have my own plans. After speaking, he flew towards the holy altar. Jiang Aijian hesitated at this time. He was considering whether to chase. What if I chase and encounter that old devil? I don't get involved in their disputes. When he dies, I will take over his territory. Yes, that's how it's going to be. Once the decision is made, he quickly jumps up and follows suit. At this moment, the sound of bells resounded around the altar. The majestic Potala Palace stands high above. Dozens of monks are chanting with their hands clasped together, continuously reciting scriptures. The sound waves rolled out and reverberated in all directions. Xiao Yuan curiously asked what the monks were doing. Lu Zhou explained that they were reciting the Great Tranquil Heart Mantra. The Great Tranquil Heart Mantra has a powerful intimidating effect on enemies. It is a large-scale technique released through collective recitation. Capable of accomplishing this, only the group of bald donkeys from Dakyuan Temple. But he was also puzzled. Dakyuan Temple has always ignored worldly affairs. How could it appear here? Soon, the surroundings resumed its quietness. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw Fei Pan from the Masha sect here. Lu Zhou, who had mixed into the crowd, found that under the effect of the Great Tranquility Mantra, the righteous paths around, the sorcerers and practitioners of dark arts, all gasping for breath, with grim expressions, and through the true eye, it is perceived that everyone is in a hostile state. It can be imagined how troublesome it would be if their identities were exposed, obviously wanting to take Xiao Yu from so many forces. I'm afraid it's a little difficult, but, currently, there are 3 unstoppable and 3 fatal blows. Self-protection is still sufficient. At this time, a person flew out from the Fipan of the Dakwang Temple. He looked down with his hands pinched. Fan Wenyi ordered. The holy maiden Zhao Yu of this ceremony will be taken away by Dakwang Temple. Please forgive us, all donors. Just as the word falls, someone immediately started yelling. Bald donkey! How dare you take the saint away like that? Where have you put my senior sister? After a quick look around the city, I did not find any trace of Zhao Yu, but the monks from the Dakyu Temple have arrived. The Ju Ming Dao and Mo Cha sects are also there. Zhao Yu should be in the holy altar by now. As he was contemplating, old man stepped back a little. After seeing the arrivals, Lu Zhou seemed speechless. Everyone says that Jiang Aijian's pursuit of swords has become obsessive. Now it seems the rumors are true. I risked following here. Jiang Aijian still did not give up advising the old gentleman. If it weren't for the sake of that sword, I wouldn't have come to this troubled place. While we can, let's leave quickly. The altar is just a facade. The saint is a decoy. In a moment those monks will seal off the altar. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was filled with doubt, but he remained calm on the surface. How did you know it's a trap? Jiang Aijian smirked and started talking about the conditions. If you sell the sword to me, I will tell you. If you don't leave by the mid-stage of condensation, no one can save you. This is your last chance to survive. After hearing this, Luke Ho was somewhat annoyed and amused. You don't want me dead so badly? Jiang Aijian shook his head and explained. I value my life the most. I really want that sword. But the gentleman loves the sword with reason. Look at all the short-lived faces on this square. The old gentleman is a good person. Good people should have a long life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not only does Jiang Aijian continue to say that the sword is excellent, but as its owner, he won't be inferior. This logic really makes Lu Zhou feel helpless. He then lightly strokes his beard. So many experts here. Can Daikong Temple handle it? Hearing this, Jiang Aijian pointed below. Old man, take a closer look. Net Bright Wei and First True Wei are above the level of elders. They are all absent. Only 1/3 seat from the Matangi sect has shown up. It's not going to make much of an impact. At this moment, on the square in front of the shrine, Kong Xian calmly began to explain. Zhao Yu is the demon head of the demon tower. His sins are grave. Several years ago, Master Kong Ming fell victim to his poison. The Great Emptiness Temple brought her back. The Buddha himself will purify her sins and allow her to start anew. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience burst into laughter. The Daikusu Temple has never cared about these matters, yet today it unexpectedly comes forward pretending to be compassionate. I, from the demon sect, am still met with no response, behaving extraordinarily calmly. This scene also caught the attention of Lu Zhou. Ji Zhong has never seen these three before. Probably because they are not significant enough, they are not worthy of being remembered by Ji Tian now. Kong Xian is not angry. He spoke calmly. Master Jun did not come to seek the consent of the benefactors. The female demon Zhaoyu from the Magic Sky Pavilion must be taken away. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure wielding a sword suddenly jumped out. It depends on whether you have the ability or not. The crowd's faces lit up at the sight. Our team is in a square formation. Well done, senior brother. Busy helping senior sister, Jinkai's younger brother. Let's cheer for our senior brother together. Jiang Aijian shook his head, too lazy to look. One cannon fodder has the ability to reduce shock and all. This group of people is in chaos. Being able to bring out 30% of their strength is already good. Xiao Yuana seems to be watching with great interest. She even joined others in enthusiastically applauding. Just as Xingfang was attacking, with his sword, golden light also emerged around Kong Xian. A protective barrier was instantly formed. With a bang, he was shaken back to his original position. Kong Xian remained motionless like a vajra. Why get angry, benefactor? The female demon comes from the demon tower. Not long ago, along with 10 masters at the peak of elemental divinity, they were defeated by the hands of the old demon. The chief of the Tianjian sect, Luo Changfeng, died tragically at his hands. Now, only by surrendering to the Daku Temple, led by the female demon Zhao Yu, can everyone be safe and sound. His implication is that the old devil Jitian now is coming to cause trouble. Can any of you stop him? Seeing the bald donkey speaking so rudely, immediately, the people below began to argue. Can our righteous path stop you? Can the Daku Temple stop you? Kong Xian remained calm and composed upon hearing this. Senior Abbot has achieved great success in his cultivation after 100 years of seclusion. He is fully capable of dealing with the old demon. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a shocked expression. The Kong Temple is far and remote. 100 years ago, he was already a master of the six-leaved golden body. I didn't expect him to have been in seclusion for cultivation all along. What stage has he reached now? At this moment, the leader of the Jingming sect took the initiative to step forward. If Reverend Kong Yuan can compete with the Amos Sky Pavilion, then if Old Demon can be defeated, Jingming Dao agrees to give the female demon leader, Zhao Yu, to the Dekong Temple. After Kong Xian heard this, he nodded and responded with a slow thank you. Distinguished guests of Jingming Dao, the Dakong Temple has not disappointed in reforming the evil. However, just as the words were spoken, a figure in a red robe stepped out. To take Yao Yu away, one must first ask this seat. Kong Xian glanced coldly at him, and had already said, "This trip is not for negotiating with you, lay devotees, but to inform you that the 3 chiefs of the demon sect have shown no mercy and are taking it back. Daikong Temple has always been equal to sentient beings, neither distinguishing between right and wrong, nor asking about worldly matters. Are you full today? What? Duan Shizhu, do you want to stop La Na? You don't drink the toast? Then drink the penalty." With a wave of Duanqing's hand. Immediately after, 5 experts from the Ma Shizong faction charged forward from the rear. Kong Xian, calm in the face of the situation, stood still and cast a spell. In an instant, a 2-zhang tall gold Buddhist statue gradually materialized. Many people were shocked to see this scene. They didn't expect Kong Xian to have such cultivation. If Kong Yuanfang was here, that would be something. Jiang Aijian quickly spoke up. The Arhat's golden body is comparable to the realm of the primordial god. This bald donkey is not simple. Ah, old man, move back quickly. The Moji sect has obviously also come prepared. In a moment, this bald donkey will use the seal of Zen. Your understanding of the realm will definitely suffer a great loss. The 5 people going up there all have the cultivation of the divine court realm. They are also the main force of the Amosha sect's visit this time. Lu Zhou ignored his words. At this moment, his mind is filled with thoughts. In my memory, Daikong Temple indeed disregards worldly affairs. In the many major events of the past cultivation community, the presence of Daikong Temple is rarely seen. He is a genius in the Zen practice of Buddhism. Obsessed with Zen, it was rumored that Zen had achieved enlightenment. But rumors are just rumors after all. At that time, Zhao Yu encountered Kongming from Dakong Temple, and the two got into a dispute. Kongming died at the hands of Yao Yu. If one truly becomes a practitioner of the Xiantian Holy Land, how could they let go of Zhao Yu? Now Das Kong Temple has intervened in the ceremony, obviously treating the Mautian Pavilion as the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the battle in the field has already ended. 5 disciples of the Mo Sha sect were repelled by a single move. Kong Xianming, let's not beat around the bush. Senior elders of the Pure Bright Way and the Orthodox Oneness Way, did you order this? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian shook his head and denied it. Dakong Temple does things openly and honestly. There is no need to use such means. He, openly and honestly. The stick monk outside the altar was not arranged by you in advance. Hearing this, Kong Xian's expression turned cold. It seems that Duan has a deep misunderstanding of the Dakong Temple. If Duan wants to obstruct, then I can only accompany him to the end. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere became tense. Duan stretched his muscles. Slowly walked up to the bald donkey. Want to take Xiaoyu away, but I don't agree. As the voice fell, he rushed past like a flash of lightning. Kong Xian saw it and frowned. Because for a moment he couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation. He reacted by once again pushing his elemental energy to manifest, and displayed the Arhat's close combat technique. Everyone present held their breath at the sight. They hadn't expected 2 experts of the Yuanshan Calamity realm. They started fighting at the drop of a hat. The death of Masters Wixinchuan from the Mo Sha sect is of great concern to them. No wonder why Duan Heng wouldn't agree. Wixinchuan, but for the past century, the only practitioner of the evil Zen, who reached the 4th tier body of gold, died within the evil sky pavilion. How could they not be angry? Duan Xing's figure appeared. 10, 100, 1,000 attacks continuously revolving around Kong Xian. What kind of martial arts is this? I've never seen it before. It's the first time I've seen such a dazzling martial arts technique. Jiang Aijian couldn't help but exclaim. These residual images are caused by extreme speed. Lu Zhou at this moment spoke of the family's technique and its impact. This technique originated from the Taoist sect and was passed down to Fuyu. After that, it was lost. When Jiang Aijian heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't Fuyu an alien race? How can the alien race still have a foothold in Dian? Duan Xing in the field remained calm. But Kong Xian felt a great pressure. We have decided to get serious. You truly deserve the title of the 3rd elder of the demon clan. Lao Na has indeed underestimated you, but since that's the case, Lao Na won't hold back. With that, his fingers waved up and down non-stop. The layers of qi are constantly crisscrossing around the body. Blinding golden light bursts forth. The Zen seal is established, enlightening the mind and revealing the true nature. At this moment, the figure pauses and ceases further attacks. The great Vajroil seal descends as the emptiness chant concludes. Yun Na Jian, a golden giant palm under his control, directly charged towards the opposite party. Duan Xing also no longer reserved. The majestic vitality inside his body bursts forth. For leaf golden lotus Dharma body. The moment the Dharma body solidifies, a giant palm instantly strikes. Upon collision, the violent energy immediately spreads out. The 48-door corridor is constantly shaken by the strong wind. The middle door, the tallest frame, with a clang opens, revealing the scene inside. The 4-leaf law body is so strong. Quick, look at the most sacred, highest, and largest door of the shrine. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly turned in that direction. Immediately, waves of exclamations erupted. Only a group of white-robed Zhao Yu is seen, tightly bound to the golden pillar. A red lotus is painted on the forehead. But there is no sign of any vital energy in the body. Under the fierce attacks of the demon sect Duan Xing, Buddhism's Kong Xian is gradually falling behind. He still had no intention of giving up on taking the female demon leader away. At this moment, Duan Xing grinned and said to the stinky monk, "If this is all the ability you have, I advise you to run for your life as fast as you can." Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Since Senior Duan is obstructing, Lao Na will not be polite. After speaking, he crossed his legs and sat down, chanting passages of scriptures. Meanwhile, he soared into the air. All the monks also put their hands together and began to chant along. The sound of the scriptures filled the entire sanctuary in an instant, continuously echoing in everyone's ears. Lu Zhou felt uneasy after hearing this. This is the dream-invading sound of Buddhism. How to resist the realm of self-awareness in the middle period. The dream-invading sound is a kind of Buddhist sonic practice, similar to the mantra of tranquilizing the mind. Benefit oneself, undermine the enemy, disturb the mind. Those with weaker skills will die from bleeding through the 7 orifices due to the shock of Yin Gong. Its power exceeds imagination. I'm only at the intermediate stage of condensation realm. It's impossible to stop it. Lu Zhou realized the danger, instinctively trying to mobilize the tactics to cope. Then he turned to look at Xiao Yuaner. and found this disturbing sound wave attack was like the buzzing of a fly to Xiao Yuan. She is simple-minded. The advantage is reflected in the character without distractions. In addition, with the cultivation of the divine courtyard realm, and being farther away from the center of the battlefield, the initial stage of the Vedic sound has almost no effect on her. Just now, her attention was all on the field. I don't know when Jiang Aijian disappeared. As time goes by, the sound waves of the dreamy music become larger and larger, rolling in like waves of the sea. So he took out the inescapable path to attack, straight to the center of the field. Just one move to kill the vacant stand of the Daikong Temple. This way, the group of monks without a leader will naturally fall apart, but the problem is, you will also be exposed to the public eye, taking Zhao Yu away from so many people's eyes, adding difficulty on the beach, seizing the opportunity to use an unbreakable attack. It's also good to avoid the sharp edge first. The roaring sound of the sonic wave has increased several times. Fellow practitioners in the state of condensation and recognition are all spitting out blood. Old man, how come you're okay? We are both in the middle stage of condensation and recognition. Why was I blasted away by the Buddhist sound but this old man is fine? Too unreasonable. Yes, why am I fine? At this time, Lu Zhou is also puzzled. The power of the Sanskrit sound entering the dream has reached its peak. Many people with low cultivation levels have died on the spot, spitting blood. As for all the territories, in the minds of the people on the land, segments of Taoist scriptures have appeared. At the same time, a sense of burning heat emanated from the lower abdomen. Strangely, the burning heat gradually transformed into a cool sensation. From the lower abdomen to the chest, passing through the heart, it reached the mind. Lu Zhou's face instantly brightened. He recognized that the content of these words was from the scroll of the Book of Heaven. Now I am extremely clear-headed. At this moment, the empty and profound Dharmakaya in the field is greatly magnified by the chanting of the Buddhist mantra. It is no less than the four-petal Dharmakaya of Duanqing. But he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he accelerated his recitation speed. Arhat golden body. Second tier. As the force was exerted, the enormous golden body instantly split in two. As the central figure of the battlefield, Duanqing, the impact it receives is also the greatest. He sneered through gritted teeth. Ha ha! Bald donkey! Is this what you call saving all living beings? What a huge joke! Having said that, he manipulated his Dharma body and took the initiative to attack the opponent. Under the impact of the two, the entire altar began to shake violently. With a bang, Duanqing was thrown backwards, landing heavily on a distant wall. Immediately, he raised his hand to control the impact of the sound waves, then looked coldly across. Didn't expect this bald donkey, under the blessing of sound waves, to be so strong. He has already won, why doesn't he stop? What is he trying to prove? Kong Xian's body began to glow and float. He showed no intention of stopping the recitation of the sutra, and just at this moment, a voice came from behind. It's enough for the Buddhist sect to refrain from killing. Today, the precept of non-killing is lifted, at the behest of Abbot Kung Yuan of Dakwang Temple. Or is it your own intention? Gazing at the composed old man before his eyes, Kong Xian suddenly felt somewhat different. Why are you not well, layman? After hearing this, Lutzu gave him a faint glance. When I ask a question, you only need to answer. What? Do you also want to stop Lao Jun, benefactor? Kong Xian, although puzzled, was still full of confidence. Seeing this, Lutzu shook his head, really stubborn. He then revealed his two whole cards. Realizing that this old guy wasn't easy to deal with, Kong Xian decided not to hold back anymore. He clasped his hands together, and the vitality within his body began to crazily circulate. 2 become 4. 8 Arhat's golden body. Old dude, go die. As the words fell, he controlled the golden body and forcefully suppressed Lu Zhou. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Everyone was shocked by the following scene. A 10 high, 3-wide golden statue of Buddha appeared, blocking all 8 arhats on the opposite side. It's like the grandpa protecting his grandson, a revered monk from the Buddhist sect. Kong Xian stood there in disbelief. This golden body is just too damn big. Compared to his arhat, it's as big as a fist. Just as he stood there in shock, a tiny handprint suddenly appeared. What is this? Kong Xian quickly reacted and swiftly retreated. As he retreated, countless palm prints were left with each strike. But all palm prints were blocked by an invisible barrier in front of Lu Zhou. Realizing the danger, Kong Xian had to give up the golden body and keep evading. but a lethal blow would mean certain death. Can he avoid it? As for why the great supernatural power of Buddhism appeared, Lu Zhou is also pondering this question. At this moment, Xian Kuang's intuition tells him that this hand seal is very dangerous. It's like it's constantly following him like it has eyes. The sacred altar square extends for several miles, just when he thought he could escape. The miniature palm print suddenly grew in size, and its speed also increased significantly. Kong Xian felt more and more uneasy as he retreated. As time goes by, the palm print has become larger than a person. Driven by the instinct to survive, he can only flee frantically. But the palm print grows to the size of a house. Just like swatting a fly, it hit Xian directly. With a bang, it instantly hit Xian. Gray disappeared in an instant. Not a trace left. Even the flying vines of Dakuji collapsed under its residual might. The chanting of the Sanskrit mantra in the dream disappeared. The scene is incredibly quiet at this moment. Looking at Zhao Yu, who is trapped, she trembles all over. It's the master who has arrived. The powerful sense of fear made her fall into unconsciousness again. Lu Zhou calmly watched the scene. Solved in just 10 seconds. Not too long, not too short. Doubt filled everyone's mind. The old man who killed Kong Xian with just one move. Who is he? Is he a highly accomplished monk from the Buddhist sect? Lu Zhou looked around. The sound of Buddhist chant entered his dream, causing most people to lose their combat effectiveness. Man proposes, God disposes. This will complicate things. The fatal blow just executed. And an unbeatable move. It has had a great shocking effect. Now, no one should dare to act against themselves. If there's still anyone who can pose a threat, it's only Duanqing on his own. The question is, does he still have the guts? After a long silence, Duanqing bowed deeply, his eyes filled with gratitude. Junior from the demon sect Duanqing thanks the master for helping. Jingming Dao and Jingyi Dao also realized, and followed suit in thanking with clasped hands, the master's life-saving grace. Why does the master have such lush hair? Maybe it's a wig. You're silly. Have you heard about the high monk who wears a wig for spiritual practice? Lu Zhou sees his identity misunderstood, so he simply goes along with the mistake. He raises his big hand in front of his chest, and opens his mouth with a sad expression, the Buddhist compassion in mind. Today I had to clean up the mess, which was really helpless. When this was said, everyone felt a strong sense of admiration in their hearts. Master, why bother with emptiness, vulgarity, and shame? Trying to kill someone and silence them with Sanskrit sounds, this is a great relief. The master's personal elimination of this person instead brings honor to the Buddhist sect. You are the true master. You are 100 or 1,000 times stronger than those sanctimonious, bald donkeys. If the master were not present today, I'm afraid we all will fall victim to treachery. The master's skills are profound, yet he inexplicably arrived at this sacred altar. Lu Zhou heard this and responded as if he happened to be passing by. The crowd then immediately began to flatter. It is said that the monk who entered the service was on a high level of cultivation, prefers to travel around. It is truly fortunate to have met today. Seeing this scene in Lu Zhou is really helpless. Can't stay any longer. There is a divine calamity like this segment. The remaining monks on the scene are not making any waves. What about Xiao Yuan and the others? This girl is asleep. She's so brazen. To fight so fiercely and make such a commotion and still be able to fall asleep. King Kong's handprint isn't exactly precise. What if I accidentally hurt her? I can't go back and be disciplined. But now isn't the time for that. Lu Zhou thought of this. He lightly called out the name of Xiu Yuaner. Hearing the master's words, she reflexively sat up immediately. Seeing this, everyone began to flatter. No one expected the Grand Master to have a female disciple. The Buddhist community is so open-minded. Are they starting to accept female disciples? What's all the fuss about? I heard a master even said monkeys and pigs could be his disciples. Lu Zhou then glanced at the tallest building in the holy altar. Take her away. Xiao Yuan gave a faint response to indicate her understanding, then quickly flew upwards. Master, you must not take this person away. After hearing Lu Zhou's words, his gaze swept across the crowd, and they dared not speak any further. Then Lu Zhou began to criticize. How could Xuanguan dare to act like this? It's not something he can decide alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly realized. Although Kongshuan's cultivation is exquisite, but by himself alone, how can he dare to make such a decision? Naturally, it is because the abbot of Dakyu Temple, Fan Wunking, is guiding him from behind. Today, Kongshuan's life will perish and his Tao will be erased. If the anger from Kong Yuan comes down, I hope Master can help us uphold justice. After hearing this, Lu Zhou remained silent. What does it have to do with us if Kong Yuan causes trouble for you? It's really ridiculous. Today, if it wasn't for me, all of you would be dead by now. Besides, we haven't figured out who captured Zhao Yu. It's already a great favor that I haven't settled accounts with them. And they still dare to seek justice? If Kong Yuan wants to investigate, it's a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. Mulling over since then, he then called out to little Yuaner and left. After killing the Buddhist monk Xian Kong, Lu Zhou was about to leave. But at this moment, someone in the Pure Brightness sect couldn't sit still. Master, you absolutely can't do it. Zhao Yu is the fifth disciple seated by the old demon head of the Demon Sky Pavilion. He has committed numerous evil deeds. If left unpunished, it will be a disaster for the world. I hope that the master will think twice. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou became somewhat agitated. Seek justice at one moment and consider carefully at the next. Do not even weigh your own capabilities. It's true that this noble family is really dignified and upright. At this thought, he coldly glances backwards. What? This old man will take her away. Do you have any objections? Hearing the displeasure in those words, everyone remained silent, not daring to speak any further. One by one, they looked at Duanqing. Lu Zhou understood. Practitioners in attendance. Only Duanqing has some skills. The others are not worth mentioning. If Duanqing tries to stop, they will be dealt with as well. Resolve Duanqing as well. It's equivalent to reshooting these righteous practitioners. At this point, his gaze fell on Duanqing. But unexpectedly, Duanqing bowed in a gesture of respect, and expressed his compliance. Taking the female demon leader away with him was the most appropriate choice. No objection from the demon sect. The crowd was in an uproar when this was said. Everyone was puzzled. While it is true that the righteous and the demonic are at odds, marriage can ease the conflicts between both parties. Moreover, Mo Sha, the second seat of Zonger, also died at the hands of the old demon head of Mo Tiange. Why should we spare Zhao Yu now? At this moment, Jing Ning Dao's silent senior brother reminded Duanqing. Have you forgotten how Zhuo Xian Chan died? At these words, Duanqing sneered. The second seat went up the mountain to challenge the Mo Heaven Pavilion. It was a case of being inferior in skill. Once you're dead, you're dead. Brother Jingjing, listen, can you represent the entire demon sect? But before he finished speaking, Duanqing rushed forward and grabbed his head. This feud between righteousness and demon does not concern Duan. That bald donkey wants to preach. Go back and chatter with your mother. Duan felt annoyed listening to it. As his words fell, the Yunnan Temple Square fell silent. They dare to discuss grand theories with eminent monks, but I dare not discuss with people of the magic way. When Lu Zhou saw this scene, he couldn't help but admire this person's ability to handle things. Much more tactful than the followers of the pure bright way and the righteous way, but letting down one's guard is impossible. If necessary, don't mind wasting another item card. At this moment, Master continued to show his attitude. Master is merciful. Willing to teach and transform this female demon is a blessing to the world. Since Master wants to take her away, those two Zen Master's grudges are resolved from the Master here. Lu Zhou nodded after listening and said that your hidden cultivation is good. After speaking, he raised his hand and summoned Han. Upon hearing this, Duanqing's eyes instantly filled with fear. If the world knows one's ethnic identity, I'm afraid that there will be no place for him in Dayan. At this moment, two monks wanted to escape when no one was paying attention, but they were just about to take action in the Brahma 8 realms. Just in time, the ferocious gorilla flew down and landed a blow right under their feet. Everyone was stunned at the sight. This mount is truly unruly. A highly accomplished and enlightened monk like this. I can't believe there's such a violent mount. It's truly unexpected. Legend has it that once a legendary mount flies out of the sacred altar's area, you'll need extraordinary magic arts to catch up. Without great skills, it's almost impossible. The crowd can only watch Lu Shu leave. These bald donkeys must not be let off the hook. Lock them up. Duanqing, who came over slowly, said coldly at this time, isn't it too cheap to lock them up? Naturally, to kill the grass and eliminate the roots, to resolve the trouble before it grows. On the square, there were successive screams. Lu Zhou ignored all of it. He steered the rudder and flew away from here. The fury of the Masha sect under the torment of the Sanskrit entering their dreams is destined to be vented on these monks. As they watch the sweat streak across the sky like shooting stars, below, Jiang Ai's mood is somewhat complicated. This is not reasonable. His cultivation is clearly at the mid-stage of condensation realm. How could he be a master of the Buddhist sect? Should we still pursue? Will we be turned into ashes with a slap if we do pursue? Lu Prefecture did not return to Jiting Mountain, but come to Runan City again. Because there are still some things to clarify. Just entered the inn. My lord, you are finally back. If you don't come back again, I can't keep my head on my shoulders. What do you mean? The shopkeeper hurriedly replied to the official, saying, You are from the palace. It's a serious offense for me to have bumped into you earlier. Lu Zhou naturally didn't bother to care about these things. He greeted Xia Yuan to go back to the room. Just walked up the stairs. He actually thought of the murder that had occurred before. So he inquired whether the murderer had been found. The shopkeeper shook his head after listening. How could the official tell such an important matter to a little person? Lu Zhou nodded and walked towards the room. In his heart, he actually guessed roughly. First, exclude Jiang Aijian. The sword enthusiast Chen Wenjie is entangled with the master of Jingming Dao. It shouldn't be him. Luo Zong, Luo Changqin, in the south of Dian. It's unlikely because it's too far away. So it's only the second disciple, Jianhua Yu Shangrong, the most suspicious. Just thought of this. The sound of Xu Yuan's voice came to my ear, notifying Yao Yu to wake up. After hearing this, Lu Zhou hurried back to the room. Watching Zhao Yu kneeling on the ground, he couldn't help but sneer at his apprentice. What a good disciple he is. Now Zhao Yu's loyalty has dropped to 10. She was so scared that her face turned pale and quickly kowtowed to apologize. Lu Prefecture sees her. Who captured you? Who captured you? Zhao Yu trembled and replied. I only know that it was a highly skilled expert from the Jingming sect. Almost comparable to Master. No, compared to Master, there is still a gap. Jingming Dao has 3 great masters. One of them is the sect leader Mochi. It is rumored that he has the cultivation of the 7th leaf in the Yuan Xinjie realm. The second is the great elder Pan Litian. It is said that he disappeared long ago, and no one knows where he went, but rumors say that his skills surpass those of the sect leader. The third is the second elder Yu Hongyi, the strongest female cultivator in the pure Dao sect. Lu Zhou took a sip of tea, then spoke lightly. I have always said that there will be no mercy for those who betray the sect. Do you still remember this? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu trembled in fear. I am innocent, master. Disciple has no intention of betrayal. He wants to return home to pay respects to his parents, after completing the mission. On the way, he encountered a skilled expert from the pure enlightenment sect. How dare you lie? Lu Zhou immediately slammed the table. Zhao Yu was suddenly shocked and confessed truthfully. Disciple went to Yanyu Palace. Tianxian junior sister wants to harm master. Disciple doesn't want to agree. Disciple's return to the hometown is true. Just had a moment of doubt. Disciple knows that I should not believe in anything. And listen to the words of Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin set up an array near Qingyang Mountain. Disciple pretended to agree to activate the array. The master treats his apprentice generously. How could the apprentice dare to plot against the master? That day, I would rather not go, than to bear the guilt of betraying the master and destroying the ancestors. Every word from the apprentice is true. If there is even half a lie, I am willing to accept any punishment. Who bestowed your cultivation? I only know that this person comes from the palace. I did not see his appearance. The palace? Recently, there have been a series of events connected to the palace. From investigating the Siji family kidnapping, and Wan Fugui disguised as a steward, to the expert who sealed Zhao Yue's cultivation, all the signs indicate that the palace pays special attention to the Magic Heaven Pavilion. Look up. The stern voice of the master reached Zhao Yu's ears. She, who dared not resist, hurriedly obeyed the order, the red lotus on her forehead. Looking unusually enchanting and strange, Lu Zhou observed for a while, and had a guess in his mind that this was witchcraft. In the scorching heat, there are many ways of cultivation. The Taoist sect is dominant, with the Buddhists coming second. The Confucian school does not live up to its past glory. The remaining schools of cultivation have difficulty reaching the highest level. Witchcraft is one of them. The benefits of practicing it are far less than those of Taoist practices, so it has gradually become unpopular. The number of practitioners is decreasing. Seeing the mark on Zhao Yu's forehead, Lu Zhou guessed. There should be a master of witchcraft practicing in the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu quickly kowtowed and admitted her mistake. Master, please help me remove the restriction on my body. Lu Zhou glanced at her and found her loyalty was increasing. So he indifferently said as a teacher. Those with ulterior motives will not be spared. Hearing this, she naturally dared not argue. Disciple is willing to be punished. I will punish you myself. Your Honor, send a letter for me. Senior brother, take Xiao Yu back for separate punishment. After finishing speaking, Lu Zhou left the room. Xiao Yuan quickly went forward to help her senior sister up. I knew that senior sister is not the type of person like Yi Tianxin. With a helpless sigh, Zhao Yu said, no matter what. I made a mistake with this matter. If it weren't for Master bringing me away from the holy altar. Perhaps it's because of what we just talked about. Xiao Yuan began to gesture and dance excitedly. It's nothing. You don't know how mighty Master displayed his power in the holy altar assembly. Righteous and prestigious factions. All the demon sects have been defeated. Are you there too? No, I'm not. There are still many bald donkeys making a fuss. It's so annoying. After leaving Lu Zhou, he went straight back to his own room. At this time, the constable who had been handling the whipping case hurriedly caught up. He arrived and immediately knelt down before the master. Sir, I finally found you. Why are you here, Lu Zhou? What do you want from me? I am acting on orders from above. Please come to the Jiangjun mansion in Renan City for a meeting. I'm busy. Lu Zhou left these two words and closed the door directly. The catcher suddenly realized. How could the adults be allowed to go to see the general? Isn't that confusing the king and the prince? After the incident at the holy altar, the state of Lu is indeed a bit tired. He lay on the bed, pondering, but with no desire to sleep. It's obvious, the royal token has been passed to the general's mansion in Renan City. In another half-day, the palace should also know. Will the master who targeted Zhao Yu dare to appear? Now there are 2 fatal blows. 2 unbreakable attacks and 7 passive fatal blocks. Plus over 4,000 merit points, of which 1,000 points are rewards for bringing back Zhao Yu. The remaining, the reward for defeating a sweat-blocking practitioner. I still need over 500 to buy Fa's Hen, the 4 beasts in transverse and vertical formation to deal with Kong Xian. It's like earning nothing after using 2 cards. So it seems, although the prop card is extraordinary, it should not be used indiscriminately, although the extraordinary power of the Tian Shu is passive. He still has no clue how to use it. Which should he choose, merit points or Tian Shu? Or maybe draw another round of prizes? Fei Shi is a bit stressed, not feeling too confident. My current cultivation level is too low. I must quickly improve my spiritual body level and increase my cultivation. No matter how heaven-defying the item cards are, ultimately, one's strength must improve. Read more to enter the reading state. Ponder. From then on, Lu Zhou began to silently recite like reading a poem. Time quickly came to the evening. The voice of the constable interrupted his meditation. General Zhao seeks an audience. Instead of opening the door, he calmly uttered 2 words. What's the matter, General? Zhao Shaw from Priang City wishes to have a chat with the elderly. I wonder if the elderly gentleman is available. Xiao Yu kicked the dog next to him. My grandfather is tired. How can you just say meet and meet? The catcher saw the situation, hastily introduced Zhao Shaw's general identity. What do I care about some stinky general? Whether it's General Li or General Wang, it's no use. Just as she finished speaking, the voice of Leju reached her ears. Please let him in. Xiao Yuana listened and then stopped obstructing. After entering the house, Zhao Shaw bowed and saluted. I've offended the old sir a lot before, please don't be angry. Lu Zhou, with a calm expression, lightly said. Let's talk about business. Zhao Shaw stabilized his mind upon hearing this. I heard that the royal token was in the hands of the old gentleman. Many years ago, this token was personally managed by His Majesty, and could mobilize the capital's forbidden army. Those who see this token are as if seeing His Majesty himself. Later, the token was lost. I'll say it again. Get to the point. Lu Zhou's implication is that the other party is talking nonsense. Zhao Shuo was immediately embarrassed upon hearing this. In that case, Mr. Zhao, please be direct. Please, sir, hand over the token. Why? Do you want the token? Lu Zhou gave him a cold glance. Zhao naturally didn't have the guts. The old man has controlled the royal token for many years. Certainly not an ordinary person. Zhao was entrusted by a big shot in the palace. When Lu heard this, he asked who it was. He hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Zhao has no idea who specifically it is, but this person is a master practitioner in the palace and acts with the imperial decree. Zhao has no choice but to follow that. Want to take the token from me? Let him come and get it himself. Zhao Shaw clearly demonstrated why bother, old sir. Zhao guessed that the old man's cultivation was extraordinary, but he offended a big shot in the palace because of a token. It seemed like a case of throwing good money after bad. At this moment, Lu Zhou stroked his beard lightly without speaking. Seeing this, Zhao Shuo felt that there was still hope. I just want to say something again. But Lu interrupted him by waving his hand to send him off. After hearing this, Xiao Yuan clenched her fist and moved a little, walked forward fiercely and said "Get lost!" Seeing this, he immediately felt a little helpless and had no choice but to, turning around and leaving dejectedly. How can this girl have such a bad temper? The age difference between her and her grandpa is really outrageous. No, this old man's temper is also quite strange. He had just walked out of the room. The voice of Lu Yong suddenly came through. Who is Zhuoping? Before he could speak, Jiang Aijian walked in and answered first. Of course, they are from the palace. Old man, we meet again. After Jiang Aijian greeted Zhao Shuo, he went straight to Lu Zhou and bowed. Aijian greets the master. You have thick skin. Jiang Aijian smirked after hearing it. Words too shameful won't live long. Zhao Shuo then quickly followed this friend over. Just now, what did you call the old man? Jiang Aijian sized him up upon hearing the words. Master, what's wrong? From your attire, you seem to be from the official's house. You've been with the master for so long. Do you not know if the master is a Buddhist monk? Just as the words were spoken, the sound of Lu Prefecture and Jiang Aijian came, whispering, I have something to ask you, whispering. After hearing it, he immediately smirked and stepped forward. At this moment, a guard approached Zhao Shuo. Whispered something. Suddenly realizing, Zhao Shuo's expression changed slightly. It turned out that the eminent monk Zhao didn't recognize Mount Tai. I hope the master can forgive. Now I realize I was a bit ignorant. A small ceremony unexpectedly attracted so many experts. The master single-handedly resolved the crisis at the sacred altar. Master Kongxian retreated with great force. Zhao is very grateful. This misunderstanding is getting worse. Lu Zhou does not want to be a high monk in the Buddhist sect. He glanced at Jiang Aijian and said cunningly. Jiang Aijian responded with a smirk to save his life. The master is laughing. Is Zhuoping also from the palace? Lu Zhou continued to ask. Yes, General Zhao is also at his level. How many figures can get in touch with the palace? What do you think? Jiang Aijian finished speaking and poked Zhao Si next to him. Zhao Suo was instantly embarrassed, and did not dare to look up. Strictly speaking, Zhuoping listens to the big figures in the palace. When Lu Zhou heard this, he deduced in his heart that it was already not important. But what can be confirmed is that someone in the palace is opposing the magic Tian Pavilion, and the suspicion falls on the queen from the western regions. But it is also possible that someone is deliberately trying to sow discord and create divisions. But thinking about these things now is still too far-fetched. The palace has many experts. We can't just take risks because of a prohibition on legitimate techniques. Before this, we should still find a way to accumulate merit. Improving our cultivation is the right thing to do. Jiang Aijian, are you practicing the art of evasion? Hearing Lu Zhou's words, he awkwardly rubbed his head. In major matters, broad experience is admirable. At this time, a guard rushed in from outside. General Zhao Dongfang is here to report. The 4 demons of the Motage have already left Jinting Mountain, and are heading towards Yuzhou. After hearing this, Zhao Shuo's face changed drastically. Such a big event should be publicized enough. Jiang Aijian seems to know a lot about the Maotian Pavilion. The leader of the Maotian Pavilion is named Ming Shiring. He is cunning and treacherous. A very unpredictable person. People often act differently in front of others and behind their backs. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So he's actually that cunning. Oh, tell me about the 9th disciple of the Motian Pavilion. Jiang Aijian stroked his chin. This 9th disciple is extraordinary. Late entry, fastest improvement in cultivation, an extremely monstrous genius in cultivation. Unfortunately, this little devil has limited experience. Often lacks restraint in actions. Join the Demon Heaven Pavilion. In the future, he will definitely become the greatest demon in the world. As soon as the words left his mouth, he found Xiao Yuan, clutching himself viciously. Lu Zhou saw that Xiao Yuan was about to go wild, then opened her mouth to stop her here. General. When the demon passed through Qinzhou, she took away many girls. After hearing this, Zhao Shuo bowed and took his leave. Once the demon from the Motiangu comes down the mountain, there will definitely be trouble. I will go inform the righteous sects immediately. Beware, the demon may leave ahead of time. There are doubts in the heart of Lu Zhou. Ming Shi's performance during this period has been quite satisfactory. Did he really commit such unfounded evil deeds? just thought of this. Suddenly, I heard a few system prompts in my ear. Attacking and killing a horse thief earns 10 merit points, the thief not the girl. Lu Zhou suddenly came to a realization. Zhao Shuo is about to leave. Jiang Aijian stepped forward to remind him that the 4 demon leaders of the Mo Tiange are clearly aiming for Yuzhou. And it's highly likely that they will come to Renan City. Zhao Shuo's mouth twitched after hearing it. How did you know? Jiang Aijian explained with a smile. The saintess of the sacred ceremony is the 5th disciple of the Modeo Pavilion. Members of the Modeo Pavilion were robbed. The old devil sent someone to investigate. Do we even need to think about it, General Zhao? This time the old devil's cultivation is profound. Last time he came out, he had already stepped into the void spirit tribulation realm with half a foot. Now, so much time has passed. Presumably, he has long since achieved the dark abyss form of 100 tribulations. Who can stop him? Hearing this, Zhao Shuo felt a headache. It's really troublesome. One thing after another is distressing. The great master of Buddhism is here. You're not seeking the master's help properly. Are you trying to seek help from people in the palace instead of nearby? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuo's eyes lit up. This brother really hit the nail on the head. Ask the master to help me take down this demon, to benefit the people of Renan City. After hearing this, Lu Zhou felt quite speechless. Do you really have to raise the banner of righteousness and attack your disciples on your own? Furthermore, the reason for killing was the horse thieves, not for kidnapping any girl. Xiao Yuan sneaked a glance at him and wanted to smile a little. Master used to not have the habit of stroking his beard. Why does he now constantly like to touch his beard all day long? Seeing him speechless, Zhao Shuo bowed again, requesting the master to take action. I have my own plans. I intend to see off Yuaner. Seeing this, Zhao Shuo could only leave helplessly. From this, it can be seen that people's perception of the Demon Sky Pavilion has already solidified. No matter what he did, he felt he was doing evil. Then Lu Zhou glanced at Jiang Aijian and sat down on the stool. After Jiang Aijian understood, he ran up timidly. Lu Zhou understood that he was scaring people with small courage, so I tried my best to put on a kind appearance, having spent years living on the mountain in seclusion and cut off from the world. If you are willing to become my disciple, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Jiang Aijian smiled wryly at the words. Master, you're kidding. You are a great master of Buddhism. Why do you still need someone like me? Why are you unwilling? Lu Zhou countered. Jiang Aijian saw his serious look. So I thought for a moment, my master, your identity and status. You have to give me some reward. Can't let me work for nothing. Lu Zhou thought. There are quite a few interesting items in the secret chamber of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, although I haven't carefully appraised their quality. I don't think they would be too bad. At the very least, that large sword definitely can compete evenly with the unnamed sword. Do you love swords? I have a sword called Jijing recognizes its master. If you can act as my eyes and ears, there will be a good sword. Jiang Aijian's eyes sparkled as she asked how good it was. Lu Zhou paused before slowly speaking. No weaker than the only strong double swords. Hearing Lu Yong's conditions, Jiang Aijian slapped his thigh and immediately agreed. Although he has collected many swords in his life, top-tier weapons are often hard to come by. Treasure, and getting the information is an advantage in itself. So there's no difficulty in this matter. Then he looked around the room. Where did the master put the female demon? Get lost. Lu Zhou angrily reprimanded. All right. Jiang Aijian responded and then left. But as soon as he stepped out of the inn, he realized the problem. Oh no, it seems like I've been fooled. How long will this task take? Seems like there's no fixed time. Isn't it a disaster for a lifetime? Will I get beaten if I go back and reason with them now? After Dai Jiangajian left, Xiao Yuan muttered. This person's skin is really thick. Lu Zhou lay on the bed and answered lightly. This person is useful. Seeing the master looking tired, Xiao Yuan bowed and left the room. Lu Zhou did not go to sleep. He opened the system panel and checked the mall interface. There was no change in the Fazhen column. Only the 4 symbols plot was unlocked. It seems that apart from comprehending the heavenly book, it can only be improved step by step, unable to skip levels. The weapons and techniques are all in red. Perhaps the cultivation level is too low. It's not the time to fully utilize these privileges. But on second thought, when Ji Tiandao taught the evil disciples, it's also his peak period. But it's important not to follow his old path. Wait. Ji Tiandao reached the limit of his lifespan. His cultivation declined, ultimately leading to his death, but he had his own reversal card. There won't be this problem. But what would happen if you kept using reverse cards? Could you change back to your childhood appearance? It's better not to use reverse cards at all. Use one for every year. That means one can attain immortality. This logic seems insurmountable. Thinking about this, Luzhou felt much better. After that, he opened the ancient book and began to contemplate. The next day came quickly. Early in the morning, Zhao Shuo hurriedly arrived at the door. Master, please help us. The demon lord of the Motian Pavilion has arrived in Runan City, causing trouble for the people. Let him go. He will not commit evil. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuo broke out in a cold sweat. That demon had already entered the city early in the morning, and had hung 2 human heads at the city gate, scaring the people so much that they dared not enter or leave. Now the entire Runan City. Probably only Master can subdue this demon. Master, please make a move. On behalf of the people of Runan City, I thank Master. At this moment, the voice of Xiaoyuner came over, bawled. What are you shouting about in front of my master's door so early in the morning? Are you out of your mind? Luzhou remained silent. After getting ready, he opened the door. Let's go. Xiaoyuner and Zhao Yu appeared simultaneously. Zhao Yu has changed into a new outfit. She exudes the air of a refined young lady. Several others followed closely behind, never full. Zhao Shuo's face lit up with joy as he hurried to catch up. Obviously, the master is willing to take action. Yesterday, his subordinates reported the matter of the holy altar to him in detail. At this moment, he only has reverence for Luzhou. He dare not be the slightest bit negligent. This woman with the mark of the red lotus on her forehead. It should be the female devil head of Motian Pavilion. The master is highly skilled. With him around, the 4 devil heads of Motian Pavilion dare not cause trouble. After breakfast, Jiang Aijian followed along with a humble look. Zhao Shuo, puzzled, asked the young brother. We're going to get the demon head. Aren't you afraid? After hearing this, Jiang Aijian smirked and said he was scared to death. But it's nothing in front of the master. Luzhou stood with his hands behind his back. Any news? Jiang Ai, someone from the palace has arrived. Someone from the palace is behind the scenes at the shrine. Master has disrupted their plan. How much will there be some complaints, but the master's cultivation is profound. No matter how they boast, they won't attack the high monk of Buddhism. After hearing this, Luzhou nodded lightly. Jiang Aijian paused and continued to say, the 4 demons of Motian Pavilion. Ming Shirin cultivated the Qingmu heart technique. This technique is extremely difficult to deal with. It's very difficult for the same level to suppress him. When Master meets him, please don't hold back. Defeated him with one move. Don't give him a chance to escape. After hearing this, Luzhou expressed keen interest and asked, It seems like you know a lot about the Modiai Pavilion. Jiang Aijian is confident and smiles without concealing from the Grandmaster. Ji Tiandao was besieged by the top 10 masters for the first time. I was on the scene. This battle is truly a battle of the ages. Half of the top 10 masters are 6-leaf Taoists. Still couldn't defeat Ji Tiandao with the 8-leaf Dharma body. The battle lasted for 3 days and nights. In the end, it was only a draw. Ji Tiandao, the old devil, was seriously injured. I still can't figure it out. 10 top experts attacked Jintingshan again months later. How did they lose? Zhao Shuo's face turned red, not knowing what to think. Are you worried about him? Yes. Since witnessing that great war with my own eyes, I swore that I must stay far away from such people. It's too terrifying. How could there be such terrifying humans? Xiao Yuan heard this, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Aijian didn't know how many times he had been laughed at by Xiao Yuan. He's already used to it. Soon the carriage arrived at the city gate. The scene after getting off the car. Luzhou's face darkened instantly. This is so ruthless. Jiang Aijian followed closely and looked up, only to see 2 bloody heads hanging on the city wall. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shuo couldn't help but frown. The demon should be nearby. I've contacted several practitioners from the God Court to search around. We should be able to catch him soon. Explain, Lu Shui. The deceased was a horse thief. Zhao Shuo said this is not important. As long as we can catch this demon, I am willing to pay any price. At this moment, a wild laughter came from the sky. Haha, you also want to catch Grandpa? Go dream. Jiang Aijian subconsciously wanted to escape when he heard the voice. Fortunately, he was stopped by Luzhou. Come and chase me. Ming Shiying in midair kept mocking and instigating. With full confidence, Zhao Shuo immediately drew out the sword of justice in his hand. Master, the safety of the people in Renan City is in your hands. Ming Shiying disdainfully glanced at it, the practitioner being pursued from behind. I'm tired of playing, I won't play with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved like lightning, creating distance in the blink of an eye. Jiang Aijin swallowed hard upon seeing this. Both were experts at the early stage of the nascent soul catastrophe realm. Why does it feel like the ones coming out of the Magic Sky Pavilion are much stronger? At this moment, Zhao Shuo gathered his strength and shouted loudly, as he swung the sword in his hand into the air. This is the strongest blow of justice. A sword to the west. The long sword whistled out, cutting through the air with a powerful wave of energy. In a few breaths, it chased behind Ming Shiying. The next second, a loud bang came. Ming raised his palm with one hand, and directly slapped it forward. Then cracks appeared on the sword of righteousness. This method is still not enough to defeat me. Ming Shiying was smug. He smiled coldly down below. How come the old man looks so much like the master? Realizing something was wrong, he quickly regained control and landed on the ground. Jiang Aijin hurriedly retreated behind the master. Lu Zhou's wispy beard remained calm on his face. It's fine if the other disciples don't recognize themselves. After all, the reverse card has changed many appearances. But how could Ming Shiying possibly make a mistake? He quickly came before Lu Zhou and respectfully knelt down. Master, disciple pays respect. What's going on? Zhao Shu and Jiang Aijin suddenly looked puzzled. Lu Zhou. Upon hearing this, the other two were dumbfounded. Ming Shi continued to inquire cautiously. Master, didn't we agree to meet at the Yun Lion? How did you come here? You, Zhao Shu, shivered and spoke incoherently. What are you talking about? You've been provoking me repeatedly. If Master sees, I'll pull out your tongue. Jiang Aijin instinctively wants to escape, but is quickly caught by the agile Xiao Yuan. The situation suddenly becomes extremely awkward. Jiang Aijin cried and begged for mercy with a grieving face. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. None of this has anything to do with me. Please just ignore me. Lu Zhou ignored him and turned to look at Ming Shiying. There are rumors that you have taken away many good girls. Is this true? After hearing this, Ming Shiying quickly knelt down and explained. I am wrong, Master. It was bandits who kidnapped the people. Disciple happened to pass by and save them. Disciple is acting on behalf of the heavens, upholding justice. Disciple not only did not do anything bad, but also did good deeds. Master, if you don't believe, you can send someone to investigate. Lu Zhou told him to get up after hearing that. He doesn't really care whether he does good deeds or not. As long as he doesn't cause trouble everywhere like before. It's fine to avoid stirring up trouble, not every time. There will always be a powerful master to take care of the disciples. Then he looked at Zhao Shu, General Zhao. This matter ends here. What do you think? Before Zhao has a chance to answer, just chased after Ming Shiying's 3 pig teammates. Just arrived here. Zhao Shu coughed lightly and said in a low voice, / Retreat? No way, chased for so long just to hold back this demon. How can we let him go easily? Ming Shi saw the situation and smirked at the master. These people toast but don't drink, they should be punished. Disciples, give them a lesson? Lu Zhou nodded at the words. A small punishment will suffice. Don't make a mess with blood everywhere. Right away, there was a wave of cries for help in the field. Jiang Aijin took advantage of the distraction to plan his escape. But as he turned around, Lu Zhou pinned him down. Don't be nervous. Lu Zhou seemed to look at him like a grandfather looks at his grandson. Still, a kindly smile appeared on his face. After Jiang Aijin was caught, he turned around awkwardly and smiled at Elder Ji. What? Can I break the agreement? There was a hint of chill in Lu Zhou's tone. I have always valued promises. I also hate those who do not keep their word. Hearing this, Jiang Aijin felt like crying. But you didn't specify your identity. Lu Zhou listened and smiled faintly. Did you ask? Jiang Aijin thought carefully and realized that he hadn't. Being unlucky for 8 lifetimes, he unwittingly got on the wrong boat. Even if he escapes now, later they will definitely be remembered by their shop. At this time, Ming Shi quickly turned back. Lu Zhou immediately arranged for him to take Xiao Yu back. Locked in the cave of reflection, Ming Shi respectfully responded. Just come to Xiao Yu's side. After seeing the mark on her forehead, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, it's actually witchcraft. Xiao Yuan spoke as she heard this. Sister Wu's cultivation has been sealed. If the master hadn't arrived in time, it would have been dangerous. Jiang Aijian was speechless at the sight. It turns out the big one is saving the little one. Thinking of punishing the female devil is just wishful thinking. At this moment, with a snap of his fingers, Bai Zhe descended from the air. Jiang Aijian once again passed 3 levels. Although he didn't care about the mount, he also knew, how difficult is it to have 2 legendary mounts. After the 2 left, Xiao Yuan curiously asked where we were going to play. I have important matters to attend to. After Master Lu Zhou finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Aijian with malicious intent. Jiang Aijian smiled awkwardly, somewhat puzzled. What a pity. This person is very clever and cautious. Since he didn't follow, where will he go? After hearing this, Jiang Aijian suddenly realizes and immediately flies into the sky. He looks around. After discovering that no one is following, he lands back on the ground. Senior, are you saying that people from the palace are following us? After hearing this, Lu Zhou looks at him with a smirk. I'm just guessing. Jiang Aijian, are you still unwilling to admit it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Aijian felt a little weak in his guilty body. Senior Ji, what are you talking about? How come I didn't understand? Lu Zhou immediately stopped beating around the bush. You are from the palace. Jiang Aijian was startled after hearing this, and quickly explained how he couldn't possibly be from the palace. Lu Zhou understood that the other person was clever. No need for so much nonsense when chatting with smart people. He knows what the monk at Daka Temple is up to. He knows Shuoping is someone from the palace. He even said someone from the palace is coming while still on the carriage. What kind of person would know the palace's plans inside out? He even knows clearly about the plotting behind the palace. It was previously detected that someone was passing on messages to the palace, informing them of the events happening around the female demon leader, as well as the departure of the skilled person who had been following her, along with the recent probing. Various signs indicate that Jiang Aijian is also from the palace. Jiang Aijian fell silent for a moment, and sighed helplessly. Senior Ji has sharp eyes. But Senior Ji only guessed half right. I did come from the palace. But that's in the past. I left there a long time ago. There's too much intrigue in the palace. It's all scheming and deceit. It's not suitable for someone like me to stay there. Everyone has their own aspirations. I enjoy the outside world, being carefree and unconstrained, while my friend prefers to stay in the palace and drink flower wine together when free. Share some news from the palace. This way everything makes sense. Otherwise, how could a lone cultivator like Jiang Aijian know the palace's plans inside out? Jiang Aijian paused. It's a pity about my friends. Some of them wanted to come out, but it's already too late. Things inside the palace are much more complicated than outside. Senior, you already know my identity. Can our previous agreement be invalidated? Lanzhou lightly uttered 5 words after hearing this. You may as well give it a try. Jiang Aijian sighed bitterly upon hearing this. This pirate ship may not be able to leave, but if someone else finds out, can I still keep my little life? Lu Zhou then snapped his fingers and answered, I don't care about these things. As long as you don't go against the Motian Pavilion, I won't ask about anything you do. Since you come from the palace, you must know a lot about the Modeo Pavilion. You should understand Modeo Pavilion's way of doing things. Jiang Aijian nodded and sighed. As for the great sword promised by that old senior? Naturally it counts. Jiang Aijian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. So be it. Lu Zhou then called Xiong to walk towards him. I'm too lazy to bother the affairs of the palace. But if they fight among, it's best not to involve the Motian Pavilion. After summoning Bays to send Ming Xin away, Lu Zhou and Xiao Yuan rode a Xing towards the direction of the Modii Pavilion. They galloped madly and obtained a piece of information. Jiang Aijian gained 500 points of merit. Currently, the merit points have accumulated to 5,010 points. Not bad at all. After all, it's just a collaboration. People like Jiang Aijian are not suitable to be ordered around as subordinates. Xiao Yuan's inquiry interrupted his thoughts. Does the master really not go to the capital? After hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but scold her. You, this girl, only know how to have fun. Xiao Yuan then muttered again, Master, that Jiang Aijian is not to be trusted. He is selling his life to the important people in the palace. How could he willingly become a spy for the master? These people in Lu Zhou naturally know, but little Yuaner can think of these things, which is much better than before. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Manhwa gang, Si Wei arrived at Zhehongong's side. 7th brother, Your intelligence network covers the world. The information you collect is always reliable. But could there be a problem with the news about the holy altar? How is it possible for a high monk to appear? The Kong Temple's Kong Xian at most has reached the 4th Leaf Yuan Xinjia realm. Can he take Xiao Yu away from both the righteous and demonic paths? Why wouldn't I believe it? Upon hearing, Siwuya gave a faint smile. It's not Kong Xian. Kong Xian has been killed by the eminent monks of the Buddhist temple. Upon hearing this, Chu Hong couldn't help but tremble in disbelief. The chess pieces on the stone platform were knocked over by him, and scattered all over the ground. What? Kong Xian is dead? How is this possible? I'm sorry, I remember where I just checked. Siwuyang saw no problem with this. My intelligence network has always been reliable. However, the bald donkeys in Dakwang Temple used Sanskrit to enter dreams. They made it so no one could get close, only observe from a distance. But based on the description, anyone who can perform the Great Vajra will seal. Must be a high-ranking monk in Buddhism. Chu Hong scratched his head. Some confusion arose when Kong Xian died at the hands of his own people. Why does that sound a bit awkward to me? Just as the two were discussing, a rogue practitioner hurried in from outside. Right in the midst of their conversation, Master Piao Bao, the sword enthusiast Chen Wenjie, has been killed by Senior Sword Demon. Upon hearing this, Siwuya does not seem very surprised. He has something to report to Master Piao Bao. The current master of the Mo Sha sect, Renbuping, has emerged from seclusion. As Siwuya heard this, his face changed drastically. The stone seat behind him cracked apart in the surge of internal force. It instantly shattered into pieces. He stared straight at the person below. Inquiring whether a breakthrough had occurred, the man in black hurriedly replied, I wonder if the demon sect has any unusual activities. There are no unusual activities at present. If there are any unusual activities, report back in time. Understood, I will comply. The man in black robes quickly left. I've heard that the chief has been practicing in seclusion for a long time. Occasionally, there are rumors of great progress in his cultivation, but there hasn't been any accurate information. The demon temple has been expanding its influence in recent years, attracted many experts and enhanced our strength like adding wings to a tiger. The expansion of the Masha sect also affects the dark web, even the gloomy religion. Not only for the state of inequality to practice in seclusion, the vast and far-reaching of the Dekong temple, former head of the Tianjian sect, Luo Xingkong, and later the Confucian master Changjian, who failed to besiege Jintingshan, are all in seclusion for cultivation, seeking breakthroughs in their cultivation. But so far, there have been no breakthroughs by major practitioners. If Renbuping's cultivation breaks through, what will he choose to do? Continue to expand or seek revenge on Mo Tiange? Siwuyu turned his head and looked at Chu Honggong, and found him in a very serious, deep in thought. Lao Bao, what are you thinking about? That eminent monk who uses the handprint of the Great Vajra. Is it possible that he is the master's helper? Siwuya nodded. The master has always disdained working with others. But at this moment, it is also possible. And it seems that there is a new member in the Magic Heaven Pavilion. Chu Honggong's eyes lit up after listening. Did the master take on another disciple? That doesn't count as taking on a disciple. It should be seen as expanding the workforce. In addition, the barrier of Jintingshan has been restored for unknown reasons. As for other matters, let's wait until his deadline before we say anything. Expand the manpower? Brother 7, shall we go back to the Demon Sky Pavilion? When Siwuya heard this, he did not speak, just looked at him calmly. Chu Honggong felt a bit uneasy by his stare. 7th brother, don't do this. I feel a bit shy. After successfully bringing back Xiao Yu, Lu Zhou rode back to Jiting Mountain. In the secret room, he looked at his merit points again. Currently, he only has 5,010 points. The merit points gained from going to the holy altar are not many. For symbols of Dharma body, it directly enhances cultivation, but the problem is to spend all the merit points on buying Dharma's body. He felt it was not worth it. Last time the draw, spent 66 lucky points for a reversal card. There is also the possibility of a jackpot in just one draw, but the merit points are just stuck at 5,000. They won't even give the chance to draw once. These days Jinting Mountain is very safe. Merit points can be obtained slowly. Let's first improve our skills before we speak, because after all, the use of props in the competition is a matter of one-on-one techniques. This trip to the holy altar has a little bit of luck involved. Ding obtained the law body 4 images as the sound rang out. The original 3 flowers gathering on top disappeared, and was replaced by the appearance of the 4 symbols roaming around. At this moment, the vitality within the Lu Prefecture's body is like a flood. Under the guidance of the new Dharma body, it broke through the elixir field and sea of qi. Soon after, the center of the dantian is filled with more abundant vitality. A person standing between heaven and earth is like a container. How much vitality can be contained? Therefore, the size of the meridians and the dantian are key factors in the strength of cultivation. Lu Zhou's body originally belonged to Jitian now. As the most powerful demon in the world, the dantian and meridians have long been shaped and tempered. So when the vitality is infused, it's like the unstoppable bursting of the Yellow River. I understand. When first obtaining the system, cultivation is tempered body, 9 layers of tempered body, refining muscles and bones. These Jitian Dao itself has already reached the point where there is no need to practice anymore. As for opening the 5 orifices and solidifying perception, it is somewhat similar. Will cultivation. The 8 meridians of Fanhai Jitian Dao have already been opened. In other words, how much one can advance now depends on the level of the Dharma body and the amount of absorbed vitality. So there is no situation where the 8 meridians are not open. As long as the vitality is sufficient, you can go straight to the 8 veins of Vanhai. At this point, his face suddenly became ecstatic. I don't know why. Always feel that at this time, reading the heavenly book is easier to concentrate and purify the qi, put aside distracting thoughts. So, he took out the heavenly book and began to read. Meanwhile, in the cave of reflection, Ming Shirin, after imprisoning Zhao Yu inside the cave, kept pacing back and forth. Tianqin's cultivation has been disabled by her master. Without cultivation, her physical functions will inevitably decline. It is expected that she will end up like this. Zhao Yu saw the withered appearance of Yi Tianqin and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Is the punishment so severe? At this moment, she suddenly felt fortunate to still have cultivation. She didn't have the resilience and courage like Yi Tianqin. If she lost her cultivation, what would be the difference between that and death? Xiao Yu, junior sister. This time, you can safely return from the master's hands. It's a blessing. It's very fortunate. Master asked me to lock you in the cave of reflection for self-reflection. Don't blame me, your senior brother, for not waiting for Zhao Yu to answer. Yi Tianqin looked up at this moment and saw the mark on her forehead. Witchcraft. Indeed, it is witchcraft. Tianqin's junior sister has gained a lot of experience during her time away. After Yi Tianqin heard it, he smiled miserably. Witchcraft restrictions. It's difficult for practitioners to unlock. There's not much difference between this and being a wasted practitioner. I've already ended up like this. This time, it's Zhao Yu's turn. Who do you think will be next? Zhao Yu couldn't bear to advise. Sister, things have come to this point. Why do you need to remember Master so much? Ming Shi looked helpless, his eyes filled with sorrow. Are you really willing to give in? Stay in the cave of reflection for the rest of your life? In other words, trying to make her surrender to the disciples. With this appearance of mine. Just consider me dead. Stubborn. Ming Shirin immediately coldly said. Just then, a sound of vibrant energy resonance came from outside. Sensing something unusual, he left a hastily spoken sentence and ran out. You should reflect on yourselves here. I come to see you every day. Today, I came outside to feel and observe. I discovered that the location emitting the resonance is the Demon Tower. Could it be that someone is opening up their meridians at the Demon Tower? But, how did the practitioners of the Vanhai realm manage to infiltrate the Jiting Mountain? They've got some nerve. Let me deal with you. The esteemed Martian Pavilion. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come in, it won't be worth much, in case the master blames me and I can't avoid it. With this in mind, he quickly displayed his body skills and rushed to the Demon Tower. I remember when the barrier of Jintingshan broke last time. Zhou Jifeng took advantage of the situation and attacked the master. Master not blaming is already a great relief. But getting into trouble like this, it's infuriating even without the master's blame. Just then, passing by the back hill, Zhou Jifeng's eyes lit up a bit. He immediately greeted them. The next second, Ming Xin's voice came from below. Roll back and I'll beat you. Zhou Jifeng was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. I don't think I've offended you. The demon head of the Demon Sky Pavilion, is there really no normal person there? Just in a few breaths, Ming Shirin rushed to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Junior sister, there may be practitioners from the outside sneaking in. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan shook her head in confusion. No, what's wrong? Ming Shirin searched the courtyard several times and returned to the original position again. I really didn't see. Where's the master? The master is resting and said not to be disturbed. Ming Shirin made a silent gesture after hearing this. I'll go take a look. What if a thief sneaks in? he said. He then cautiously reached out towards the door of the secret room. When he arrived at the front of the secret room door, he crouched at the door crack and secretly looked inside. At this moment, the vital energy in the secret room surged like tidal waves, relentlessly pouring into Lu Zhou's body. The 4 divine beasts around him seemed to have materialized, continuously revolving around him. With Lu Zhou in the center, he then focused all his attention on the celestial scriptures. The outburst of energy just now penetrated the 8 channels. However, what puzzled him was that the power seemed much smaller than in Ji Tiandao's time, because according to the normal sequence of cultivation, you have to accumulate enough cultivation to break through the 8 meridians, the higher the cultivation required to break through each meridian. But now it's the other way around. The low level of the Dharma body limits the intake of vitality, like a pre-dug channel. The vitality energy cultivated result is only as much as a bucket of water. The Van Hai 2 meridians can cultivate 5 energies. The Chao Yuan 4 meridians can cultivate 6 coalescent separations. The peak of the 8 meridians is the transformation of the 7 stars of the Dharma body. Transcending 3 Dharmakayas is a great realm. Naturally, there is a world of difference in strength. Let's continue reading the scriptures. Just like usual, whenever I concentrate on reading, they will be immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. At this time, Ming Shi is peeking through the crack in the door because the big one is still there. It can be basically determined. The source of the sudden breakthrough in breath just now is the sealed room, but it's airtight and nothing can be seen. He tried to call the master. The voice was mixed with energetic sound waves. A loud noise instantly lifted the holy cause. He was suddenly shocked, and the energetic sound waves were so strong. With my own cultivation at the stage of Yuanshan tribulation, I was unexpectedly overturned by a sound wave. How is this possible? Watching senior brother swiftly pass by in front of me, little Yuan quickly spoke up to remind fourth senior brother. Don't crash the guardrail. If you have to pay for it. Ming Xian realized, and quickly forced her body to stop. Then immediately, thud, kneeling down on the ground. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple suspects someone has trespassed into Jiting Mountain, so he came to investigate. Please forgive me, master. It's quiet in the demon temple at this moment. Lu Zhou also couldn't figure out what was going on. The sound wave just now did shock people. The strength of the sound wave felt is definitely not something a beginner in the realm of the Fan Sea could produce. What can be emitted is just 2 realms away from the Fani Sea realm and the Yuanshan tribulation realm. No matter how strong, it's impossible to repel Ming Yiqin, right? Could he be acting? Lu Zhou stood up in confusion. Outside the Matian pavilion, Ming Shirin was still kneeling on the ground. He was amazed by the master's extraordinary power, and wondered why Na Fa hadn't come out yet. At the same time, he also sensed the surroundings, and found no external enemies had sneaked in, nor any other movement. It's really strange. Just as he was pondering, the door to the locked room slowly opened. Seeing this, he hastily started flattering. Master's power is unparalleled. This move completely overwhelms the young disciple. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze falling on him, then said with hidden implications. You're really good at acting in the play. Since you love acting so much, go reflect on it in the cave for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Ming Shi became completely confused. In a daze, he hurriedly tried to explain. Every word he spoke was from the heart. I wasn't acting at all. Are you questioning your master? Lu Zhou's tone was a bit indifferent. Ming Shi was so scared that he kept sweating. He didn't dare to take punishment as a disciple. I'll go to the meditation cave now. Watching his departing figure, Lu Zhou couldn't help feeling a bit gloomy. Thought the discipline would earn merit points this time. But there was no system prompt. Is it because of disobedience? Then next time, heavier penalties will be imposed. Ming Shi came to the reflection cave wrapped in a big red quilt. He who is misunderstood has unspoken grievances. Thought the master had changed a lot. Seems like I was thinking too much. The master is still capricious. Acted well? What does this sentence mean? The cave is extremely cold and uncomfortable. Zhao Yu, whose cultivation was sealed, curled up in the corner, shivering from the cold. Junior sister. Don't blame senior brother for not helping you. Zhao Yu shook her head. It's already considerate of senior brother to come and see me. How could I dare to let senior brother take action? I'm afraid that senior sister Tianxin won't be able to hold on. Upon hearing this, Ming Shi seemed a bit puzzled. Then he immediately came to Yi Tianxin's side and started to check on her. Although her cultivation was destroyed by her master, her foundation is still there. The cold in the Sigwadong cave wasn't enough to kill her. But the current situation is abnormal. Yi Tianxin's complexion is extremely pale. As white as jade. And her hair is much whiter than last time. Without cultivation, the body's functions will decline. But it shouldn't decline to this extent. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Zhao Yu asked Fourth Senior Brother, "What's wrong with Tianxin's senior sister?" Ming Shirin answered that he didn't know either. However, regardless, this is definitely not a normal phenomenon. I have never seen such a situation before. It doesn't seem like an injury or the aftermath of dissipated cultivation. There are no wrinkles on the skin, very smooth and glossy. It's just more like white jade. But why did she faint? Xiao Yu, take care of her first. I'll go to the master to beg for mercy, Zhao Yu quickly responded after listening. She also understood the situation of Tianxin's junior sister. It should not be as simple as her cultivation being abolished. Mingshi left the Seago cave in a flash and saw the busy female disciples of Yanyu Palace call for immediate assistance. Prepare a stretcher. The female cultivators were somewhat puzzled after hearing this. Why is Senior C preparing a stretcher? Ming Shirin didn't have time to explain to them. Just do it. No need for so much nonsense. My quilt got sun-dried. I'll go to your room to get it tonight. In a little while Ming Yinyu arrived outside the main hall of the Mo Tiange. Lu Zhou, who was eating watermelon, couldn't help but furrow his brow. This fourth brother is really rebellious. Mingshi, I can't worry about this much. After arriving at the main hall, he immediately knelt down. Master, junior sister Tianxin is in critical condition. As a senior brother, Ming Shirin hastily reported this matter to Lu Zhou. Kneeling on the ground, he felt uneasy, not knowing what the master really had in mind. Whether to torture Yi Tianxin making her wish for death, or just want to take advantage of this opportunity to punish again. If it's the former, no matter how much pleading, there will be no good ending. If it's the latter, there is still hope for survival. So he didn't understand the master's attitude, and didn't dare to ask for a favor easily. At this moment, Lu Zhou casually asked whether she had figured it out during this time. Upon hearing this, Mingshi fell into a dilemma. I don't know how to answer. I often go to the meditation cave to visit Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin's stubbornness exceeded his expectations. What makes sense or doesn't make sense, I haven't figured it out at all. Lu Zhou shook his head and stood up. He once again searched his mind for memories of Yi Tianxin, but unfortunately found nothing. Mingshi, upon seeing his master, went out and was overjoyed, hastily followed behind. Soon several people arrived at the Cave of Reflection. At this moment, many female cultivators from the Yanyu Palace were neatly kneeling at the entrance of the cave, wanting to plead for mercy. Mingshi immediately shouted / Don't cause trouble, / leave a few people behind. The others can do whatever they want. Lu Zhou walked into the cave expressionlessly. Zhao Yu trembled and quickly knelt down to pay respects. After responding, Lu Zhou came to Yexin's side. Senior sister, what's wrong? Xiao Yuan hurriedly went up to support her, looking pale and frightened. Lu Zhou frowned and said nothing. He actually knew that there would be such a day. When he first met Yi Tianxin, he noticed something different, but the situation at that time did not allow him to think too much. When he first met Yi Tianxin, feels like it's out of the mud and yet not dyed, rinsed clear and not enchanting. More importantly, the system interface has displayed a different prompt than usual. The level of animosity has indeed decreased significantly, but the focus is on race. The white people with white hair, are also white. White as jade. Although I know her identity. But the missing part of the memory. There is absolutely no information about Yi Tianxin's identity. So we had to temporarily put her in the Cave of Reflection. Master. Don't worry, she won't die. Put her in the southern pavilion. Master has something to ask. Mingshi responded with a sound, quickly ordered the palace maid to take Yi Tianxin away. Then Lu Zhou came to Zhao Yu's side. He found that the mark on her forehead was still a striking red. So I advised. Mogate is the only place where you can stay alive. This spell not only seals your cultivation, it also exposes your location. Zhao Yu frowned at the mention. Disciple requests master to kindly lift the witchcraft curse. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. Do you think I can lift this curse? Zhao Yu pondered. I don't know when I will figure it out. As for the witchcraft. After leaving these words, Lu Zhou walked straight out. Zhao Yu's loyalty is too low. Only about 30. And it was his first time dealing with witchcraft. This thing is all about murder. A single fatal blow card can solve it. But sorcery is not something a card can solve. Zhao Yu is indecisive. Temporarily keeping her in the cave of self-reflection is the best solution. The south attic of the Magic Sky Pavilion is where the former residence of the 9 disciples used to be, after Yi Tianxin was brought here. Duang Wuxing, who received the news, also rushed over. How is junior sister's situation? Upon hearing his inquiry, Ming Shirin sighed. It's not optimistic. Duan Wuxing continued, pressing on what exactly happened. Ming Shirin replied, all I know is that 6th junior sister was brought to our master from the Yulong village, south of Tianjian when she was young, and has been living in the mountains ever since, south of Du Tianjiang. That's the territory of the Yun Tian Luo 3 sects. Under the heavens. Is it the Wangshe? There were tribes from the past around the Du Tianjiang area. It often happens that practitioners fight. The master brought Tianxin junior sister back. Not long after, the Yulong village disappeared. Xiao Yuan blinked and didn't understand what it meant. Duan Wuxing then showed a surprised expression. Is it because of what the master did? Is that why junior sister? The sentence wasn't finished. Ming Shirin hurriedly interrupted him. At this moment, Lu Zhou's voice came from the room. Is that enough? We will each slap each other 30 times, and then reflect in the repentance cave for 3 days. Upon hearing this, the two of them were at a loss for words. Ming Shi gave Du Muxing a blank look. Not afraid of an opponent who is godlike. After Yi Tianxin was brought into the room, her consciousness gradually recovered. But she hasn't received any treatment since her cultivation was disabled. It's already very difficult for her to hold on until now. Lu Zhou observed carefully for a while. Then he pulled up the quilt. At this moment, Yi Tianxin opened her eyes groggily. When she saw Lu Zhou, she instinctively shuddered. Master Lu Zhou stared expressionlessly at the other party. I don't have a disciple like you. Yi Tianxin only reacted after hearing this. It's my own fault to end up in this situation. Lu Zhou nodded and said it's my own fault. You can slaughter the entire Yulong village. Why not kill me together? Yi Tianxin's tone was somewhat mocking. Lu Zhou felt very strange when he heard this. Because in his memory, there was no such thing as the slaughter of the Yulong village at all. When Yi Tianxin said this, she was obviously emotional. The original grudge limit was only 40%. With the emotion, it was dialed up a bit. But according to Ji Yi's judgment, although Ji Tiandao is the most powerful demon in the world, I've done a lot of outrageous things. But I haven't slaughtered innocent people. It seems that the missing part of the memory is crucial. Thinking about this now is useless. The only thing I can do now is to search for the answers step by step. Contemplating this, his gaze landed on Yi Tianxin. Did you see with your own eyes? No one knows me better than you 9. Have I ever concealed my actions? Upon hearing these words, Yi Tianxin was momentarily stunned. Indeed, this person, who is known as the most powerful Grandmaster of demonic cultivation, is the esteemed number 1 on the blacklist. Is it necessary for him to conceal 1 or 2 evil deeds? Just as Yi Tianxin was speechless, Lu Zhou once again uttered her name. Although I won't cover up my past misdeeds, it doesn't mean that anyone can splash dirty water on me. If you find that you deliberately splashed dirty water on me. The rest of the words he didn't finish and left here. But the meaning is also very clear. Yi Tianxin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Ding taught Yi Tianxin to get 100 merit points. Lu Zhou then returned to the room of the Matian Pavilion. Xiao Yunar obediently came over. Master, please don't be angry. If it's really not possible, I will kill that traitor for you. Lu Zhou naturally knew that she was just joking. Yuana. Fei Shujiang loves the sword. Upon hearing this, Yuana immediately began to prepare. She asked him to help investigate the matter of the Dutianjiang Yulong village. Quickly check and quickly respond, Fei Shu. After writing according to his instructions, Xiao Yuan flew out quickly. He went to the yard and randomly caught a messenger bird. Then kicked it far away. Afterward, Lu Zhou went to the secret room of the Matian Pavilion. I had originally intended to continue reading the heavenly scriptures, but when I remembered the scene of Fan Hai opening the 8 meridians before, I couldn't help but feel frustrated. I never thought that my cultivation would be restricted by the Dharmakaya before. Thought it would be a good thing to be able to buy the Dharma body directly. After all, there is no bottleneck. Now the merit points are simply not worth spending. Only 210 merit points left. What can I do with them? Right, for a lottery. The system interface immediately dazzled Lu Zhou's eyes. Ding! This time it consumes 50 points of merit, and obtains the third level of captive shackles. Captive shackles have a 30% chance of banning the target when used. Getting the result on the first try greatly bolstered Lu Zhou's confidence. Drawn again. This time it consumes 50 points of merit. Thank you for your patronage. Lucky value added. Thank you for your patronage. This caused his newly acquired confidence to collapse instantly. Sure enough, that bad feeling came again. Merit points increased by 10. The luck value has accumulated to 3 points. It's good that I don't have to keep drawing. But the 30% probability of being bound in a cage is too low. It would be embarrassing for the world's greatest demon lord to make a move in vain. Forget it, I'll continue to comprehend the celestial book. Even though the 8 channels of the Panhwa have been connected, in reality, some are just channels with no water source. The 4 symbols bind the entry of primal energy. And there's no faster way to earn merit points. So the only option is to constantly comprehend the celestial scriptures. At this time, the sound of Xiaoyuan came from outside the door. It informed that Jiang Aijian had sent a letter. Lu Zhou did not respond. Jiang Aijian is responsible for investigating this matter. It shouldn't be a big problem. Suddenly remembered to give this kid a good sword. But that's not so easy to come by. He looks around. His gaze falls on the weapon that was not yet sharpened last time, and unexpectedly finds a gash on it. Is this the Unmiai sword? Unwilling to believe, he took out the Unmiai sword again. Suddenly, he pulled out the sword and swirled it around. There was a crisp sound of swelling. The Unmiai sword collided with the long sword once again. He first checked the unknown state, and found it intact. Then he saw that the machete had developed tiny cracks. It was only then that he realized it was not a piece of junk, but a treasure. Probably because of a breakthrough in cultivation. The power of the unseen sword has also increased. No matter how weak the Vanhwa 8 channels are, they are much stronger than the condensation realm. Lu Zhou satisfactorily took back the unseen sword, and then began searching in the secret room. The things on the weapon rack have been left for a long time, and are covered in dust. After a moment, a weapon wrapped in cloth caught his eye. Hefting it, he found it to be at least 100 pounds. Retrieve the weapon, hegemonic spear. Suggest acknowledging the target, Du Mu Xing. The hegemonic spear is quite large and heavy enough. The spear is also adorned with a lifelike green dragon. Swinging it creates a powerful and imposing presence. Lu Zhou gasped and danced a few times, feeling that his old bones are still more suitable for ruling the country than wielding the Overlord's spear. I prefer woman after all, because woman can transform into any weapon. It's more useful. A good sword hanging on the wall caught his attention. Often, these inconspicuous things are treasures. Just look at this fine sword. Lu Zhou walked over with interest. Just arrived here. A good sword was shattered into several pieces. He was instantly embarrassed at the sight. Such a defective product will also be stored in the secret room. He didn't have time to be nitpicking. I'll have some respected disciples tidy up another day. As for Jiang Aijian's sword, it can only be discussed later. I'm off to practice. Time quickly arrived at the next morning. Xiaoyuan happily bounced to Lu Zhou's side. Master, that shameless man replied. Then she cleared her throat and read it out loud. The first practice realm is temporarily unable to find out about the massacre in Dutian River Fish Dragon Village, but there are some clues in the palace's files. The investigation shows that the ringleader is Ji Tiandao. Which is you. The first and second points have preliminarily confirmed that someone has tampered with it. Currently, the prime suspect is Chief Heike Fan Shuan. The Black Knight is directly managed by the Emperor, as the secret force of the Imperial Guards. An additional 2 pieces of news. Zhao Shaw from Renan City revealed your true identity. But no one believes it. The second senior, don't forget my sword. Ha! Xiao Yuan's strange laughter left Lu Zhou speechless. But these are not important. Jiang Aijian is really a talented person. So quickly identified the problem. Black Rider Fan Shuan? Xiao Yuan inquired curiously. Is this person very powerful? Lu Zhou pondered for a moment. There's no such person in Ji. He shouldn't be of any significance. Call Lao Si over. Xiao Yuan responded and hurriedly went to the Sigwadong. Soon after, Ming Shirin came to Lu Prefecture in a hurry. Immediately, he knelt down and paid his respects to Master Wanan. Lu Prefecture looked at him. I have a task for you. Notify the leader of the Black Cavalry, Fan Shuan, that I want to see him. Disciple obeyed. Ming Shi, excited, hurriedly agreed. then couldn't wait to rush down the mountain. I like this route. I like doing these simple tasks. Hey, I can go back to the mountain again. As soon as he left, a messenger bird flew over. Xiao Yuan opened it and found that it was a flying book from Jiang Aijian. Sorry, the paper just now wasn't enough. This time, I'll complete the information. Fan Xiuwen's real name is Ling Luo. His nickname is Cold-Faced Yan Luo. He was the number 1 on the blacklist 300 years ago. I believe you, senior, know more about this person. I won't give further introduction. After finishing reading, Xiao Yuan took a few sips disdainfully. Where was I 300 years ago? I am not even 6 years old now. The tone of speaking that is shameless and deserves a beating. Cold Luo? A figure faintly appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. Turns out it's him. Who is this person? Don't believe what Jiang Aijian says? Lu Zhou explained upon hearing this. These things have nothing to do with Jiang Aijian at all. So he has no need or motive to lie. Where is Lao Si now? Xiao Yuan gestured with her arm. At the speed of fourth brother. He should have left the range of Jiting Mountain. Shu and Lu Zhou expressed some speechlessness. In memory, Luo Biji's husband is 200 years old. This person was up to no good 300 years ago. The demon lord is practicing. Known for cunning in the realm. Roaming around, burning, killing, looting, and leading to chaos, but he's always been a lone ranger. Never conspires or collaborates with others, did a lot of evil deeds within their ability. Escaped alive from the encirclement of thousands of practitioners. Secured the top spot on the blacklist. Ji Tiandao fought this person and the result was a draw. At that time, Ji Tiandao was older than him. But has not yet reached its peak. After reaching its peak, Ji Tiandao began to recruit disciples frantically. The name of Jintingshan Mutian Pavilion shook the world. Ji Tiandao also became the blacklist after this. Since then, Ling Luo has disappeared, gradually faded from the blacklist after a long period of hiding. Even forgotten by people. After all, in this world, those who can live for over 300 years are all masters in cultivation. Many young people. I've never heard of the name Cold Luo at all. 300 years ago, this person's realm was already at the level of the 6-leafed golden lotus in the Yuan Xinjia realm, after 300 years of cultivation. Even if Cold Luo's cultivation is still the same, not just condensed, a rival of the Mingshi who can rival the Yuan Xinjia boundary. At this point, Lu Zhou ordered Xiao Yuan to write a flying letter. To inform Lao Si that this person is extremely dangerous, handle with care. Extremely dangerous. Upon hearing what her master said, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Should we call fourth brother back? Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. Ming Shiyin is also a strong player in the realm of Yuan Xinjia. Under the torment of Ji Tiandao over the years, he developed a character similar to Mud Lac, the last time the righteous cultivator attacked Jintingshan. Even Du Muxing was captured. He hasn't been caught at all, not to mention he's just gone to inform Ling Luo now. Even if a trap was set in advance, it's still quite difficult to catch people like Ming Shiyin. If not for the threat capabilities and props card, I can't even deal with him myself. Lu Zhou played with the fan in his hand, with countless thoughts. Ling Luo may have broken through the 7 leaves, perhaps entered the 8 leaves. But it's unlikely to exceed the 8 leaves. How much has changed in 300 years, and how many tricks does he have up his sleeve? The day quickly arrived. At this moment, outside the city gates of Shangyuan City, a group of formidable black riders passed by. They are dressed in black armor and wear dark masks. There is a faint aura of killing intent emanating from them. Upon seeing them, some commoners quickly avoid and dare not block their path. Let's go, don't look at the Black Knights. The 3 in front are the strongest of the Black Knights. The 3 people in the group are the Black Riding 4 Knights. Each of them has their own strengths and profound cultivation. As for how strong they are, no one knows. As they are about to walk out of the Shangyuan city gate, the man leading the black chess piece asks the 3rd old man, "How much longer?" Little Air next to him replied to Little San that his archery skills are unparalleled in the world. The targets he sets his eyes on basically have no hope of survival. He should arrive soon to kill the rebels in Shangyuan city. At this time, Little C chuckled. The mission in Shangyuan city is considered complete. After returning to the capital, the 4 of us brothers will have a good drink together. No sooner had he finished speaking, than the sound of a feathered arrow whistled past from above. The next second, with a bang, a head of Hituchi died at the city wall. The 3 black knights were not surprised. As expected, the 3rd one is formidable. Such archery is truly unparalleled. Upon hearing this, the third Black Knight remained silent. Hope the leader is satisfied. After completing the mission, the Black Knights quickly headed towards the direction of the holy capital. The sound of hooves kicked up a lot of dust as they gradually receded. As they passed through a forest, suddenly there was a burst of giggling around. The leader in Heizaki immediately stopped and held the rope. The others stopped moving as well. The level of tacit understanding among the group was very high. The third member immediately leaped and jumped into the air. They began to be on guard and patrol in the trees. The leader of the Black Horsemen frowned and asked, "Who dares to block the way?" After a while, there was no reply. The giggling laughter echoed again in the woods. At this moment, in a certain place in the forest, Ming Shirin is teasing the animals in his hand while leaning against a big tree, and every move of the distant Black Rider is seen by him. When the eerie laughter echoes through the entire forest, the leader of the Black Knights on horseback issued the command. As soon as the leader finished speaking, the sharpshooter released the arrow in his hand. The feathered arrow instantly shot through the air. Enveloped in powerful elemental energy, the unstoppable destruction of one tree after another disappeared in the jungle in the blink of an eye. The fourth brother asked in confusion if there was a hit. The third brother immediately shook his head and replied no. The other party should be a master of the Yuan Xinjia realm. Your swordsmanship is not bad. Hearing this, the boss's expression changed and he spoke hesitantly. Who are you, sir? Ming Shirin's mouth curved slightly. I am a disciple of Demon Heaven Pavilion at Jinting Mountain. Where is the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xiuwen? Jintingshan. The four immediately became alert. So, it's a friend of the Matian Pavilion. Friend? Haha, where is Fan Xiuwen? The arrogant laughter of Ming Shi kept echoing around. The trees in the jungle grow crazily. This is a jungle area. Can fully display the Qingmu Heart Sutra. Even the soul tribulation of the sixth leaf divine body might not be able to capture him. Here, Ming Shirin is like a king. The boss tried to probe the opponent's location, but never gained anything. The sound shifts from left to right intermittently. The leader is far away in the capital. What business does the esteemed guest have with the leader? Ming Shirin's tone was filled with displeasure. He inquired about a lot of information. Upon learning that the Black Knight was going to Shangyuan City for a mission, I waited on this essential road for a day. I never expected to only encounter the 4 great Black Knights and a bunch of minions. Listen up, I'll give you 3 days. The Matian Pavilion wants to see Fan Xiuwen. If we can't see him, it's like this tree. As soon as the voice falls, the towering trees suddenly twist and deform. Then they smash towards the group of the Black Riders. As soon as Laosi saw the situation, he leaped up, gathering all his energy in his fist. In an instant, he blasted the towering tree into several pieces. I will relay your message to our leader. Goodbye, said the boss. Then he quickly left with the Black Cavalry. Ming Shi was interested in watching them. All 4 of them were close to entering the realm of Yuanshin tribulation. Their strength was so strong. How could Fan Xiuwen be weak? Master, what exactly did you uncover in terms of the thieves' hideout? The other Black Riders also have reached the Divine Court realm. Excluding Senior Brother and Second Senior Brother, this group of Black Riders can almost compete with the Demon Sky Pavilion. Such strength and cultivation. It doesn't make sense to be unknown in the practice world. Fan Xiuwen, who exactly are you, the divine being Ming Shi? After the difference, he disappeared into the woods. Like lightning, he disappeared in an instant. The royal city is guarded by the Imperial Guards. The Black Cavalry operates covertly. Their base is not in the royal palace. Only a few people know their exact location. After bypassing the royal capital, they are quickly heading north towards the royal capital. Before long, they return to the headquarters of the Black Knights in a certain mountain range. After entering the main hall, several people knelt down on one knee. Master, your subordinates have not shamed your command. The Black Knights have successfully quelled the traitors in Shangyuan City. Straight ahead, a tall figure in black armor with his back to the 4 people. Good answer. I have another report, sir. On our way back, we encountered the leader of the Moshinj of the Magic Heaven Pavilion. The Dark Heaven Pavilion has instructed his subordinate to pass on a message to you. Fan Xiuwen smiled helplessly after hearing it. It is destined that I will face such a calamity. The Dark Heaven Pavilion, a notorious name in the cultivation world, has been cultivating and nurturing 9 notorious disciples for hundreds of years. The Grand Master of Demonic Cultivation, Master Ji Tian has profound and unfathomable cultivation. I suggest that we avoid the demonic heaven pavilion. Before he could finish speaking, Fan Xuan interrupted him with a gesture. I have received a secret order from the palace. The demonic heaven pavilion is interfering with the palace's plans. Do the elders want to go against the demon sky pavilion? Fan Xuan shook his head slowly and said, Indeed, the demon sky pavilion is fearsome. The cultivation skills of the 9 disciples are unfathomable. It is rumored that Ji Tiandao now. He has even reached the realm of practice of the 8-leaf Dharmakaya. This work has no intention of being an enemy to the demon heaven pavilion. Naturally, such a formidable enemy can be avoided. The Dark Knights finally breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They just fear that their leader will become conceited, although the Black Knight is very strong overall. But if we confront Ji Tiandao head-on, both sides will inevitably suffer. And why rush for a moment? Wait for Ji Tiandao's time limit to pass. The demonic destruction sect will be within our grasp. However, Fan Xuan took a different approach at this time. But there's an order in the palace that cannot be defied. Since the Mo Tian Pavilion wants to see me, then I'll go and meet with them. I have also drawn attention from various powerful figures. Lu Zhou understands, apart from those evildoers who have already left Moat Hall. The rest of them are quite clever. The only downside is that under Ji Tiandao's suppression, their cultivation is difficult to advance. This situation needs to change as soon as possible. The outside world, due to the formidable cultivation of Empress Jichan Tiandao, is reluctant to make any moves against the Mo Tianga easily, but as time goes by, such attempts as before will continue to increase. The limit of life and death has always been revered as the truth in this cultivation world. Just as he was contemplating, Xiao Yuan's voice suddenly reached the master's ears. I've been waiting all day. Did not receive a reply from 4th senior brother. Lu Zhou shook his head indicating it's all right. Ming Shirin has already completed the task. As long as he doesn't cause trouble everywhere, it's not a problem for him to return safely. Xiao Yuan is worried that Shi Xiang might die. I just asked Shadaga. He said that the leader of the Black Riders, Fan Xuan, is very dangerous. No one knows his true identity. After hearing this, Lu Zhou asked in confusion, Who is Shadaga? Iris answered it was Pan Chong. I scolded him when he said 4th brother would die. Then lightly scratched her. Lu Zhou was a bit speechless after hearing this, casually tapped her on the head. People are getting more and more rude. The bad habit of hitting people randomly. When can it be changed? It's about to happen now. There was a deafening roar from the back mountain. Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. Jintingshan is protected by a barrier. Who is causing trouble? In the midst of his confusion, Pan Chong hurried over. San Xianxing has broken through. Who are you? Greetings, Lord, I am Pan Zhong. I fell down by myself. Xiao Yuan was also ecstatic to hear the news. Excellent. Lu Zhou murmured in a low voice. You're the most perceptive. You haven't tried hard enough to catch up with your senior brother. Duan Mu Xing is quite satisfied with his disciple Lu Zhou. He doesn't scheme as much as Ming Shirin. He's more straightforward. Since forcing back the siege of the 10 top masters, loyalty is stable and unwavering. Compared to evildoers like Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu, I still admire Danyama more. Compared to the same realm, Danyama easily surpasses Ming Shirin. But Ming Shirin benefited greatly from the battle at Jintingshan. Leading the way in breaking the Qingmu heart technique, Duan Muxing is a bit late. But it is reasonable for him to break through now. Lu Zhou is not worried about Xiao Yuna's cultivation. She started the latest. Making progress in cultivation is the fastest. Even the senior disciple Zhou Jifeng of the Tianjian sect feels inferior. Duan Mu, full of vigor, came to Lu Prefecture. The disciple fortuitously broke through the Yuanshan tribulation realm. Successful condensation of the primal abyss martial spirit after 100 tribulations. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Successfully breaking through is a good thing, but the path of cultivation is long. One must guard against arrogance and impetuosity, and strive harder. When Duan Muxing heard this, he respectfully cowed out. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Disciple will always remember it. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered the Overlord's spear. Duan Muxing is the one designated to recognize its master. Thinking about it carefully, Duan Muxing's Tiani decision, which he cultivated, includes both swordsmanship and spear techniques. His straightforward and vigorous nature is more suitable for the Overlord's spear rather than sword chi. Guns and swords work in different ways but lead to the same goal. If Duan Muxing's cultivation could greatly increase, it would also be a great help to himself. With this in mind, he left a few words and then started to go back. The Mo Tian Pavilion will be waiting for me here. He returned to the secret chamber of the Magic Sky Pavilion, and took out the Overlord spear. Then he hurried back to his previous position, and watched his master, holding the weapon with a powerful momentum. Duan Muxing is somewhat puzzled. Lu Zhou has not yet arrived at the place, and he threw the Overlord's spear in his hand. Thinking that his master was going to punish him, Duan Muxing immediately became confused. Master, I dare not anymore. And in the next second, the Overlord's spear turned its head upwards, steadily falling into his hands. The Overlord's spear successfully activated the Heaven Tier, rewarding 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou gave him a meaningful look. I'll grant you the Overlord's spear. You must make good use of it, and not disappoint my expectations. Meanwhile, within the Black Cavalry headquarters, when Fan Xiuwen mentioned going to the Matian Pavilion, the four of them were somewhat surprised. The adults believed that with Jitiandao's age, he would at most live for another 10 years. There was no need to go at this time. They are Fan Xiuwen's trusted aides. Fan Xiuwen is younger than Jitiandao, but he is a rare talent in the practice world. He became the top of the black list before the establishment of the Demon Tower. The two have also fought to a draw. Later, Jitiandao made great progress in his cultivation for some unknown reason, thus firmly securing the top spot on the black list. Although they didn't know the depth of Fan Xiuwen's cultivation, they could confirm that it wouldn't surpass Bei's. Fan Xiuwen calmly gazed at the four of them. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "The Black Knight can also wait. But Dian can't wait. There's no need to discuss this matter further. Prepare to leave immediately and follow me to the Demon Tower." In the scorching sun, there are many skilled practitioners. However, those who possess celestial weapons are few in number. This powerful and rare characteristic causes practitioners who possess celestial weapons to be able to basically instantly defeat peers of the same level. Duan Muxing has just broken through to the elemental realm. Lu Prefecture generously presented a top-grade weapon to him. Receiving the tyrant's spear, he was overjoyed, and promptly bowed to thank his master for the gift. Lu Zhou nodded imperceptibly. It turns out that a weapon needs to find the most suitable owner in order to completely activate its grade. If someone else forcefully uses it, it may not have this effect. There are celestial tier weapons. He can break this ice chain himself. I wonder how many weapons are still around after Jitian died. After all, there are quite a few disciples, so they all need some attention. Said he also wants. Lu Zhou has long planned the countermeasure. Your cultivation level is still low, don't cause trouble. Duan Muxing will be a little fond of it. Then he looked at Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. You two accompany me to practice shooting. I'll wait for you in the back mountain. Master, the disciple will go to familiarize himself with the weapons first and take his leave. Lu Zhou waved his hand after hearing, go ahead. Go after the three of them leave. A messenger bird swiftly flew here after they left. The little kite grabbed it as soon as it went forward. Master sure is the flying book of the fourth master, and I will read it. Master Apprentice has informed the Black Knight. The Black Knight will set off for the Demon Tower in the near future. The apprentice will observe their every move along the way. After finishing reading, Xiaoyuan was a little surprised. I didn't expect this guy named Fan Xiuwen to really dare to come. Master, don't hold back when the time comes, just slap him to death. Lu Zhoushu said, stroking his beard, somewhat speechless. Who will unravel the truth behind the massacre in Yulong village? Fan Xiuwen, also known as Ling Luo. He has always treasured his life. He and Jiang Aijian share some similarities, but the difference is that Jiang Aijian is active. Fan Xiuwen is indeed very calculating. How could such a person be easily provoked and come to the Demon Sky Pavilion? He should have heard rumors about his defeating of the 10 top experts. Yet he is not afraid. Where does he get the confidence from? Lu couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it. He then turned to ask Yi Qianxin how she had been these past 2 days. Xiaoyuan answered that her skin was frighteningly white. Otherwise, there were no major problems. After listening, Li Jin nodded and left. After returning to the secret room of the Matian Pavilion, he opened the system interface. It showed a total of 310 merit points remaining. He had lost interest in the reversal card now. The current situation undoubtedly suits the practice environment. Then the only option is to draw lots. As I pondered this, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my ear. Ding! Your disciple Ming Shirin is on his way back. He killed 2 Black Knights on the way, received 200 merits. This karmic cause and effect really doesn't allow people to relax, since it has been notified. Honest return is the only option. and had a dispute with Fan Xiuwen's people. If you anger this person, you can't blame others if you lose your life. Currently, he is some distance away from the Matian Pavilion, even with the peak experience card for rescue. Continually using great supernatural powers, it will also take quite some time to rush over there. The world of cultivation is full of dangers. If Ming Shirin can escape the pursuit of the Black Knight, then in the future, at least he will be self-sufficient for self-protection in the great Yen world. I still hope he doesn't get into trouble. Although the disciple is unruly, as long as he is properly taught, he will become a great talent. We also have to rely on them to help us earn merit points. On the system interface, merit points have accumulated to 1,710. Now there are only 2 fatal blow cards left, barely enough to use. The probability of being trapped in a cage has decreased a bit. Add 2 more 200 merit point cards. Directly purchase 3 sets of 6 cages. It should be foolproof, right? I'll draw some prizes later. If I can win a Faz Hen, that would be great. Just 2 draws, not too many. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou couldn't wait to start his action. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, he woke up from the state of understanding the celestial book, and found that every time he comprehended for a while, his mental state would improve a lot. Once encountering sudden situations, it will disappear. The most obvious 2 situations are the induction of Buddhist music in dreams, and when the 4th disciple Ming Shi approached the secret room. Can the process of enlightenment store extraordinary power? Before he could figure it out, he heard the voice of little Yuan from outside, saying that Ming Shirin has returned. Lu Zhou had just arrived at the hall. I saw Ming Shi on his knees, looking disheveled. At least his loyalty hasn't decreased, much better than before. Get up and speak. Where is the Black Knight? Upon hearing the master's question, Ming Shi hastily replied with a bow. The Black Knight left early. It's less than 10 miles to Jinting Mountain. It won't be long before we arrive. Lu Zhou then looked at him for a while. Daring and presumptuous. At the sound of this, Ming Shi instinctively knelt down on the ground. Oh no. Even if Master wants to flatter him, it won't work. Tingdao Fan Xiuwen has an unpredictable strength. You've just entered the Yuan Xinjie realm and dare to provoke him. Have you become tired of living? Ming Shirin hastily explained that he dared not. His disciple feared that he wouldn't come, so he took matters into his own hands. His disciple didn't want to kill anyone, but the group of dark riders pursued relentlessly. I had no choice but to hide in the woods and deal with them. How foolish. If the other party really wants to attack you, Fan Xiuwen alone is enough. How could he give you the opportunity to strike? When Ming Shi heard this, he felt a little frightened. Is Fan Xiuwen really that powerful? Xiao Yena stepped forward and reminded. He's born in the year of the cold Luo. Didn't you see the flying book that the master gave you? Ming Shi thought of that. The mysterious symbol of the flying book made him speechless. Fan Xiuwen has never heard of. But the name Ling Luo is naturally well known. At that time, Ling Luo was unmatched. If it weren't for Master's remarkable feat, leading the 9 disciples to fame throughout the world, the title of Cold Luo will probably last for a long time. Such a powerful person, with advanced cultivation and no evil deeds, actually killed He Qi under his nose. Just thinking about it is scary. But why didn't Fan Xiuwen take action personally? Just as he was pondering, 2 Yanyu palace maids hurried in. The attendant Master Jing Tingshan is visiting from outside the mountain, Ming Shi carefully asked. Master, shall I carry him away and see him next time? Lu Zhou waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for him to come up. After receiving the instructions, Ming Xin ran outside. Xiao Yuan also followed to watch the excitement. Lu Zhou did not stop her. Anyway, Fan Xiuwen had arrived at the foot of the mountain. He is a smart person. He is not likely to act recklessly towards his own disciples. At the same time, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, Fan Xiuwen looked at the barrier emitting a blue light, and became interested instantly. I didn't expect Jintingshan actually has such a favorable formation. Lao Si immediately agreed. Upon hearing about the barrier of Jintingshan, even the combined efforts of 10 top experts in the Yuanshan realm wouldn't be able to destroy it. It's also difficult to break. This formation is truly amazing, Fan Xiuwen said casually. The other 4 will also come up the mountain with me. The rest of you will wait here. The Black Knight behind received the order and respectfully responded. At this moment, a green figure swiftly passed through the mountains. After landing, Ming Shirin's gaze swept over the many Black Knights. Is the person in the front rumored to be Ling Luo? Still scary. Thinking to this point, he extended his hand and made a respectful gesture. Please, teacher. Fan Xiuan glanced at him and spoke slowly. The fourth disciple of the Magic Sky Pavilion, Ming Shirin, said, In consideration of my respected teacher's face, I will not hold you accountable for killing my black cavalry's 4 men. Ming Shirin then explained. The broad-mindedness of the senior really makes me feel ashamed. But they keep chasing after me for self-protection. Hearing this, one of the Black Knights coldly snorted. Didn't you sneak into the Black Knight camp first? I was afraid that your notification wouldn't be timely. I can't afford to bear the blame from the family's master when it comes down to it. Who is the family master? I'm sure I don't need to introduce. Family master. Fan Xiuan gestured to his subordinates not to speak anymore. The master invites sincerely. I would not refuse. Show me the way. Ming Shirin heard the other party's indifferent tone and smiled faintly. Master said to walk on my own? He still likes people like Wu Xian Chan. See. Unfortunately, Master C is already dead. Fan Xiuan remained silent. He led the 4 men into the barrier with large strides. Brushed past each other, the leader of the Black Rider gang glanced at Ming Shirin. Fourth disciple of the Demonic Sky Pavilion, if there's a chance, please give me some pointers. Upon hearing his challenge, Ming Shirin couldn't help but frown. The master said not to fight casually. Then the 5 people followed the steps towards the Magic Heavenly Pavilion. Halfway there, Xiaoyuan's figure just passed by. Who's there? Fan Xiuan immediately looked in her direction. Xiaoyuan had jumped onto the tree trunk in front of Ming Shirin. So ugly. Lao Si was furious after hearing this. Adults in the Moat Tian Pavilion disrespect us too much, Ming Shi explained helplessly. My little junior sister, please don't be upset. Fan Xiuan waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Being able to reach his level, he naturally wouldn't easily get angry. Before long, the group arrived at the Demon Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Lu Zhou is sitting on the middle chair. Duan Muxing, Pan Chongzhou, and Jifeng are standing on the left side. Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin are standing on the right side. Fan Xiuan's gaze looks towards the old man above. Rumors say that Ji Tiandao's lifespan is nearing its end. In about 1,000 years of practice, the end will come. Returning to the embrace of the heaven and earth, judging the breath of life differently from ordinary people. The world-renowned old man before us indeed has only about 15 years left to live. As for the cultivation, it can't be perceived. Forcing perception is unwise. With this in mind, Fan Xiuan has met Senior Ji. Lu Zhou nodded calmly and gestured for him to sit. As the words fell, too, the Moon Palace maiden Xiujia came to the hall with a chair. After Fan Xiuan took his seat, he asked politely. I heard that, Senior Ji. I dare not neglect my duty. I personally led the Black Cavalry and rushed to the Demon Tower without stopping. I wonder if Senior Ji has any advice. After listening, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and casually pointed at Yi Tianxin. Do you recognize this person? Fan Xiuan looked up at him and indicated that he didn't recognize. Seeing this, Xiaoyuan introduced him. This is the 6th disciple my master has accepted, my senior sister Yi Tianxin. So, she actually changed her mind and is not a traitor. She is actually the 6th disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion. My apologies. Fan Xiuan replied casually. Under the heavy mask, it's hard to tell what he's thinking. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, he continued to inquire about the Fish Dragon Village. Do you still have any impression? Upon hearing this, Fan Xiuan shook his head and answered no. Why did the old senior ask about the matter of the Fish Dragon Village? Lu Yong randomly clicked on the name Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin forcibly suppressed the pain and spoke. The entire village of Yulong has 354 people. They were all slaughtered 150 years ago. After leaving Jintingshan, she went to investigate the matter. After much trouble, all the results we found pointed to the master. Fan Xiuan frowned slightly. It turned out to be like this. He deeply regrets the massacre of Yulong village. But is this the reason why the old predecessor asked me to come? Lu Zhou answered lightly. Fan Xiuan responded without emotion. What's it to do with me? Lu Zhou noticed the subtle movements in the other's body. I don't know if it's surprise or nervousness. He spoke calmly. The palace and local records show that the massacre in the Yulong village was done by me. The Black Knights are the covert force of the Great Yan Empire. The palace records won't mention me. Did Kuroki ever go to Tianjiang? This question Fan Xiuan did not answer. He is a clever man. From the moment the matter of Yutianqing was raised, he understood what the other party wanted to say. Let's put the matter of Yulong village aside for now. The Motian Pavilion has another matter to discuss with the senior. When Lu Zhou heard this, he let him speak. Then Fan Xiuwen's hoarse voice came through, sending a message from the palace. The Modeo Pavilion will no longer interfere in the various palaces. This includes Bright World's killing of 4 Dark Knights, and can all be written off. However, there is one condition, and that is from now on. Within 10 years, there shall be no interference in the Great Yan Empire. As soon as these words were spoken, the great hall fell silent. Several disciples stared coldly at the ground. The Black Knight did not want to be an enemy of the Demon Sky Pavilion, nor did he have the strength or qualifications. These words only represent the Black Knight's request. I hope the elderly can fulfill it. After hearing this, Lu Zhu tasted the tea and remained silent. Ha! The previous person who spoke eloquently here has already passed away. Are you trying to imitate him too? Fan Xiuwen made a gesture of humility. At this moment, Lu Zhou put down the teacup in his hand. Then he called out his real name, Lim Luo. Are you threatening me? No matter how humble Fan Xiuwen's tone is, no matter how respectful and humble his attitude is, but that sentence just now can be heard with a hint of threat even with a little bit of brain. The strength of the Motian Pavilion is indeed intimidating, whether it's Jitianao himself or the 9 major disciples. No force will underestimate the Motian Ge. What kind of confidence does Fan Xiuwen have to say such things? Let the Motian Ge no longer intervene in the royal family. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiuwen quickly stood up and saluted. Since the senior knows my identity, why intentionally make things difficult for the junior? The name Ling Luo disappeared 300 years ago. And so did all the past grievances. Senior, you are older than me. I should call you brother. The title of the blacklist is not worth boasting about. It has become an indelible stain in my life. These words are righteous and just. The person who used to be the worst on the blacklist actually wants to cut off ties with his past. Isn't that funny? Fan Xiuwen paused and continued to explain. As for the threats, the Black Knight dare not do so. The Black Knight is just following the orders of the palace to convey the message. If the senior refuses, there's nothing I can do about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Shuren turned around and went back, knowing he would be refused. You still feel it's pointless to speak out, so why bother arguing? Duan Wuxing spoke coldly. You're asking the Motian Pavilion not to interfere in the affairs of the palace, following your logic. In the future, if someone in the palace tries to harm me, I will still have to endure it. Also, 5th Sister Zhao Yu has been sealed off by the palace, and her cultivation has been sent to the holy altar for marriage. Who will take responsibility for this? As for the massacre in the Yulong village, who will come forward to explain? Duan Wuxing's words have made everyone take notice. No one expected that he, who is usually not good with words, would say such things. Lu Zhou nodded indeterminately. Ling Luo, did you hear it clearly? The implication is that he approves of the disciples' words. This greatly boosts the confidence of several disciples. This kind of thing simply didn't happen before. Speaking without caution could bring trouble upon oneself. Fan Xiuwen always maintains a respectful attitude. I cannot go against the decree of the palace. There's no need for an elder like you to comply with the palace's standards. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately stood up. You didn't understand what I said. It's just a simple gesture, causing the 5 below to feel a bit nervous. Was the massacre of Yulong village done by the Black Knight? In Lu Zhou's eyes, a hint of coldness emanated, staring straight below. Upon hearing this statement, Yitianqing, the heart started beating rapidly. Could there be another hidden truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident? Fan Xiuwen did not give a direct answer. Dian. How can foreign races be tolerated in this world? With this statement, Yitianqing was instantly shaken to the core. This is equivalent to indirectly admitting that is the most powerful demon in the world. The evil deeds committed by Jitian Dao throughout his life are countless, including the infamous actions committed by his 9 disciples. All the practices are attributed to him. And over time, naturally, he becomes infamous. Some people with ulterior motives will take advantage of this. One more bad deed doesn't make much of a difference. With so many things going on, Jitian now can't be bothered to explain each one, but Lu Zhou is different. After Fan Xiuwen indirectly admitted the incident at Tuyalong village, he began to explain. The Black Knight was just following orders, not the mastermind. Moreover, as far as I know, the 6th disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion is a traitor. Why, senior? for just a traitor to oppose the palace. As soon as the words fell, Yi Tianxin drew his sword and rushed towards him. Using the body of an ordinary person, he forced himself to stab at him. But the long sword had not even approached, before it was shattered by Fan Xiuwen's protective aura. Who is the mastermind? Yi Tianxin asked unwillingly. Fan Xiuwen did not answer. Just released a faint blast of energy, which knocked Yi Tianxin back. Xiao Yuan quickly stepped forward to support her. Senior Ji didn't want to be enemies with the Dark Rider of the Magic Temple. I have answered everything you want to know. As for the mastermind, I cannot disclose it. I have passed on the message from the palace to the senior for his own decision. But as a junior, I still have 2 pieces of advice for the senior. It's best not to antagonize the palace. For us cultivators, 10 years are but a fleeting moment. Although Heike is not as powerful as Mutian Pavilion, it is not something anyone can manipulate. With that, he bid farewell and walked outside. The Black Knights followed suit as one. When they started up the mountain, they felt the heavy hand of the Demon Heaven Guild. The Black Knights had never been treated like this before. The elders almost stooped to the lowest level. These last few words instantly refreshed the 4 of them. There was a surge in the chest. All the pent-up frustration has dissipated. That statement was spot on. The Demon Tower is indeed very powerful, but the Black Knight is not a pushover. Just as the 5 were about to leave the hall, Lu Zhou's cold voice immediately reached their ears. Did I say to let you leave? Hearing this, Fan Xiuwen stopped in surprise. I called you here and didn't intend to let you leave. Master's position. Duan Wuxing and Ming Shiyin immediately came to the main hall. The 2 of them said in unison. They had long been displeased with them. Fan Xiuwen frowned at the words. For the sake of a mere traitor. Do you really want to do this? Yi Tianxin, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in anger. His whole body was trembling. The traitor will be punished by me. It's not your turn to meddle. By revealing the true mastermind, I will spare your whole family. Now that it's come to this, Fan Xiuwen also put away his respectful attitude. He simply walked back to where he was just now. Understood the Dark 4 Knights. Since the Demon Heaven Pavilion wants to see the skills of the Black Knight, then let it be as he wishes. The sound of 4 buzzing sounds after the words fell. Between the clouds, 4 strong Dharma bodies suddenly appeared. 2 triplets. The mighty leader of the Black Cavalry, formerly number 1 on the Black List. How could he not have some skills? He dares to stand here. Naturally has enough strength and confidence. All 4 of these Black Riders are experts in the Yuan Xinjie realm. The junior still doesn't want to be enemies with the Demon Sky Pavilion. Fan Xiuwen's tone no longer has any hint of humility. This is simply a classic case of using retreat as an advancement, constantly claiming not to be enemies with the Demon Sky Pavilion, yet acting against them at every turn. Lu Zhou's brain rapidly started working, contemplating possible countermeasures. 4 Yuan Xinjie disciples, including Xiao Yuaner, can't participate. Ming Shirin and Duan Wuxing can each deal with 1. Leaving 2, plus Fan Xiuwen, whose strength is immeasurable. Of course, they can choose a fatal blow and take him out directly. But the problem is that the Fish Dragon village was slaughtered. The mastermind behind it has not been identified. Even if he's killed, the remaining props cards won't be able to solve the problem of the 4 Dark Knights. Although there are still points of merit, you can continue to supplement with a fatal blow. But it's best to save if possible. Accumulating merit points is not easy. Just as he was contemplating, the leader of the Black Cavalry took the initiative to step forward. You killed my Dark Cavalryman. I was just about to learn a few moves from you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. Ming Shiyin's cultivation was just at the beginning of the Yuanshan Tribulation realm. Caught off guard, he kept retreating. Xiao Yuana was a little angry when she saw the situation. She will have to compensate for the broken things when she goes out. The leader of the Black Knight is extremely confident. No need to help. The Black Knight disdains outnumbering the enemy. Mingshi retreated to the outside of the Motiango while fighting. Black Knight, get out. Then 2 figures continued to collide and fight. They moved away from the range of Motiango. Lu Zhou still stared expressionlessly below. That's fine. Although Ming Shiyin's Dharma body has not yet blossomed, it has been suppressed for too long before entering the Yuanshan robbery realm. Like Duan Wuxing, it's a case of accumulation before eruption. Combat can accelerate the growth rate. Ming Shiyin's hedgehog strength can't beat the designated run. Don't worry, he is not in danger. At this moment, Duan Wuxing walked to the center of the palace with the halberd in his hand. When he swung, the iron chains also made a rattling sound. One is not enough. Let's have two together. With the trembling of the gun body, the gongqi overflowed. It attacked the opposite side like a wandering dragon. After recognizing that this was a celestial-grade weapon, the second-in-command in the Black Cavalry drew a big sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, possessing a weapon of the heavenly rank. This is basic common knowledge in the cultivation world, and for those skilled in wielding weapons, even able to break the Dharma body with a celestial weapon. Once the Dharma body disperses, the gap between the transcendent spirit and the mortal realm will be eliminated. Upon contact with the weapon, the resounding impact reverberated throughout the venue. Xiao Yuan pointed at them angrily. Go out to fight. The two then quickly moved the battle outside the main hall. The tyrant's spear was swift and fierce, like a dragon's attack. It almost suppressed the opponent. Duan Wuxing is becoming more courageous and his momentum is steadily rising. The fourth brother among the Black Riders sensed that something was amiss, so he leaped into action, joining the intense battle. Amidst the sudden collaboration of the Black Riders, Duan Wuxing's pressure instantly doubled. He was blasted to the ground with one hit. But he still showed no signs of backing down. In the face of opponents 2 levels higher. Quickly adjusting, he charged up again. Should we gang up on him? Come on! Everyone watched in shock. This doesn't look like he just stepped into the Yuanshan Calamity realm. It looks more like he's been in this realm for a long time. He wields the Overlord's spear with extraordinary skill. The 100 strikes of soaring flames and the 1,000 waves of rolling waves, each use produces over 100 afterimages. This is the terrifying aspect of the heavenly tribulation weapon. Fan Xiuwen sincerely applauds and admires. If not personally witnessed, who would have thought that the disciples of the Mo Tiange, who have not yet blossomed, could actually fight 2 against 1? At this moment, Lao San was anxious to join the battle. But Fan Xiuwen waved his hand to stop him. Then he looked towards Lu Zhou. The 4 great black knights are already at the Yuan Xinjie realm. They rarely show themselves. The eldest brother Qin Zhanghe, who has a relationship with Ming Shi, the second brother Yu Chong, and the fourth brother, Duan Yanhong, who has a relationship with Duan Wuxing, and the third brother, Bai Bu Chuanyang, who has not yet made a move, sharpshooter Li Qin. Implicitly, this means he's not for close combat. But he's always ready to join the battle. Top-tier weapons are extremely rare. Li Qin doesn't have that kind of luck. Only the Earth-level divine archer can barely use it. But with this bow in hand, every shot hits the mark. Just as I said that, a sudden buzzing sound came from outside the palace. Everyone looked over and was instantly stunned. The Fazhan opening leaves. Mr. Sun Xian's extraordinary talents unexpectedly manifested in battle by opening leaves. Opening leaves also means a sudden increase in cultivation. At this moment, behind Duan Wuxing, a golden Fazhan phantom emerged. His whole body was filled with surging energy. He let out a roar and his clothes shattered. The Overlord's spear turned. The spearhead instantly pierced through the chain wrapped around his arm. After the chain broke, Endomoku's aura surged like a rainbow. Taste my power. As the words fell, he charged at the 2 of them again like a raging beast. Fan Xiuwen nodded to signal Li Qin to act now. Li Qin responded and then pulled out the long bow in his hand. However, at this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered around Lu Zhou. I detest the one who pretends to have massive spiritual energy, continuously compressed into the shape of a handprint. The target sharpshooter Li Qin. Daring print, Lu Zhou said, and then sent out a palm. In an instant, the golden handprint fiercely attacked. The energy inside it made Fan Xiuwen extremely shocked. He quickly exerted force and pushed Li Qin out of the main hall. Fearless seal. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to Li Qin. Seeing this, he hurriedly displayed his body technique to dodge and maneuver, but the hand seal still stuck to him like a shadow. The speed of justice is swift once again. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, he drew his big bow and shot arrows. After adding chi, he immediately shot several arrows. However, all of this was in vain. The fearless seal was simply unshakable. The arrow hit the handprint, just creating a small ripple, then disappeared into nothingness. This scene is so much like the scene of killing emptiness on the altar square. Li Qin's eyes widened, and his confident gaze instantly turned into fear and despair. A powerful energy struck him, like molten lava. No one could see how he was defeated. After the palm print hit, Li Qin's body disappeared, leaving no trace of him. Not even a speck of dust. Fan Xiuwen didn't have time to save him. His most loyal and capable subordinate is gone just like that. This sense of powerlessness has stunned him. The owner of the Mo Tiange, GTA now, seems to have become even more powerful than before. How could his cultivation have declined? Why solve the problem of lifespan with just one move? Li Qing's strength is clearly still at its peak. Xiao Yuan applauds to show her approval. The master's power is unmatched. Then he pointed to Fan Xiuwen. And him. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were not too surprised. After all, they had seen more exaggerated scenes, whether it was Zhuyi's Dharma body, or Lu Yong's continuously releasing powerful moves. It feels much more dreadful than the invincible print. Yi Tianyi slumped in the chair. A sense of regret surged up. Fan Xiuwen stood straight in the main hall. The intention of killing pervaded throughout his body. I can overlook killing other Dark Knights for you. But anyone who harms the 4 great Dark Knights will be my enemy. Lu Zhou continued to look at him expressionlessly. Ling Luo, you've overestimated yourself. His gaze swept toward the battle outside. Guanmu is getting more and more brave as the battles continue, and as the fighting goes on. His tacit understanding with the Halberd King's spear is getting higher. The 2 Black Knights originally had the upper hand. But now they are gradually being evenly matched by Duanmu. Keep going like this. It won't be long before Duanmu Xing wins. As for Mingshi, he's not worried about him. I'm afraid the bad luck will fall on the leader of the 4 Black Knights. Jinting Mountain has always been the territory of the demonic sky pavilion. The disciples were constrained and dared not go out freely. So they wandered around outside the Jinting Mountain. Every corner was clear and distinct. Ming Shirin was fully able to use the terrain advantage to challenge his opponent. At this moment, Fan Xiuwen slightly clasped his fists. The vitality on his body started to surge. If the Magic Heaven Pavilion cannot give Li Qing an explanation, the Black Knight's brothers will not agree. As the words fell, the majestic vitality seems to materialize completely, enveloping him. Lu Zhou quietly observes his every move. He actually wants to see this former top of the blacklist. What kind of means could give him the courage to stand here? Releasing completely the aura from Fan Xiuwen's body, causing intense vibrations in the surrounding space. The huge golden Dharma body gradually solidifies. The 8 leaves sitting down bloom like lotus flowers. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhongxin, who are watching the battle, are amazed. If they had not seen the 9-leaf Dharma body of Lu Zhou, perhaps they would be scared to the point of urinary incontinence. There is a distinction in being an octoleaf. On the day when he took the top spot on the black list 300 years ago, he became an octoleaf, not to mention that he has now attained a 9 leaves Taoist body. Lu province didn't concern him in the least. Is this all your tricks, Lung Luo? Fan Xiuwen spoke confidently. Hundreds of years ago, we fought to a draw. Now I can't defeat you in a duel. But it will still be a draw. His body suddenly became illusory as he spoke. His figure flashed, leaving behind several afterimages. For a moment, it was impossible to discern his true body. The afterimages were elusive. In an instant, he dove towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou didn't take a step back. He calmly crushed the shackles in his hand. As his arm lifted, a golden giant net instantly materialized. Is there a 30% chance of hitting? Even if he can't score a hit, it's enough to force him back. The giant net is constantly expanding at this moment, blocking all of Fan Xiuwen's residual images within it. At this sight, everyone was extremely amazed. What move is this? I have never seen any sect that excels in cultivation in such scorching weather, nor anyone with a similar technique. Xiao Yuan was about to shout out to fight reflexively, but was quickly covered by Zhao Yu. He paused. Fan Xiuwen pounced again. These two also want to stop Bei's art of hidden movement. Are you overestimating yourself? Lu Zhou said nothing. With a slight movement of his mind, the giant net began to contract and press inward. The net formed an airtight cage, immediately locking down the opponent's whole body. Fan Xiuwen flashed and fled from the Motian pavilion, trying to escape the giant net. However, the net seemed to have spirituality, instantly catching up. No matter how fast he was, I have never been able to exceed half a step. Successfully captured a target at the 8-leaf Soul Jade round level. Reward, 200 merit points. After entrapping Fan Xiuwen in the giant net, it started to shrink back into the Magic Sky Pavilion. Fan Xiuwen's body is constantly colliding from side to side, but it seems to have little effect. Lu Zhou calmly watches the scene. This thing seems to be more useful than imagined. The merit points obtained are far fewer than those of the disciples of the Motian Pavilion. If we were to kill Bei, I wonder how much merit we would gain. Lord Leluo, I will ask you again. Who is the mastermind behind the Yulong village incident? Fan Xiuan did not answer this question. I want to trap me. He keeps changing his gestures. Seems to be using some powerful secret technique. Indeed, the cultivation of the 8-leaf Yuanshan realm, placed on any cultivator. It will create a strong self-confidence. Fan Xiuan completed the spell. I love you. This is the great Daoyin divine technique. Within one's body, countless afterimages are like raging beasts, bumping back and forth in the cage. The speed is really too fast. The eyes of ordinary people, I'm afraid they can no longer see his shadow. The combat power displayed by Fan Xiuan. Shocking. But it seems that he still can't escape. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but shake his head. Even the great supernatural powers cannot escape the shackles of imprisonment. You're unlucky. 30% of the probability was hit by you. Then he silently recited to gather. The cage indeed responded to his command and gathered together. Immediately the armor shattered and the mask fell off. His face also revealed. The onlookers couldn't bear to look. Very ugly. Even worse than Pan Zhong. His appearance has been so ruined that it is unbearable, impossible to appreciate. You will get wet walking by the river. Fan Xiuan was notorious for his evil deeds 300 years ago, becoming the target of public criticism. It's somewhat ironic to see him in this state now. In the end, he overestimated himself. The tightly closed cage all around him. Not only his body, but also his cultivation. Fan Xiuan attempted to mobilize the vital energy in his Dantian and Qihai. But it had no effect. Relying solely on the power of the physical body, it is even more impossible to break free from the cage. Obviously, what happened today is already beyond his control. Senior, what exactly do you want to do? Lu Zhou heard the words and spoke calmly. Who was the mastermind behind the massacre in Yulong village? Fan Xiuan remained silent. He couldn't quite understand this old fox, who was more unpredictable than anyone else. Why would he provoke the Black Knight for a traitor? Provoke important figures in the palace. Upon seeing that Lu Zhou didn't answer, Lending coldly uttered, I have plenty of time. Fan Xiuan looked at him meaningfully. Time? 15 years. At most 15 years. Who will remember you by then? As soon as Xia Yuan finished speaking, she pointed at herself. I remember. Fan Xiuan was speechless. You don't count. Even if you killed me, it wouldn't matter, old predecessor. Joining the Black Cavalry means disregarding life and death. Even if the Black Cavalry all die in battle, you can't find any results either. Lu Zhou understands the significance of joining such a dark force. 300 years of involvement in the hidden forces is enough to keep his mouth shut. People like him cannot be threatened with death. Since everyone thinks I can only hold on for another 10 years, then I'll live well to show them. The battle outside the hall continues. Duan Wuxing is in a fierce fight with 2 Black Knights. The battle is too intense. The flagstones on the square are almost all damaged. Too slow. Hearing this, Duan Wuxing understood and accelerated the speed of swinging his spear. Lang Luo, you not only overestimate yourself, I still underestimated the Magic Heaven Pavilion. Fan Xiuan's face showed an incredulous look. A just-opened Yuanshan Tribulation Realm is forcefully suppressing a 2nd grade and a 3rd grade Yuanshan Tribulation Realm. General Lu Zhou lightly stroked his beard and reminded, why not use the strongest move at this moment? All can be called great magical skills. This move consumes a lot of vital energy. So it's destined to be used only a few times. With the guidance of his master, Duanmu's confidence doubled. He leaped forward and waved the Overlord's spear in his hand. The demonstration by his master appeared in his mind, the scene of that powerful move. The spear and the sword follow different paths but arrive at the same destination. The sky fate is incomplete. With a violent shout from Duan Wuxing, countless spear shadows densely fall in one's direction. The 2 dark riders trying to retreat are already too late. Sound of gunfire. A giant thunder, formed by gun shadows, strikes directly. After a while, the dust settles, leaving a mess on the ground. No conspiracy, no taking advantage of others' weaknesses. Facing 2 enemies openly and squarely, they still ended up defeated. The defeat was so thorough. The masks of the 2 Black Knights shattered, revealing a childlike expression. Duan Wuxing knelt in front of Lu Zhou. Thank you for your guidance, master. I am honored to have captured these 2. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. There's one person left. Fan Xiuan swallowed, somewhat incredulous. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong, overwhelmed with shame. Your subordinates are incompetent. Xiao Yuan giggled. There's no such thing as being incompetent. After being defeated by my master, you can go brag outside. Wasn't it you who was defeated by me? Xiao Yuan playfully explained to the third senior brother. Your Dharmakaya has opened its leaves, thanks to the master passing down the Overlord spear to you. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat this person as well. After seeing the situation inside the main hall, the two Black Knights were shocked beyond measure. The leader of the 8-leaf Dharma-bodied Black Knights. Why didn't he put up any resistance? We, the 2 and 3 leaves, had a great battle. In the end, we were defeated. With the leader's cultivation. He shouldn't be fighting with Ji Tianao for 3 days and 3 nights, just for the sake of victory or defeat, right? Lu Zhou glanced at them lightly. And sealed the cultivation of the 2 of them. Duanwu was about to take action. Pen Zhong took the initiative to ask for this. Leave it to me. I am more capable. The cultivation of a practitioner, in the final analysis, it is to mobilize the original energy through the Qi Si of the Dantian and the 8 extraordinary meridians. The usual method of sealing the 8 extraordinary meridians is not effective. Many cunning individuals like to hide their tricks in the Dantian. To break through the sealed 8 extraordinary meridians. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded immediately. The Fengxue technique of Jingming Dao does have its unique aspects. After getting the approval, Pen Zhong couldn't wait and flew down impatiently. As a result, he didn't stand steady and fell clumsily. Yu Chong watched him approach with a run and immediately got angry. Clean and bright Taoist hall, a prestigious and righteous place. How could there be a traitor like you? Upon hearing this, Pan Chong snorted coldly and told them to shut up. Underlings, you. Then he began to act with his fingers closed together. One move of the Millennia Kill plus the Rising Dragon hegemony is used. The refreshing feeling instantly fills the hearts of the 2 people. After a while, Pan Zhong successfully sealed their cultivation. He was sweating profusely, indicating, apart from himself, only he can unlock this unique method. No one else could possibly do it. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and ordered the 2 of them to be imprisoned and closely guarded. Then he returned to his seat in the hall, and slowly uttered the name of Yi Tianqin. Yi Tianqin trembled all over at the words. In a panic, she knelt down with a thud. Master. Seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head and ignored him. Then he looked towards Fan Xiuwen. Ling Luoben has given you multiple chances. If you still don't cherish them, don't blame him for being heartless. Hearing this, Fan Xiuwen chuckled. Old senior, there's no need to waste your breath anymore. I am willing to die because of my inferior skills. Lu Zhou frowned slightly at the words. Bei Fa's hen is actually willing to keep the secret for the palace. Is this person worthy of your dedication? There is no point in saying more at this point. Ding Mingshi killed a target at the realm of Yuanshan in Jia. Earned 1,000 merit points. He heard the system prompt. Lu Zhou nonchalantly asked Heiqi Qinzhong. Do you think he is alive or dead at this moment? Fan Xiuwen's confident response. Qinzhonghe's body technique is unparalleled. Ming Shirin is indeed very strong. But he should never leave the main hall under any circumstances. The wider the space, the more room Qinzhonghe has to play. The more you killed Li Qing, Qinzhonghe killed Mingshi because of mutual retribution. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yuan angrily pointed at him. Bullshit. Everyone can boast. Little girl, the Magic Sky Pavilion is very strong, but it also isolates your perspective and knowledge. Back in the day when I roamed the world, even your master couldn't do anything to me. As he spoke, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Why are you staring with your eyes wide open, little girl? At this moment, Xiao Yuan's gaze had already turned towards the outside of the main hall. Zhao Yu, Pan Chong, Zhou Jifeng, and others also looked outside. Fan Xiuwen turned his head in confusion. Mingshi walked into the hall with Zheng Langbei. He held a short knife in his right hand. In his left hand, there was a bloody head. Fan Xiuwen struggled to get up, but he was blocked by Duan Shuxing, who held the king's spear. It's easy to want to die. One shot is all it takes. To solve the problem, Mingshi then took a leap and knelt in the center of the hall. Disciple didn't want to kill Qinzhonghe on purpose. He has a top-level weapon of the DGS sect on him. Disciple, you must be ruthless to protect yourself. Fan Xiuwen went completely crazy after hearing this. He couldn't accept such a result at all. This battle is almost certain to win. Cough, cough. Mingshi has no weapons and no Kai. On the other hand, Qing Zhanghe, among the 4 Black Knights, he has the strongest strength and cultivation. At the peak of the 3 leaves, there is also a ground-ranked weapon in his hand. The female cultivators of Yanyu Palace were all extremely shocked. I didn't expect the strength of the Mo Tiange to be so powerful. It's unbelievably strong. The Yanyu Palace is simply insignificant compared to it. At this time, Luke Ho presented his beard, very satisfied. Well done. Ming Shuyin's face lit up as soon as he heard it. Master, this earth-tier weapon is extremely precious. Your disciple wants to refine it for personal use. How dare you! At this point, you dare to scare people. Lu Zhou remained silent at this time. He knew that Qing Zhanghe had died, and then refined his weapon. Doing so will only let the dead rest in peace. But there is no reason for the defeated. If this were a righteous sect, we could insult him a bit. But this is the evil sky pavilion. Even if Ming Shirin dismembers Qing Zhanghe, he wouldn't have anything to say. Seeing the master has not shown his stance, Ming Shi once again asks the master to agree. Fan Xiuwen is extremely angry. He wants to mobilize the energy in his body, but the elixir field is still empty. Lu Zhou sits in the main hall. Gently spoke and presented it. Ming Shiyin's heart immediately began to feel delighted. Respectfully handed over the short knife to the master. Heavenly weapons are too rare. Many practitioners can't obtain them in their lifetime. Moreover, the cultivation base has not reached the Yuanshan tribulation realm. Even with a Tianjia weapon, one does not dare to expose it easily. After all, although Tianjia is strong, it is almost difficult to cross realms in battle. Having a peak Dijia weapon would be considered good. With another re-refining over time, there is still a chance to become a heavenly rank. It's just that the difficulty of re-refining is extremely high. Without several decades, it is almost impossible to re-refine. Lu Zhou observation found, the shape of this short knife is not good-looking. Even a bit ugly. He picked it up with his right hand. The unknown appeared in the palm of his hand. He suddenly slashed the short knife towards it. Seeing this, the crowd was stunned, because from their perspective, Lu Zhou seemed to be cutting with his fingers. Fan Xiuwen sneered at the scene. The quality of this sword is at its peak. Do you want to break it barehanded? It's really ridiculous. The demon leader is truly worthy of the title. This is something that can claim lives. Aren't you afraid of not being able to sleep at night? Ming Shi ignored him and said to you like this. The cultivators are competing for weapons and they will not be able to sleep. Lu Zhou didn't pay attention to what he said. The unseen sword and the only strong sword clashed. I have not seen any problems with the Wei Xiong twin swords. Now, even colliding with this peak-level weapon of the Earth tier, I still don't see any problems. Could it be that the sharpness of the Wei Ming sword has not yet reached the Earth tier? Upon realizing this, he threw the knife to Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin immediately stepped forward with a joyful face to catch it, but as soon as the short knife was in his hand, it unexpectedly cracked open. And then with a snap, it broke into 2 pieces, fell to the ground. At this sight, everyone was dumbfounded. Fan Xiuwen's face was full of disbelief. Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu widened their eyes in astonishment. Ming Shirin's expression was sorrowful, showing a bitter melon face. The weapon that was so hard-won is gone just like that. Lu Zhou was stunned for a moment but quickly came to his senses. This proves that the previous test was very effective. It also proves that the unnamed sword is stronger than the Earth-level peak. It should be at the Sky level. Sky ranking, capable of transforming into various weapons, this is truly a priceless treasure. Ming Shirin was on the verge of tears at the sight. This is the weapon he has worked so hard to acquire. Master, oh master, is it that my disciple's performance is not good enough? At this moment, Lu Zhou calmly spoke. How could a mere disciple enter the sight of our demonic sect? Ming Shi immediately felt dazed upon hearing this. The implication of the master's words, is there a better weapon than this? Shao Yuaner, fourth brother. What do you see in the hands of third brother? That's the Overlord's spear, quite imposing. Third brother relied on this weapon just now. Taking on 2 at once, Ming Shi noticed the detailed engraving on the spear of the Overlord, and the swirling dragon patterns on its shaft, all suggesting extraordinariness. No wonder I propped up third senior brother to leave, but he wouldn't go. Is it because of this Overlord's spear? I didn't expect that. Master actually gave such a precious weapon to him. Unbalanced? I feel extremely unbalanced in my heart. Compared with Tianjia weapons, Dijia's peak is just rubbish. Thinking of this, he kicked the short knife aside. Master is formidable. This junk can't even withstand one move from Master. It looks like a shoddy piece of work. Master. When will I also have a decent weapon, Master? Seeing his carefree attitude, Lu Zhou is really speechless. Do what you are supposed to do first. Ming Shiyin's body instantly became vigorous when he heard this. This can be considered as a promise, although the heavenly tier weapons are not given a specific time. Master values promises the most. Saying this means you're almost there. Thank you, Master. Disciple will continue to work hard to live up to Master's expectations. Lu Zhou nodded and glanced at him. Found that loyalty points have increased by 2. It's much better than when we first crossed over. Loyalty is more stable than before. It's difficult to go far relying solely on force. At this time, Yanyu Palace's female disciple suddenly let out a cry. Palace mistress, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yuan leaped to Yu Tianxin's side in one bound. After a simple check, it was only a fainting spell. She's fine. Making noise all day long scared my master. Hearing this, Mingshi felt instantly inferior. Little junior sister always brings up the master. Lu Zhou waved his hand and sent her to the southern pavilion for further reflection. He noticed, Tianhsian's hatred value is rapidly decreasing. It seems that the key lies in the massacre in Yulong village. Originally, the plan was just to have Fan Suwen come forward, to find out the reason. But Fan Xiuwen covered up and refused to speak even at the cost of his life. This is very likely related to the missing part of the memory. It looks like it needs to be investigated as soon as possible. With this in mind, he asked Ming Xin to pressure Fan Xiuwen, who sealed his cultivation. At this moment, a female cultivator arrived at the moat hall, reporting that the Black Knights at the foot of the mountain refused to leave. They have been causing a disturbance, Lu Zhou replied indifferently. Fan Xiuwen has settled in at the Mo Tiange. Let unrelated people leave. Mvexi's guilty inquiry. What if they are unwilling to leave? Lu Zhou will hand over the responsibility to Ming Shirin if there's any problem. Meanwhile, outside Jiting Mountain, dozens of Black Knights are anxiously looking outside the barrier. While in the distance, in the woods, there are 2 figures quietly watching everything. The man in the green hat curiously asks, "Are you going to take action against these people, senior?" Sword Devil Yu Shangrong gave a slight smile and informed your master that I don't want to kill today. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Jianqi. Chen Wenjie has been killed by his predecessor. I wonder who the next target of the predecessor is? After hearing this, Yu Shangrong turned back and gave him a glance. The man in the green hat was scared. Both legs are trembling involuntarily. Don't be afraid. I have always been gentle and polite to others. This is something your family leader understands about me the most. The cuckold man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's because the senior's presence is too powerful. I'm feeling a bit pressured. I hope the senior won't mind. Yu Shangrong spoke calmly. I really appreciate you passing on the message for me recently. But if my friend wants to kill you, I will definitely tell you first. Black Knight leader Fan Xiuwen has been in there for a while. I don't think he will come out. There's no need to wait any longer. That's the end of the boredom. He disappeared in a flash. The man in the green cap saw him leave. His suspended heart finally relaxed. A job that requires a life. Isn't that Ming Xin from the Motian Pavilion? The black pieces kept retreating under the intimidation of Ming Shirin. Helplessly, they had to leave Jintingshan. No wonder Senior Jianma had to leave. Even Fan Xiuwen, who is at the 8 leaves level, was helpless. The methods of the old demon head of the Demon Heavenly Pavilion are truly admirable. At this moment, in the Magic Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked at the information panel in contemplation. Merits only amounted to 2.210 points. The rewards for trapping Fan Xiuwen are not as good as killing the primordial spirit. Highly skilled practitioners bring in a lot of merit points. I now have 5 points of luck. Thank you for your patronage. Maybe one more draw will be enough. After all, it's all about the 3rd time. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got and started drawing. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Lu Yong shook his head at the sight. He restrained the urge to continue drawing. 5 chi pills are sold for 8,000 in the mall. I'm afraid that even killing Fan Xiuwen and the others won't be enough merit points. 6 junctions, departure, and 7-star rotation. It will definitely be more expensive. Just as he was contemplating, Mingshi took big strides and ran to the door. The disciple had already securely locked all the doors, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. He chuckled after speaking. There was an extreme coquettishness on his face, with a feeling of being attached to and influenced by Kun. Lu Zhou glanced at him. and was somewhat speechless. Master Fan Xiuan was not willing to disclose the whereabouts of the fish dragon village, mastermind behind. The disciple wonders whether, to mention this, he made a hammering motion with his hand. Lu Zhou immediately shook his head. Fan Xiuan is the leader of the Black Riders. How could I be forced to submit at this point? The person behind Fan Xiuan's restraint is not simple. The only one who can get information from the palace now is Jiang Aijian. But the problem is that Jiang Aijian has already left the palace. These palace secrets will not be easily obtained by him. Perhaps the files were intentionally leaked from the palace. The Moat Hall and the Black Rider could both be used as pawns. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou called out Ming Shiyin's name. I leave the interrogation of Fan Xiuan to you, Ming Shi respectfully responded. I will follow the master's order. I will definitely inquire about the mastermind behind the scenes as soon as possible. As he said this, he actually showed an expectant look. Master Fan Xiuan is so powerful. Those two Black Knights are also experts. After all, my disciple has just entered the Yuanshan catastrophe stage. He doesn't even have a handy weapon. Do you think we should roll? Okay, Ming Shi hastily ran out of the Matian pavilion. Use what weapon, invite what power? Thinking of the destroyed dagger, he felt a pang in his heart. Just then, Duanmu's voice came into my ears. Lao Si, come and practice the Hegemon spear with me. Isn't that asking for a beating? Mingy made a bitter melon face, indicating that he had something else to do. Duanmu came over and patted his shoulder. Can't do that. In the entire Mutian pavilion, only you can spar with me for a few moves. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng are just not strong enough. I can't train properly. Seeing him so determined, Ming Shi's eyes lit up with an idea. Master asked me to interrogate Fan Xiuan thoroughly, and uncover the truth behind Yulong village. Brother, why don't you go and find little Shimi Kiki? Little Yuana happened to fly by at this time. When she heard this, I'll tell the master about this. You're bullying me. After speaking, she quickly left the area. The two of them, feeling embarrassed, stood motionless. We'll interrogate Fan Xiuan later. It will be a while. Soon after, there came a scream from Ming Shirin on the hill behind. At the same time, Xiaoyu arrived by Lu Zhou's side. Master Jiang Aijian initiated a flying message. The weakening of the Black Knight's power is also the desired result in the palace. Senior, you don't need to worry about the palace being enemies with the Amotian Pavilion. After hearing this, Lu Zhou was a little confused. Isn't the dark part directly controlled by the Emperor? Why is there still talk of weakening it? Xiaoyuan's voice continued. Senior wants to investigate the truth of the massacre in Yulong village. Sorry, even I, who knows everything, am not clear, but the mastermind is definitely not the Emperor. It is said that Yulong village in Dutian River hides many secrets. There are still occasional patrols by the officials and soldiers. This is a top-secret file and cannot be accessed. In addition, 2 extra pieces of information are provided. First, sword fanatic Chen Wenjia was killed by Yu Shangrong. Am I right in my guess? The unclear position leads to a quick death. The second demon sect master Buping has come out of seclusion, and is heading to Qingyu altar to meet with the leader of the Jingyi sect. Don't forget my sword in the end. Ha! Are the soldiers patrolling? After hearing this, Lu Zhou fell into contemplation. He only cares about the affairs of Yulong village. He doesn't care about anything else. It is surprising that there are even officials and soldiers guarding Yulong village. Even Jiang Aijian calls it top secret. It can be seen that this matter is more complicated than imagined. Xiao Yuana hesitated and sat next to Lu Zhou. Seeing his appearance, Lu Zhou asked what else was the matter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuana hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Master, please don't punish me. As I mentioned before, previously, she wouldn't dare to do this. This also indicates that she's being influenced subconsciously. At the very least, she's become bolder than before. Let's take it slow and train her. I hope she won't go astray in the future. Xiao Yuan was excited when she saw her master shaking his head. I want a weapon like the Heavenly Steps and the Overlord Spear. It should be grand and imposing. After hearing this, Lutz Ho raised his hand and tapped her head. Master has said it many times. Your cultivation is not enough to handle the heavenly realm. We'll talk about it when you reach the Yuanshan catastrophe realm. Hearing Master's promise, Xiao Yuan confirmed happily if it's true. I have always valued commitments. Yes, I will definitely break through to the Yuanshan tribulation realm as soon as possible. Compared to other disciples, Xiao Yuaner has the highest loyalty. I also often bring her along, being able to help oneself with many things. So Lu Zhou naturally also hopes Xiao Yuan to have a higher cultivation. Xiao Yuan is the greatest support before he recovers his strength, and she has a more innocent nature than other disciples. Thinking about disciplining his disciples, Lu Zhou glanced at the mission panel and found that the main task was still to discipline the evildoer, Mingshi. Because of Duan Wusheng and Yao Yu, the difficulty of training can still be accepted. Don't worry, even if Lao Ba's cultivation is the worst. His title of Evil King is just using the identity of a disciple of the Magic Heaven Pavilion to bluff people. If Lao De is more vicious than Jihai, Lao Er Yu Shangrong and Lao Qi Si Wuya, these three are the most troublesome. Not only do they possess Tianjia weapons, their cultivation is also incredibly rebellious. His subordinates are probably as skilled as Fan Xiuwen. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remember the peak of Ji Tiandao. If there were countless experience cards, wouldn't he fear nothing in the world? Just as he sighed, Zhou Jifeng popped his head out. Master Lu has awakened. Oh wait, it's Yi Tianxin who's awake. She wants to see you. Lu Zhou spoke lightly after hearing it. Without seeing Zhou Jifeng respond, he quickly left. Lu Zhou then took out the heavenly book and began to comprehend it. Soon it was evening. The pavilion master Yi Tianxin said that if she couldn't see you, she would kneel for a long time. Kneel at the exit of the south pavilion now. Lu Zhou responded indifferently. Then let her kneel and obey. Zhou Jifeng didn't say much. He left again, continuing to comprehend the heavenly book in the secret room. Early the next morning, he woke up from the state of comprehending the heavenly book. This refreshing feeling is more comfortable than a good night's sleep. At this moment, a cautious voice came from outside the secret room. Lord Yi Tianxin has been kneeling all night. Lu Zhou waved his hand indicating that there was no need to pay attention. There is also no need to report this matter anymore. Zhou Jifeng responded and hurriedly left. I accidentally fell on the road. Ding punished the evildoer Yi Tianxin to obtain 100 merit points. Punish instead of educate. Strong hatred value. Although it has disappeared, the loyalty has not yet appeared. If not thoroughly punished, how can one be worthy of the position of the ancestor of the Magic Sky Pavilion? Just when Lu Prefecture is feeding chickens, Mingshi arrived here with a swollen face to interrogate him. Hearing Master's question, he quickly shook his head. Fan Xiuwen's mouth is too strict. If I hadn't kept Master's words in mind, I would have been subjected to torture long ago. Lu Zhou seems to have anticipated this outcome long ago. After all, the Black Knight is well versed in various forms of torture. It's not surprising that no valuable information was obtained from the interrogation. Master, should we kill him? He's useless to keep alive anyway. After hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. It is still useful to keep it. A strong practitioner of the 8-petal golden lotus Dharma body. The merit point reward will definitely not be small. Pursuing the mastermind behind the scenes and the secrets behind Yulong village are also of high value. With that in mind, his gaze fell on Mingshi. And then he spoke loudly. Master orders you to go investigate in the Yulong village area of Dutian River. Do not act rashly. Mingshi put away the playful appearance. Disciple will abide by the teacher's instructions. After arranging for Mingshi to investigate the matter of the Yulong village, Lu Zhou promptly made a trip to Nange. He had some doubts in his heart. Since the Yulong village is heavily guarded, how did Yi Tianxin continue her investigation? After leaving Jiting Mountain? It seems I have to ask this respected disciple. Just arrived here and saw her kneeling weakly on the ground. Upon seeing the arrival of the master, Yi Tianxin's face lit up immediately. Struggling, she gathered some spirit. Master. Lu Zhou gave her a cold, indifferent look. I don't have a disciple like you. Yi Tianxin heard this sentence. The joy in her heart instantly disappeared. This seat has a question to ask you. You just need to answer it. When did you investigate the Yulong village? After hearing this, Yi Tianxin was stunned for a moment. She thought that her master would give her a good lesson. But she didn't expect that her master was concerned about the matters in the Yulong village. With mixed feelings, she honestly replied. After leaving the Amotian pavilion, Lu Zhou continues to inquire about the palace and local plan scrolls. How did you find out? The sisters of Yanyu Palace. Some of them were originally palace female guards. They are familiar with the rules and terrain of the palace. After conducting the investigation, it took 5 years to obtain the case files. Although she said it lightly, one can imagine the tremendous effort expended over these 5 years. Perhaps the massacre of Yulong village might be a small matter in the eyes of the nobles in the palace, but to the hundreds of people in Yulong village. Yi Tianxin became increasingly excited as he spoke. Lu Zhou's tone remained unchanged. So, is this the reason why you hold a grudge against me? Upon hearing the master's question, Yu Tianxin's mind went blank in an instant. Oh, in her heart, a feeling of regret arose. Lu Zhou continued to ask. You've been to Duhang and Yanyu Palace? Yi Tian thought for a moment. Yanyu Palace has been to Duhang several times. The palace once said that there are a large number of aliens in the Duhang area. Yanyu Palace had searched for years but never found any evidence of other races. From this sentence it seems that she doesn't know her by nationality. But in the memories of Lu Zhou, Xinin doesn't seem to be a real other race, but a special group among the Dayan people. Otherwise, how could the Bai people dare to survive in the Tianjiang area again? It is obvious that the palace regards the alien races as a cover and an excuse. Just as Lu Zhou was meditating, Yi Tianxin suddenly knelt on the ground. Disciple is willing to accept any punishment, asking master to punish severely. Lu Zhou immediately shook his head. Deceiving the master and exterminating the ancestor should be punished severely. But the truth of the Yulong village incident is still unclear. Fan Xiuan may just be a pawn. If it turns out that this seat is still the real culprit in the end, then what will you do? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin stood still on the spot in a daze. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness surged in her heart. She didn't know who she should believe in. Lu Prefecture made a gesture to have her escorted to the South Pavilion and not allowed to leave. Two disciples from the Yanyu Palace hastily approached and supported Yi Tianxin. After leaving the Southern Pavilion, Lu Zhou returned to the Mo Heavenly Pavilion. Soon it was the next day. He emerged from his state of comprehending the heavenly books. As the time of comprehension increased, the content of the Huma, but the words inside are still obscure and difficult to understand. Lu Zhou rested for a moment, and then started thinking about drawing lots again. Ding! This draw will consume 50 merits. Thank you for your patronage. Unwilling to give up, he drew again. Thank you for your patronage as always. Seeing this, he could only shake his head helplessly. It's probably that comprehending the celestial scriptures has absorbed all the luck. It seems that I can only try again at a different time. I can't spend the remaining merit points carelessly. Now there is still one fatal blow. If necessary, it can be supplemented in time. At this time, the voice of the system rang in my ears again. Ding Ming has completed the Tianjiang investigation task. Reward, 100 merit points. Ming Shirin excels in executing tasks. Much better than others. Wait a little longer. He should communicate the investigation results to Lu Zhou with satisfaction. The silent wait began. But after waiting for 3 hours, there was still no movement. The magic pavilion always uses messenger birds for sending messages. The flying speed of messenger birds is not much different from legendary mounts. There's no reason why it couldn't fly for 3 hours. From now on, he summoned Xiao Yuan. Fei Shu loves the sword. Let him assist in investigating the truth of the Yulong village from the palace. If this matter can be figured out, there will be good swords. After Xiao Yuan finished the order, he saw Zhou Ji. Feng quickly ran in from outside the main hall. He hurriedly spoke as he approached. Sir, C is injured. What's wrong with fourth senior brother? Lu Zhou frowned and was full of doubts. When the Dark Cavalry was notified last time, he wasn't injured at all. But now he's in trouble while investigating the Yulong village incident. Clearly, the situation is not simple. Where is he now? Zhou Jifeng answered. He's already at the foot of the mountain. Pen Chongjing is bringing Mr. C up. It won't be long. Pen Zhong just helped the heavily scarred Ming Shirin to the main hall. Fortunately, she's not as unlucky as her fate. She obtained some clues from Du Tianjiang. This is how Ming Shirin looked. And Qin Zhanghe and Heike. After the big battle, he looked a bit like. Lu Zhou immediately asked him to tell the results of the investigation. Officers and soldiers patrol the Dutian River near Yulong village. It's been that way for the last 10 years. Disciple made a major discovery during the night investigation of Dutian River. They seemed to be salvaging sunken property. The crowd was shocked by this revelation. There have been sightings of foreigners in the Dutian River area for generations. This matter for now. There's no need to throw the bodies into the river and then salvage them. There's even less need to do this for 10 years. Lu Zhou asked in confusion about the purpose of salvaging. Mingshi weakly replied. The disciple was about to continue the search, but accidentally triggered a strange trap. So he had to return overnight. It's the disciple's incompetence. Lu Zhou slowly walked to him. Raise your head and let me take a look. Sure enough, I saw the mark of witchcraft on Ming Shiyin's forehead. After hearing Lu Zhou mention the word /, witchcraft /, Pan Zhong immediately came up in surprise. No wonder Mr. C has been ambushed. It's actually a witchcraft trap. There aren't many practitioners of witchcraft in the Great Yan Empire. Who is behind the plot against Mr. C? Mingshi shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. I just feel a little tired. This witchcraft only restricts the disciples' cultivation by 60%. It doesn't matter. But Pan Zhong had a different opinion. We need to unlock it as soon as possible, otherwise witchcraft will deepen until all abilities are lost. Mingshi was shocked to hear this. Pan Zhong, you must not speak nonsense. Lu Zhou then raised his beard to signal him to continue speaking. Then Pan Zhong began to explain. I really didn't talk nonsense. When I was studying at Jingming Taoist Temple back then, I saw information related to witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft also has white witchcraft and black witchcraft. If used with evil intentions, one will go astray. I was young and reckless at the time. I was momentarily lured by ghosts, and wanted to quickly improve my skills. So I started looking for information on witchcraft. Unfortunately, the Jingming school was deeply opposed to such practices. No senior practitioner of the orthodox arts was willing to teach me, Zhou Jifeng asked curiously. So that's why you chose the 3-yin form? Pan Chong nodded uncertainly. Senior Jingming only told me that 3-yin form is suitable for my practice, but did not tell me that it needs to be combined with the 6-yang technique, balance of yin and yang. I only learned about it after meeting Senior Ji Lao. The witchcraft restriction is similar to the practice seal. It slowly erodes the practitioner's meridians. The sealing technique of the pure bright way, it also borrows from witchcraft. So the earlier the witchcraft is undone, the better for Mr. C. Someone like Mr. Wu who's been completely sealed, should be the one who casts the spell. The instant effect of a close-range seal. No matter when, the result is the same when it's unraveled, Zhou Jifeng hastily asked. Do you know so much about witchcraft? Do you know of any way to break it? Pan nodded and began to answer. I remember a book mentioned. The first method of unbinding is also the most reliable method. That is, the practitioner unbinds it personally. The second method is for a meditation practitioner or a cultivator to unbind it. Once their cultivation far exceeds that of the practitioner, they can unbind it. But this method is basically not feasible. If the cultivation is sealed, how can one continue to cultivate? So according to what you're saying, does this mean Mr. C's magic is powerless? Pan Chong shook his head. It seems that only the Lord can unlock it. The third method is practiced by those far superior to the spellcaster, to forcibly dispel the sorcery. The struggle between sorcery and vital energy will lead to the meridians being severed, died from excessive force. So, I estimate that only the powerful Lord can do this. After hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou suddenly felt speechless. What should I do? Everyone is watching. Mingshi immediately kowtowed in a panic. He begged the master to lift the restriction on his disciple. There was no response from Lu Zhou. Meanwhile, he was rapidly considering the countermeasure in his mind. Since there are countless traps in the Dutianjiang Yulong village, the others in the Dark Sky Pavilion cannot just go there casually. After all, even Ming Shirin could fall victim. It's even less likely for others to investigate thoroughly. I can only personally investigate the matter in Yulong village. As for how to break the spell's prohibition, there really isn't a good way. Can't just tell them that I only have the cultivation of the Van Hai realm. Master remained silent. Duang Mishing hurriedly pleaded. Master, although the disciple often makes mistakes, he has been performing well recently. Please help the disciple, Master. The others in the main hall also pleaded along. Lu Zhou is finding it hard to make a decision. Back in the day, Ji Tiandao would probably fly into a rage over this kind of thing, and kick it open. But, Ming Shirin has indeed performed well recently. Although his loyalty is not as stable as Duan Wuxing and Xiaoyer's, but he handles things fairly well. We can train him slowly in the future. With this thought in mind, he turned and walked towards the secret room, and let Mingshi go with him. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved. It's no big deal for the master to use witchcraft. The elder Ge, with profound cultivation, naturally wouldn't pay attention to such little witchcraft. At this moment, Duan Wuxing strode up to Pan Chong and Zhou Jifeng. Now that Lao Si has fallen victim to sorcery, it's just the two of you left. Upon hearing this, the two had a bad premonition. Frantically asking what it means, Duan Muzin glanced at them and came over to practice with me. In the secret room of Mo Tiange, Ming Shirin followed the master's footsteps and came here. This is also his first time. I didn't even qualify to get close before. Although everyone felt that the master keeps good things in the secret room. The secret room is airtight. and the master usually practices inside. There's no chance of getting in here. Various cheat codes were placed on the table. And on the shelves and in the corners, there were all kinds of weapons everywhere. Just as he excitedly observed, Lu Zhou's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Come here." Ming Shi obediently took off his clothes as instructed. Lu Zhou turned to his back and started to move. Even though he was only at the level of the Vanhai 8 meridians, but there should be no problem checking the condition of the body. However, it is almost impossible to break the curse. He picked up his palm and slapped it on the opponent's back. A wave of chi fluctuations followed and began to probe. Ming Shi couldn't help but cry out. The master's cultivation is indeed profound. He can suppress the elemental energy of the Yuanshin tribulation to such a gentle state. Just as he brought the elemental energy into contact with Ming Shi Yin's body, a force of witchcraft prohibition resistance immediately struck. Lu Zhou was cautious to avoid witchcraft. The prohibition sought out other meridians for inspection. But the power of the witchcraft seemed to consciously begin to resist. Lu Zhou snorted, finding it unbelievable. The space between the clouds, that kind of understanding of the heavenly book has appeared on its own again. A faint blue light ripples out, instantly repelling the sorcery. Not only that, the blue light also entered Ming Shirin's body, and suddenly struck the eerie righteous power. Ming Shirin was directly knocked out by the impact, and felt the smooth flow of qi in his body. He was overjoyed instantly. At the same time, in a room in the Grand Flame Palace, a woman in gorgeous attire suddenly coughed up blood. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Someone actually broke my witchcraft. Who on earth is this person? Even the people in the Mo Tiange and Lu Prefecture are also surprised. That kind of cool sensation has appeared again, just like the cool sensation when confronting the Vajra sound dream. Studying the heavenly book does indeed grant extraordinary power. Unfortunately, the method of application has still not been found, but it is not the time to focus on these matters. Lu Zhou then looked at Ming Shirin. After he collided with the weapon rack, the sorcery has completely dispersed. The suppressed meridians and Dantian Qihai instantly restored as before. Ming Shi was overjoyed and quickly knelt down to bow. Master's divine power is unmatched. Thank you, Master, for unlocking the prohibition for your disciple. Lu Zhou remained silent. He was still amazed by the extraordinary nature of the celestial scripture. It can actually restrain orthodox techniques. Ming Shirin. Just then, I noticed the scattered weapons on the ground. At the moment he touched them, the system prompt sounded in Lu Zhou's mind. It suggests identifying the owner before taking the weapons. Ming Shi, what's this all about, Master? Ming Shi curiously glanced at Lu Zhou. Then he looked at the weapon. The sword doesn't look like a sword, the hook doesn't look like a hook. I didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in this secret room. I don't know if it's fate or coincidence. The weapon was actually seen by Ming Shirin. Master, this weapon suits me. The engravings, the blade, the scabbard. I like this kind of incongruous thing. At least it should have a ground level, if there's no test. Judging by sight alone, this weapon indeed only looks like a low-level one. The farewell hook has been stored in the secret room for a long time, and its appearance seems very old-fashioned, since the system has suggested acknowledging the master's identity. The post-activation rank should at least be at the Tian rank. Put it down. Hearing this remark, Ming Shi can only honestly put away the hook sheath on the ground. Your cultivation is not stable enough in the nascent soul realm. It's too early to control the heavenly steps. Once these words are spoken, Ming Shi Yin's face instantly brightened at the meaning of these words. Parting, sooner or later, is a gift for oneself. He excitedly put on his clothes immediately. Subordinate obeys. The disciple will definitely work to stabilize his strength as soon as possible. After saying that, he walked out of the secret room at the master's signal. Before leaving, he reluctantly looked back at the farewell hook. As I finished saying goodbye in my heart, he then quickly walked away with small steps. On the way back, I happened to meet Duange Sheng and Little Yuaner. He described the majesty of Master just now, which made both of them amazed. Not long after, Lu Zhou also walked out of the secret room. Master. Lu Zhou nodded in response and then looked at Ming Shirin. The witchcraft is lifted, but we must not be careless. Master, I understand. Originally Lu Zhou did not intend to leave Jintingshan in the short term. But now, His cultivation level has remained at the Demon Sky Pavilion, trying to gain merit points through his disciples. Slowly increasing his strength is the most stable thing to do. But at the moment, the truth of Yulong Village is extremely crucial. It is also related to the experts practicing witchcraft in the palace. If the truth can be found, perhaps the person who has sealed Zhao Yu's practice can be caught. More importantly, the system's taskbar prompt. Investigation into the truth of the Fish Dragon Village rewards 3,000 merit points. That's too much given. A reward of 3,000 merit points has never been given before. This shows the importance of this matter. Early tomorrow morning. Master has to go to Yulong Village in person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan became excited and clenched her fists. When the master makes a move, he will surely shake up those clowns. Master, I want to go too. Before leaving, Lu Zhou instructed Ming Shirin to keep an eye on the Black Knight. I obeyed the order. If my disciples and third senior brother couldn't escape, it would be hard for anyone. He continued to inquire. Have there been any news of those traitors recently? Mingyi shook his head. I haven't left Jintingshan during this time. I have no knowledge of the outside world. Lu Zhou didn't say anything more and just left. Since defeating the famous X twice in a row, these traitors have been much quieter and have not made any moves. After solving the problems in Yulong Village, Tian Shu tried to deal with these traitors again. After returning to Motage, he continued to comprehend Tian Shu. By perfectly restraining witchcraft, it gave rise to his reduced comprehension of Tian Shu. This resulted in his decreased enlightenment of Tian Shu, with a better understanding. These originally obscure and incomprehensible characters now seem to be full of vitality. Reading at any time used to be comfortable and pleasant. Lu Zhou began to ponder as he read. Sanskrit mantra ineffective against witchcraft. Is the human scripture a method to resist bewitchment? Does it have effective countermeasures? Continue reading. There is indeed new content below. He immersed himself in it, unable to extricate himself. Soon, it was already the next morning. Lu Zhou also came to enlightenment. He awoke from the state of the heavenly book. At this moment, he feels refreshed and comfortable. Even more comfortable than after a good night's sleep. It's time to set off. After dressing carefully, he came to the outside of the main hall. At this moment, Xiao Yuaner is anxiously waiting. As soon as the master came out, she immediately went up to him, to express her desire to sit on Bai Zhe. Don't be wild. Lu Zhou originally wanted to scold her a little, but after thinking for a moment, he agreed to her request. Old Bai Jing's a bit of an old bone. Can't take the jostling. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Bai Zhe's figure descended on auspicious clouds. Fell into the open space outside the grand hall. Xiao Yuan skillfully rode on Bai Zhe's back. Watching this scene, Ming Shi's face was filled with admiration. When would he have such a mount? Even if he got beaten up every day, it would be worth it. Bai Zhe and different. Its back is relatively wide and flying is extremely stable. At Lu Zhou's suggestion, it roared low, leaped up, and disappeared from here. During flight he glanced at the panel. Still have 2,210 points of merit. The reason for not choosing to supplement with props cards is because you can freely choose when necessary. For example, encountering an unsolvable danger, Wuxia Kaji. With enough time, you can ride the White Zhe away. Time passed quickly. 1 hour later. In order to avoid drawing attention, Lu Zhou had White Zhe land near Dutian River. Xiao Yuaner was a little confused. Master, you are so powerful. Why not just go over and kill them all? Lu Zhou trained a sentence. Just take out the stool and rest in place. Xiao Yuaner obediently helped him press his shoulder. But she soon realized something was wrong. She hurriedly warned the master that someone was approaching. A moment later, several practitioners swiftly flew past from above, frantically shouting that Ji Tiandao had arrived. Run, the evil disciples of the Demon Sky Pavilion are coming. Hurry! After a strong man saw Leju, he kindly reminded that old man. Quickly run! If the old demon Ji Tiandao comes, why aren't you running? Are you tired of living? Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yuan showed a bewildered expression. Master, are you following them? Lu Zhou felt quite speechless in his heart. How can this old man be so bored? Helping the small fish and shrimp to remember. Master, shall I catch up with them and kill them? Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhou asked why. Xiao Yuan spoke up, explaining that they not only insulted people but also wronged them. They must be caught and killed. They cannot be wrongly accused. Just as the words were spoken, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Lu Zhou followed the sound. only to discover a giant elephant as tall as a city wall. A majestic mount. Mounts are much more expensive than gliders. The difficulty of making gliders is high. With materials, patterns, and the activation by the practitioner, it can be done, while mounts are rare. Not only are they difficult to catch, they are also difficult to tame. This epic mount is named Sun Elephant King. It has extremely strong survival abilities and high defense. It can traverse rugged terrain on land and cross the river Reilu. However, it cannot fly. It also carries a massive load on its back. 3 practitioners are floating on both sides. Their speed is not fast or slow. Lu Zhou abides by the principle of not interfering with each other, and is about to leave after greeting Xiaoyuan. Just then, beside the Elephant King, there was a young girl, who unexpectedly flew over on her sword. She arrogantly blocked their way, and then took the initiative to introduce herself. I am the 9th disciple of the Motiange Ziyuaner. Have you seen 10 practitioners running this way? Have you seen 10 practitioners running this way? Upon hearing this, Ziyuani totally borrowed. Not only dared to block the way but also dared to impersonate. Her anger soared. Grabbing the stool, he launched an instant attack. The woman was taken by surprise by the sudden attack. She was caught off guard, hastily picking up her arms to block. Followed by a kick, shattered the opponent's bench. Xiaoyuan sneered and attacked again. Under the fierce collision, the air trembled slightly. Lu Zhou, who was watching the battle, remained calm and composed. This girl has a very bad temper. In terms of body style, Xiaoyuan's Taichin Yujian is unparalleled in the world. The impostor is constantly being suppressed and pushed back. The practitioner facing Xiaoyuan is at the level of Shintingjing. Fight these people. Even if a few more Xiaoyuaners come, they have the ability to fight. But the old man above the king. At least the cultivation base is in the nascent soul realm. If he takes action, Xiaoyuaner has no chance of winning. But the other party didn't seem to be making a move. The old man's gaze kept wandering, interested in looking below. At this time, under Xiaoyuaner's continuous attacks, the woman could only respond in a panic and embarrassment. The battle finally came to an end with a punch to the abdomen. Xiaoyuan fell back to the side of her master. The impostor, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to rise and fight again. Step back. Lu Zhou then used the Eye of Truth. Explored the information of that old man. Name, Ding Fanqiu, ethnicity, human, territory, spiritual realm, soul tribulation realm. Upon careful examination, this old man does bear some resemblance to the previous one, Jitian now. Ding Fanqiu looked down with deep eyes. You are not afraid of me. Lu Zhou responded calmly after hearing this. Why should I be afraid? Ding Fanqiu was unable to speak for a moment, frowning slightly. Today my mood is not good. If it were any other day, I would punish you for your rudeness. Hearing this, Xiaoyuan couldn't help but. I've been poking and prodding at you for pretending to be my master. Frowning today, my mood is not bad. If it were any other day, I would punish you for your rudeness. The old man, do you know who is standing in front of you? Ding Fanqiu ignored her words. Instead, there was a look of joy in his eyes. Little girl, you have a good talent. Being able to reach the realm of the divine court at this age. It is rare. Speaking of this, he straightened up a bit. I believe the old layman must have heard of my reputation. Lu Zhou shook his head speechlessly. As an old man who has lived in the deep mountains for a long time, I don't understand much. Don't rush, I will tell you slowly. Please come up. Ding Fanqiu waved his arm, indicating the disciples to go down and pick up, although the disciples did not understand why he did this, but still obediently flew down. The big man pretending to be Duan Muxing had a full beard. Xiaoyuan couldn't help but laugh again when she saw this. Sit down and savor it. The two then manipulated the gangplank beneath them, and unsteadily flew upward. Lu Zhou was very puzzled. This is Ditian River. What are they doing here? And Ding Fanqiu is using the name of the old man. I didn't expect to not fear the retaliation of the orthodox forces. This matter is not that simple. However, no one in this world can help me. Ding Fanqiu is also powerless. From now on in his hands, a shiny golden prop card suddenly appeared. No one around seemed to notice, and felt no presence. Lu Zhou, who had come up, asked, Do you want to go to Duhang? Ding Fanqiu is still holding up his airs. But he is unaware of the person in front of him. Who is the real Jitian now? Lu Zhou shook his head, somewhat speechless. This guy is still holding up his airs. But did not know that at this moment, I am standing in front of the gate of Ghost. Just need to slightly move my mind. This prop card will play its rightful role. Ding Fanqiu answered casually. Indeed, I have to go to Dudingjiang. Xiang Wan excels in walking the thorny path. Please, Lu Zhou, don't refuse. I'm old and have trouble walking. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Next, please. Under Ding Fanqiu's command, the Elephant King took a step forward. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy to tame the Elephant King. Ding Fanqiu smiled smugly after hearing this. The mere Elephant King is not worth mentioning. Behind Jintingshan, there are 10 different mounts. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Blow, just keep blowing. Ding Fanqiu noticed her expression. Little girl, don't you believe it? Xiao Yuan fluttered her big eyes in response. I only believe in Grandpa. Ding Fanqiu's mouth twitched, and he didn't say more. He glanced at Xiao Yuan, and then swept his eyes over the female disciple flying outside, shaking his head in resignation. A disciple hurried forward to report. Master, there are 2 escaped practitioners ahead. Ding Fanqiu lightly stroked his beard and said. Kill them. Ding Fanqiu sat with his legs crossed, leisurely explaining. Old Zhu, there's no need to be afraid, although I have committed many evils. I am also a reasonable person. Lu Zhou nodded in response. I am a reasonable person as well. Hearing this, Ding Fanqiu chuckled. The layman's temperament is quite similar to mine. After that, it will be the Dutian River. Having said that, he ordered Xiang Wang to stop, came down, then with a leap, landed on the ground. Ever since Lu Zhou comprehended the heavenly book, his perception of aura has become much sharper. During Ding Fanqiu's leap, the scent of Shirlu is unusually unique. Obviously, it is deliberately intended to show off. Please, 2 of you. Ding Fanqiu waved his hand calmly and said. As the words fell, Xiao Yuan also leaped down in the same manner. Lu Zhou then landed on the ground like a nose. Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back. Seems to be very interested in Xiao Yuan. Little girl, how many years have you been practicing? Xiao Yuan proudly replied. Has it been more than 5 years since you entered the Divine Mirror? Ding Fanqiu was surprised but quickly regained his composure. Then he pointed to his female disciple. Her talent is not bad, but compared to you, she still has a long way to go. After hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. These counterfeit products are not even qualified to compare with her. Xiao Yuan pointed to the other 2 practitioners and asked. Both of you are from the God's Mirror. The 2 nodded proudly at the words. That's a bit weak. The 2 impostors immediately became displeased upon hearing this. They started arguing with her. And so, they continued bickering as they moved forward. Later, stopped at a relatively high place. After passing the ditch ahead, it will be the Dutian River. Looking out from Luzhou, it is already unrecognizable. Yulong village no longer exists. There were many residents and fishermen in my memory. But now it has become a deserted and uninhabited valley. The truth about the Yulong village. I'm afraid we still have to start with the group of looters and the station soldiers in that area. Just as he was pondering, suddenly came the grand voice of Ding Fanqiu. Back in the day, I roamed the Tianjiang freely, and fought with many masters here for 3 days and 3 nights. It was only after my manifestation of the Dharma body that this place became a mess. Holy smokes, he's really taking every opportunity to show off. He doesn't let any slip by. At this moment, Fake Ming invited Master Shiyin to come forward. The Green Dragon faction is just ahead. Apprentice, go and bring them back. Ding Fanqiu nodded. He signaled that he had heard the 3 words backslash. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. During the trip to Anyang, they also encountered a branch of the backslash. Didn't expect the influence of the Qinglong clan in the Duding River area as well. The Qinglong clan's power is spread throughout this region, and their backing, the Gloomy Ghost sect, is certainly not weak. Speaking of the Qinglong clan, Ding Fanqiu explained arrogantly. The backing behind the Qinglong society is the Yuming sect. The leader of the Yuming sect is my former disciple. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan chuckled. Lu Zhou remained calm as ever, allowing him to pretend. Even though the Qinglong society are all small fry, having them take care of obstacles is much better than doing it themselves. Treasure your props and use them sparingly. Before long, Jia Duanmu quickly flew back to report to the master. The people of the Green Dragon Society heard that you were coming. and had long fled in fear. Ding Fanqiu was satisfied and waved his hand. The Green Dragon Society will surely collapse. Keep moving forward. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Wulong Dark Web, Master Chijiadu Xinjiang received a message. That the trace of Senior Ji Lao has been discovered, Suya said in a calm tone. The Netherworld sect has accurate information about this matter. There is no need to pay attention to it for now. Those who impersonate the Moat Heaven Pavilion will be severely punished. There is no need to pay attention to it for now. Where is the head of the Mashizong besides? The subordinate quickly replied after hearing it. The head of the Mashizong, Ren Buping, has already arrived at the Kinjiutan, secretly assisted by Zhang Yuanshan, the head of the Jingyi Dao. Hearing this, Suya chuckled and conspired with the demonic path. The wolf and fox acting in collusion, truly a grand mockery of the world. Leader Chipiao, there is another matter. The leader of the Black Cavalry, Fan Xiuwen, is missing after going to the demonic sky pavilion. Senior Jianma didn't wait for Fan Xiuwen. He's now missing. I dare not track him. Senior Jianma. Suya spoke lightly. Second senior brother is humble and approachable, you don't need to be afraid. Even though his subordinates answer clearly, they still feel somewhat unreliable in their hearts. There's been quite a bit of activity recently with the leader of the Heavenly Eagle cult. Do we really not need to pay attention to it? After thinking for a moment, Suya said. Since that's the case, purposely leak the information to the palace. Let them clear their obstacles themselves. Leader, you have great insight. I will go and handle it right away. In the meantime. In Luzhou, a group of people arrived at the old village by Dutian River. 2 disciples of Ding Fanqiu stepped forward to lead the way. Master, this is the agreed location. Today, you personally came, they dare not neglect. Xiao Yuan, I saw that bald man, Ding Fanqiu, brought a chair. In a hurry, he dodged and also helped Master find her while she was away. Ding Fanqiu glanced at Luzhou and calmly said, Do you know why I'm not making things difficult for you? Luzhou shook his head and remained silent. Ding Fanqiu explained with interest. If that's the case, that little girl will definitely resent me. Luzhou remained silent. This means he has taken a liking to Xiao Yuan. Before long, Xiao Yuan came to the front of his master with a stool in her hand. At this moment, a group of soldiers in the distance is also carrying several large boxes, and quickly arrived here. The leading soldier carefully scanned the crowd. This is what was salvaged today. Is this all? There's an order from the palace. Do not move the sunken household casually. The transaction will be terminated starting tomorrow. It's too late to terminate now. Ding Fanchun finished speaking and waved his arm. The surrounding disciples immediately rushed over with their weapons. Blood splattered under the shining of blades. Luzhou looked at everything calmly. Ding Fan, Xiu Zhe, He, an old gentleman with extraordinary courage. I misjudged. Yuan curiously approached the box at this time. What's inside here? Bones. Ding Fanqiu stepped forward and waved gently. A palm force destroyed the box lid. Luzhou's gaze immediately showed a look of doubt. This bone is somewhat peculiar. It's somewhat faintly translucent, just like low-purity glass. And like cloudy white jade. Could this be Baimin? So it can be seen, the villagers of Yulong village who sank into the river are also Yutianxin's people. So why did the palace let people salvage the sunken household? Ding Fanqiu's disciples began to search in the box. But I didn't find what I was looking for. Luzhou questioned the bone's purpose. Jiandong raised an eyebrow, the old hermit. It's best not to know some things. We at Moshenj have always done things this way. Xiao Yuan murmured something after hearing this. If not, I don't know. Anyway, it's quite different. Later, several disciples changed into the clothes and waist plates of the officials. Luzhou will have a beard. I have also grown up to see how. Ding Fanchun joked and said, There are many witchcraft traps in the fishing household. Aren't you afraid? From their actions, it can be seen. Obviously, they have been here before. They are familiar with everything here. Xiao Yuan waved his fist in response. There is nothing in this world that my grandfather is afraid of. Ding Fanqiu nodded in agreement. If something goes wrong, it's best not to blame others. 1 hour later, everyone arrived at the port where the bodies were being recovered. After giving some silver coins, the guards at the gate finally let them pass. If we were just waiting for a body to turn up one day, it'd be hard to get out the back. But these people have been at it for 10 straight years. They don't even know what they're looking for anymore. or what they're doing, dealing with rotting fish and rotten shrimp corpses every day. People have become numb to it, and it's a cycle. Xiao Yuan blinked her big eyes and asked, "Why not just rush in and kill them? Why make it so complicated?" The female monk on the side explains, "There's a powerful magical trap here. Ding Fanchio and the others are moving quickly. Apparently this isn't their first time here. They have avoided the guards." Skipping past the buildings, we quickly arrived at the destination, the warehouse. At that moment, Ding Fanchio suddenly signaled for everyone to stop. He seemed to have made a significant discovery. Then he pinched the damp soil on the ground and smelled it. Then he licked the paper and placed it in his mouth. Finally confirmed it. Looking at the floor patterns and the fresh sorcery soil, there must be a sorcerer who set a trap here. After Ding Fanchio discovered the prohibition of witchcraft, he looked at the dog in front of him and explained with a gloomy expression, "Legitimate art emphasizes the opportune timing, favorable location, and the judicious use of people, with the practitioner harnessing external forces. Attack the hitters or pray for them." After saying this, he looked meaningfully at Lu Zhou and little Yuanying. "Elder, take care. If the girl is scared, stay close to me." Xiao Yuan's heart has an unwilling answer. "I'm not afraid at all." Then everyone bypassed the trap at the door. After various twists and turns, they arrived at the back door. There were no traces of traps set up here. How can an ordinary lock stop a practitioner? After opening the gate, everyone entered the warehouse. The warehouse often contains valuable items. In the vast space, many boxes are neatly arranged, one layer stacked upon another, observing the bones exposed around. Some of them differ from the ones previously seen in the broken courtyard. They are normal bones. Upon seeing this, Luzhi couldn't help but frown. The Yulong village was massacred, with 354 people killed. Even if we pile all the boxes here, it won't be enough. And even after salvaging for 10 years, it's still. Added to this, scattering and loss caused by water, it's obvious that the number of deaths is more. Ding Fanchio calmly issued the order to search. Several disciples immediately started to take action. They jumped onto the box and began to search frantically. Seeing this, Lu Zhou became even more puzzled. Before he could speak, Ding Fanchio next to him took the initiative to speak. "Is this the bone of a different race?" Lu Zhou showed a bit of reclusive behavior. Seeing this, Ding Fanchio began his daily show-off. "How can the different race survive in this scorching land? For thousands of years, the different race has been restless. Dutian River is destined to be a bloodbath. Are they all foreigners?" Ding Fanchio sneered. "It's just an excuse from the palace. Xiao Yuan was a little curious about what you were looking for. It's a bone. A very special bone." "What bone?" Xiao Yuan poked her head out and continued to ask. Ding Fanchio did not answer. He pointed at the other side with interest and said, "If you are willing to be my disciple, I am willing to pass on all my lifelong learning to you." Xiao Yuan stared at him disdainfully. Ding Fanchio laughed wildly without caring at all. "How many people in this world do not have this opportunity? You have to think it over. Beneath me, there are 9 top disciples, and each one of them is a renowned powerhouse." After hearing this, little Yuan pointed to the woman next to her who was rummaging through the box. "She's not." This made Ding Fanchio speechless for a moment. With a faint smile, "I'm afraid you can't teach her." Ding Fanchio fell into a state of showing off and couldn't extricate himself. "There is no one under the sun that I can't teach." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was speechless. He was too lazy to continue arguing with him. "Everyone who comes here is here to investigate the truth of the massacre in Yulong village." Ding Fanchio pretended to be an elder, but I won't argue with him for the time being. Ding Fanchio has also shown some value on this journey. However, he can only rely on himself and 3 disciples to network here and do business with the locals for a long time. What is his real purpose? Who is supporting him from behind? Just as Lu Zhou was pondering, 3 disciples also stopped searching for guidance, informing their master that they had not found anything. Ding Fanchio frowned at the words. "Are there other warehouses?" 3 disciples immediately shook their heads. At this point, the sun had set, and the sky was getting dark. Sounds could be heard from outside, the urgent sound of footsteps. As soon as Jayadaranma heard the sound, he became instantly alert. Ambushes Dan and Fanchio coldly issued orders. They killed the 3 men who received the order. Then they rushed towards the soldiers outside. Screams of misery rang out one after another. How could ordinary people be opponents of practitioners? Lu Zhou understood that Ming Shi had returned heavily injured last time. This time the ambush couldn't possibly be just ordinary. The big battle is imminent. He took advantage of the remaining time to inquire about his doubts. The old man was very curious about the special bone. Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back, revealing a hint of disdain in his tone. Old hermit. I remind you again and again that the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Lu Zhou turned his head and gave him a cold glance. I, an old man, have long seen through life and death. But this is also true. Because Lu Zhou died once when he crossed over. The trouble we are facing now is not worth mentioning compared to when the top 10 masters besieged Jintingshan back then. The fighting outside is getting more and more intense. And it seems that the number of people is also increasing continuously. Practitioners from all directions in the sky are coming. Immediately, a sound wave spread throughout the entire port. You've fallen into the trap. Trespassers will be killed. This sound wave is not particularly strong, but it became very clear to everyone's ears. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. The false world, in panic, reported to the house, we are surrounded. This is a trap. Ding Fanqiu disregarded the news and leaped into the air. He jumped into the midair. He looked around with interest at little Yuan. The little girl widened her eyes and watched closely. After speaking, a powerful gang wind burst out from him. She wave method body emerges, as he shouted loudly. A 5-foot-high golden Dharma body suddenly stood in the air. Surrounded by vigorous energy, the golden lotus bloomed one after another. It opened up to 4 leaves in total. 3 disciples watched this scene, their faces filled with a look of admiration. Only 4 leaves. Hearing this, the female cultivator next to her became furious. My master had unrivaled power. That's called hiding your strength. 4-leaf clover is enough to deal with these people. The divine body of the divine court realm can at most have 10 facets. In the universe, the Beilongdong Ming divine body is there. Everyone must crawl on the ground. As the formation of the 4-leaf Vajra and the rampant Qi causes the surrounding buildings to tremble incessantly. The soldiers keep backing away. The practitioner cannot afford to be careless. Upon seeing the situation, a practitioner immediately stabilizes the morale. Everyone, don't panic, slowly retreat. The news from the palace is that this person is fake. The generals under Ji Tianao quickly made arrangements. Yesterday, a great witchcraft formation was set up here. We will retreat outside the formation, to wait for the experts from the palace to arrive and annihilate this bandit in one fell swoop, no matter who it is. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Under his instigation, the soldiers all shouted in unison. Nearly 1,000 soldiers and hundreds of practitioners died. Obviously, everything is a conspiracy. Lu Zhou understands that since this is a trap, then there couldn't possibly be Ding Fanqiu in the warehouse. The things he wants, or that special bone with a hidden secret, have not been dug out. Xiao Yuna clenched her fists, eager to try. Master, should we break out of here? Lu Zhou shook his head to indicate there was no need. He likes to steal the spotlight. Let him steal it there. Xiao Yuan felt immediately discouraged after hearing this. A 4-leaf Dharma body is not at all good-looking. Accustomed to grand scenes, seeing a Dharma body of this level, she always feels that the grade is much lower. The female disciple beside coldly called the girl. Don't think that you just won by luck, and that you're better than anyone. With your skills, you wouldn't be able to escape even one move in the hands of my master. Xiao Yuan couldn't be bothered with her, and simply sent her subordinates to take her back. Although Xiao Yuan looks down on her, but to other practitioners, for Leaf Dharma is considered a top expert. The floating practitioners, constantly vigilant of the impact force of the Dharma body, no one dares at this time to act against the practitioner in the Yuan Xinjie realm. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu's whole body, several clusters of Midra composed of Gang Qi are floating. Lu Zhou recognized that this is indeed the Taoist Midra. The Taoist Midra is different from the Zen hand seal. The Zen Midra relies on the power of the awakened state, mobilizing one's own vitality to condense Qi into gain more emphasis on strength and fierceness. The Taoist's method focuses on manipulating the energy of heaven and earth with a broader and stronger scope of attack. However, they are interconnected and mutually beneficial, so the differences are not very distinct. Right now, the densely packed Dharma seals flew towards the soldiers and practitioners. Seeing the situation was not good, everyone turned and ran. Quickly retreat, don't fight with him. Soldiers with slower reaction times. taken away in the blink of an eye by the magical imprint of the heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Many practitioners stood far away, their own cultivation barely supporting the awe of the Dharma body. This wave of attack is like an overwhelming flood. The sound of screams rises and falls. The remaining soldiers retreated farther away. I'm leaving. Who dares to stop me? Although he said that, he knew in his heart that there were many witchcraft traps around. If they continued to delay, the experts from the palace would arrive. I'm afraid I can't leave. So he didn't dare to delay. He immediately roared loudly, releasing a powerful wave of chi, which spread rapidly in all directions from his center. The soldiers, seeing this, quickened their retreat. The reason why the Yuanshan tribulation is so terrifying is because of this Bai Jia Dong Ming law body. The larger the law body, the more powerful the shock will be. The vigorous chi roars and rushes out in all directions, taking away several hundred soldiers with a single sweep. Lu Zhou saw the situation and raised his beard, faintly opened his mouth and formed a hand seal, which could be considered a small achievement. Xiaoying was a little curious. Is this considered a small achievement? She had only practiced the Tai Chi Nujian, so I don't know much about other martial arts. Lu Zhou immediately replied, the Taoist method relies on controlling external elemental energy and condensing chi into a protective shield. Great practitioners can also form a protective shield with their Dharma body. Zen seal is mainly based on self, palm seal is more common. The little kite flutters its big eyes with a fan, continues to ask whether the Dharma seal is powerful or the Zen seal is powerful. The little kite's thirst for knowledge is a good thing. Slowly teach and guide, will become a great talent in the future. Lu Zhou nodded approvingly, each has its own merits. I don't know who's better. Tinker Tailor's Kite Award encourages 100 merits. The female cultivator standing by was somewhat surprised. The old man is knowledgeable and experienced. The techniques he used are indeed the methods of Taoism. There are 12 hand seals, and the higher the cultivation, the larger the hand seal. Its power is not inferior to the Zen hand seal. At this time, Ding Fanqiu forced everyone back and then summoned the Elephant King. Here it comes. The nervous footsteps came closer and closer. Many soldiers couldn't dodge, and were directly hit and killed on the spot. Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back, landed steadily on the back of the Elephant King. 3 disciples hurriedly flew towards the Elephant King. Ding Fanqiu, who had just stood firm, jumped down again. He then landed in front of Lu Zhou. Then he chuckled at Xiaoyuan, the little girl. Come to my side. Several long rainbows unexpectedly streaked across the distant sky. Someone from the palace has arrived. Witnessing this scene, he hastily leaped up into the air again. He thought the little girl would be scared and follow him. But Xiaoyuan not only didn't run away, instead, she watched with interest. Just watching the show, but the expression seems a bit disdainful. Girl, if you don't leave now, it will be too late. With a shout from Ding Fanqiu, he fell back onto the back of the Elephant King. Lu Zhou shook his head upon seeing this, indicating that the Elephant King couldn't leave. Although the Elephant King's ability to resist attacks is good, his combat power is alright, but he can never fly. Ding Fanqiu watched as Xiaoyuan remained unmoved, revealing a look of regret. He had never seen a young person with such extraordinary cultivation talent. My female disciple is much taller than me. If I could take this little girl as my subordinate, it would be a great help. What a pity, what a pity. Under the command of Ding Fanqiu, the Elephant King charged towards the periphery at a rapid speed. Under the trampling of this enormous creature, the ground began to shake. The 3 disciples were floating above the Elephant King's throne, constantly alert for the cultivator who may launch an attack, the expert at the peak of the Yuanshan tribulation. Even if he doesn't make a move while sitting inside, the aura emanating from him is enough to keep those soldiers around from daring to approach. Lu Yong, Xiaoyuan and Dog are still leisurely enjoying the show. At this time, under the feet of the peripheral soldiers, suddenly appeared faint purple circles. Very strange and mysterious, those light purple circles rise up a mist similar to blue smoke. A conductor then called out, "This is the Grand Magic Array taking down these invaders." And a heavy reward was announced. Some practitioners and soldiers were wrapped in mist. Fearless, they charged forward. The magic formation worked. The Elephant King is just an animal, even if they draw vitality in the practice world, becoming terrifying and ferocious, yet far inferior in intelligence to humans. When seeing those light purple circles actually retreated, sound waves resonated through the mountains and forests, rolling around in all directions. Instead of advancing, he continued to retreat. Beast! He then jumped into the air, and once again utilized the 100 Tribulations Dark Abyss technique. I can't figure it out in Lu Prefecture. The Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations cave can be a powerful move, and it consumes a lot of vitality. This kind of consumption is not wise. After all, the people in front of me are just small fry. How to deal with masters in the palace? Ding Fanchio doesn't have a peak experience card. It can't be consumed without restrictions. When the Dark Abyss divine body appears, those practitioners who are ready to approach retreat again. It's as if they were pre-trained. To be precise, what's rising is not mist, but a part of sorcery. Sorcery transforms vital energy into seamless traps. Those officials and the practitioners besieging us, but remained unaffected, amidst the rampant energy of Ding Fanchio, Heavenly Gang Seal. Immediately, countless talismans swirled around him once again. Driven away by the talismans, the pale purple magic circle just slowed down. But it didn't work wonders. Those circles surrounded the entire harbor. As the circles slowly expanded, they intertwined, formed a huge 5 rings formation. The light grows brighter as time passes. The magical formation is finally complete. At this moment, the Elephant King is restrained by the magic, continuously retreating, a rising purple mist that looks more like a terrifying vine-like anomaly. If not seen with one's own eyes, who would believe that? Even the epic overlord of the jungle could also feel fear, no matter how the master drives it. This Elephant King remains unmoved. Even the cultivation of the Yuanshin Tribulation realm can't do anything about it. Who exactly are the high-level practitioners who set up the sorcery array in the palace? The practitioners and soldiers below. Stepping on the witchcraft circle and gradually approaching, Ding Fanchio's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Quickly call a few disciples to go down. Maintaining a strong Dharma body consumes too much. Must preserve strength. Now the surface of the Dutian River is relatively calm. Perhaps there is a chance to leave. Helplessly, he could only decide to let go of the Elephant King. Seeing this, Lu kindly reminded with a sentence, the river has long been covered by the azure array. It has spread to the bottom of the water. Ding Fanchio frowned slightly and looked down from above. His gaze swept over the river near the harbor. Only then did he realize that what he said was correct. The river surface, indeed, already covered by that light purple magic circle. And it's getting bigger and bigger. The magic circle cannot be touched. Otherwise it will bind and weaken until the cultivation slowly disappears. By then, it will be as if a person has been sliced by a knife. I have lost hope for a turnaround with the fish. Ding Fanchio's gaze immediately turned to Luzhou. The old hermit remained so calm. Do you have a good plan? He faintly felt that the old guy might have a trick up his sleeve. But Luzhou shook his head to indicate he did not. He's waiting for the release of the caster of that magic array. Since there were no discoveries in the warehouse, we can only focus on the people in the palace. The magic circle is getting smaller and smaller. It's already just tens of meters away from everyone. At this moment, a practitioner appeared out of nowhere and mocked. Isn't this the notorious demon master? Where did your arrogance go? People have long informed the palace that you would come to deliver a message. They set up a large magic array early in the morning to wait for you to take the bait. The magic array here has not been as spectacular as it is today. How does it compare to your Jinting mountain barrier? What? The commanding cultivator flew over and looked down ahead. Just now, when he used the 100 cycles Abyssal Inferno, he hid and did not come out. Now that the witch's grand array is formed, he actually came out, seeing a junior dare to mock him. Ding Fanchio coldly snorted at such insolence. The dark cave of 100 Tribulations Dharmakaya 5 leaves, is exactly this moment. With his loud shout, the four-night dark cave of 100 Tribulations Dharmakaya unexpectedly expanded and enlarged into 5 leaves. The formidable chi of the Dharma body caught the few people off guard from a distance. They were immediately shaken and spat out blood. 3 disciples worshipped as they witnessed this scene. This is the true strength of my master. The chi of the 5-leaf Dharmakaya has a much larger impact range than before. The screaming practitioner was blown away and fell from the sky. The soldiers and practitioners were trembling and backing off. At this time, a general took the initiative to step forward to stabilize the morale. Don't worry, they are trapped by a powerful magic formation. No way out. Let's wear them out. Act only when they've lost the power to resist. Ding Fanchio's doppelganger slowly descends to the ground. The supreme consuming chi technique of the 100 Lifetimes cave is extremely draining of chi. We must conserve our strength now. The great sorcery formation is still spreading. although the speed has slowed down a lot. If this continues, we will be bound sooner or later. Xiao Yuaner watched the slow approach of the large formation, feeling a little restless. What should we do, master? Hearing this, Ding Fanqiu suddenly felt extremely astonished. Is the old hermit your master? Little Yuaner glared at him. You are so annoying. Does it have anything to do with you? Keep blabbering, and the master will kill you. Ding Fanqiu didn't get angry. I don't know why. He found the angry little girl more likable. The longer he looked at her, it would be a pity if she couldn't be taken in as a disciple. Lu Zhou never spoke a word from beginning to end. The props in the space have already been clenched in my hand. As long as this guy dares to make a move, I can take his life at any time with the props. Kill the original spirit. Robbing the boundary is a sure win. Ding Fanqiu was very puzzled. He once again sensed the breath and cultivation of Lu Zhou. Finding that it was still very weak. At most, Fan Hai opened 3 meridians. It doesn't seem like hidden cultivation. Once the sorcery formation takes effect, one must mobilize their vitality to resist this situation. You can't hide your cultivation anymore. Just who is this old guy? How can he become the master of that little girl? Just as he was pondering, the sorcery circle suddenly exploded. Pale purple sorcery covered the entire harbor. Like a translucent giant, the sorcery formation was officially formed as if a giant bowl of sorcery was falling down. The whole world seemed to darken considerably. The practitioner immersed in it has continuously weakened their cultivation. Ding Fanqiu's face changed drastically, before the witchcraft fully penetrates the meridians and seals off the elixir field and Qi. They must quickly leave here. The 3 disciples are sweating profusely. They are in an extremely weakened state. Ding Fanqiu understands that he is the only one at the Yuan Xingjie realm who can't cope with breaking the witchcraft with too many people, so he tentatively looked towards Luzhou Laoju. I don't care who you are, superior. But for now we must work together to get out of here. It won't be long before the magical array binds us. Luzhou gave him a casual glance after hearing it. You are not qualified for this yet. Your cultivation level is only at the level of the 8 meridians of Van Hai. And your Dharma body is sadly using the 4 symbols at its disposal. At best, it's only a little superior to a monkey. It's of no use to the overall situation. Does the restraint of cultivation yield the same result? Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu huffed and puffed. Not for my recent display of the 100 Kali's abyss darkness. I fear that at this moment I would already be a lost soul under the sword. The palace has set up a great formation to defend this place. Countless traps have been triggered now. If we don't leave now, we'll have to stay. Now only I can survive. Miss, I'll give you one last chance. I'll take you with me. Little Yuaner coldly snorted and rolled her eyes. Ding Fanqiu could only shake his head helplessly when he saw this. What a pity, what a pity. Since it's like this, then I'll just leave on my own. You all can fend for yourselves. The sorcery has begun to invade the meridians. Realizing the danger, he instantly rushed upward with his whole body. His aura burst out, protecting himself within it. If he doesn't leave now, he won't be able to leave. Just now, he was still hesitating whether to take the 3 disciples with him, but it's not necessary now because it's too late. Master, don't leave us behind. The 3 of them burst into tears when they saw the situation. They were affected by witchcraft in their cultivation at the divine court. Their cultivation level greatly decreased. It's even more impossible to break through such a big formation. The combined state of the 3 people is still not as good as a single Xiajia. Xiao Yuan was only slightly affected. The Tai Chi Nujian is always there, much better than ordinary martial arts. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu quickened the pace again. It seemed that they were about to break through the range of the witchcraft formation, but at this moment, a light blue arrow shot over in an instant. The speed was so fast it almost sparked against the air. At meteoric speed, through the blurry area of the magical array. Directly breaking through Ding Fanqiu's protective energy, the shield pierced into his shoulder. Ding Fanqiu widened his eyes in disbelief. After spitting out a mouthful of blood into the sky, he fell back to the ground like a deflated balloon. Onlookers began to speculate about the appearance of a master. Only the archer at the Yuanshan disaster level could do this. To be able to hit from a long distance in this situation. To be able to hit from a long distance in this situation. To be able to hit from a long distance in this situation. To be able to hit from a long distance in this situation. To be able to hit from a long distance in this situation. Easily breaking through the protective qigong of the 5-leaf high-level expert. Only the strongest among the 3 top archers in Shindu. He's here. Everyone's attention was drawn over. They only saw a square red figure coming and going. silently suspended at the four corners of the climbing flight. There is a female monk guarding beside each, and on the climbing flight appears a man in a flower cloak, wearing a bamboo hat. The two strongest words behind the flower cloak are enough to demonstrate his strength and confidence. The earth-shattering arrow just now was indeed shot by this person. Ding Fanchku watched this scene with a serious expression. It's obvious that he has become bald, but has not become stronger. Lu Zhou secretly began to calculate. After all, it came. And it seems to be more than one. What to do if one fatal blow is not enough? Just then, the man jumped up and dove down, landing gracefully on the ground. The surrounding soldiers bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Qin. He is the strongest of the three best marksmen in the capital. Qin Zhu has at least a cultivation level of 6 leaves. Immediately, Lu Zhou used the true eye to inspect the opponent's information. Name, Qin Zhu. 3 leaves? He then looked at the 4 women. At least 2 of the 4 have entered the Yuanshan tribulation realm. Can't be considered true Yuanshan tribulation realm. Like playing. Or use unbreakable flash to take them down. Just as Lu Zhou was contemplating, Qin Zhu's voice rang out. The adult has given the order to take down the Demon Sky Pavilion. Everyone is to be dealt with in the palace. Understood, I will comply with the orders. The sound of the zither and the lute trembled between the 3 disciples. We are not disciples of the Mo Tiange, you've got it wrong. We are impostors. If you're impostors, you will be executed immediately. After speaking, he placed his right hand on the string. Using his fingers to pull the string, he gathered his qi. The illusionary arrow gradually took shape. With a swoosh, the arrow shot out instantly. It penetrated directly through the female disciple of Ding Fanqiu. Ding Fanqiu's expression changed dramatically, but he quickly calmed down. Lu Zhou looked at this scene expressionlessly. The bow and arrow seemed to be a lower-grade weapon. It was not much different from the one in Li Qin's hand. Qin Zhu, coldly watching Ding Fanqiu being shot down by him with a bow and arrow. Then faintly speaking, Jitian now? Ding Fanqiu did not deny. He pretended to be calm and revealed the identity of the other party. So you're the one who's known as one of the 3 top marksmen in God's City, Qin Zhu? Qin Zhu chuckled after hearing that. Am I really that famous? But you've trespassed in the wrong place. Ding Fanqiu stroked his beard and replied. The Modeo Pavilion has always been like this. Hearing this, Qin Zhu glanced at him mockingly and said, It's fine to bluff in front of others. But put away your little tricks in front of my master. Your strength and cultivation are far from enough. Don't say it's you. Even the real magic pavilion would have to admit defeat here. This is the great witchcraft array. It's specifically prepared for practitioners like you, who are blindly arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, a hoarse and deep voice came from Lu Zhou. The 3 great archers of the God State. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhu's gaze shifted from Ding Fanqiu to Lu Zhou. His brows furrowed. He had unexpectedly not paid attention to this person, Lu Zhou, who appeared calm and composed, without any influence from the grand witchcraft formation. Qin Zhu was suddenly shocked to see this. He asked why this was. Lu Zhou looked at him calmly. Are you asking me? Qin Zhu waved his right hand, slowly condensed several arrows made of qi. Do you know who you are facing? Lu Zhou shook his head and replied with 4 words, commendable courage. Qin Zhu looked proud, old man. Who are you after all? Before Lu Zhou could respond, Xiaoyar couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward and loudly said, The person standing in front of you is the true master of the Matian Pavilion. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. After Xiaoyuan finished speaking, she stepped back to explain to the master that she really couldn't bear it any longer. Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing it, indicating it was okay. It was right after Lu Zhou came out publicly. Ding Fanqiu suddenly woke up, frightened out of his wits. No wonder this girl resembles the 9th disciple of the Matian Pavilion so much. What's ridiculous is that he actually wanted to take her as his disciple several times. It's all over now, completely over. The old man who has been following along is actually the old demon that I have been pretending to be this whole time. But just at this moment, far away, Qin Zhu not only doesn't believe it, instead, he burst into laughter. My master received the message that Ji Tiandao is an impostor and will be executed on the spot. Lu Zhou looked at him coldly. Answer my 3 questions, and today's matter will be dropped. Qin Zhu's bow and arrow are at the ready. Then, a sound like wind chimes in midair. seems to be conveying an order. In response, Qinzhu furrows his brow and utters a word. Lu Zhou, swaying his cup, slowly speaks. First, who is your master at home? Second, what is the purpose of salvaging Sun Hu? Third, who is the mastermind behind the massacre at Yulong village? Answer these three questions clearly, and you may not die. This tone, attitude, and expression, even if you haven't made a move yet, it has already been determined that this is the true master of the Magic Sky Pavilion, Jitian now, the sorcerer under the seat of the 9 demon heads, the ancestor of the sorcerer, in the present world, able to be in the huge witchcraft array. So understated. Who else but him? After Lu Zhou's voice fell, the whole room fell silent. Qinzhu did not answer, waiting for the master's command. Now the witchcraft array has been formed. There is still a group of practitioners, like flies waiting to pounce. This is clearly a winning situation. What is the master thinking about? After a moment, the bell rang. Chen received the order. The corner of his mouth showed a mocking smile. Sorry. A dying man knows that this is meaningless. I have never seen anyone dare to talk to me with this attitude. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow has been released, so death is the best ending. Condense the breath into a gang, condense the gang into a sword. Qinzhu holds the bow and arrow, already aiming at several people on the field. Do you have any last words before you die? Truly worthy of being one of the top 3 marksmen in the God capital. The energy released by the arrows is incredibly powerful. It's obvious. He is much stronger than Li Qin, one of the 4 great dark knights. Lu Zhou shook his head. Foolishness comes at a price. He immediately supplemented with 4 prop cards. In the palm of his hand, 5 clusters of golden light solidified instantly. The golden light continuously expanded, transforming into the shape of a Tai Chi symbol. Seeing this, Qinzhu's brow furrowed once again. This is the Taoist seal. How is this possible? Why is the Taoist seal so big? Without time for further thought, he quickly let go of the bowstring. The arrow of Gangqi shot out instantly. And it was at this moment, the approaching Dharma seal passed by like a meteor, leaving a golden light trail in the air, not only devouring the arrow of Gangqi within it. Even Qinzhu, not far away, was not spared. He was directly turned to powder. Everything returned to calm. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Zhou watched this scene expressionlessly. Everyone on the field stood still. Ding Fanqiu and his 2 disciples were stunned. The other 4 Tai Chi golden imprints flew into the sky. Red flying jar. The female cultivators around realized after a moment of shock. You've got guts. The female cultivators shouted, and felt confident about dispersing these Taiji golden impressions. But as soon as they made contact with them, they sensed something unusual. The surface of those printed law seals is vast and boundless like the sea, but when struck, only a hint of ripples emerge, with absolutely no effect at all. 4 light circles passed by 4 people, simultaneously blooming like fireworks. After the splendor, turned into clouds, leaving only 4 blood mists in the air. Those who witnessed all this seemed to be dreaming and couldn't believe it. It was just a few seconds. 5 palace experts were killed on the spot. It's really too fast. Ding Fanqiu fell to the ground with a thud. His face was full of a childlike expression. In the cultivation world, he can use the Dharma seal like this. At least the cultivation level of Yuan Xinjie realm needs to be above the 7th leaf, and this is an area of witchcraft traps. It also requires resistance against the erosion of witchcraft. It can be seen at the rumored number 1 powerhouse in the world. How strong is it after all, compared to this massive seal? The Taoist seal I just used is as small as a building. Completely insignificant, unable to compare at all. I have been practicing all my life, but I have never seen such an amazing Dharma seal, used by such a high-level master of the Dharma. Yet he actually dared to pretend and deceive. It's really too ridiculous. Kill 3 Yuan Xinjie realm targets. Fortunately, I didn't lose out. I did some quick calculations. Qinzhu alone will be rewarded with 1,500 points. But just now, in the split second when my thoughts were clear, also spent 2,000 points. Not a big profit. I don't want to take action. But Qinzhu, a bowman in the Yuan Xinjie realm, often can deliver 3 deadly blows in 1 second. Several times blocking cannot hold. By then, it is still necessary to waste an unsolvable attack. Instead of wasting time in this way, it is better to be clean and neat. In such a scorching day, how can foreign tribes stand? Unlike the 3 pages, Bai Men slowly evolved from the Dayan people. After thousands of years, they settled and rooted themselves as a truly indigenous ethnic group. Sanya has always been a different group since ancient times. The flying and climbing that lost control returned to the ground. Inside, it's empty with no one inside. The soldiers and practitioners hurriedly kept retreating, while Luzhou slowly stepped forward. Oh Emperor, what kind of fire have you raised? I can't believe they have infiltrated the palace. It would be great if we could have a few more of them. All 5 of them showing up at once has exceeded expectations. Fortunately, the situation is still under our control. If a group of practitioners in the divine realm were to attack, on the contrary, it's difficult to handle. Xiao Yuan came to the side of the master with a smile. Lu Zhou immediately asked how she was feeling. From her appearance, Xiao Yuan didn't seem to be affected much by the sorcery. Could the Taiqing, Yujian still have a resistance effect against witchcraft? Xiao Yue answered obediently. It's nothing, I just felt a bit dizzy just now. I'm much better now. I don't know why the experts in the palace died. The surrounding magic circle has also faded a lot. The light purple mist dissipated little by little. Lu Zhou then looked at Ding Fanqiu, who was coughing violently. Without Qingzhu, we have no choice but to start with Ding Fanqiu. Torture and interrogation will eventually yield some information. Ding Fanqiu noticed his attention and quickly knelt down. The younger generation is ignorant. Please forgive me, senior. Lu Zhou calmly spoke. Is it ridiculous for you to call me senior? Ding Fanqiu explained nervously. I deserve to die for impersonating the Motian Pavilion, but the senior killed Qingzhu. That's avenging for my apprentice. I should be grateful. Ding Fanqiu finished speaking, and kept kowtowing with 2 disciples. Received 2 merit points for the prayer. The merit points reward is so minimal. Obviously it's a hypocritical and insincere person. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged, unable to discern his emotions. I ask you, answer truthfully. Reveal your true identity. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu hurriedly spoke. The junior Ding Fanqiu comes from the Great Flame Cloud sect. These 3 are the junior's disciples. Why did you pretend to be from the Motian Pavilion? Lu Zhou asked about continuing to ask about the beard. Ding Fanchun hesitated for a moment, and then spoke out. Back to the senior Yuntian sect's 3 sects. Countless disciples died at the hands of the Motian Pavilion. Hundreds of years ago, the Motian Pavilion destroyed thousands of weapons. It severely damaged the foundation of Yun sect and has not been able to recover until now. The younger generation was ordered to impersonate the name of Motian Pavilion and commit evil deeds everywhere. After hearing this, Lutz Ho sighed helplessly. Yun Zong is the leader of the 3 sects. Even such a prestigious and orthodox sect would use such despicable means. Ding Fanqiu replied. Demon Tower has done many evil things. I am just following their approach. I haven't finished speaking yet. When I was about to say that, you approached aggressively. What's the secret of that bone, my friend? After being slapped, Ding Fanqiu became much more honest. Bai Min's bone can break the 1,000-year limit. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but be amazed. Can Bai Min's bone really break the limit of lifespan? He searched his memories again. Ji Tianao has been traveling the world for thousands of years. Such an important matter. How could there be no impression at all? Has this bone been found yet? The palace has not found it for 10 years. We have no chance. After listening, Xiaojia laughed at the group of fools. No one can break the bone of the limited lifespan. The master is dead and expects the bone to break the limit. Laughing to death. This reminds Lu Zhou of the first emperor of Qin on earth, who searched everywhere for the elixir of life. In the world of cultivation, everyone cannot surpass this limit. Does the Great Flame Emperor also have this idea? Just as he was contemplating, thousands of soldiers and practitioners slowly approached. Don't be afraid, they have been ensnared by the sorcery trap, and have no power to resist. Intruders will be executed on the spot. As the crowd of practitioners approached aggressively, Xiao Yuan stepped forward, ready to take action, but Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating there was no need. He then summoned his sweat. A purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky and hit the ground. With a wild howl, it charged into the crowd. Practitioners below the Fanhaging had to quickly retreat. The soldiers were swept away with the slightest touch. Divine Court Realm, practitioners were casting various hand seals and flying swords. But Quine not only was unhurt, but also became enraged. It leaped up, rushed directly towards the practitioners of aerial cultivation, with the fierce killing spree. Intermittent hints. The sound also reached Lu Zhou's ears. Ding! Killing a target in the Brahmanic Sea realm earns 20 merit points. Shan killed a target in the Fanhai realm and gained 29 merit points. Ding killed a target in the Fanhai realm and gained 20 merit points. Merit points are only gained when a practitioner is killed. Ordinary people do not gain merit points. Lu Zhou's mind stirred slightly, and he issued an order to sit below the liver. I have always been kind. Ordinary people can be disregarded. Concentrate on dealing with practitioners. Xian's strong attack power caught everyone off guard. Ding Fanqiu was stunned. Is this the legendary mount? Compared to this, the Elephant King is nothing. Merit points only increased by 800. Not a lot. The rewards for weak practitioners are pitifully low. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling that it was enough. The command was received by Xing. He then released the ordinary soldier from his mouth. And then, wiggling his butt, he walked towards his master. As it passed the Elephant King, it glanced at the other side contemptuously. The huge Elephant King scared Machin so much that she trembled in fear. This is the legendary mount. The difference between an epic mount. Xiao Yuan rushed forward and kept shouting. At this moment, two people were flying rapidly in the distant sky. Their speed was extremely fast. The aura they emitted made everyone look over. Ding Fanqiu looked blankly above. Is the palace sending more experts? Just as he was puzzled, two imposing figures have appeared one after another. Landing on the ground, Ming Shi bows in respect to his master. Duanmu Xing is also very respectful. Xiao Yuan happily bounced to the two. Third senior brother, fourth senior brother. Hearing her call, even a fool would understand who the two are. The impostor kneeling on the ground asked with confusion. Master, they are somewhat like us. Ding Fanqiu compared himself with his disciple, and found that the two of them were far from being equal in their momentum. Lu Chuan looked calmly at them. Why did you two come here? The two immediately answered. Master, we obtained some clues from Fan Xiuan. He said there is a great witchcraft formation here, personally presided over by the experts from the palace. So the disciple immediately brought the third senior brother to support. There are many experts in the palace. The disciple knows that the master is invincible. He wouldn't put them in his eyes. But those stinky fish and rotten shrimps are not worth the master's shot. Disciple acting on his own, asking for forgiveness from master. Ming Shirin has looked much better since he saw the separation hook. He's become much more spirited. He always likes to be attentive, whether there's something to do or not. It's okay. His heart was quite speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have saved 5 props cards. But it's useless to regret after using the card. Du Mu looked around awkwardly. The place was a mess. Looks like we're late. Xiao Yuan covered her mouth and giggled. Third brother, fourth brother. Did you see those imposters and hear what was said? The two men then approached. I just noticed a man kneeling on the ground, who looks somewhat like me. How dare you pretend to be me? Ming Shi coldly stared at the two and said. The two shivered and hastily explained that it was a misunderstanding. Ming Shirin also didn't waste any words, and directly activated the Myriad Tribulations Abyssal Dark Body technique. In that instant, violent astral energy began to crisscross around them. Duanmu Xing, with great interest, nodded. I'll also shout later. Bai Jie Dongming. When I see him, he is going to pretend. I immediately ran forward to stop him. Senior brother, having the Overlord's spear is enough. You don't need to interfere in this matter, Yi. When Fazhen comes out, do I still have a chance to develop? Then he turned to look at Lu Zhou. Master, please rest assured. When disciple left Jinting Mountain, intentionally beat Fan Xiuan. Make sure everything goes smoothly without any mistakes. After hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. Jinting Mountain is protected by barriers. Bad people can't get in. This move is a bit excessive. Ding Fanqiu is extremely nervous at the moment. Is Fan Xiuan at the skyscraper? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Lin Shiring just gave birth to him. Lu Zhou covers his hand and looks at Ding Fanqiu. Since you come from the Cloud sect, who sent you? Ding Fanqiu seems reluctant to speak. Lu Zhou snorts. If you don't speak about this matter, you will end up being silenced and implicated in trouble. Ding Fanqiu Wenyan thought for a moment. What he said is not without reason. At this point, there is no turning back. Moreover, the grudge of my female disciple. In the end, it was avenged by my predecessor. After figuring it out, he then spoke. It's Hua Wudao, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of Yunzong. Hearing this name. Is this old guy not dead yet? Since Elder Hua was defeated by the senior, he has been brooding over it, resulting in a mental barrier and stagnation in his cultivation. His state of mind has become obstructed and unable to make progress. As a result, his spiritual practice has stalled. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin let out a sigh. They really don't care about face at all. If they don't fault themselves, they blame others for being too strong. Only people from the Demon Sky Pavilion can say such things. Back then, Hua Wudao was also a powerful practitioner of the six-leaf golden lotus body, master of defense. Even the top 10 masters of the righteous path dare not underestimate Xiao Lianghua of the evil path. Xiao Lianghua's arrogance was thus rampant for a while. 20 years ago, self-proclaimed as the #1 defender in the world, the skyscraper at that time had already shown signs of dilapidation. Hua Wudao wanted to take the opportunity to defeat Jitian Dao and advance to the rank of the 7-leaf Dharmakaya. However, he was defeated by Jitian Dao after only making one move, and ended up in a miserable failure. Jitian Dao's interior has 8 leaves. Since then, Hua Wudao has become a laughingstock of the righteous path. This has also caused him to have a mental blockage. He has not made any progress in his cultivation for 20 years. Lu Prefecture asked calmly. Where is Hua Wudao now? Ding Fanqiu answered respectfully. Elder Hua left for Qingjiutai 3 days ago. It's said that he is going to deal with Mo Xing together, and he knows more about the affairs in the palace of fishing out the bones than I do. Hearing this, Luo Zhou recalled the imperial decree from Jiang Aijian a few days ago. Seems that the head of the Masha sect also went to Qingyu Lake. These people gathered together probably want to deal with the skyscraper. Since they want to deal with me, I'll go to Qinjiutan and take a look. Bright's face changed slightly. Qingyu Pool is the territory of the righteous path. Disciples are afraid only Lu Zhou understands. At the time when Ming Shirin had not yet broken through the Yuan Xinjia realm, he caused disturbances everywhere. Accidentally, he encountered the righteous expert Zhang Qiuqi. Defeated by him, a shadow grew in my heart. Are you afraid? How could I be afraid of him, my senior brother? Junior brother. This is a great opportunity. Use it to hone your second-rate Dharma body. It's really embarrassing. According to the nature of cultivation, Mei Shiying's talent is actually a bit better than Duan Wuxing's. Mu Xing by Mingshi, who entered the door earlier, not long ago, but now his strength has improved a lot. In the final analysis, it's because Mingshi thinks too much. The impurity of distracting thoughts leads to a decline in cultivation. It depends on who you compare with. Xiao Yuan reminded the master in a voice. And also Zhang Yuanshan. It's so despicable to insult the master every day, causing him to die. Lu Zhou recalled Zhang Yuanshan's face. It is indeed despicable. He was the ringleader of the second siege of Jingtingshan. This man is extremely cunning. The secret meeting at Qinjiutan this time is probably related to Zhang Yuanshan. Later, Lu Zhou continued to question me. Do you know who the mastermind behind the massacre of the Fish Dragon village is? Ding Fanqiu was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this. Wasn't it you, the senior, who slaughtered the Fish Dragon village? He had previously looked through the internal information of the Cloud sect, and even sent someone to the palace to investigate. All signs indicate that the killer of the 2 village is right in front of us. The old man Lu Zhou, who has a goatee, stopped asking further questions. And basically there's nothing more to ask at this point. It's obvious that Ting Fanqiu doesn't know who is behind all this. For a decade, the means used to cover up this matter are so covert, indicating that the mastermind is extraordinary. With this in mind, he ordered Ming Shirin to take Ding Fanqiu away. What about them? Impersonating me doesn't matter. Ruining the reputation of the sect is an unforgivable crime. Then kill them. I agree, it's best to cut it into 2 pieces. Cutting it into 2 won't be enough. Some high-level practitioners are especially cunning. Chopping it into pieces makes it impenetrable. The 3 of them began to discuss it with each other. Hearing these words, the 2 impostors were instantly scared to the point of nearly urinating. This is the real devil. It's been such a long time. They were only impersonating the appearance. I didn't fully understand it. Ding Fanqiu, after being distracted, begged with a sad face, said that pretending to be the Mo Tian Pavilion was his own fault. Please forgive them, seniors. You dare to take responsibility. Unfortunately, even if my master doesn't kill them, do you think they can still survive? They have fallen into a witchcraft trap and will eventually be bound by it. This technique is very difficult to unravel. Are you still planning to ask my master for help? Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu's heart sank. He hesitated and did not say anything more. At this moment, a messenger bird flew here. Xiaoyu grabbed it as soon as it arrived. Master, it's the shameless flying letter again. With Lu Shu's gesture, she slowly began to speak. Senior, you asked me to investigate the truth of the fish dragon village. This will take some time. But I can provide some latest news. It's best not to go to the Qingyu altar. The king of evil is also your 8th disciple. He is currently outside the Qingyu altar, in charge, inevitably good sword. 8th Senior. You didn't discipline enough last time. How dare you have the audacity to disrespect Masterly? This is an act of betraying and destroying one's own ancestral teachings. I will go and skin him alive for this. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Lao Ba has always bullied the weak and feared the strong. With his abilities, he wouldn't have the courage to disrespect. Duan Wuxing was a bit curious. Then why did he go to Qinji to make sense? Ming Shirin began to analyze. Xingyi has always been from the Yiming Jingdao. Although Lao Ba, this disciple, has left Mutian Pavilion, but the orthodox community does not think so. The dark web of the ghostly sect, including Lao Ba's Mengon Mountain, are the targets they strike. Lao Ba probably wants to take the opportunity to retaliate. Makes sense. But I still don't think Lao Ba has the courage for this. There must be 7th junior brother behind this. Lu Zhou asked at this moment about Lao Ba's influence. Ming Shirin immediately replied. Lao 8's personal strength is not that great, but he wins because he has a bunch of obedient henchmen. And they roam the streets and alleys. Lu Zhou shook his head and came to Han's side. You will all come with me to the Qingyu altar. Hearing the master's words, the 3 of them answered in unison, yes, master. When Lu Zhou solved the problem of Yulong village, he decided to leave for Qinji immediately. Yuana. Xiao Yuana happily responded, and then flew on to Kuang's back. Afterward, with a command from Lu Zhou, Xing instantly soared into the sky. Ming Shirin saw that the master was about to leave. Master! What about us? He expected the master to call for Bays. To ride with them. Bring him along. Flying on their own, they were stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this before they reacted. Disciple will comply. Disciple will fly with all their might. Duan Wuxing noticed Ming Shirin's change, looking at oneself maliciously. Don't look at me like that. I want to fly on my own too. Ming Shirin then smiled innocently at the words. 3rd brother, that's not what I meant. Your skills are higher than mine and you fly faster. So, senior brother, you take this guy with you, so I don't lag behind master. Duan Wuxing felt it made sense after hearing this. You help me hold the Overlord's spear. With that, he leaped into the air with Ding Fanqiu, and flew into the air. The weight of the Overlord's spear is at least several hundred kilograms. Ming Shirin regretted taking it over. Junior brother, why did you throw it there? It's okay, I'm coming right away. Ming Shi murmured a few words and quickly followed. What a loss. It's better to bring Ding Fanqiu with us. 2 long rainbows flashed across the sky above. The Elephant King then strides forward, and disappears into the jungle without looking back, leaving only the 2 of us, Ding Fanqiu and I, with our disciples, now powerless to resist. Then the magical traps on the river surface. It quickly swept through the entire port, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Xiao Yuan asked if she should wait a bit. Senior brother Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating there was no need to fly to the top of the green jade altar in no more than 2 hours. Just enough time to organize the cards, to deal with possible situations. When Lu Zhou's mind moved slightly, he opened the panel, and found a total of 4.812 merit points. Then he checked the list of items. I unexpectedly saw the price for the fatal blow becoming 600. Lu Zhou couldn't help but snort at the absurdity. Xiao Yuan was puzzled to see him frowning and glaring. Master, what's wrong? I'll go find him and give him a good beating. Lu Zhou waved his hand and restored calm. The price of a fatal blow has increased. It can be seen from this. The price will probably fluctuate with the number of uses. Perhaps the system thinks this card is too abnormal. So that's why there are these restrictions. There wasn't much use before, so the pricing wasn't triggered. The price hike for this item card is so drastic, it's really not as simple as imagined. After all, there couldn't be such obvious loopholes. If the price always remains at 500 points, then relying solely on the Deadly Strike card, would be enough to kill all the experts in the nascent soul realm, leaving only oneself. Wouldn't that be just right? However, the good thing is that the price is not rising much, which is acceptable. At the same time, this is also urging myself not to overly rely on equipment cards, and to quickly improve my own strength. Let's add another fatal blow as a backup. In the future, I need to be more cautious when using a fatal blow. If you calculate it like this, those defensive cards may not be used in the future. With this thought, he began to slide on the panel, to find that new cards had appeared in the inventory. Using this card in PUBG Mobile can heal 30% of the damage. Costs 300 points. Deed Ray just. Using this card triggers Ray Gang's breath. There is a 30% chance of killing the target. After watching the Lu Prefecture, he shook his head helplessly. They are all useless cards. Who can hurt my current means? As for the second one, it's even more absurd. A 1% chance of killing is not as good as a deadly blow no matter how you calculate it, from the perspective of the system providing prop cards. The later prop cards appear more mediocre. Except for purchasing the Dharma body, it's more cost-effective to draw lots. But now is not the time for drawing lots. At this moment, Xiao Yuan reminded her master. We're almost at the Green Jade Altar, admiring the heavens and worshipping the earth. When we recruit disciples and pass on martial arts, it's always around the Green Jade Altar. Lu Zhou immediately issued the order to head east. Xiao Yuan was curious why we had to go east. Lu Zhou said coldly. If my disciple Shu Honggong is lurking here, I might as well take him down. After hearing this, Xiao Yuan moved her arms. Disciple punishing the traitor for the master. Most of Lao Ba's power is low-ranking. For cultivators and ordinary people who want to siege Qingyu altar, can only use strategy, overestimating his intelligence. So there must be a guiding hand behind this. The Qinjiutai is in a high position and isolated, so using fire as a tactic is the best method. The eastern forest is where the fire will be set. The rate of spread is fast. Before long, they arrived at the east side of the Blue Jade Altar. The woods underneath were in a mess. A group of people were fighting. Lu Prefecture observed that they were all low-level battles. Their killing power is limited. I guess this disciple's plan has been discovered by someone. Xiao Yuan saw the situation, and hastily shouted for the master to come down quickly. I want to fight too. Furious Lu Shou couldn't help but scold. This period of time has been too indulgent. This girl is becoming more and more unruly. Disciple knows his mistake. Xiao Yuan was scolded and immediately became much more obedient. Lu Prefecture orders Han to continue forward. At this moment, two figures quickly skimmed low across the land of Luzhou, and were immediately recognized. Leading the way was the eighth disciple of the Mo Tiange, Xu Hong, who indeed spared no effort in pursuit. Respected disciple, he let out a shout, and then used a cage to bind. Oh my God, it's the master. Seeing the scene, Xu Hong was instantly frightened. A giant, shimmering net quickly descended. Xu Hong and Gong Li frightened Ma and fled for their lives. This is bad. Practitioners fighting below were shocked at this scene. They were all shocked. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It looks like the probability has been triggered. Good luck, I should draw the prize first. Hearing the master's muttering, Xiao Yuan curiously asked the master what he was drawing. Lu Zhou ignored her. His attention was all on Zhu Honggong. But in the next second, the astonishing golden net had actually vanished. Witnessing this, the practitioners collectively expressed their regret. Lu Zhou frowned. This 200 merit card was wasted like this. Another one? What if it continues to be a waste? The probability of the prop card is only 30%. If all are wasted, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Brother 8. Xu Hong saw the panic and fled in a hurry. Master, intentionally let me go, huh? Hurry and run. His figure flashed like lightning, rolling over several hills. The speed is unexpectedly comparable to the Yuan Xinji estate. Lu Zhou hesitated. There's a legendary level mount. If pursued, it can be caught up to. The problem is how to capture Lao Ba. We must use the props card for justice. Xiao Yuan's actual strength is quite good, but it's a bit inferior to Lao Ba. And at the moment, the situation seems to be not quite right. She still needs to stay to protect herself. Besides, it's not difficult to catch Lao Ba. We'll catch him later. This apprentice is lucky. We'll catch him and test our luck with the prize later. Xiao Yuan quickly spoke up when she saw this. Master! Quick! He ran away. The traitor ran away. Lu Zhou shook his head to indicate it was okay. I still have important matters to attend to, Master. He looked in the direction of the sound and was surprised to find that this person was familiar. It's San, the first seat of the Mo Sha zone I saw at the Rian Holy Altar, Duanqing. I have seen Master Duanqing. A practitioner of the demonic path appeared at the Qingyu altar. The art style looks a little strange and out of place. Lu Zhou calmly speaks. The Masha sect has always been at odds with the righteous path. Why are you here? Duanqing respectfully replies. The Master has come to discuss with the head of the Zhang faction about jointly dealing with the demon. I'm just tagging along. Didn't expect to be fortunate enough to encounter the Master here. The situation on the battlefield below is starting to weaken. Many practitioners are retreating from Luzhou like the tide. Curiously asking what has happened here. Duanqing fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The Masha sect's actions have always been secretive. They don't want to be known by others. Be cautious on the road. But unexpectedly, our whereabouts were still leaked. Shu Hong has caused a lot of trouble. Almost everyone knows about it. At this point in my pondering, he truthfully revealed that he had leaked the whereabouts of the demon sect. This evil king sowed discord among them, bringing many righteous cultivators to come and attack the demon sect. The evil king even deliberately revealed his own whereabouts, attracted more righteous people. This made Langbei unbearable for casualties and repairs. Lu Zhou nodded worriedly, understanding a little bit. Lao Ba's brain definitely can't do these. Needless to say, there must be some trickery behind this by Lao Qisiwu. Duanqing paused. Why didn't the Master take down the evil king in one go just now? If we capture him, it can clear our sect's name. Clear our name. Duanqing awkwardly smiled. My demon temple is originally a demonic sect. Now I'm in harmony with the Zhengdaos. From now on, I will be laughed at by others. If I could catch the Demon King, it would be a great achievement. It would draw the attention of the righteous path. All the focus will be on the evil king. Lu Zhou calmly said with a peaceful expression. You've made a good calculation. One evil catcher catching another evil. Stop the thief. The interesting segment hurriedly began to explain upon hearing this. The master of the Magic Sky sect once killed the second seat of our demon sect. Capturing the evil king for us evens the score. It's not really a case of thieves catching thieves. Xiao Yuaner, with a cold expression, pointed at him upon hearing this. You are indeed a thief, if it were any other time. And Duanqing was insulted in person. He probably would have been furious long ago, but with the master present, he couldn't really act out, can only force a smile. What you said is right, everything you said is right. However, this segment can also be considered as knowing the measure of a person. Not like those pseudo-gentlemen who provoke celebration in their actions. I wonder why the great master has come. Qinji Yutan found the words. And asked where Wawadao was? Duanqing was somewhat taken aback by his words. Wawadao? The elder of the Cloud sect, one of the three major sects of Yutian Luo, he actually came too. What? Has the Masha sect not been informed of this? I only came with the sect leader to handle matters. I do not know about this. The demon king causing trouble. The sect leader has already left. After listening, Lolaza shook his head with some helplessness. This disciple is really causing trouble for me. Then he ordered Khan to fly towards the Qingyu altar. At the same time, in a certain corner of the jungle away from the Qingyu altar, Lao Ba was panting and collapsed on the ground. Master, how can you be here? This is not funny. After calming down, he looked mournfully into the jungle. Why don't you come out, seventh brother? As soon as the words fell, Lao Qisiwu immediately flashed his figure, and arrived behind him. It happened suddenly. I didn't expect my master to appear at the Qingyu altar. I don't care about your plans, I need compensation. Shu Honggong took advantage and gained some benefits. Siwuya chuckled and agreed. It's all senior brother's fault. The expenses of Mangu Ridge for a year have been covered by the dark web. When this was said, the hearts of the Zhou Hong group were much more comfortable. Seventh senior brother, why did we make such an effort to do this? Upon hearing this, Siwuya explained, get up. The Mo Sha sect collaborating with the Jingyi sect. The true power of the Mo Sha sect is unknown. There are not many under heaven who can subdue him. Senior brother has always been low-key and will not take action. Second senior brother's whereabouts are elusive. As for the other masters, we can't count on them. Zhu Hong shared his confusion. Second brother likes to challenge masters. Siwuya shook his head after listening. The person I sent. Most can't keep up for 3 days before being scared off by the second senior brother. Moreover, because of Fan Xiuwen's matter, the second senior brother is already somewhat angry. Xu Hong sighed helplessly. The second senior brother has always been humble and polite. Even he would get angry. Let's forget it then. With deep eyes, Siwuya looked towards the direction of Qingyu altar. The appearance of Master here was unexpected. The plan is basically completed. The people you notified can retreat now. The Master intends to let you go. Xu Honggong nodded in agreement. I also felt it was really scary just now. Siwuya slowly stood up. With the Master's character, how could he easily let you leave? I suspect. Is there someone helping the Master? Lao Ba pondered for a while, then furrowed his brows again. There aren't any masters. Only the little junior sister is fierce. She almost jumped down to bite me. It's like talking to a pig's brain. He said goodbye and then left. Before leaving, he casually waved the peacock feather in his hand. Then, several hidden weapons shot towards a big tree. The hidden weapons are extremely magnificent, beautiful, like a peacock spreading its tail. After completing these actions, the two of them disappeared on the spot in a flash. The next second, all became silent. The skilled eavesdropper nearby suddenly froze in place. The once proud smile now turned into sheer terror. Because of those concealed weapons, piercing through both his body and the big tree. Meanwhile, inside the Qingyu altar, Lu Zhou had arrived above the Qingyu altar. Overlooking. There are still many people on the spacious square of Qingyu altar. When these people saw the madness, all showed a surprised look. Who is that? Everyone beware of. How dare you trespass into the Qingyu altar with such audacity? Lu Prefecture stands above. Why so calm in the face of injustice, Huawudao? Though the voice is not loud, it resounds clearly in everyone's ears. Elder Gejing of Jingyi sect stepped forward at this moment. The Qingyu altar is the holy place for our Jingyi sect's practice. It's inappropriate for this friend to come uninvited. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan, I come as I please. There's no need for you to invite. How boring. Lu Prefecture didn't order Xing to land immediately. After all, this is the territory of Jingyi, if someone knows that he is the big boss. So, the dangers from all directions may come at once. Do not waste any item cards if possible. The path of cultivation is long in the future. In case all the item card prices are used up at a high level. If my cultivation doesn't improve, it will be really over. Just at this moment, he arrived from the sky and landed on the ground. Then he bowed, smiled, and introduced himself to everyone. This person is the Buddhist master I mentioned to everyone. On the altar of Runin, a move to kill the master of Kongxian, that bald donkey. As soon as they heard the introduction, everyone was shocked. Their guarded expressions turned into respect. Greetings, master. Lu Zhou nodded lightly. Continue to inquire about the whereabouts of Zhang Yuanshan, fifth elder. Zhang Chu respectfully responded that a distinguished guest had arrived at Qingyu altar. They encountered trouble with the evil king of Moshinj, so they left together with the distinguished guest. Master, can you stay at Qingyu altar until the sect master returns? Duan Xing sighed helplessly. It's all because of that troublemaker. What a pity. If only master had caught the evil king just now, today's events would have come to a conclusion. What a pity. Lu Zhou also feels it's a pity. If it weren't for Lao Ba and Lao Qi's misdeeds, maybe they could have encountered Zhang Yuanshan of Huawudao. What's even more regrettable is that the binding of that cage has not been triggered. But Qingyu altar has always been the territory of Jingyi Dao. There are also large formations around Qingyu altar. Dealing with Zhang Yuanshan, we must be willing to spend a lot of money to buy cards. To deal with one person, the number of times we waste props cards, it's not very cost-effective. It's better to be cautious. If things go wrong, life will be at stake. And there will be no chance to investigate the truth of the Fish Dragon village. With this in mind, Lu Zhou raised his beard and asked Hua Wu. Has Dao returned to the Cloud sect? A practitioner responded. Elder Hua has been in seclusion at the Cloud sect for years. After finally coming out of seclusion, he shouldn't quickly return to the Cloud sect. Duan Xing expressed his own estimation. Hua Wu Dao was defeated by Jitendao of Motian Pavilion 20 years ago. This incident became his inner demon. If the inner demon is not removed, it is afraid that it will be difficult to make progress in life. Therefore, Hua Wu Dao is very likely to reverse his ways and face his inner demon to go to Motian Pavilion. The crowd began to discuss after hearing this. 20 years of cultivation without any progress. Elder Hua's actions are equivalent to asking for trouble. Everyone has their own aspirations. It's been 20 years. Perhaps Elder Hua has other means unknown to us. I see, just a while ago. The 4 Dark Knights of the Shadow Sect went to the Demon's Sky Pavilion, and have not returned till now. With the means of the old demon, I'm afraid it's more likely to be bad than good, Elder Wu then loudly exclaimed. Quiet down and look at yourselves, so pathetic. Just a few discussions and you're already like this. If the old devil really stood in front of you, wouldn't you be scared out of your wits? Xiao Yuana held back her laughter. Perhaps she has become immune to such scenes. Her sense of humor has heightened. She leaned in and whispered to the master. Master, they are all afraid of you. Lu Zhou looked into the distance. According to this time estimate, Lin Shirin and Duang Mixing should be arriving soon as well. As for Hua Wudao, according to their words, it seems he will come sooner or later. At this time, Elder Zhang Chu once again bowed. The master is really busy with some matters. We made the master wait. It's really unforgivable. Master Lu did not speak, just glanced at him faintly. Realizing that this person is only at the realm of divine court, the practitioner in the Shinting realm can also become an elder of a famous righteous sect. The righteous path seems to have lost its former grandeur. Duan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The situation beneath the Qingyu altar has basically calmed down, since the plan has been disrupted. Let's change the goal and continue, shall we? Zhang Chu nodded in response. This gesture is very good. The senior still has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. As he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Wait. I have a piece of advice to pass on to Rinbuping. Take good care of yourself while guarding the Mo Cha sect. Otherwise, you will surely meet a tragic end. Duan Xing was stunned for a moment, after listening. Although he didn't quite understand the other party's meaning, he still thanked them. After Duan Xing left, Lu Zhou also greeted Xiao Yuaner, intending to leave. But at this moment, a voice came from the crowd. Which great master is visiting the Qingyu altar? Let me have a look. Lu Zhou turned to look, and found that Ji had some impression of this person. He once defeated Ming Shirin several years ago. He beat Ming Shirin badly. Because of this, Ming Shirin sulked for a long time, and went into seclusion on the mountain to cultivate himself. Now many years have passed. Zhang Qiuqi's strength and his cultivation should also have improved somewhat, but at this moment, Zhang Qiuqi, who had beaten Ming Shirin, walked out. I seem to have seen this master somewhere. It's not surprising. Although I am also a reputable person like the master. Why does the master ignore me? Just as he was sulking, suddenly there came the startled cry of a practitioner from behind. Someone is approaching. This is Ming Shirin. He actually dared to come to Jingyi's territory. Zhang Qiuqi looked over at the crowd, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The headmaster and the other elders are not here. I am the only one who can rival Ming Shirin. And I have defeated Ming Shirin before. This is a great opportunity with the right time, place, and people. Lu Zhou also noticed the disciple, appearing calm on the surface, but having some doubts in his heart. Does Duan Muxing not have company with him? Where is he? Zhang Qiuqi laughed and leaped into the air. It's like a godsend for me. Today, I will capture this demon. From now on, let's see who still dares to disrespect me. As expected, the practitioners below quickly started to flatter upon seeing the situation. If Elder Zhang takes action, it will be no problem to capture this demon. We are willing to support Elder Zhang. Zhang Qiuqi nodded in satisfaction. He shouted towards Lu Kou below. I hope you will take good care of him. Lu Kou waved his hand without saying a word. Zhang Qiuqi finished speaking. I excitedly followed Ming Shirin, flying in the direction he went. Watching his figure, Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Everything is destiny. Little Yuaner is a bit confused. What is the fate of our master? The fates of Zhang Yuanshan and Hua Wudao are also the fate of your fourth senior brother. At this moment, unaware Ming Shirin is practicing martial arts. As he was approaching the Qingyu altar, he veered off in another direction. After all, this is the territory of the Jingyi sect. Where is master? He looked around and didn't find Lu Zhou's figure. The third senior brother should be catching up soon, without the overbearing spear pressing down. I'm still faster. Just when he was feeling proud, a loud shout came from behind. There is a path to heaven you did not take. No gate to hell yet you barge in. As soon as Ming Shi saw the visitor, Zhang Qiuqi, his expression darkened. Today, I'm not in the mood to fight with you. Have you seen my master? Don't use your master's name to scare me. Today, this elder will act on behalf of heaven. Wait. Seriously, have you really not seen my master? Zhang Qiuqi is getting closer and closer. A series of hand seals are swirling around the palm. If you see it, kill it together. Under the surging qi, several attacks suddenly smashed towards the opponent. Ming Shi's brow furrowed, continuously dodging, saying he didn't want to fight. You insist on fighting. After not meeting for years, your skills have regressed. Zhang Qiuqi coldly snorted upon hearing this. No room for your defeated men. Only good at using sharp tongues. The practitioner below looks extremely excited. Elder Zhang launches a lightning-fast attack towards Ming Shirin. The two figures immediately engage in a fierce fight, leaving behind after images. The clash of boundless spiritual energy. Ming Shi fights and retreats, continually casting out qi with his hands to defend. Zhang Chu nodded. The elder's hand seal is truly profound. It seems that this devil won't be able to hold on for long before being defeated. But I find it strange. I've heard that the remaining disciples of the Demon Heaven Gate were deliberately suppressed by Ji Tiandao. Now they can reach the Yuan Xinjia realm. The Elder Zhang's skills are equally matched. It's no wonder he hasn't gone all out yet. Let's watch some more. The hand seals of Taoism and Zen Buddhism are almost identical. Ming Shirin also knows how to deal with these hand seals. Continuously using the body's qi to resist, the hand seals of many disciples are at the level of the Vajrasi realm. It's rare to see such a level of battle prowess. They didn't have the slightest worry. Because even if Elder Zhang isn't here, and the master next to him, Ming Shirin has been in a passive state all the time. He was retreating as he fought, his eyes gradually turning cold. Old thing, don't force me. Zhang Qiuqi never took the other party seriously. Too weak. In the end, Ming Shirin still had some concerns. After all, it's not far from the Qingyu altar. If Zhang Yuanshan and those elders appear, it will be troublesome. Zhang Qiuqi's momentum is constantly rising. With a single breath, he sent him flying dozens of meters. You are indeed as weak as before. Ming Shirin didn't say a word and turned to run. In an instant, he had already run hundreds of meters away. Obviously, he deliberately took advantage of the impact just now. Come and chase me if you dare. My third senior brother and master will be here soon. However, Zhang Qiuqi did not take these threatening words to heart. With a cold snort, he activated the internal energy and prepared to escape. The late Baijia Dongming. Great magical skill. Want those two big moves to overlap. His figure flickered. With a few breaths, he appeared next to Ming Shirin. His Dharma body carrying an unstoppable momentum, smashed down with a punch. Ming Shi's brow furrowed and he immediately took action. The old guy had long expected this move from you. As he spoke, his Baijia domineering abyss instantly opened up, blocking the opponent's most powerful strike. Zhang Qiuqi is using the two leaves golden lotus Dharma body. Ming Shirin's Dharmakaya hasn't grown smaller a lot. Just like the difference between a child and an adult, the qi between the Dharmakayas continuously collides. The next moment, Ming Shirin passively fell onto the ground. Nearby practitioners are in awe. Elder Shang's second leaf Dharmakaya. It is certain that the bright world cause will fail. Actually condense the Dharmakaya into the realm of primordial spirit calamity. The practitioner counts him unlucky. It's just Elder Zhang here at the moment. But unfortunately, he saw it. Elder Zhang is inherently the nemesis of Ming Shirin. Xiao Yuan eagerly asked with big eyes. Master, aren't you going to help fourth brother? Lu Zhou said lightly. Ming Shi has been suppressed in the God's court for a long time. His talent is not inferior to Duang Mixing. If I help him, how can he hone himself in actual combat? Xiao Yuan pointed to the practitioner on the ground. The master is still considerate. Master, I want to fight too. Fight with them. After hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but mutter a word. Don't observe too much. Under the suppression of the opponent's leaf golden lotus body, Ming Shirin was defeated. With a thud, he smashed into the ground. Zhang Qiuqi looked satisfied towards the bottom. He thought that even if Ming Shirin didn't die from this attack, he would still be injured. However, as the smoke cleared, the sound of Guqi's crackle could be heard from below. Visible to the naked eye, the vines began growing wildly. He then charged towards Zhang Qiuqi. As his old rival Ming Shirin immediately recognized the essence of the Greenwood Heart method in this move. It could mobilize qi to stimulate plant growth. Ming Shirin's skill and strength will greatly increase in the woods. Deceitful fellow. Do you think that over the years, I haven't considered how to deal with the Qingmu Heart Sutra? Zhang Qiuqi shouted. Then he took out the copper coin sword from his waist, then attached the copper coin with additional ganchi, then it surrounded and protected his whole body. After doing all this, he didn't retreat but moved forward, as if a fireball, flying towards the dense vines. Ming sees this and turns to flee. You old man, you really have it. I'm not fighting with you. Zhang Qiuqi smiles jokingly. The master of the Devil Pavilion is just SOSO. The practitioners below also started mocking. The master of the Devil Pavilion doesn't seem to be as scary as imagined. The master can also be scared away. Lu Zhou was a little speechless at the sight. Ming Shi realized that this disciple's survival skills are much stronger than he thought. But he was always thinking about escaping. Rather than facing the enemy and defeating the opponent, Zhang Qiuqi, who had been chasing for a while, was obviously a little impatient. If I let you, a demon with no leaves, escape. What face do I, Zhang Qiuqi, have left? The dark abyss of 100 tribulations. Great mystical power. As his words fell, he appeared next to Ming Shirin in a flash. Powerful energy burst out instantly, almost replicating the previous move. Ming Shirin didn't have time to activate his protective body, and was abruptly hit by the energy. He held back the surging blood and hurried back to the ground. Come on! This little skill can't kill me, your grandfather. Zhang Qiuqi stood proudly and looked disdainfully at the opponent. Do you think I will continue to perform the great magical technique? You're thinking too much, because next is your time to die. As the palm picked up a weapon, it slowly appeared. It was a big knife, half black and half dark red. Extremely pure gang energy enveloped the entire blade. The practitioners below couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Elder Gang's Executioner's Blade. He obtained this Tier 5 weapon when he served in the northern frontier 3 years ago. No wonder Elder Zhang is so confident. Casting 4 powerful skills consecutively, so it turns out he had a Tianjia weapon on him. This time, Ming Shirin is bound to die. There will be casualties when this power is unleashed. Ming Shirin was extremely shocked at this moment. He never expected the other party to have a Tianjia weapon. Zhang Qiuqi is not one of the 4 Dark Knights. He knows very well the weaknesses of the Qingmu Heart method. Now that he has the Zhanming Blade, how could he be an opponent? Zhang Qiuqi raises the Zhanming Blade and quickly approaches Ming Shirin. Accept your fate. He, who was in a winning position, smirked with satisfaction, but at that moment, a deep voice was unexpectedly heard in the distance. Following that, the parting was revoked as it streaked across the sky, headed straight for the destination. The crowd looked towards the sound, instantly filled with confusion. It was thrown by the master. How come the master is helping the demon lord? What's going on? Could it be that the master wants to kill the demon lord? As a result of a mistake, the opponent accidentally picked up the weapon. Zhang Qiuqi couldn't understand the reason behind it. Resisting stubbornly. Can't worry about that now, just strike first. The parting hook sheathed in the air at this moment. It has fallen into the hands of Ming Shirin. Wrapped in the raging spiritual energy of anger, sudden slash. With a loud bang, the intense impact of the explosion. They were directly shaken back. Zhang Qiuqi stood firm, and was immediately astonished by this small object that could actually block his lethal sword. The smoke in the center of the battlefield slowly dissipated. At this moment, Ming Shirin is excitedly caressing the farewell hook she just activated. Ding! The activation of the farewell hook has reached the heavenly tier, rewarding 000 merit points. At the moment of successful activation, Ming Shirin's eyes were instantly sharp. The next moment, he drew his parting hook. He drew his weapon and immediately pounced towards Zhang Qiuqi. The chi released was several times stronger than before. His speed was now pushed to the extreme. The sky left behind a series of afterimages as figures flickered. Parting daggers kept flipping up and down, landing on the sword in Zhang Qiuqi's hand. Zhang Qiuqi's energy was excessively depleted, forced to choose passive defense. Lu Zhou below nodded satisfactorily at the scene. Just without leaving the hook scabbard, Ming Shirin is almost impossible to win against Zhang Qiuqi, who possesses the life-cutting sword, originally intended to further temper Ming Shirin's temperament. After all, this guy is sometimes too picky. But it seems like a good opportunity right now. At this moment, Ming Shirin's courage is constantly rising as the battle goes on. Zhang Qiuqi, you have displayed the great divine power 4 times in a row. If it were not for the life-cutting sword, you are no match for me at all. At this point, Zhang Qiuqi finally realized that the so-called Grandmaster is the owner of the Matian Pavilion. Ji Tiandao's existence has greatly increased the pressure on him. He wants to survive. Then you have to retreat to the great formation of the Blue Jade Altar. Thinking up to this point, he immediately changed direction and rushed downwards. However, at this moment, Ming Shirin, transformed into the illusory avatar of the 100 Calamities cave, stood in front of him. This time, the Dharma body is no longer 2 zhang but 3 zhang. The lotus under the Dharma body clearly has a leaf blooming and opening. Goodbye. A faint smile appeared at Ming Shirin's mouth corner. As his words fell, his figure flashed and instantly appeared behind the other party. The sharp blade instantly swept across Zhang Chuqi's head. Ming Shirin, after the battle, sheathed the weapon. Sorry.